Welcome to this little YouTube short series of mini videos. This is supposed to be holding me accountable. I've been trying to walk 15 minutes or exercise 15 minutes every day, 2025. And like most New Year's resolutions, it hasn't been working out. I am getting on board today and I'm going to be making videos of it to motivate me to get out there and do it. If you don't see a video, I'm not being a good person now, am I? I'll also be updating you on what I've done this day because I'm going to be trying to talk for the full 60 seconds just to give myself something to do. Today I was working on my tech stuff. I have a locally hosted server and I got a new network switch that does 40 gig. So my NAS is now hooked up with 40 gig local network and my computer will soon be 10 gig, which is going to be sweet. I terminated Ethernet and I actually did a really good job. That was really fun. And it looks like I'm running out of time, so I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's installment of my 15 minutes of exercise. Today, I got around to some more server stuff, and I got some more stuff set up and moved out to my server rack in the shop. And also yesterday, I forgot to mention that I actually sold the Goldwing. It is actually officially gone out of my shop. I got $900 for it. I bought it for $1,500, and I probably put a couple hundred into it, so I lost a lot, but hey, lesson learned. Every time I go look at a POS, I can be like, is this a Goldwing? Am I going to spend more time wrenching on this than I will driving it? I've done that with a couple of BMWs that I'm actually kind of looking into buying. I want a Z3 or a Z4, maybe. I don't know. All right, I'm going to knock out the rest of this 15 minutes of walk. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. I went a little bit of a different direction today. Today I just went to work, came home, not much. I'm learning some new stuff at work, so that's fun, but also, very difficult. I'm checking on a few of my geocaches that I have along this road as I walk. One's just back there behind me in one of those turn signs. And later today, if I'm feeling ambitious, I might figure out what positive terminal I need for the Subaru Loyale so I can stop using the jumper cable to get it power. And I might also start on the lower ball joint soon. But I might also just relax. It would be nice to just sit at home, maybe play some games. We'll see how I'm feeling. Or maybe I'll do some server stuff. But you might also notice it's daylight out. I got out here before it got dark, which is very impressive for me. Yeah, getting my 15 minutes in. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. I should be in bed, but I forgot to do this, so we're doing it now. Today I got the Subaru's battery terminal repaired, which if you remember from the engine out video, that was broken. That isn't even a cool car, it's just a Toyota Tacoma. But yeah, the battery terminal in the Loyale was shreked after I put the engine back in, and so I got a new one of those today, so I'll be taking that to work tomorrow, and I guess we'll see if it leaks any oil. I took the Olds to go get the battery terminal, and it's a little slick out because it's so cold. I even got the heated gloves on, but I got it a little sideways in a roundabout, which was fun, but I don't like to do that with that car too much because it's pretty valuable to me. It was my grandpa's after all. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow when I'm doing another 15 minutes of walking. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I am very late today. I lost track of time. I was playing a game, watching a show, and well, it's 10:30. Today I was working on a 3D model and print for the version 2 of my phone shelf outside of the bedroom. One of my goals for 2025 is to not have my phone in the bedroom. I think it'll help me, and it already has helped me go to sleep a lot faster. I don't get sucked in. And version 1 was just a shelf that you could set the phone on and plug it in. Version 2 has embedded wireless chargers in the 3D print, and it's actually pretty cool. It was kind of tricky. It's going to take some JB Weld and sanding to really make it work, but it is going to work, and that's good. I also took the Loyale to Winco today, and I put some fresh cardboard under it when I got back, so I can see if it's still leaking any oil. So tomorrow I should know. I'll see you tomorrow for tomorrow's 15 minutes. All right, on the 15 minutes exercise today, and I do have an update for you on the Loyale. Is it still leaking oil? It's still leaking. I found a few drops under it this morning after it sat overnight, And I'm not sure if it's leaking from the rear main seal still, or if it's leaking from somewhere else, or if it's leaking any more or less than before. Only time will tell with that. However, I wish it wasn't leaking any. That would be optimal. I might crawl under there and figure out where exactly it's leaking from. If it is the rear main seal, it's hard when everything is still covered in oil, though. Went to work today. Was pretty productive. Just got home and hey, we're doing a daytime walk today. How about that? I need to go to the exhaust shop to get the exhaust pulled down from the underside of the Subaru, and I also need to get the tires mounted on the new wheels. I'm super excited for those wheels. They're gonna look so good. That's it. See you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. It is currently 24 degrees out and 11 o'clock p.m. Time's okay. It's a Friday, but man, is it chilly. That's Fahrenheit, of course. So well below freezing. I wanted to talk about today's video and how poorly it's being received, I guess. It's got like 10 to 15 views right now, and I think that's twofold. I think that's because it's not my usual stuff. It's my 2025 goals, not like working on a car or going on an adventure. And I accidentally uploaded it at midnight instead of 3 p.m. because YouTube doesn't let you set a default upload time. I also wanted to throw around the idea of doing this as a live stream instead of a short, though I'm not really sure my channel has enough size for that yet. But if I get a lot of comments in wherever you leave comments, then I might consider doing that. Next week's video should be a return to more normal stuff. See you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. I was actually undressed in bed, just about to go to sleep, when I looked at my watch and saw I had not made my goals for the day. And so I'm out here doing 15 minutes exercise. I got dressed and it's 25 degrees right now. Tomorrow we might be going camping in this weather, so that'll be exciting. I'll definitely be putting my one sleeping bag inside of the other sleeping bag if we do that. Today I worked on Home Assistant quite a bit. I got some of the routines repaired, fixed some bugs. And I also, not bugs in the Home Assistant software, bugs in my Home Assistant automations. And I also fixed some stuff with how the bedtime routines work. Basically, when I set my phone on my charging shelf, it'll automatically turn off some lights, start up my playlist, that sort of stuff. Oh, it was a good day. Hopefully, we get out there and go camping tomorrow and have a good time. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today it is actually daylight out. Today we are out finding some geocaches, so I'm just getting in my exercise as we go. That's really all the plans we've got today. I don't think we're going to end up going camping today, but I think I might get some more work done on the Subaru, so that'll probably be this Friday's video. It is just beautiful up here. And we brought out the Loyale because it's working pretty well right now. It's still leaking a little bit of oil, like I said, but overall, it's working pretty well. I got the clutch dialed in today pretty well. It's pretty close at least. Yeah. All right, with that, I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. Today, I went to the exhaust shop in the Loyale. They fixed an exhaust hanger, but the clunk I was hearing isn't fixed. I also ordered some parts for it, like the exhaust flanges that I need. Tomorrow I need to pull off the lower control arms and pull off all the wheels and have the new tires, or the old tires swapped to the new wheels. And then that'll be that video. I'm really cutting this one close. I'm not going to have it done until maybe Wednesday night at the earliest, Thursday night at the latest. And if you don't know, it's got to go up on Friday. So there's that. Today, I also finally found, stumbled across a storage solution that I really like the looks of. And it's all 3D printable, so I was just able to get started on that right away, but that required a little bit of tinkering, replacing the nozzle in the 3D printer. It's always the nozzle. Why does the nozzle cause so many issues? But yeah, I had to do that, but it was very productive. I fixed a few Home Assistant routines, and I just kind of generally relaxed a little bit. It's been really nice to have this 3-day weekend mostly to myself with not a lot of high stress stuff going on. And you might notice here, this one's a little longer than usual. It's because I discovered that shorts could be 3 minutes. I'm on a really outdated version of YouTube Revanced. Is that enough of mind vomit for this video? I'm not sure. I'm stressing about this Friday's video, getting it up on time, getting it finished on time, but I've always been able to do it so far. It's not going to be any different today, or this week, I mean. Oh. Well, one more thing before I let you go. After this car passes, I figured out what was wrong with my image server. It was my bandwidth. Comcast at my location, they'll let you go up to 1200 down. That's megabit. So over a gigabit, but you can only go up to 40 megabit up. And that's only at the 1200 down tier. I don't need 1200 down. It's just Leah and I there. I pay for 300 and that gets me 20 up. And that is why videos have not been playing very well outside of the network. It seems obvious now, but I didn't figure it out. Image, for those who don't know, is like a Google Photos, but I host it myself in my house, and it's really freaking awesome. But yeah, there is settings, so I can say, hey, if you upload a video that's over, say, 20 megabits per second in bit rate, then transcode that down to 20 megabits so it'll play smoothly. Oh man, maybe the 3-minute limit's not good for me. I really rambled on this one, but it's not like many people watch these anyways. And I am approaching my 3 minutes, so I will see you tomorrow. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. It's a little busy out today, so I guess the sound's going to be a little weird. But today I got the lower ball joints on the Subaru replaced, as well as the exhaust manifold gaskets. That's what I've been spending the last few hours doing. It honestly wasn't too bad. You're going to see that in this Friday's video. Tomorrow, I need to go to the tire shop and have the tires moved over to the cool new wheels I've got for it. I don't think I've shown those yet. I think this video might be the first time. I'm super excited for those. I'm super excited to see them on the car. They're alloys and they are GL wheels. And so they originally came on an older Subaru, and they might have been some sort of option on this one, but they're really rare, and these ones are in really good condition. I paid like $300 for them on Facebook Marketplace, but I'm thinking it's going to be worth it. And then I'm going to put some winter tires on the Steelies and get a set of chains, and then this thing will be unstoppable in the snow. Man, maybe if I get everything tied down with it, I'll be able to look into getting a lunchbox locker in the rear. That's a locker that automatically locks when it gets power. And since the Subaru is normally front-wheel drive, that's fine to have in the rear, because once you put it in 4-wheel drive, you're going to be on gravel already anyways, so it's fine if the rear is locked while it's getting power. Oh man, the rest of my night, it's 7:30 now. I'm going to have an hour or so to relax, but I got to really make sure to be bed on time because I need to get up and get into the tire shop. The tire shop I like to use, they're freaking great. It's Judd Lee's in Spokane, but they don't take appointments or anything, so it's just first come, first serve. So if you show up there first thing in the morning, you can be in and out. But if you're delayed, it could be a problem. Oh, I guess that's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow for tomorrow's 15 minutes exercise. Bye-bye. To today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, it is below 20. What is it? 12, I guess it's only 23. That's nice and warm, right? But today is a good day. I got the Subaru Loyale video edited. That's going up this coming Friday. And I think it actually turned out really good. I wasn't sure it would. It's a bunch of different stuff to do with the car, like the positive battery terminal, the lower ball joints, the, what else? The exhaust flange stuff, going to the exhaust shop, the new wheels, all that stuff. But actually, because everything's related to the Loyale, I think the video actually came together really well, and I actually like it a lot. Oh, and spoilers, if I haven't spoiled enough already, the new wheels that I'm super excited for, they do not fit. The issue is that the studs are not long enough, so you can't get enough threads with the lug nut, and that, of course, is really unsafe. And so the tire shop that I like to go to, they did swap over the tires, only to then figure that out. Then they had to swap the tires back. Unfortunately, it was kind of both of our mistakes, so they only charged me for swapping the tires once, which I think is completely fair, if not a little extra fair, because it kind of is my bad. But there is solutions for this. Nissan has the same threading on their studs, and so I could get some Nissan Nismo extended studs, but I also think later model Subarus use the exact same studs, and so I could just get some of those. That'd be a lot cheaper and easier. Whew, my thumb's going numb. It's a little chilly. But either way, we are going to get that figured out. Unfortunately, just not in Friday's video. I am really bummed about that. I was really excited to see those wheels in the car. Whew. All day I've been working on a 3D printing project. I think I mentioned it earlier in one of these shorts. It's an organization system for my office. There's these bins, they kind of lock together, and it's all modular, and I'm really excited about that. It's looking to be really cool, and it's going together really well. But I've been keeping my printer going 24/7 with that. But I'm really excited for it. It'll be really cool once it's done. And I'm at my turnaround spot. Time to go home. I guess that's all I've got for you today. I'll see you tomorrow for tomorrow's 15 minutes exercise. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might notice that the environment is a little bit different behind me. It's a little more urban. That's because I'm in town picking up the wheel studs for the Subaru Loyale, the longer extended ones that should let us fit those super cool wheels. I also have a stud presser on order, so that should be in, and we should be able to more easily press those in. Not used to filming in public. People probably think I'm going to do something inappropriate. People filming in public are almost never up to any good. Yes, but we got those in. It's getting kind of late today, so I'll probably get those installed tomorrow or Saturday. And then we'll have to go back to the tire shop and get the wheels put on. I am super looking forward to that. I'm hoping that this is just as easy as the solution is. I'm hoping it is this easy. Though, now that I'm thinking about it, there's drum brakes on the rear. That could complicate things. I have zero experience with drum brakes. What else today? I'm still working on that 3D printing project. The printer is giving me troubles. It's still unfortunate that a 3D printer has to really be a hobby. It can't just be a set and forget. That said, it does work more reliable than a lot of 2D printers that I've had to work with. Stumbling over my own words today. The Subaru is driving great. And by great, I mean slightly better than before, but I know it's not going to fall apart. At least I hope. I am excited for tomorrow's video. I mentioned it yesterday, but I think it's a good one. I think it really came together pretty well, even though I didn't get those wheels on. Just all the different stuff. It's kind of chaotic. There's like 5 to 6 cold starts in there, the Subaru, which, I mean, that never hurts, right? The thing actually sounds pretty good in my opinion. It is. What temperature is it? It is a brisk 28 degrees. That's actually toasty. Yesterday, I think it was 22. So we're nice and warm today. I'm actually feeling good. I might go on a longer walk and do some Pokemon Going or something. I've also applied for the beta of Walkscape, which is a walking RPG type thing. So if I get into that, I might like it more. I've never been into Pokemon. I just kind of like Pokemon Go because it gets me outside. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You'll remember yesterday I was in town picking up some wheel studs for the Subaru Loyale. Well, today I put them in. It only took me about an hour to do all 16 of them. It was actually kind of fun. You just impacted a few things off, ugga dugga dugga, and then hammered on the wheel studs for a bit until they came out, and then ugga dugga dugga them back in, and then ugga dugga everything back together. It was actually pretty fun. So now that that's done, the wheel studs are now long enough for the new super cool looking wheels. And so tomorrow, that is exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going and getting those tires swapped back over again. Whew. And oh man, this is a brisk 20 degrees out today. Not as cold as it has been, but pretty chilly. I've been looking into, now that I'm able to put those wheels on, I've been looking into the next steps for this car. I just like the thing so much. I want to be able to use it more. That was one of my goals for this year, is to use it more. And they still actually make what's known as a lunchbox locker or an auto locker, which essentially locks under acceleration. So it's bad to have if you're driving something, like if I put it in the front of the Subaru, because it's normally front wheel drive, that'd be bad. But because the rear wheels are not usually powered, it'll never be locked unless you're in four-wheel drive. So I've been looking at that. It's about $430, and there's a pretty decent video on how to install it. And then I've also been looking at the EJ swap, because I don't really know how much I slowed down the oil leak by pulling the engine. It's still dribbling quite a bit. I think I'd have to replace just about every gasket on the thing, which in hindsight, when I had the engine out, I probably should have done some more of the gaskets, especially stuff like the valve covers. Probably some other things as well, but I didn't. So I don't know. It looks like it's going to be pretty involved, especially, of course, the wiring. But as far as wiring goes, I'm halfway decent at it. So if I find the diagrams, I could probably get it done. But I think I'm going to drive it with the EA until it dies. And even then, I might just throw another EA in there. EA is the engine code. That's just what it has in it right now. And it's anemic, but it's kind of fun. And it sounds cool. Oh, that's enough of me rambling about the Loyale, I guess. I do just love that car. So I guess I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. It is past midnight at this point, but I'm still counting it because I haven't gone to bed yet. Oh, it is a brisk 19 degrees out, and my heated gloves ran out of batteries, so my hands are going to be a little bit chilly, so I'm going to try and make this a little quick. Last night, I got those studs pressed into the Subaru, and today I got the new wheels on, and there was a little bit of a complication. The cotter pin in the wheel hub that keeps the castle nut from backing off, it was in the way, but I just bent it in a different direction, and the caps went on, and they look really good. I haven't edited it yet, but I'm hoping that I got some good drone footage and footage with the 360 camera. We'll have to see. Oh, man, it is cold, but it is really quiet, and I love late night walks. It's just so quiet and peaceful. Back when I lived in Cheney, going to Eastern Washington University, I would often make late night, midnight, 1 a.m. walks to the grocery store. It was about a mile each way, and I'd grab myself a candy bar there, and that was kind of my thing. It was very, very clearing of the mind. It was a good time. Kind of reminds me of that. But I can't really get to a grocery store in a reasonable amount of time. It's like 2.5, 3 miles each way. Oh, what am I going to do tomorrow since I have Friday's video filmed already? I think this Friday's video is going to be the Subaru wheels, but I think next Friday's is going to be camping. I don't know if I'm going to take the Subaru because it's going to be way less capable in the snow because it just has all seasons on it. But if I can get some chains for it, then we might take it. But yeah, not this Friday, but the one after might be a camping video, and it's going to be cold. But tomorrow, since I don't need to do anything, I might edit the video. Still working on that 3D printing project. I had a setback, but I should still be able to do some stuff with it. And I might also do some stuff with my servers. I need to get some, I have an old laptop running Plex because that's video. It's basically your own personal Netflix. This old laptop has a GPU for video transcoding. So that's why I'm using it, but it's still running Windows, so I really need to get that moved over to Linux so it's more reliable. So maybe I'll work on that tomorrow. I guess that's all I've got. My hand's freezing from not having a glove on it. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I'm here with Leah. We're going to do a little bit of Pokemon Go. And it's just warm enough out. It's 34 degrees, which is just balmy. So we're going to go get some ice cream at a shop that's about a mile away from our house. They have pretty good ice cream we found. Today I haven't been all that productive. I played some Timberborn. That's most of what I did. And I've also been working on that 3D printing project still. I actually worked on modifying some of the files today myself for my own uses, such as making a template so I can punch the holes in the desk so I can actually mount the thing properly to the desk. I don't know if I mentioned, but this is a drawer project. It's going to make a bunch of different drawers for me to hold various things in my office. And on the first time, I had a lot of issues mounting it to the bottom of my desk with screws, partially because I suck at using a drill, even though I have considerable experience. But I mean, I don't know, I guess overcome my deficiencies with over-engineered solutions that are 3D printed, right? Well, we're gonna catch a few Pokemon and then I guess go home. I might get to around to my server stuff tonight, but I'm kind of thinking it's unlikely at this point. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I should be in bed, but I got sucked into Timberborn. And since it's so late, it is currently 20 degrees out, so I am bundled the heck up. Today, like I said, I mainly just went to work and played Timberborn. I should have edited the video, but I'll have to do that tomorrow. Timberborn's a sort of city management game where you manage a city of beavers. I like it a lot. The question I'm posing today is, I don't know if I'd thought about this yet. I got done with the Subaru pretty much. I think I'm just going to pretty much drive it for now. I'm not sure the oil leak is fixed at all, but I've kind of given up on that. I'm just going to get an EJ eventually, or a new engine for that matter. So what is next? The obvious answer is I need to get the Crown Vic into the shop. So there will probably be a video on that at some point, but due to the way that shops work, it's probably going to take more than a week to produce. So I think while the Crown Vic is in the shop, I need to be working on the Volvo. I need to drop the subframe in the front so I can get to the power steering and fix that leak. And the sunroof, it doesn't really work, and neither does the passenger window. And I also still need to get Volvo Dice or Vita or whatever set up. It's a software that lets you see all the computers. It has like 30, no, not 30, but it has a bunch of computers in it. Like it has a computer in each door for the window motor. And without Volvo's software, which they did not release publicly, the community has scrounged it together to get it working. Thank God. But without that software, you really can't know what's going on. Like an OBD2 just doesn't give you enough information. And I tried before, but I got scammed by a listing on eBay that said or what did they say? I forget. They said something like it was similar to Volvo Vita Dice. And it's like, why would you list that in there and put it in a case that looks like that if you aren't trying to scam people? They got really rude with me. There's a whole video about that. It's kind of exciting. But yeah, I think the Volvo's got to be next. I got to get the Crown Vic into the shop and then work on the Volvo. It's going to be weird working on that thing again. It's just been kind of reliable for the past year or so. Well, that's all I've got. I guess I will see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. I've found one of the neighbor cats. He's very friendly, but I better leave him here and get walking. He's coming with. At least for a little bit. That's an unconventional start. Not good for retention, I'm assuming. But I wanted to talk about Friday's video. I finished editing it today, and it came together a lot nicer than I thought it would. I mean, all it is, spoilers, is just putting the wheels on the Subaru and getting that going. That's all it is. But somehow it came to be about 10.5 minutes, which is a good length for something like that, I guess. And somehow it doesn't manage to be uninteresting. It manages to be interesting, at least to me. I mean, one of the things I go by when making videos is that if when I watch it for the last time, like the final cut, if I'm bored, something needs to be cut. That part that I'm bored at, it's got to go. And so this one, I mean, I didn't really get bored, and it's 10.5 minutes. So I think it's pretty good. I'm just really enjoying the Loyale right now. The new wheels, they look great, as you're going to see on Friday. I think it's actually just about time to shelve it and get the Crown Vic into the shop like I've been needing to do since the Gambler last summer. And after that, I'll be working on the Volvo, and then I'll also need to get the Oldsmobile into the shop. And then after I'm done with the Volvo, I might need to take the Shadow to the shop or work on it at home myself. The Honda Shadow, that's my little motorcycle. It needs to be done by summer. That's one of my goals for this year. No, I'm just so stoked on the Loyale. It's still not perfect, of course. The climate controls are still a bit finicky. And by finicky, I mean sometimes they just won't switch to defrost, which is an issue for a car that's all-wheel drive and that I want to use in the winter. But currently I have no solution to that. I think it's the button box, and I really haven't found a solution for when the button box goes bad. I'll have to do a little more research on that, but for now it works usually, and I'm not driving the car long distances, so it's okay. Oh, I am just really stoked on that car. I have been gathering mental resources for the EJ swap, as I mentioned in a previous short. It's going to be a lot of work. Man, I guess with that, that's all I've got to say today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing you on Friday when that video comes out. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 15 minutes exercise today. First, I wanted to start off by saying, hey, if you watch these and enjoy them and catch every one or whatever, leave a comment down below. I don't actually get any comments on these, but they get a few views, and I'm just curious myself. I'm making these videos for myself, obviously, and I'm not going to stop. But I'm curious if someone watches them and if you got any suggestions to make them better. Like, an idea I've been throwing around is I'm into flashlights. And yes, that is a hobby. But I could bring like a different flashlight, since I usually do these at night. I could bring a different flashlight with me every day and kind of go over why it's special to me and why it's unique. But yeah, if you have any ideas like that, leave them down below. And this kind of sounds like me trying to shamelessly drive engagement, and I don't really care about engagement on these shorts. I mean, look at the quality, right? I'm just curious for myself. Anyways, that out of the way. Speaking of engagement, everyone's probably stopped watching by now. But what did I do today? It was an exhausting day at work. I just been learning a lot of new stuff. That's always mentally taxing. So I got home and just vegged out. The video is done for Friday. It's the Subaru wheels video. Like I mentioned yesterday, I'm super excited for that. I think it turned out really good, not to toot my own horn. And then I don't know what I'm going to do next week. I kind of want to get out camping. It's just so freezing right now, but of course that's part of the fun. But yeah, I kind of want to get out camping, but I don't know that I can take the Subaru because it's too snowy generally. I don't have chains for it yet. And so I could take the Volvo and just do that. But that's, that's kind of what we did last time. And there's even less of a goal this time because I really just can't get to any more watchtowers this winter. I mean, so I don't know. And something that's definitely not going to be next week's video is the Crown Vic, but I do need to get out there and work on it. It just needs the skid plate removed or something so I can actually drive it because it's dragging right now. And I also need to make sure it has enough transmission fluid to move under its own power in the only gear that it has, second gear. Yeah, I can't believe I've let that thing sit for however long it's been, like 6 months. I've only gotten to use the brand new tires like twice. Though the Volvo kind of does everything that thing does, but better. I'm tempted to just sell it once it's fixed, but I don't know. Decisions. Then again, I also have two all-wheel drive wagons, the Subaru and the Volvo, so technically the Subaru's four-wheel drive, so it's different. But I guess my rationalization for that is the Volvo's the reliable, practical one, and the Subaru's kind of my older, maybe less reliable, but I like it a lot more one. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'll keep you updated on what that video ends up being, but I haven't decided yet. But this week, it's wheels on the Subaru. I'm super excited. See you next week. Or tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and I'm going to crack open a cold one as we walk here. And by a cold one, I mean a grapefruit seltzer, because it is still dry January. Oh, what did I do today? I worked, and I thought about some car stuff. Oh, actually, my friend recently bought a Mercedes S500, a 2002, and of course, those are not exactly the most reliable things, and he bought it yesterday. And, well, the air suspension had a known issue, but it became a real issue today, so that's been fun for him. Oh. And I've been thinking about the Crown Vic. I need to get out there and crawl under it and that sort of thing. But what I actually did today was get 10 gig networking in from my NAS to my computer, which is freaking sweet. And actually, it's currently only running at 3.3 gigs because in all of Gigabyte's wisdom, the manufacturers of my motherboard, they put the two fast slots right next to each other, so the GPU blocks the other one. So I can't plug the 10 gig network card into the fast slot. So I've bought a sketchy riser, basically an extension cable for one of the slots that may or may not work. It's going to be here, I think, tomorrow or something. And actually, a fun fact about this channel, I've seen other creators regret doing this when they started, and I'm tech-oriented enough to be able to do it from the get-go. But I have a NAS that has all of the footage, raw footage, that I've ever taken for this channel. And it's about, I think, 10 terabytes at this point. And it's just sitting out in my shop. It's a really fun project that I've been doing, and this to upgrade to 10 gig networking will just help me to copy the projects, because I edit locally on my computer, because the projects range from about 200 gigs to a terabyte, depending on the week. And then I just copy them all over to the NAS for backup. And so 10 gig will just let me do that in minutes rather than like a half hour to an hour. So I'm really excited for that. But not yet, at least. I just got 3.3 gig for now. Well, thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. It's a little breezy and stormy out tonight. I don't know if you can hear that. First, I wanted to start off by saying today's video is not performing all that well, which is fine. I don't stress over the metrics too much, but I thought it was a really good one. So if you haven't seen it, go watch it. I get some cool new wheels onto my old Subaru Loyale, which involves a lot more work than you might think. I really enjoyed putting that video together, and I enjoyed editing it, and I thought it came out pretty good. But yeah, go watch that. As for what I've been up to today, I obviously went to work, came home. I've been working on my networking stuff. I'm still waiting on a sketchy cable for my setup, but I was able to get Leah hooked up with 10 gigabit, though it was only running at about 8 gigabit because the cable was too long, so a new cable is on order. It has to be a flat style one instead of the normal style that I can terminate myself, because it's going through her window, actually, so the joys of living in a rental. But that'll be really cool, and hopefully I can get it working on mine as well with the sketchy riser thing. Oh, it's actually really warm out today. It's 43 degrees. It's Fahrenheit, of course. This is America. But yeah, it's actually really warm out. It's 43 degrees, so I'm just wearing a sweatshirt and a beanie, no gloves. And I'm more than comfortable. A lot warmer than it's when it's been, you know, in the teens or 20s. Past a couple of weeks or something. I still don't know what next week's video is going to be. It might have to end up being the 2024 recap or something. I don't know. I kind of want to go camping tomorrow, but I just don't know what I'd do. It's like, I don't think that making a camping video without a goal is really entertaining. Like my watchtowers are really good for that. I don't like going camping without a goal, for that matter. That's where the watchtowers things come from, but then they also ended up making really good stories for the videos. Like, okay, we're going to get to this many watchtowers today. That's the goal. We'll see what we can do. Without a goal, like, oh, the goal is to go camp. I mean, yeah, that's not really there's not really a story there. It's like, yeah, I could go camp too. The watchtowers make it interesting. So I don't know. I kind of want to go camping, but yeah, I just don't know what I'd do. I have actually been looking at snowmobiles, so that would let me get to watchtowers in the winter. That could be interesting. It looks like I'm running out of time here. If anyone's still watching, I'll catch you tomorrow. Go watch today's video. It's a good one. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. It might look a little different than normal because, well, I am on a bike. It is the 1st of February today, and so I thought I'd ride my bike over to the grocery store and grab a 6-pack to commemorate the end of dry January. So that's what I'm doing. Today I've been working on permission stuff on my Linux server. Permissions are always confusing, of course, so that has been a struggle, but I have been getting it done. Making a lot of progress. I understand it a lot better now. I also got the cable I need to get Leah's computer hooked up with full 10 gig. So that should be cool. And my cable will be coming in on Tuesday that I need. Oh, man, I haven't biked in a bit. That's kind of why I wanted to go, but man, I am not. My body is not used to it. What's great is that on this road, there's no bike lane or anything. There's a whole row of parking for cars that no one ever parks in, but there's no bike lane. So yeah, tonight I'm gonna finish up that permissions thing. I still haven't got a clue what next Friday's video is gonna be. Speaking of videos, if you made it this far, go check out the video I published yesterday. I really liked it a lot, but it's not getting a lot of attention. It's just me putting some new wheels on a old Subaru, but it was a good time. And the end result, of course, was great. I'm talking a little less than normal because this is a lot more strenuous than walking, eh? Yeah, I think on that note, I'll let you go and keep on pedaling. I'm actually overachieving today. This is a lot more than 15 minutes exercise. It'll probably be about a half hour and more strenuous, but the goal of this wasn't to necessarily get in shape. It was just to be a little more active. But when combined with the no fast food goal and the no junk food in the house goal, you start pedaling. There's someone behind me in the roundabout. It might result in both. So yeah. All right. That's it. I gotta keep my wits about me. I'm bicycling in the United States of America. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Go check out yesterday's video. It was a good one. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and I've decided on what Friday's video is going to be. I mean, it is going to be the 2024 recap. And if that doesn't sound interesting, well, it's going to be. Even if you've already watched all the videos, I think it's going to be really interesting, really to look back on it. Like, I can't believe I've just started working on it today, and I can't believe what I got up to. I sold the Outback last year. That's a car I bought from salvage auction and rebuild. I got the Volvo inspected and took it on countless trips and road trips and such. So yeah, that's the video that's going to go up Friday. I must edit it all over the week, and I think it's going to take every single night I have this week to get it together, because it's going to be a lot to sift through and edit and try and cut down as much as I can. But hey, it's going to be worth it. I don't know if you can hear those dogs. That is obnoxious. And hey, also look at, it's a little bit of a winter wonderland out here, and I mean that very loosely. It, like, I got a dusting. I love snow, if you didn't know. And I'm also a poet, and I didn't know it. But yeah, I like the snow. It's but this is kind of pathetic. They're actually getting more over on the west side of the mountains in like the Seattle, Olympia area of Washington right now. I say those cities because that's what people know. What I actually mean is Chehalis, Washington, which is where my family's from. And that's where I'm getting updates from my family. They're texting me. But yeah, they're getting some snow over there, some serious snow. But yeah, for Friday's video, I spent about an hour and a half or two out in the shop today, recording what I hope, but probably is not all of the, A-roll, I guess it is, like all of me talking. And, also as of last year, this video is not going to get a lot of views. I think it's going to be great, and if you're watching this far into one of my shorts, you should probably go check it out, but no one wants to watch a, 1.5, oh god, I hope I can keep it down to 1.5, but no one wants to watch a video that's that long, from stuff that's just, I don't want to say recycled, but, it's stuff that's been up before. And these are important to me, though, because I want to be able to look back on them and say, oh, hey, here is what I did in 2024. And then I can also skip past the boring stuff, because this video is going to have all the boring stuff edited out and all the exciting stuff left in, hopefully. That's all the time I got. I will see you tomorrow and hopefully on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I'm excited for today's walk actually, because we've been just getting a dusting of snow, as you can kind of see behind me here, and I love the snow, and it's so quiet and peaceful out right now just because it dampens all the noise, even though it's just a dusting, especially all the road noise. And I don't think these little shorts are going to be all that interesting for the rest of the week here. Because they are just going to be, oh, hey, today I worked on Friday's video, which I did decide what that's going to be, and it's the 2024 recap. And so that takes a lot of work in editing, and so that's all I'm going to be doing this week. Oh, it's Chile. So yeah, I spent time on that. It's hard because all the footage is on my NAS, my network attached storage, which is hard drives, and editing off hard drives does not go all that well. But I can't put it on a solid state because I have nowhere near enough storage for that. So I just have to spend a lot of time waiting for it to generate optimized media for some stuff, as well as just load and deal with some bugs that come from editing off hard drives over the network and that sort of thing. So it's just taken a while. But it's satisfying. It's one of the things I like about this, and why I've kept doing it for, over a year now, a year and a couple of months, is because you got to put together a story in the edit, and that's fun. If you watched anyone talk about editing before, that's not a hot take or anything, but it is part of the fun. And so putting together a larger story over the course of an entire year is a huge challenge, because you're putting together a lot of disjointed clips. But it's also fun because it's like, oh, if I cut this out and maybe rearrange these things, it might not be in perfect chronological order. Like I did this on Tuesday and I did this on Friday, and then put the Friday one first, but hey, it tells a better story. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's an interesting little challenge. I did try to record all the voiceover last night. So far that's going okay. I'm not entirely happy with it, but I don't have the time to re-record it. such is life with weekly releases and the fact that this is not my full-time job. Well, I'm gonna keep enjoying the snow out here, and I will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh boy, it's a little stormy today. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. It is snowing sideways at the moment, which I enjoy because I'm weird, but it does make for a little bit of a chilly walk. Oh, what did I do today? Well, if you watched yesterday's short, then you'll know that I edited Friday's video. I think I'm up to like April now. We went camping like 4 times in April, so that section of the video has been taking a long time to edit. Oh my god, it is windy. And so if you didn't catch it yesterday, Friday's video is, oh my goodness, it is windy. Friday's video is a recap of 2024. So I'm going to take clips out of all the videos, all the highlights, all that stuff, put it all into one, and we'll put it together. And it's been interesting really going back through. I don't remember if I mentioned this yesterday, but it's been interesting because I think the first video of 2024 was only like my 8th video I'd ever made as part of this weekly content stuff. And so like I didn't cut stuff near as fast. Like I didn't cut out stuff like that where I paused while talking. I don't do that here because I don't edit these, because these are lazily made and just a motivation for me to get out and walk. But when I do edit these days, I try to cut out all of the pauses. That's kind of ironic. Oh, man, it is busy out here considering the weather. Man, I wish I were in a car right now. It'd be nice and cozy. Oh. Speaking of the 15 minutes exercise goal, so one of my 2025 goals is to do that every day. So far, since I started about 11 days late, so far so good. But another goal is to not have any pre-processed junk in the house. And man, today I really want some pretzel M&Ms, and I've been holding out. But, you know, it's like now I don't really have any quick and easy to grab treat like I did before, like chocolate. There's nothing else like it, you know? So I'm not exactly sure what to do about that at this point. Maybe I should go get some dark chocolate as a bit of a compromise. Little healthier. Oh, man, the wind in Spokane, or at least where I am, always blows towards the west. And so that means I'm walking into the wind right now. And on my way home, we'll be walking out of it, which will be much nicer. All right, that's all I got. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm pivoting, and I don't mean like pivot. Well, I just did pivot, but I'm pivoting on Friday's video. If you've been watching these, keeping up with the shorts, you know that the day after tomorrow, I was going to release a video on the 2024 recap. Now, that's not going to happen. I have 12 terabytes of footage from 2024. I thought I could edit that with my existing computer. I cannot. I don't have enough RAM. I don't have enough GPU. I don't have enough solid state storage. It's just not going to happen. My computer's a beast. It has a 3080 Ti. It's great at editing like normal videos. Like hour-long videos, it's fine. But editing 12 terabytes of footage down is just not fine. And so I'm pivoting. We're doing more of a talking head video with some highlights from 2024. I don't know if I'm going to have it done by Friday. I'm going to try. I do have backups. Like backups for my footage, but also I have backups for like if I can't release a video, I can throw something up. But I don't want to fall back to those. I was saving those for later. So we'll see if I can get this video together and put it out, or if I have to fall back to one of those. Yeah, so that's how the 2024 recap video is coming out. It might not even be out this Friday. It might be next Friday. And this Friday might be one of the backup videos that I have stored, because my goal really is just to release a video every Friday. It doesn't necessarily have to be recorded the past week. Oh, I love these conditions. Where's the sidewalk, though? I think there's one here. uh, so today I actually drove away all to town in these conditions. It was really fun, and grabbed a 6-pack so I could record the video with a beverage or two. Just get the vibes right, you know? And the vibes, I think, are right. It started off, you know, the cold open, starting the Subaru in the cold, which is, I guess, quite literally a cold open, but also sounds incredible. I haven't edited any of this yet. I'm probably gonna stay up late tonight and late tomorrow night trying to get this together, which is fun, but also kind of. And then if I don't finish it, it's all time not wasted, but I could have distributed it better. Sometimes I don't have a plan. This is one of those weeks, and well, it's coming to bite me. And I just want to go play in the snow, man. I just want to go play in the snow. I guess that's all I got this week. It was extra rambly, but I'm a little frazzled. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you catch Friday's video, see if I made it or not. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and we still have lots and lots of snow. I am absolutely loving it. And to go with this cold weather, we are going to be cracking a cold one tonight. Oh, or at least trying to. It's hard with gloves on. And the reason for that is we are celebrating because I managed to finish the 2024 recap video. I finished it about 10 minutes ago at 10:30 at night. I've got to work tomorrow, so it needs to be uploaded before I go to bed, or at least started before I go to bed, and then I can do the other stuff tomorrow. But yeah, that was a close one. This was the third time I'd actually recorded this video. I just wasn't happy with it every time. The first time was, what was wrong with the first time? Oh, my computer could not handle the files. I think I talked about that yesterday. And I just couldn't edit it. I was going to make like an 1.5-hour compilation, kind of. And so instead I pivoted and I did sort of like an hour-long video where I kind of just talk about the clips. So yeah, that's what I did. I actually first recorded it and I was like, this is way too fast. It only took me like a half hour to go through all the videos. And so then that's where the third time comes in. I recorded it a third time and just talked about all the videos. And I actually, in the edit, figured out that I could put the intro from each video at the beginning of when I start talking about it. And that kind of provides a, like, here's what happened. And I think that actually worked out pretty good. But I am looking on feedback as to how I could improve that. So that video is going to be out tomorrow. And I think this is honestly the closest I've ever cut it with any video upload ever. Usually I have them done by Wednesday night. Man, it is just beautiful out here. Nice and quiet. It does look like they plowed the roads, so that's you know, no fun for me. But I got out there yesterday because I just recorded this yesterday night, and went and grabbed this here 6-pack that I'm drinking from and took the Subaru and got sideways. I actually did a full-on drift into the driveway. I was pretty proud of myself. It looks like I'm running out of time here, so I'll see you tomorrow with another 15 minutes exercise and for the 2024 recap video. Thanks so much for watching. Catch you then. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today I've got a question. Is there any other snow camping enthusiasts in the Spokane area that do it without like hiking or snowmobiling or something? I really do want to get a snowmobile, but well, it just isn't in the budget, let's say. And so I got to get to the places where I want to camp with a car, and just figuring out which places are going to be accessible with a car in the winter when there's snow on the ground is really difficult. Unless you know someone, of course, or you have a very capable vehicle, which I have a moderately capable vehicle. And as you can see behind me, it's still very, very snowy. I love it. So yeah, let me know. I'm really curious where the heck I should go. I'm trying to go camping soon. I want to take the Loyale because that's what I said I'd do, but it does not have good tires on it and the chains have not come in yet. So I might end up taking the Volvo instead. Such is life. Well, it's beautiful out here. Just hold the phone up higher when I do these, eh? See a little better. But yeah, as far as other stuff, today's video was the 2024 recap. And, well, it's not going well. I didn't expect it to. It's just, you know, if you've been keeping up with these shorts, you know how much work I put into it. So the fact that it's, you know, not doing well is disappointing, even if it was expected because of what it is. So that's fine. Hopefully we'll get out camping. I just need to go camping so I can freaking relax. And of course, I have actually been, the past 2 hours, I wanted to go to bed at 10, but I've just been scouring the map for any place that I think would work for camping for the past 2 hours. So that's why this is at 12:30 in the morning. I found a couple of spots that I think would be good if I had the chains for the Subaru or if I took the Volvo, but I don't know. It's just, you know, it's a gamble, and it's hard to gamble when you're out there on your own. No support crew, that sort of thing. Looks like we got a little bit of a dusting of snow today, right before I came out here. It's kind of pretty on the roads here. See, the road's a little white. I'll get finished with this walk here. I've actually been jogging a little bit lately because it's freaking chilly. Stay warm. See you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And by today, I mean yesterday, because, well, let me put you in the mindset of me yesterday. I was driving a Volvo XC70 miles into the wilderness in the snow, running back and forth from the Volvo to the camera to get 6 shots. And that was my 15 minutes of exercise. What I'm saying is that I was camping yesterday and I didn't have any service, so I couldn't make this video, but I was still getting in my steps because I was filming it, which means I have to set up the camera, run back to the Volvo, drive past it, run back and get my camera, then walk back to the Volvo. And so doing all of that was the exercise. As for where I was camping, I did find myself at a beautiful waterfall, which there was about 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground. The Volvo did excellent. It was just an incredible trip. I almost didn't get out because I just couldn't really find a spot that I thought was interesting enough, but I chose good with this spot. Oh, and it's still wintry here. What does it say it is right now? 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it feels like it. But if you're waiting for the video that I am making today, by today I mean yesterday, then it'll be out on Friday. And I am super excited for that one. It's always fun to get out and do that stuff. Though, me today, on the day that I'm filming this yesterday, I forgot my drone. I just got the thing fixed, but I also reorganized my camera bag, and all of my camera gear except for the drone was in that bag, and I forgot that the drone didn't fit. So there's no drone shots again, which I'm very disappointed about. Oh man, I don't know if you can hear the snow, but that just sounds like cold. It is always nice to get in your exercise doing something that's fun anyways, you know, walking around in the snow, filming a video, going camping. But I obviously wasn't doing that, which is why I started this series. And I am going to be making another video right after this, or I mean tomorrow, at which I'll be describing what I did today. I guess that's all I've got for today, which is actually yesterday. Are you confused yet? I'm not. I know what I'm talking about. But I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today it is a brisk 14 degrees out, and we've still got a bunch of snow on the ground here in Spokane. Just about as much as I slept in last night. I actually slept for 12 hours last night. I was sleeping next to a waterfall in snowy conditions, and just between the white noise and me being oh so cozy and not wanting to get back out in the cold, I slept for 12 hours. Oh, I was exhausted after editing last week's video. I was the 2024 recap where I went over every single video I made, and I just had a real heck of a time making that into a video. So I was stressed out, and that's the main reason I got out and got camping. I just needed to get out and relax, and boy, was I relaxed. It was nice. And so I actually got in my 15 minutes of exercise running back and forth from the Volvo to the camera to get shots. So I don't even really need to be doing this, but I didn't have service, so I couldn't actually make a short. And I've been trying to make a short for every day. And you'll also notice that a short was uploaded about 10 minutes ago or something for yesterday. That was definitely recorded yesterday, as I mentioned many times in the short. I just didn't have the time to post it. It totally wasn't recorded 10 minutes before this one on the same walk because I didn't have cell service while I was camping. I did think about recording the short. This is probably what I should have done and probably what I'll do in the future. I probably will record the short as I'm camping out of service, and then I will upload it when I get back to service. And that'll probably work a lot better, but I just completely didn't think to do it. So instead we got this. Dude, I drove for probably a good 50, 60 miles in the snow in the Volvo on untouched roads. It was so beautiful. If you want to catch that, that video is going to be up on Friday. I got to start editing it tomorrow. It is just so beautiful. God, what's not beautiful is how much my thumb is hurting right now. It's not covered in these gloves that I have. And it's 14 degrees out, as I mentioned. Holy crap. How did I sleep in this last night? I was in my car. I have a thick car camping sleeping bag that's rated down to freezing, and a mummy bag that's rated down to freezing. And then I have a sleeping pad that's rated, I think it's like R5 or something, so that's down to below freezing. And so I was on the pad inside of both sleeping bags, and I stayed nice and toasty. Oh man, that was an adventure. I can't wait for you all to see it. That's it for me right now, though. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And can anyone tell me why at the Tesla dealership, Teslas just sit over there with their emergency flashers on? I mean, I don't know what the emergency is, but it doesn't seem like there is anyone. But I could probably look it up. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll mention what the actual answer is in tomorrow's video. But I always see those guys sitting there flashing outside the dealership and at all hours of the night. It doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, today I've been editing while I went to work, and then I've been editing the video that's going to go up on Friday of me camping at that waterfall in the snow. And I've been really enjoying the edit on that. I have a little bit of a new workflow as well for my computer to play back any time lapses, any stuff that's sped up to like 200%, which if you watch my stuff, you know is quite frequent. I need to optimize the media so my computer can play it at thousands of frames per second. And, well, that's a really interruption in my workflow. It can take up to like 20 to 30 minutes to optimize the media. I just have to stop working, and I get out of the flow of editing. And so I figured out that while you can't select clips that have been sped up in DaVinci Resolve, you can select clips by color. So I've been coloring all of the time-lapse clips. Then I can select them at the end and optimize them all so I can go through and edit that all at once. All that means is that I can just do something else while they optimize because it's not in like 5 to 20 minute chunks, you know? And so tonight we actually went out and had a few drinks and got dinner at Trailbreaker Cider in Liberty Lake. And then I just got dropped off and I'm going to be walking home about a mile. So it's a good night. Oh man, and speaking of it being a good night, it is 18 degrees right now. And the low for tonight is 1 degree, 1 degree Fahrenheit. That's a chilly one. Oh, yeah, no, the video Friday, I'm excited for it. I was so excited that I started editing right after work. It's going to be a good one. There's a lot of pretty shots, and it's also not going to be all that long because there's not really much of a story, I guess, unfortunately. Like, there is one, but it's not all that in depth, like the Watchtower videos. It is chilly. I need to keep moving. There was something else I wanted to say, and I can't remember it. If you're still tuning in, then I appreciate that. What was that I was going to say? I might never find out. I am loving the snow here in Spokane. Well, I guess that's all I get. All I've got, I mean. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today wasn't all that interesting. I finished up some things on the video for Friday, like the chapters and the thumbnails. But man, I think that video is going to be a good one. I actually finished editing it yesterday after I got home from the walk. And man, it is still freaking beautiful and snowy and just a winter wonderland here in Spokane. I am loving it, though it is kind of inconvenient to nearly fall on the ice right there. But it's kind of inconvenient to have to bundle up in my warmest clothes every time I want to go do this. Today was one of those days when I forgot to do this until I was about to get into bed. And then I was like, I need to put some clothes back on because I almost forgot. It is cold out right now. It is 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Today's low was 1 degree. 7 degrees. That's crazy, man. I never grew up with these temperatures. I lived in Western Washington. It was a temperate rainforest. It got down around 30, maybe 20 in the winters. Nowhere near 0. My fingers holding this phone here are already tingling. No 2 takes on this one. And yes, I do sometimes do 2 takes, even though it might not look like it. Oh man, my mustache is already freezing as well. As some of you don't have facial hair. Walking around breathing, your breath condenses onto your mustache. Is that the right word? Condenses? I think so. Yeah, no, Friday's video is going to be a great one. Going to that waterfall. That was fun. I do have exciting news on the Subaru. If you made it this far into a random short, I ordered the parts for the locker. So we're going to be getting a locker installed into that thing at some point. And I also ordered tire chains. This Subaru is going to be freaking unstoppable in the snow. Or really in any season. I just don't know what I'm going to do for tires for it. I think I'm just going to leave the regular ones on the nice wheels, the all seasons. And then I might put like some mud terrain tires onto the Steelies. But I don't know. It's just, you can't get a very good variety. I want winter tires on one of them and just all seasons on the other, but you just can't do that. They don't make them. So I don't know. But I guess what I do know is that that's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow on tomorrow's 15 minutes exercise. God, it's cold out. Oh, see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I just relaxed. It was blissful. I just played Motortown Behind the Wheel, which is an excellent game if you're my kind of person, by the way. It's sort of a game where you can do everything. You can race, you can haul cargo, you can do some off-roading. It's a really good game, and I have been playing it quite a lot recently. And I've really been getting the hang of it. It's in early access. Some of the stuff is really confusing. And have I mentioned that it's still a beautiful snowy day out here today? We haven't really gotten any more snow. There's a car coming. I gotta run. We haven't really gotten any more snow, but we have. It has been very cold. It is currently 10 degrees out, and the low for today is 5, which is up 4 degrees from the past 2 days. Within the next week, though, it is going to get up into the 40s and all this snow is going to melt and I'm going to be sad. I also want to share that the Subaru's locker, my Subaru Loyale, its rear locker has arrived. I'm so excited. I've also ordered what I think is all of the supporting components that I'll need. The gear oil, the pinion shaft or whatever, the thing that the gears go around. They say you should replace that pin. Yo, that's an MR2. You definitely can't tell that was an MR2. Sweet. In the winter, nonetheless. But yeah, the little shaft they say you should replace, some little washer things. Oh, what else? I forget. I ordered everything today. Don't expect that video anytime soon, though, because I think some of the stuff had a week or two for shipping. And then I've also got to actually do the darn work. And I need to film some befores, of course, too. So you can actually see what the difference is. And I think the difference is going to be substantial. I'm stoked for that, though. That's going to be cool. It's fun to spend some money and time on that car. It's one of my favorites, but it's kind of taken a back seat. As for putting a lift in or anything, I think I'm just going to leave it stock. I don't think I would really benefit all that much from the added height with what I'm going to do. And it's just a lot of work, and it strains the already strained half shafts. I've already broken one of them, and I haven't lifted it, so if I lift it, that would just make them break faster, and they're impossible to find replacements for. So I think I'm going to leave it at stock height. The only other thing is the EJ swap when the EA gives up the current engine. Swap that bigger, newer engine into it. Well, I'm going to knock out the rest of this walk probably pretty quickly because I'm walking fast to stay warm. 10 degrees, baby. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and we are in the daylight today, and that's because I'm going to be going to trivia for the first time since December today. Oh my goodness, that is a brisk breeze. And today I'm going to be talking about these new boots that I've got on, which is a little unusual for the channel, and they are supposed to be grippy on ice because they're winter boots. And well, as you saw, I just about fell over right there. And they are really not doing the trick. I don't know how grippy they're supposed to be, but they don't really feel much more grippy than the tennis shoes I was using for these walks before. And obviously there's no way for me to test that without taking them out and, on a walk, unless I filled up the tub with ice. No, that doesn't work. So I'm kind of stuck with them unless I can clean them up and send them back to Helly Hansen. But, I don't know. It's like, is that morally okay? Because there's no way for me to test their performance on ice without taking them outside. But the return policy says that they must not be used. So I don't know. I might be taking it back. But the other thing that I wanted from boots was my feet were getting cold while I was camping. So maybe these will keep my feet warmer, at least if I'm stuck with them. But yeah, the ice performance I'm not impressed with. I actually based my decision off of a Tom Scott video, if you can believe it. He made a video a while ago on a company that tests shoes on ice. And they actually have a big old slab of ice that sits on a thing that can tilt. And they tilt it up until you lose grip. And these shoes weren't on that list, but Helly Hansen had a few really well-performing entries. And so I thought, it's probably a safe bet. These were on sale. I liked how they looked. But yeah, I don't know if I want to be keeping them. So yeah, I'm disappointed with that for sure. I will step aside here and stand in the snow for a little bit and see if my feet get cold, though. I'll be right back. Well, I've stood here in the snow for quite a bit now, and I couldn't really tell you that I was standing on the snow other than the snow that touched the canvas in the top. Based on the sole alone, my foot would not have been able to know. Obviously, it's not a very good test compared to actually going snow camping, so I'll have to see if they actually work out for that, if I end up keeping them. But yeah, let me do one last little ice test here. So yeah, there's a big old chunk of ice back there by the crosswalk, and just no traction at all. So I don't know how much of that is expected. I know that like car tires, shoes, you can get different rubber compounds, and that's what I was hoping to go for here, but it doesn't seem like it's worked out for me. I guess that's all I got for this day for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to another 15 minutes of exercise, and man, it is nice and quiet out tonight between the more fresh snow that we got and the fact that it is 11:40 at night. It is nice and quiet out tonight. Yeah, we got a little bit more snow. I'm super stoked about it. Unfortunately, it is all going to be melting within the next week. I need to move somewhere that gets a little more snow, but then I'm not in a city, you know? There are a few cities that get more snow than here, but, you know, not too much. And they're, you know, not this city, Spokane, which I do like it here. If you watched yesterday's shorts, you'll know that I got new boots. I am not wearing those today because I tested them side by side. And, well, the new boots were as bad as or worse than these tennis shoes that I'm wearing right now. And so there's not really any point in wearing those if they're just going to be crap. Well, they're not crap. They're, you know, warmer and that sort of thing and boots, but they're not any better at gripping on ice is what I mean to say. What did I do today? Today's Valentine's Day, so, well, still for another 18 minutes. So, you know, that's what I did mostly. I did upgrade the RAM in my computer. I was running out of it for video editing. I went a little overkill. I might send it back and get a little bit less. I got 92 gigs, and I probably only need like 64 tops. I had 32 and I was running out while editing videos occasionally. So now we've gone ultimate overkill. What temperature is it today? It is 25 degrees. That's what I mean when I say all the snow is going to melt. We're just not getting the cold temperatures that we were getting. I mean, this road that I'm walking on right now, it's not even slippery. It's just wet pavement. And so in the coming weeks, it's going to get up into the 40s. Oh, today's video is not doing bad. Camping by the waterfall. That was a good time. I might actually go out camping again this weekend. I got the chains in for the Subaru, and so I don't know. I don't know where I'd go. I'd have to look around. I should have done that tonight, but I did not. It didn't feel like a Friday. I don't know why. Oh, man. Oh, I love a late night walk, and, you know, even better if it's in the snow. It's just nice and peaceful. The snow dampens all the noise. I guess that's all I've got for you today. If you haven't seen the winter waterfall camping video yet, go watch that. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And you might notice, if you're very astute, that I'm leaving from the Volvo here out back. And, well, I'll give you a little preview of this Friday's video. This Friday, we are going to be camping out in that Volvo there behind the house. It's not all that glamorous or exciting, but there's a good reason for it, and I'm going to leave that reason as a secret, at least for a little bit longer. I don't know, I might share it in another one of these shorts here, but I've got a 32-inch monitor in there and my Steam Deck, and Leah and I both were in there and watched the movie earlier, and I've been playing games on the Steam Deck just all evening, hanging out with myself. And maybe something else, maybe someone else. Like I said, I'll share that later. Oh, as you might be able to tell by the sidewalk behind me or the road over there, we are getting more snow in Spokane here, and I love snow. I love it. Just look at how pretty it is in that light up there. Oh, man. Oh, but it's not going to stick around for long. It's just going to melt in the next couple of days, even though we're supposed to get even more than this. But hey, at least I got to get out here and enjoy it right now. Yeah, we've actually gotten probably, an inch or two tonight already? I think we're supposed to get up to like 3 or 4. It's just such a shame to get so much snow, so much fun stuff, and then, you know, it all melts away. Oh, the video that went up. I should talk about the video that went up yesterday. Yeah, it's the winter camping at the waterfall. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's one of my best performing so far, and yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, it's doing really well. I'm happy about that. Gotten a few positive comments and feedback and that sort of thing. Oh, and this channel, we're about to hit 400 subscribers, which it's awesome. Thanks to each and every one of you who have subscribed. Of course, I appreciate it. I like sharing this. This is actually just a record, not these shorts necessarily, but the weekly videos are just a record of what I get up to because I'm forgetful and I would forget. And so I just figured I might as well make them public and maybe some people would enjoy coming along with me. All right, I'm going to hammer out the rest of this walk here. Oh my goodness, I'm getting snow in my eyes. I forgot my glasses. I'm going to hammer out the rest of this walk here in the beautiful, snowy Spokane, Washington. And I will see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm going to crack open a cold one in just a second here. But holy crap, look at how much snow we got. I can't believe this. I haven't been out since it started snowing again. And yeah, we got a lot. And I'm stoked. What I'm not stoked for is the fact that it's all going to melt away in the next few days because it's going to be above freezing constantly. And that also means that it's a pain in the butt to shovel because it's really heavy. Oh, let's get this cold one cracked open. Oh. This is a, oh God, I'm going to slip. This is a Big Sky Brewing Co. Big Sky IPA. Creative naming. If you didn't get it from the name, this is from Montana. Gotta wait for a truck here. Gotta love Washington, United States infrastructure. Oh, man. A bit of snow today, that's for sure. I love it. It's very wet. See, this sidewalk is dry. All right. On the walk. Man, today was a good day. I was really productive. Personally, because I slept in the Volvo last night. You saw me walking away from it. Yeah, I slept in there. I was not warm enough. But we achieved the goal, which you'll learn about in Friday's video, or maybe one of these shorts. I'm not sure when I will reveal why I was camping in the Volvo at the back of the house there. But yeah, it was cold last night, so I woke up at like 6 or 7, and so I was able to be really productive. I'm actually going to finish editing the video for next Friday tonight, and I'm going to, I also got some Home Assistant stuff done, which is just my Alexa alternative. Got some thermometers going, so because we have a freezer out in the side room, which gets really cold. I want to make sure the freezer stays cold so our food stays frozen. So I'm going to automate that so it'll tell us, hey, your freezer, it is not frozen anymore. And what else? Oh, it was Saturday Night Live's 50th special today. And I know Saturday night gets a lot of hate, but I love it. And it was a really good special. So we spent the past 3 hours watching that. And now, while I'm on my walk, I'm loving the snow. Oh, it's a good night. Oh. Man, the parts for the Subaru Loyale's rear locker is coming in. Super excited for that. I'm probably going to have to end up making it 2 videos just for my own sanity. Thrashing to get a job on a car done every week is not fun. But I look forward to that. It might even be next week's video, but I'm not sure. That's all I've got for today. I'll see you. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today we got even more snow, which I'm stoked about. But what I'm not stoked about is the high temperatures, so it's all melting. Anyways, getting on to what I did today because you don't want to hear about the weather. Maybe you do. Oh my God, this is a bunch of slush on the ground here that I'm walking through from all the cars driving. Anyways, I today got more of my organizational drawer project going in my office. I know that's more exciting than the weather, right? But it actually is exciting for me. I've been having printer issues, and yesterday and today I worked on getting my printer fixed and working, and well, now it's fixed and working flawlessly. The thermistor was bad, which is the part that detects temperature. And if that's bad, that can cause your house to burn down. There are some safeties that did come into play, so that didn't happen. thanks to the smart people who developed this printer. But yeah, not good. So I replaced the thermistor, and also the calibration was off. I learned, I didn't know why, but I recalibrated it and it is working now. Pretty easy fix, but I spent way too long on it. What else did I do today? Today I've got the video edited. I finished it almost entirely last night. I just finished it up today. And yeah, it's a pretty good one. It's a little short, like 12 minutes or something. And I guess at this point I'll reveal who is going to be making a guest appearance in a lot of the video. It is Menko the cat. We're camping with her in the Volvo. I want to get her comfortable with, you know, being in the car for extended periods of time if she ever goes on a road trip or something like that with us. And so we spent the night in there, and she actually did really well. We've been kind of building up to this over a long time, bringing her out there, just spending like a half hour at a time or something and hanging out. And she's actually come to like the Volvo. She'll run over to it and jump in now and then just hang out. She's got a bed in there, a litter box, everything a cat needs, you know. So that was enjoyable. And I got the Steam Deck in there with a big old 32-inch monitor and got some gaming done. And Leah even visited, and we all three of us squeezed in the back of the Volvo and we watched a movie. Well, now that I've spoiled the entire video for this Friday, I'm going to knock out the rest of this walk here. Just have the printer running 24/7 right now, printing those drawers and organization because my office is a mess. And hopefully this will get it organized there. Everything's just in cardboard boxes, so I have to check every single cardboard box when I want to find something. That's all for me for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to another 15 minutes exercise today. Today I was, almost fell over. Today I was pretty productive. I did get my 3D printer printing. I was having troubles with that yesterday. I stayed up till like 2 a.m. this morning actually trying to get that to work. And well, I thought it did. And then I woke up and it said it had a collision. And there was a blob of filament stuff on the bed and it didn't finish printing. And I don't know why. I think that printer is just kind of old at this point. It's like, what, almost 3 years old? Maybe 3 years old. And honestly, I treat it like your aunt treats her 20-year-old Toyota Corolla. I really should maintain it more. So there is that, but now it is successfully printing. What I had to do is calibrate the Z axis, which is just the up and down one, which is always the complicated one on printers because it's really hard to get a level first layer. And well, it's just so weird because I printed like 4 things in a row, no problem. 5th thing just wouldn't stick. So I did the calibration and well, now it is. So I think that's just an indication of my printer needing some maintenance. It probably is just getting out of calibration more quickly than it usually would. Oh, in Spokane here, the road is dry and clear. The snow is melting down from probably 8 to 10 inches to like just a few. And if you've been watching any of these, you know I like the snow, and that makes me very sad. Oh, what else did I do today? Oh, I got back into Death Stranding finally. Did that a little bit in Friday's video where I spent so much time in the Volvo. But yeah, today I actually booted up on the main beefy computer and got gaming. And yeah, man, that game just blows my mind every time I play it. Every time I get into it, I love it. It's right up my alley. Oh, work today wasn't quite as bad. I got something fixed pretty easily. But I don't know. I almost have all the parts, but I'm waiting on a couple of things for the Subaru's rear diff video. I think I'm gonna make that a 2 or 3 part series. And yeah, I just am waiting on some parts. So I think this weekend, this weekend, it's gonna be the camping in the Volvo, but I'm already thinking ahead to the next video. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe we'll go camping in the Subaru. I don't know. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you will be shocked to find out that it is actually daylight out. I never do these during the day, and I don't know if you can tell, you probably looks like you can. It is currently snowing, which is super exciting, and shockingly, it's also sticking, even though I think it's like 34 degrees out right now, even to the road here, so that's cool. I'm excited about that. I just love how it looks, and I like driving it. I like the added challenge, I like having to, be prepared and overcome challenges. And I think, and by and large, I am pretty prepared to drive in the snow. I've done a lot of skids in parking lots, and I also have the right tires and the right vehicles for the job. And I gotta wait here because there's no crosswalk in my intersection because welcome to America. Oh boy. All right. Oh, what have I done today? I mostly just worked so far because I'm doing this earlier than usual. But what am I going to be doing? I'm going to be doing a lot of maintenance on my printer. I haven't really done any maintenance. I mentioned in an earlier video that I treat that printer like your great aunt treats her 20-year-old Toyota Corolla. I just want it to work. I just want it to get the print head from point A to point B, get the print done. But much like cars, it does need some love. So I'm going to be working on that. I think mostly it needs some lube. On all the axes, which will help with noise and vibration and all that stuff. But there's some other stuff. Prusa, the creator of the printer, they have a whole, really good list on what you need to do for maintenance. They have a lot of good lists on pretty much how to repair anything. It's really incredible, something I really like about that printer. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing this evening. Oh man, this is a little off topic compared to what I usually put on my channel and on these shorts, but there's a new game coming out in about 2 months now called Roadcraft. And it's a game by the same developers as SnowRunner, which is an off-roading simulator. And in this one, it's a little less of a focus on off-road and more of a focus on creating roads and restoring infrastructure. Was that a gummy bear on the ground? It's more about creating roads, restoring infrastructure, that sort of thing, which is completely right up my alley. But the demo is coming out in a few days, and they've given it to some YouTubers early, so I've been enjoying getting a preview of what that's going to be like, and man, it looks good. I'm really excited. Oh, I love the snow. Oh man, I'm reminded of why I don't do this earlier. I mean, one of the reasons. It's a lot busier out. I don't want to be one of those YouTube people who's out recording in public, but hey, that's what we're doing. I'm on a busy road. No one's looking at me. All right, that's all I got. I'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And well, it is actually tomorrow already. It is 1:43 in the morning on a Thursday night. I have to go to work tomorrow. Decisions have been made, and that decision was that I wanted to get this 3D print finished and start on the next one. So, well, that's what I did. The next one's going right now. I was about to get into bed as I remembered I needed to record this thing and go on a walk. And so I'm not going to get home and to bed until after 2 a.m. Sometimes it's nice to, be young still, but sometimes I wish I had a little more of a schedule or something, Oh, what did I do today? I worked. I had the 3D printer running all day. I haven't really had to keep an eye on it since I did the maintenance, so that's good. Oh, I discovered that the diff locker in the Subaru Loyale could be delayed because Subaru couldn't get me this Subaru parts distributor, couldn't get the parts. They're on back order or something. These parts, I'm not even sure if I need them, but there is a part in the order that's not on back order that I definitely need. And so I'm not getting the part that I definitely need until they ship all of them. So I don't know when that's going to be. I am thinking that, obviously not tomorrow's video, that one's already filmed and edited. That's going to be camping in the Volvo with the little kitty. Pretty happy with that video. I think it came out pretty good. It's about 12 minutes long. Looking forwards to it going live. But for the week after, for a week from tomorrow, I think I'm going to go take the Loyale out camping. I have tire chains for it now. And so we shouldn't really have any problem as long as we don't get completely bottomed out. Man, I took it out in the in the snow yesterday, or maybe the day before, and that thing on those tires is terrifying. When there's like fresh snow, it's like okay, but this was not fresh snow. This was slush. It was wet, dense, slushy, garbage snow. It's just been too warm for us to get any nice powder, and it was sketchy. I thought I was going to get just stuck in the middle of the road a few times. Winter tires are one hell of a drug, but on that car, you cannot get winter tires unless you go down an entire inch in tire size. The struggles of owning a 30-year-old niche car. But man, do I love the thing. I think I'm just going to keep the all seasons on it and have the chains if I need them. Well, that's it for me today. I'm going to finish knocking this out and get home at 2 in the freaking morning. Good night, and see you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about the video that went up today. It was camping with my cat in the snow, and it was, you know, barely camping. I had power and stuff because we were just doing it in the backyard. This was her first ever time, you know, camping away from the house for the night. She's been, you know, at the house every night since we adopted her, and so this was her first time spending the night somewhere other than that. And she did really well. And it's just, you know, you got to take it really slow with cats, get them used to it gradually so they're not, you know, too uncomfortable. They have trouble, you know, realizing that something that's uncomfortable now can, you know, be fun later. Like she'll get to explore more places, which I do genuinely think cats, they like doing that. They like looking around at new places. But anyways, yeah, that video went up today. So if you think it sounds fun to watch a cute kitty spend some time in the Volvo and me do a bit of gaming, I guess, because I had a 32-inch monitor and my Steam Deck in there. Yeah, go check out that video. But also today, I want to talk about something I've realized about the video creation process. And hey, maybe it took me a little too long because I've been doing this for 1 year and 3 months now. I have no intention to stop anytime soon, but I like to think that I'm kind of getting better at it. Definitely since like the first videos. I did a full 2024 recap where I went and looked at all my past videos and I really realized how far I'd come. But anyways, my point is, when you're doing this, you really have to have a bunch of frying pans in the fire at once. You can't just work on one project and then stop and then work on the next project. And that's because you have to wait for parts to get here and stuff. Like if I finish, you know, a camping trip and I'm like, okay, I want next week's video to be working on the Subaru. It could easily take a week or two for parts to show up. And by then I've, you know, missed the deadline. I haven't uploaded a video that week. And so I really just need to have parts on hand for the next project. So in that spirit, I ordered the parts for the Subaru's rear locker. And I think I need to go find what parts I need for the Volvo's sunroof and order those. I also need to figure out the power steering fluid leak. I just need to have these parts on hand so I can be like, oh shoot, I need a video this week. Let's go work on the Volvo, or let's go work on the Subaru. And yeah, I just realized that you need to have all these pans in the fire so you can continue making these consistent uploads. Obviously the weekly upload schedule is set by me, but if I don't have a deadline, then I just won't do it. And I haven't missed an upload since I started. So if I miss one now, it might be a slippery slope. So yeah, in summary, got lots of projects in the pipelines, but you just have to when you're doing this. And go watch today's video with Menko. Meet Menko. She's a great cat. That's all I've got. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. Welcome to yesterday's 15 minutes exercise. And I say yesterday's because yesterday I was out camping in a freaking rainstorm. I would have actually recorded a 15 minutes exercise. I had cell service where I was camping, but I just forgot. I definitely got in 15 minutes exercise. Oh my God, it's still windy. But I just completely forgot. It's a lot of mental capacity to try and not only go camping in inclement weather, but also make a video about it. So I just forgot. I'm going to count it. I might go on a little bit extra long walk tomorrow to make sure, but today, well, you're going to need to watch the next short to figure out how today went. But yeah, yesterday I got out camping. I got kind of a late start, and it was kind of a roller coaster. Is that the right word? I don't know. I went to the first spot. There was a bunch of people there. I didn't really want to hang out around people. And so I looked at the map for a while, found a different spot, and well, there was no one there. And it was freaking gnarly. The Subaru Loyale, it is old and it has 13-inch wheels, and you cannot get winter tires in the correct size. So it just has the crappiest all seasons money can buy because that's what it came with, and I'm not going to replace them because I can't really get much better. So instead of good winter tires, I had chains, and so I had to learn how to use those. And well, let's just say the Loyale made it to camp. No freaking problem. That car is incredible. Yeah, actual four-wheel drive, not all-wheel drive, with that locking center diff, and with the chains on there for traction, it was just absolutely no problem. I love that car. I can't wait to get a real locker in it. But yeah, that's what we were doing yesterday. We were out camping with the Loyale, and I really wish I'd remembered to record a short because it would have been a way cooler scenery than, the same old, same old. Those are some bright lights, eh? Oh, but yeah, if you want to see how that actually went, you should tune in on Friday to the video itself. I think it's going to be a banger. I've started editing it, part of it, but spoilers, I got like 2 hours of sleep, and yeah, that was last night as I'm recording this, even though this is technically yesterday's 15 minutes exercise. But holy crap, I am tired. I am tired. That's all I got. I will see you tomorrow, but actually in a few minutes as I record the next one. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And well, yesterday's 15 minutes exercise just went up a few minutes ago because I was out camping last night, and I did have service. I should have made one, but it's a lot of mental energy to keep track of trying to stay alive in inclement weather as well as make a video about it. So that's my excuse. But I did get more than 15 minutes exercise yesterday. I always do on these trips because I'm running back and forth to the camera to set it up and tear it down and all that stuff. It's quite a lot of work, honestly. I'm always surprised at how much I end up walking. But anyways, as for the video, let's get to the interesting part. It's going to be a good one. It's freaking crazy. I am currently running on 2 hours of sleep, maybe less. Yeah, because the tent that I have, it is the same model. It's the same model of tent as the tent that my sister and my dad has. And we've been camping a lot of times in the rain. I've slept in this tent in the rain, and it's kept us bone dry. It's been flawless. However, I don't know if I got a faulty tent or what. I was the opposite of dry. My sleeping bag, it's been drying out all day in the house. It is still wet. So I did not sleep well. I ended up bailing at about 4 or 5 in the morning, and I drove home. I got home at 6 in the morning, which is 14 hours ago now. I started editing the video a little bit. I had to give up on that eventually because it's just my brain is not working too well anymore today. But that's a crazy video. The Subaru did freaking awesome. I needed to put the chains. Well, I don't know if I needed to, but I probably needed to put the chains on. I needed to put the chains on for my own safety, for my own well-being, mental well-being. But yeah, we got to use out the new chains, and it did awesome. I'm so happy with that car. I can't wait until I can get the rear locker in it, and then further down the line, maybe getting a newer engine. You aren't going to want to miss that video. It's coming out on Friday. Man, I am tired. I cannot believe I'm doing this right now, this walk. I'm exhausted. And I think I'll go on an extra long walk tomorrow because while I'm pretty sure I got 15 minutes exercise in yesterday by walking to and from the camera, I'm not entirely sure. So I'm going to do an extra long walk tomorrow to make up for it. That's all I've got for today. I'm going to hammer this out and then probably crash. It's about, 8 o'clock right now. So, yeah. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today you catch me between rain showers. It's been raining and storming all night. It's still pretty windy, but it is getting up in temperature. It's 41 degrees right now, and it was like in the 50s today. And I actually don't remember. I record one of these every day. If this is your first time seeing me, then hello. But yesterday I recorded two because I missed the previous one. Even though I did do the exercise, but I don't remember what I said in those because I was running on like 2 hours of sleep. I'll go for it. Oh, thanks, America. But yeah, yesterday I don't remember what I said because I was running on like no sleep, and so I might reiterate myself here today. But yeah, yesterday I got back at like 6 in the morning from a camping trip. I got home at that time, which means I left at like 4:30 or 5 because it went very poorly. I'm not sure if I'm going to release that video this Friday because I've realized that making such a quality video every single week is a little too much for me. So I might try and make something a little lower effort and save that for later. But either way, stay tuned. That's going to be an awesome one. As for what video I might release, I still don't know. It's up in the air. But I might instead release like just sort of talking head video. Something along the lines of these are the cars that I've owned, or something like that. Just going through the history of the cars that I've owned, or going through like what other YouTubers I enjoy, stuff like that. Something I can just sit down, record in one sitting, and then, like enjoy the rest of my weekend or whatever, because I love camping, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be doing it for no money at all if I didn't. And I like making the videos on it, of course, and I like bringing everyone along, but it is just a lot, especially if you're doing camping videos every weekend when you're, not in the house every single weekend, and you can only do a glamping in your backyard video once. So even though that video is doing really well, like no one's going to want to watch me camp in the back of a car every week if there's no, adventure involved. And I don't want to do that. That's just stupid. It's repetitive. So sometimes I just want to relax, do my other hobbies, and I need like an easy video, or else I'm going to get burnt out. I am just very conscious of that because I can kind of feel it coming on, but I've pushed through it a few times now, and at some point I won't be able to, so I need to just scale back. Yeah, give me other ideas for talking head videos down below. I think that's all I got for today. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today it's like 40 degrees out. I'm just have like this little thin flannel on over my t-shirt and a beanie. Dude, it's freaking warm out. Oh man, today I did record a video, but I don't know if it's ever going to see the light of day. It was supposed to be going over the history of cars that I own, and it's a bit of a new format for me, and I think I just struggle to make stuff interesting when it's just me talking. I really struggled with that for the 2024 recap video, and I'm struggling with it for this. These are supposed to be something I can just sit down and record on day one and then edit the next day. Studs, brilliant. Studs on that car's tires. But I don't know, I just stress about it too much, and if I get bored while editing, then that's not a good sign. And well, let's just say I was getting bored while editing tonight. So I don't know if I'm made for talking head videos. And I mean, who really cares what I say anyways, right? So I don't know if that'll ever see the light of day. I might just need to, like, I don't know, maybe split up videos into more parts as an alternative or something. But I also don't want to make videos that are, unsatisfying, that don't have a good conclusion. So I am not entirely sure. Like for the upcoming video where I'm going to put the locker in the Subaru, that's going to be a lot of work, and I'd like to split it up into 2 videos, but where do I split it so it's still satisfying? Like when I pulled the engine, it made sense. I pulled it out, video 1. Swap parts, video 2. Put it back in, video 3. And that's all I had time for because that was around the holiday season. But for the locker, it's like, what, taking out a locker? That's not an entire video. Putting in a locker, that's not an entire video. Swapping over the parts, that's probably an entire video. So how do I split that up into 2 videos? Or even, I mean, I can't do 3, but like it would make sense that is 2 videos worth of content, but it's not, you can't split it on a good spot. Man, this is a lot of rambling. All that to say, I just need to get more videos out of my existing time that I'm putting into this, which is hard. If you got any other ideas, I guess I'd be open to hearing them at least. So let me know down below, especially if there's any like talking head videos that might be easier. Eventually, I'd like to turn the talking head videos into a live stream, but with the current viewership, I just don't think it would be interesting because no one would be there to ask questions. That's all I got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And well, today we're starting a little stationary because I needed 2 hands to do that, but let's get out on the walk there. Oh boy. There we go. All right, going out for a walk. Well, today, what did I do today? I went to work. I got pulled over, actually. I got pulled over in the Olds because this is a little embarrassing because this exact thing has happened to me as a bicyclist. I ride bikes. There's this intersection near my work where the free ride on red law, which is detrimental to pedestrians, but very nice for drivers, as America goes, you know. But it allows you to, there's a place where bikes cross, and I've actually nearly been hit in this location from a driver who didn't see I was crossing and was trying to take their free ride on red. And I almost did that today. I saw them. Obviously, I stopped. And the best thing about this whole thing is that there was a cop right behind me. And so they saw that, and they also noticed that my tabs were expired. So they pulled me over. And fortunately, they were understanding. Just said, "Hey, look out for bicyclists." Which, God, I'm so disappointed in myself for that because I am a cyclist, and that exact thing has happened to me, and it really, really freaking sucks. Yeah, I feel so bad. I get angry at car drivers when I'm on my bike, and well, I pulled a car driver today. Well, moving on to the next topic. This past week's video is doing really well, actually. It got up to like 1,100 views or something. The one where I camped in the car with Menko. Menko, my cat. It kind of took off and stayed taken off. So I appreciate everyone who's watching that. If you're seeing this because you watched that, then welcome to the channel. And I have decided, finally, on what this Friday's video is going to be. I think I'm just really bad at talking head videos, and so I've scrapped that. And it is just going to be the Subaru off-roading and camping that was a complete disaster, but I think it's still a really entertaining video. And so that's going to be coming out on Friday. I'm excited for that one. It's really a good video. The Subaru layout did awesome. If you love seeing old vehicles out off-roading, or if you just love camping and, oh man, a little drama. I got so freaking wet. It rained so hard, man. It was like flooding around here. So that was something. That's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I went to work and then I just kind of relaxed at home. I played Motortown. If you haven't heard of the game Motortown, you should go check it out. But that's not really what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about tomorrow's video. If you've been watching, you know I was a little stressed. I didn't know which one I was going to release. It's going to be the Loyale. We got tire chains. We take it out camping in the snow. We use those chains. We definitely needed them. We do actually a pretty deep water crossing that probably comes up just about to the floorboards. And that's a really good video. I'm really excited for it. I did have to bail on the camping trip, but I still think it came out as a really good video. And I'm excited for everyone to see it. As for what else, I don't know if I've got all that much today, honestly. Yeah, I've been taking the Subaru to work. Oh, I did have to order, there's something I can talk about. I had to order some new exhaust flange gaskets for going from the head to the unequal length headers. So I guess the headers. I got some earlier from AutoZone and I installed them. It's kind of hard to mess up that install. You just install them, bolt it down, but they've been leaking, I believe, because I wasn't noticing the sounds that I am now. You can kind of tell the sound of an exhaust leak. And so I've ordered new, I think they might even be OEM, Subaru exhaust flange gaskets, and we'll have to swap those out and see if that makes it sound a little less like it's got an exhaust leak. I hate driving around in it like that, honestly, because you know, you see it drive past, it looks nice, but then you hear it and you're like, oh well, this thing's a POS. So hopefully we can get it sounding back to stock. What's interesting is because it's a Subaru, it sounds like a, unequal length headers. So it sounds good. It has that Subaru rumble, but the exhaust leak, that's before the unequal length headers. And so it just sounds like, a typical 4-banger exhaust leak. It sounds awful. I don't know how an exhaust leak after the unequal length headers would sound. Would that sound better? Would it sound different? Probably. Oh man, I underestimated the temperature today. I'm just wearing a t-shirt and a sweatshirt and a beanie, and it is 37 degrees right now. I'm a little chilly. I better walk faster. I might jog a little bit later on. Oh, that's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow for the full release of that Subaru video. I'm so excited. Bye-bye. Oh God, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I don't think I'm going to get hit by a car. Let's see. Today, actually, I already got in my exercise. I played Frisbee for about 30 minutes with some friends, so I don't need to do this, but I didn't make a video. So, a little extra walking never hurt anyone. Well, I say that, but it's probably hurt at least one person. Anyways, today's video went up. I hope people who are watching it are enjoying it. If you haven't seen it, I think it's a really good one. If you want to see something go wrong, well, I get rather very wet. And I guess I should say what it's about. It's about camping in my Subaru Loyale. It's a 32-year-old now Subaru. And it's still going. Still has the original engine, I believe. Original transmission, like 230,000 miles or something. So, yeah. See if we can make it. We do like a creek water crossing. We drive it in the snow. I actually have tire chains for it, so I had to put those on so we had enough traction, because you can't actually get good tires for that car because it has a 13-inch wheel. But yeah, the video is doing pretty well. It's sitting right at where it should be with the last couple. The camping videos always seem to do a lot better, which I don't blame. Who is there to blame? But it's not surprising is what I meant to say. But don't worry if you are a fan of the working on cars videos, because those are not going anywhere. That's what I like doing, and so it's going to go on the channel. And I think it adds to the story as well. It's like, oh, I fixed this car. Let's take it out and have fun. It's kind of like a big circle. And so this weekend we might be going camping again. I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting on some parts for the Subaru's locker. And so if those don't get here, I might have to go camping. But otherwise, we might be working on the Subaru in next week's video. And finally, I want to talk about a workflow improvement that I found that's freaking huge. You can upload directly to YouTube from DaVinci Resolve. And you can also, I always put chapters in my videos because I like using them and I know people like using them. I always do that manually after I upload. But you can add markers in DaVinci Resolve and name them. And then DaVinci will add those as chapters in your YouTube video for you. It's freaking insane. It's going to save me like 20 to 30 minutes a week or something. So I'm stoked on that. A little more time. It means I can spend more time on the videos. And it means I can spend more time doing other things because I have a life, work a full-time job, that sort of stuff. But I don't know. Today's a good day. I didn't really do much, I guess. It was just work and such. But yeah, that's all I got. See you tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I am tired. It is 1:17 in the morning, and I'm going on my walk for the day. Oh, today I didn't actually do anything YouTube related at all. I was actually really productive in other ways. The garage doors that I have, they're smart. They connect with the Wi-Fi. They didn't have a good enough signal, so I got an old router set up as a booster for them. I also did some automation stuff because I got some vibration sensors, so now it'll tell me when the garage doors are in motion, not only when they are open and closed. And I also did a bunch of stuff with 3D printing, got some more stuff done there, and I actually was having some issues. One of the reasons I'm up so late is because I was having some issues with Octoprint, which is the way that I control my printer over the network. And it's pretty much the only way I've ever interacted with a printer for like the past 5 years or something. And it's been finally having some troubles. So I've been trying to figure that out, but I ended up just enabling all the fancy, nice plugins that I have and just kind of going back to vanilla, no mods, at least for now, though I would like some of those plugins back because they're nice. Oh, what else to do? I thought I did something else. We always catch SNL if we're home on Saturday night, so we did do that, of course. I guess there wasn't really much else. I just spent a lot of time on various... Oh, we ran errands. That was a nightmare. It was like the first nice day of the year here, and so everyone was out running night errands or something. I just need to remind myself if I ever want to run errands on a Saturday, just don't. It's not worth it. Go on a freaking Tuesday night, like an hour before closing. Sorry, retail employees, but I'm just here to browse. I'm not gonna bother you. I just can't stand all those people. Oh, tomorrow. The title of this short probably. I'm gonna be working on getting the Subaru's diff locker in, I think. I gotta go out and film some footage of it without the locker in for comparison, and then I'll install it, and then I'll have to go out and film some more footage of it after to see how it improved. I don't know exactly how, but I'm going to try and make it into a 2-part series just because it's going to be a lot of work, and that'll give me a little time off the next week. But yeah, that's what's going to be coming hopefully the next couple of weeks. And on that note, you can look forwards to that. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, we're walking to the gas station to grab a 6-pack, and hey, that might be a little counterintuitive considering we're trying to get exercise, but I want a beer. We're gonna go grab a beer. I'll be back to you in a minute when I have beer in hand. Man, with all this lighting around here, I kind of look professional for once. We are escaping from the gas station with a Big Smile IPA. And we're gonna walk home, and I'm gonna tell you what I got up to today. Oh. All right. Man, I've had this before. I've had this before, but I don't remember it being so good. It's actually really freaking good. All right, what did I do today? I got started on the Subaru Loyale's differential, but I came up against a roadblock. This is still going to be in Friday's video, so if you want to see me put in a locker into the Subaru Loyale, then tune in then. But I got the differential out. The way you do this is you take out the differential, you swap over the locker into the existing differential, and then you put the differential back in. And so I got it out. I got the fluid drain, I got the cap off, but I'm missing a E10 deep socket, which the only place in town I found was Harbor Freight. And so I'll be going to Harbor Freight tomorrow to grab that socket and then hopefully finishing the job. I'm excited for this. I did go out and get some good before footage, actually just behind me here. This little hill, I don't know if you can tell, but there's a road down there, and then there's a hill up to where I'm walking. And there's a little off-camber spot where if you don't, have a locker, you'll just spin your front left and your rear right. And so I did that just to demonstrate how this is going to help me. And hopefully after we're done installing this tomorrow, oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm so excited. We will be able to just climb up that no problem. It was a good day. I'm probably celebrating a little prematurely with this, eh? There's a car coming. But yeah, I also got a lot freaking done with the 3D printer and with my self-hosting and stuff. I've been trying to figure out the networks because my garage doors are smart or whatever you want to call them. They're locally hosted, all that stuff. And so they weren't getting a good Wi-Fi signal. So I was trying to figure out that, and I messed up the Wi-Fi. But today I fixed it. And I also fixed some automations. So now the heat won't come on when it's 65 degrees out automatically. But I don't know, I did a lot of stuff. It was great. It was a good day. It was a good weekend, dude. And, you know, cheers to that. And I'll see you tomorrow or on Friday. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today it is near 2 a.m. and I just finished putting the differential back into the Subaru Loyale for 3 times. 3 times it took me because I kept getting the freaking axle the wrong way around. There's a little pin that has to go through. I kept getting it lined up wrong. But 3rd time was the charm, and I got it in. And well, now it's 2 a.m. and I'm out here on this walk. At least it'll be nice and quiet. I do love a dead of the night walk. Yeah, see, there's no one down the street that way. No one down the street that way. But yeah, the locker is officially in the Subaru Loyale, and I couldn't even take it for a drive because the gasket material, oh my god, a car, that startled me. The gasket material needs 24 hours to set. I'm going to give it probably about like 18 or something. But yeah, it needs some time to set before you add any fluid back to the differential. So I got to wait for that. And what else? I forget. I can't remember. It needs fluid. It's 2 a.m., man. My brain is fried. But yeah, we couldn't drive it. Otherwise, I think everything is done. I just need to add fluid to it and then take it out on the road. So excited. I actually don't know how it works. I thought I knew how it worked when I put it in, but it appears to be locked like all the time. And then like it just can skip or something. Maybe I've got to be missing something. But that's kind of what it seems like, is that it's just locked all the time, but then it can skip. But if it can skip, then how does it lock? I really don't know. I guess I'll have to see how it works in practice, how much it helps and such. Man, I got good at putting the differential in and out, though. I just lie underneath of it and bench press it up into place. The first time I tried to use the jack, that took a long time. It was a lot of work. Bench pressing it was a lot of work, but it was really quick at least. That's got to be at least a few minutes exercise, right? I can cut my walk short. Oh, man. It is a chilly one tonight. It's 36 out. I am underdressed, but I just wanted to get this over with. I didn't want to have to change clothes or anything, so I'm just in my work clothes. That's all I've got. Look forward to seeing that video about the differential install on Friday. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today is exciting. I'm going to get my words tangled because it's 2 in the morning, but I just finished editing the video where I install the locker into my Subaru Loyale. And if you've got a Subaru Loyale or any Subaru that takes this style of locker, which I think is a lot of them, because I think they still use this diff even in like new Crosstreks or something. But if your Subaru can take this locker, you need to put it in there. It's a torque locker, Torque. I guess that's just how you spell torque. Like I said, it's 2 a.m. But yeah, go look that up. Go spend the $500 on it. Install it yourself. It's not all that hard. There's good videos on it. And if you want to see how the install went for me, that'll be up on Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific. But dude, it's so good. There's like no downsides aside from a little bit of extra noise in the form of some clicking as you're going around corners. But overall, the sounds that the Loyale makes anyways, I can hardly even hear it. And it's just completely automatic. I love it. I've just played with it a little bit so far just to get, footage for the video. But man, it's so good. And $500, I mean, that's not crazy. Like, I've been looking into lockers for the Crown Vic, and they're like $1,000, dude. And they have more complexity because they need like electronics or air, and this is just an automatic mechanical locker. It's just so freaking good. It's so good, man. I had just so much fun today, even just playing around in a little off-road area next to my house, and I can't wait until I can get it out into the woods and have some real fun. That'll probably be next weekend because I have some parts on for the Volvo, and one of them is on back order. For a job, you need 4 clips, and they only had 3 in stock, so that was really inconvenient. No idea how long it'll be till they're in stock, so until then, I guess we're camping every weekend. I don't know about that, but I can't reiterate enough how stoked I am on the Loyale. It's so good. It's so good. The locker, it was a hard install because I'm dumb, and I had to do it like 4 times because I'm dumb. Essentially, the half shafts, they can only go one way, and I had them flipped 180 degrees from where they needed to go. But other than that, like, it was an easy install. Like, I made a few mistakes, but it was fine. Man, I guess that's all I got for today. I'm gonna finish out my walk here at 2:30 in the frickin' morning. I will see you tomorrow, and hopefully again on Friday for that diff lock install. It's so good, man. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today, look at that, we're at kind of a normal time. It's not 2 in the morning, it's 10 o'clock at night. Today, the locker in the Subaru. I just want to talk about it more. I'm so excited. I got to try and figure out a place we can take it this weekend. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm just still so stoked on the freaking Subaru's locker. I got it installed yesterday, 2 days ago. I got it installed 2 days ago, got it filled up with fluid yesterday, and tested it yesterday, and edited the video yesterday. I did just throw up a little preview of that video if you're interested on the posts tab or whatever. But I don't know, I'm just so excited for it. I'm still trying to figure out where I'm going to take it this weekend to test it out. It's kind of here in this kind of a weird shoulder season where it's, not that snowy in most places. A lot of the snow's melted, but then you come around a corner and it's the shadow to the shaded side of the mountain. And there's like 2 feet of icy, slushy snow. And so it's a little tricky to like go find a place to go up in the mountains. So I don't actually know where we're going to go. Obviously, the Subaru is very capable now with its rear locker and tire chains, but if you bottom out on a chunk of snow that's really hard, you're not going anywhere, no matter how many wheels you have driving the car. So I don't know, but yeah, the plan is to go camping this weekend. Sounds like Leah might be joining me, so I don't know. It'll be nice. It'll be cold. Hopefully it doesn't rain because I still don't know if that tent is actually waterproof or if I just messed up. Oh, man. Yeah, so the video, as far as editing, I don't think I talked much about it yesterday because it was 2 in the morning, so I was a little frazzled and just stoked on the actual differential itself because it's so freaking good. But yeah, the video, it's good. It's probably not my favorite, to be honest. It was kind of a lot of faffing about, not a lot of action and stuff. And if you watched my stuff where I work in the shop, you know that I edit together the hammering and stuff to cut out all the dead space. I do that all manually, so if you know a better way to like automate that process, I would be very interested because it would be very easy to automate, but as far as I know, the plugin for Resolve does not exist. So I did get a little tired of editing those. But also I just had to cut some stuff out because I was dumb and had to put it in 3 times. So I don't know. It's all right. I'm never as excited for the shop episodes as I am for the camping ones. Those are so much more fun to edit. That's all I've got. I'll see you tomorrow and on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I've got to figure out where the heck to go for camping this week, and I want to try out the Loyale's new locker in like a more real world scenario. If you watch tomorrow's video or the little community post I made, you know that it's got a locker in it now. It has evolved. I'm super excited about that, but it's just so hard this time of year in this area because right now a lot of the snow has melted and then refrozen, especially if it's on like the backside, the north side of a mountain. And so it's really not good to drive in. Like you just drive a little bit, you sink to the bottom, and then you're, beached. And so, yeah, it's hard to find a place to go. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find one, but so far the past couple of times I've been pretty lucky with that waterfall, and with the other time, what was it? Oh, when we went and camped by that frozen lake and got rained out. But so yeah, I guess that's my big task for today and tomorrow is finding a place where we can go camp and somewhere we might actually be able to test out the locker. I have been considering, I did kind of want to camp next to a lake when we took the Volvo out. That was further past that waterfall we camped by in the snow. And so I could go out there and do a do-over where we actually tried to make it to the lake and camp on that. But I don't know. That's probably my reserve plan if I don't find anywhere cooler to go. I did, there are a few watchtowers I think I could make it to, but again, it's just, you're driving on the south side of the mountain, the sunny side, and it's fine. And then you turn a switch back onto the north side of the mountain, and then you're in 2 feet of snow that's, been frozen and all slushy. And man, there have been a lot of cool cars out tonight. But yeah, then that can obviously give you issues. So I am not entirely sure. You gotta wait until I think almost is it July? Maybe it was June. It takes a long time for the snow to melt up on the mountains. Oh. I don't mind camping in the snow, but I just can't in that type of snow when it's slushy and it's deep and just doesn't work with the vehicles that I have. So I don't know what to do, but yeah, that is the plan. Tomorrow's video is going to be the locker install and testing in a controlled-ish environment. And then the next week, we're going to be going out camping and testing it in the real world. And by a controlled environment, I mean on a hill, but just on a hill nearby. It's not all that impressive. But yeah, that's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and for both videos. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about where we're going camping this weekend. Today, the Loyale locker video came out, of course, where I put a auto locker in the rear of my Subaru Loyale. I'm super stoked on it. I want to test it out, and I think the place we're going to try and do that is out where we camped with the Volvo a little bit ago. And well, hear me out here. We aren't redoing the same thing. We're going back out to the place where those falls were, where I camped in the snow in the Volvo. And so there's 2 differences. Of course, it isn't snowy anymore. And the other one is that we are going further. I mentioned briefly in that video, and we went past the falls for a little bit before turning around. But I mentioned briefly that I wanted to go to visit a lake. And, well, we're going to go back when it's not snowy and try and do that. The main reason for that is just because the watchtowers they are not ready. They are not ready to be visited. I'm looking at some of the Google satellite view, which is one of the many tools I use to plan my routes. Even in the satellite view, there's a little bit of snow on the north side of the mountains, which is the cold side, of course. And if there's snow on the mountains when Google takes their photos in spring, summer, fall, that time, then there's going to be probably too much snow on those north sides of the mountains right now, because even if the snow depth, the average snow depth is below what something that the Loyale can handle, the actual snow depth in some places will probably be too deep. So I don't know. It's always hard to figure out when is the right time to go out and go camping in the woods. So I don't know. Once summer starts, we'll probably be hitting the watchtowers hard because there shouldn't really be anything stopping us from getting out there and hitting them. So that'll be fun. We'll take the Loyale, the Subaru. Maybe I'll finally get the Crown Vic fixed. I said the Loyale, the Subaru. We'll take the XC70 and the Subaru. Maybe the Crown Vic. Ah, it's a nice night. I'm looking forward to going camping tomorrow. I think I'm gonna have to buy some firewood. I ran out of the stuff my family gave me. Ridiculous. I've never bought firewood before. We've always had a nice supply of wood thanks to owning some property. And also just, getting down trees from neighbors and friends and such. My grandpa knew a lot of people. But I guess that's all I got today. If you haven't seen the diff lock video, go watch it. It's a good one. I threw the diff in and we tested it out, and it's freaking awesome. And then come back this next Friday to really see us test it out in the real world. It's going to be fun. I'll see you then, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's quite a bit different than usual. Look at where I'm camping tonight. Let's just take a minute to appreciate it. This walk's going to be over a little bit of a rougher terrain. I'm enjoying a beer here. We're just going to walk about 7.5 minutes in this direction and then walk 7.5 minutes back. It is just beautiful out here. I almost didn't come out to that point there. Oh, before I continue, if you want to see the full video, it's coming out on Friday. So go watch that on Friday. Yeah, I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to make it out to an overlook of the lake like that, but fortunately we did. I didn't really want to go off trail, but I found a trail that had been used more than a couple of times out here. You can see goes through a puddle right here. So yeah, that's the trail I found. I found it using the drone, or else I probably wouldn't have spotted it. And so I just followed that to try and, leave a minimal amount of damage. And if you want to know where I am, well, I'm not going to tell you actually on second thought, because I'm going to be here for all night and I don't want any creeps coming out and visiting, even though I'm sure you're all lovely people. It's a little chilly. I'm just doing this before I throw on my big jacket because I'm going to get cold sitting there. Going on a walk is nice and warm. Actually, screw it. Let's walk around the lake here. So, yeah, it's a beautiful day. This place is about, I think, an hour and a half from my home. And we brought the Subaru Loyale, which has its freshly installed differential locker. The video for that came out yesterday. It's doing pretty well. And it's pretty interesting. It shares some mistakes that I made that maybe you won't make when you do it. God, it's beautiful. But yeah, so go watch the diff install video, because we certainly use it today. I'm actually just kidding. I barely even had to use 4-wheel drive. I had enough traction generally. I just didn't really, I'm trying to describe, I didn't really need 4-wheel drive as long as I kept moving. I did have to use it a couple of times, but I don't think the diff really made much difference. The road was really rough and really bad, and I think it's kind of interesting to watch the Subaru amble down it, but yeah, I didn't really need the diff locker on this one, unfortunately. We'll have to test it out later in a different video. But it's still going to be a good video. It's just so beautiful out here. How could you make a bad video? I mean, look at this short. I don't put any effort into these, and this is how it's coming out. I don't even have to do anything. That's all I've got for this week. For today, I mean, cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today, well, man, look at that car. I love that thing. We are back to the regularly scheduled program of Joel staying up way too late and being at home. Yesterday, I was out camping, and it was a awesome time. I recorded a short there. If you want a little preview, the full video on that will be out on Friday. And today, it is almost 60 degrees right now, so I'm just in a sweatshirt, no beanie. It is beautiful out, honestly. And so yeah, I mentioned that this Friday's video is going to be camping with the Subaru with its new locker installed. I think the next one is going to be some working on the Volvo, which I know is popular on this channel, so hopefully that goes well. Obviously, I haven't started it yet. I still need to edit Friday's video. But yeah, I got some parts. Hopefully, I'll be fixing the sunroof. That's a big hope. And then second on the docket is fixing the power steering fluid leak. It's had a massive power steering fluid leak for a long time, and I think it just needs some gaskets, and it'll be fixed. But they are nigh impossible to get to, so I'm really not looking forward to that. Minivan has something broken on it. It sounds like a ricer. Man, it's breezy tonight, even if it is warm out. Man, I'm running out of things to say. That's not like me now, is it? Oh man, what else did I do today? Unrelated to cars and camping, I worked on the Home Assistant thing a little bit. I put a temperature detector by my desk. And so now if the differential between my desk and the thermostat is more than a few degrees, it'll turn on the fan, so that'll rotate the air in the house, so my desk stays a little cooler. Well, that's automatic, of course. What else did I do? I can't remember. I think I fixed some other stuff with my Home Assistant setup. I love automating things. Well, I guess that's all I got for you today. I will see you again tomorrow, and then again on Friday for that camping video. It's freaking beautiful. Like I said, there's a preview of that trip in yesterday's short, so go watch that if you want to see where I was camping. It was just gorgeous. I already said that. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and holy crap, I need to stop doing this. It is 2:39 in the freaking morning. There's no reason for me to do this. I stayed up late editing the video because I wanted to, not because I needed to. It's Monday, well, now it's Tuesday, but I could have edited the rest of it tomorrow after work, or well, now today after work. But I just got into it. If you edit, or I guess are autistic / ADHD, then you might know what I'm talking about. I don't remember which thing I self-diagnosed myself with. It doesn't really matter. Anyways, I wanted to get into some behind the scenes on what can make an edit difficult for me. So since I'm doing all the filming and editing and everything for the channel, of course, sometimes previous me is an asshole to future me, to current me. And that was kind of the case on this camping trip. You all know where I went. I went up to Wall Lake in Rock Creek Recreation Area. It was beautiful, but sometimes I make the mistake. Storage isn't really an issue for me. I have 1 terabyte SSD cards in my cameras, and I have 46 terabytes of storage at home. So I'm not really, plus, the ability to expand that up to like 256 terabytes. And so I'm not really concerned about storage. So sometimes I'll let cameras run when they don't really need to be. And I think, oh, this is dandy. I'll have all this extra footage, more flexibility. No, I just have to go through more footage and delete more of it to find the good stuff. It is aggravating. So that was the case here. So I was not having a lot of fun editing this evening directly after work because I had to sift through all that. But once I got rid of all the junk, then I started having fun. And that was just about when I should have gone to bed, unfortunately. I was fully ready to go to bed at a normal time. And then I just had to sit back down and be like, oh, maybe I'll have fun. And sure enough, I did. So I just need to remember to turn off the camera more. More footage is generally better, but it doesn't really do me much good. Usually if I want to say something, I can turn on the camera, say it, and then turn the camera back off. But yeah, I got the video edited, so I'll basically be done with it after tomorrow night because I still got to do the thumbnail and some other stuff, but it does feel good to have it out of the way, even though if I'm up so far past my bedtime. Hey, there's a runny babbit. I love it. These, midnight hours of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, so peaceful. That's all I got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and man, I love this car. A 1993 Subaru Loyale. If you're not familiar with it, then you should be. There's a few videos on it on my channel. But anyways, we're doing better today. It's only 10:30, not 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, last night I stayed up way too late editing Friday's video. It was fun, but yeah, not good. So today it's 10:30. I'm a huge nerd if you weren't aware. I do the gamings, but I also do a bunch of self-hosting. And like any person who knows much about tech, I hate Microsoft and Apple equally. Or at least similar amounts. I don't know about equally. But all that to say, I think I'm going to switch back to Linux again. I tried it for about 2 months or so. It was about 3-4 years now. I think about 3.5 years now. And I've loved it, except for a few things. Like I needed to boot back into Windows for VR and for stupid games that require anti-cheat that they haven't enabled on Linux. And I haven't been playing that much VR lately, and I haven't really been playing any of those games that require that anti-cheat stuff. And I think, and there's an easy way to make it. Basically, you can run a script from Linux that'll boot you back into Windows, so that's not too bad. So I think I'm going to do that, and then 99% of the time, I'll get to enjoy the joys of Linux. And I was just spending the past hour deciding which distro, and I think I've decided. Now this is going to be a hot take here. KDE Neon. It has a lot of features. It just seems to be the best. I think KDE Plasma has to be the desktop environment I go for, and then just I'm the most familiar with Ubuntu, and it doesn't really seem like there's much reason to not go with it. The distro I just tried like 3 years ago was Manjaro with KDE Plasma, and I liked it a lot, but I don't know. I did have some issues. I don't remember what, so don't ask me, but I did have some issues, and just with Ubuntu, I don't think I'm going to have those. It was probably my own fault. Don't get me wrong, but regardless, so I think over the weekend, maybe if I have time, I'll install that. But the other thing I've got to do over the next few days and the weekend is install some parts on the Volvo. We're taking it across the state at the beginning of next month, and I would like to have it ready. It'd be nice to be able to stop feeding it power steering fluid so often. That's all I got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I don't know how this hasn't happened yet, but this is the first time we're doing it in the rain. Usually get, I guess, not all that much rain here in Spokane, but we have gotten some, but just never needed to go on a walk during it, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of a sprinkle. I'm from Western Washington, so not too bad for me. But yeah, today, I went to work, and after work, I've been dealing with some home server stuff. Home server, and I've also decided that I'm going to switch to Linux. And I decided that knowing that DaVinci Resolve, what I use to edit videos, supports Linux, except they don't support Ubuntu. And even if you don't know Linux, you might have heard of Ubuntu. It's pretty freaking prevalent. So the fact that they don't support it is pretty ridiculous in my opinion. Not good. I decided I wanted to use Kubuntu, which is just a different, I guess, skin you could call it over Ubuntu. But yeah, so I've been struggling with trying to get DaVinci Resolve working because obviously I need that working for next week's video. Fortunately, the one for Friday is already edited, or else I wouldn't be doing this. So that has been an experience. I also somehow talked Leah, my partner, into switching to Linux. So she's running Pop OS for now, but she might also come over to Kubuntu, depending on how she likes it. Man, I might be a little damp today, but it sure is cozy. Got a truck here. Are they going to stop? Not a chance. What stop sign? What stop sign? I didn't see any. What pedestrian? There's no pedestrians here. Yeah, it is raining out and getting wet, but it is pretty darn cozy. And it's just nice. And I'm not in a leaky tent like I was a couple weekends ago. Oh man. So I don't know. I'm gonna try and go to bed on time tonight. You notice that it isn't even 10 o'clock yet by about 3 minutes. So by the time this goes up, it probably will be, but it's more a reasonable time. I really want to go to bed on time yet, but I also really want to get DaVinci Resolve working. Because if I don't, I'll have to install Windows for video editing, which will be a huge pain in my arse. I think I'll be able to get it to work. I'm pretty freaking determined, and the Linux community is great, as they say. Well, I guess that's all I got. Not much of a car talk one today, but more tech talk. I'll see you tomorrow, and then again on Friday for that camping trip. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I am so excited, actually. Well, no, I am pretty excited. And I'm also very prepared, as you can tell. I finally switched back to Linux. I switched to it for about 2 months, 3 years ago, and I enjoyed it, but ultimately for a few reasons like VR and anti-cheat and that sort of thing, I switched back to Windows. I'm hoping I stick around this time. It's gotten better, obviously, and it's also just, I like Linux. I like the general experience, aside from the glitches and stuff. And the glitches are they're like better than Windows. Like, glitches and issues on Windows are like Microsoft being like, screw you. The glitches and stuff on Linux are more like, oh, hey, we can't do this. So I don't know. But anyways, I'm switching to Linux. I'm excited about that. But also, I'm excited because tomorrow, a great video is coming out. Not to toot my own horn, but we get the Subaru Loyale out. We just put that rear locker in it. And, well, to be completely honest, we probably didn't need it on this trip. But we did get out camping and off-roading. And even though we didn't need the locker, probably, it was pretty gnarly terrain, really rough stuff. And we camp at this beautiful place overlooking the lake. It's probably a cliff of like 30 feet high or 40 feet. That's like, what, 10 meters, 15 meters? And it was just absolutely gorgeous. And I had just enough cell service to catch Saturday Night Live, which was fun for me. It was an incredible trip for me, and I think it really came out to be a good video. So that's coming out tomorrow at 3 p.m. If you want a little preview, I did leave a community post. I have a couple of images. So if you want a little see where I was camping, you can go check that out. And this is the last video ever on the channel that'll be edited on Linux if all goes well. If I don't end up crawling back, which I really am going to try not to. So yeah, I'm excited for that video. I'm not sure what next week's video is going to be. So tomorrow is going to be that camping with the Loyale. Next Friday, it's either going to be camping again, probably in the Loyale again, because I did love that car, or it's going to be working on the Volvo, because I do have parts for it. You know, that's kind of a video I can do anytime. So I kind of want to go camping, so we might do that instead. That's all I've got. I'll see you again tomorrow for the Subaru Loyale camping video. And I'll see you again tomorrow for 15 minutes of exercise. I'll get you updated on how Linux is going. And maybe I'll know what I'm doing by then for next week's video. Thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, I almost forgot again. I was just about to get in bed. But I had to get dressed again, and we're out here. Today, what did I do? I got quite a bit done at work. And that car is driving very slow. And I kind of got more into the groove of Linux. I switched to Linux on, I think, like Wednesday or something. And everything's been great, aside from DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve claims to support Linux. They kind of don't. The other big news is that today the video came out, as it does every Friday. This one I was pretty happy with. We took the Loyale out, tried the locker off-road, that sort of thing. Installed a rear locker in it. And well, it's not doing great, and I don't really let that get to me. It just is what it is. It's how this is, especially when you're starting out. But I do like to think about why that might be. I guess rationalize, you might say. But I think this one's not doing too good because there's not really that much of a goal. Like, I do have a goal, and that's to get to this awesome lake that we did get to, and it was beautiful. But Like they're like the watchtower videos. Those have a good goal of getting to the watchtower. That's always super scenic because we're super high up. And then obviously I think the snow camping videos do well because snow camping is kind of weird. People don't generally do that. But this one didn't have any sort of pull like that. I do also think I need to get better at remembering to actually take a thumbnail. I just always, as you probably noticed, pull a screenshot from the video at some point and throw some text on it. But this time I really didn't have one that I wanted. I wanted one that showed the lake, the cliff, and the Subaru all in one shot, and that just didn't really exist. So I did what I could. Because I think the thing about this video was the location. It was gorgeous. And the fact that my little Subaru got us there. But I just couldn't get all three, or I didn't get all three in the same photo. So I really need to actually focus on taking a proper thumbnail image. Well, anyways, enough reminiscing about the video that came out like 7 hours ago. On to this Friday's video, which is going to be working on the Volvo XC70. Need to fix the power steering fluid leak and the sunroof, and hopefully we're going to get that done before we have to drive it across the state. Hopefully that's a short video. That's my goal, at least. That's all I got for today. See you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And I've been talking about how my partner and I have been switching to Linux. I don't know how I talked her into it, but I did. And so we're both running Kubuntu, which is just Ubuntu with a KDE Plasma desktop environment. I did try her on Pop! OS first, but neither of us were much of a fan of that and the GNOME-based front-end desktop environment. So we're both on Kubuntu. However, there was still one Windows PC in the household. Technically, it wasn't even in the house. It was out in the garage with my servers. It was my like 7 or 8 year old laptop that runs Plex because it has a dedicated GPU for media transcoding. I set it up on Windows because I didn't know anything about Linux back then. And I've been lazy, plus I sort of use the excuse that it's the guest gaming PC. But now, I mean, even if it were, I wouldn't worry about it. But it isn't. And so now it can be swapped over to Linux. And that's what I did today. Swapped it over to Ubuntu server, set up Plex again, moved all my files over. Well, didn't move them over, moved the database over. Files have always been on the NAS. And so now we are a Windows-free household, which is exciting. We'll see if Leah ever gets irritated. I don't think she will. All of the games that she plays don't have crappy anti-cheat. And so it's really just about no difference. There's a few inconveniences, like she has to wait for shaders to compile a little more often, that sort of thing, which she hasn't really been a fan of, but she's been, I guess, tolerating it, I guess. At this point, it's more go back to Windows than it is to just wait for the shaders to compile. So I guess there's that. But yes, we are a completely Windows-free household, which is exciting for me. I don't know. I'm just a nerd like that. Enough about Linux. I'm walking in the daylight today. Today, I'm giving myself kind of a free day. I need that occasionally. And tomorrow, I'm going to be recording the video, which is going to be working on the Volvo. I have the parts to fix the sunroof, and I have the parts to hopefully fix the power steering fluid leak. It's just a couple of O-rings. I think that's where it's leaking from, and I think that's all I need to fix it. Let's hope. They are impossible to get through. I'm not looking forward to that. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. But today I have had the time to move over to Plex and do some other tech stuff and just relax. I also have, as so many people commented, the Haldex service kit. I think I went with the complete, like, including the pump and everything. I just want it to be, rock solid. So I don't know if I'll be getting to that in this Friday's video. I look forward to that coming up either way. I guess that's it for me today. I'm going to finish my walk up here in the daylight for once. Look at this. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I want to tell you the story of fixing a Volvo XC70's sunroof. This is a P2 Volvo. In fact, it's my P2 Volvo, as a certain I would say. But anyways, the sunroof slider has a pretty large known defect. Oh, hi, kitty. All right, back to my walk. He wants to come with. Well, with that distraction out of the way, he's such a friendly kitty. He's the neighbors. God, what was I talking about? They have a known issue where the sliders, they are a couple of metal pieces, 4 of them, and the little plastic pieces come off of the metal pieces. They catch in the rails, and it causes the sunroof to make some awful noises and not really slide. So this has happened in my Volvo, and I wish I'd fixed this forever ago. If your P2 Volvo's sunroof is making god awful noises, then do this repair. I'm gonna have a video on it on Friday, of course, but yeah, so makes awful noises, and mine actually got the sunroof all messed up too because the sunroof motor doesn't have the power to drag this sunshade with it because it's all caught up. So anyways, I got it all apart, and I realized that the left and right side were not synced together. I think this is because it was kind of jammed up, and so it ground on just one side. Fortunately, I was able to get all the sliders replaced pretty easily. It really wasn't a bad job. If you like I said, you should do this if your sunroof isn't working in a Volvo. But anyways, yeah, so it was misaligned, and I was actually nervous that I wasn't going to be able to get the sunroof back on. But I was able to kind of force it on, which was not great. But then when I pushed the button, it ground a few times, made some awful noises before it must have skipped enough in the right direction for the sunroof worked again. So in this process, I managed to strip out one of the bolts of the sunroof. So if you're doing this, be careful about that. I had to put a helicoil in it instead, which I did happen to have on hand. It was the smallest size I had, but I did have it. I installed it, and that worked, fortunately. So yeah, now my sunroof works. That's I guess that's the story. It's beautiful out tonight. I love doing these walks later at night. Tomorrow I've got to do the power steering leak. Hopefully I can get that fixed. It's a nightmare to get to. And I'm installing Bluetooth in the CD changer input so I can use like the skip and pause buttons. That's all I got. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I made an attempt to fix the Volvo's power steering. It did not go well. It would appear that the leak is coming from the transfer lines, the lines that go from one side of the rack to the other, and not the pressure and return lines, which is what I got gaskets for. And I can't find any sort of gasket or the transfer lines. I believe that this means the rack will need to come out, and I will get a different rack to swap in there. I might be able to get a different rack and then take some parts off of it and do it. It's such a tiny space, I'm not sure. Yeah, it did not go well. On the other hand, the car now has Bluetooth with the stock stereo. There's a little thing called a GROM, and it plugs into the CD changer input and adds Bluetooth to the vehicle that way. And now I can do hands-free calling as well as Bluetooth. I had a Bluetooth adapter in there earlier. It was just one of those little auxiliary ones because the car does have an aux port, but it does not come on when it receives power. So I would have to fumble around in the center console and find the power button to turn it on. It was not optimal. So now it'll connect automatically, and I can set my phone up to start playing music automatically if I so desire. And it's great. Also, the skip buttons and such work on the steering wheel and in the console. However, the car, for some reason, doesn't have a pause button. How do you have a CD player and no pause button? I guess they just expect you to turn off the thing, but like sometimes you don't want to turn it off. You just want to pause it. I don't know how the car doesn't have a pause button. But aside from that, it's great. It does pause it when I turn off the stereo, but it doesn't resume it when I turn it back on. So there's not really any way to pause the music. It's just weird. It's like if my phone's in my pocket and I want to pause it, I won't be able to resume it again. But aside from that, it's great. And the install for that was a little annoying, but overall not too bad. I think I might need to update the thing. I'm not sure. As is, it's working all right. What else today? It was a pretty productive day at work. Oh, I got to get the video edited, of course. All it's going to be is the sunroof repair and that stereo, the Bluetooth install, and the failed power steering thing. I also have the parts to do the Haldex service, but I'm going to be doing that yet because my time is finite. Finite? Anyways, that's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I have to make a decision. Hey, my lights out here aren't on. Usually I have some lights out here on. Might have to look into that. But anyways, I need to make a decision on the Volvo. It has that bad power steering transfer line, which, as I can tell, you cannot really get parts for, except for the whole power steering rack. There are, I believe, about 5 or 6 Volvo XC70s or V70s, and there's probably some other Volvos that have the same rack on them. Maybe they still do today, but especially back then, they used a lot of parts between their models. So I could go to the junkyard and try and pull it out. I only have less than 2 weeks now to do that. So I kind of need to do it this week and this weekend if I'm going to do that. And I just remembered I'm busy tomorrow night, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then the video needs to go up on Friday. So I need to edit it at some point. I still haven't edited it. And I also need to decide if I'm going to try and fix the power steering before we drive the Volvo across the state. I'd really like to stop having to buy power steering fluid. But I don't know if I'm going to have time. I'd also like to stop putting power steering fluid on the ground. But let's take a moment, just, I'm being real negative. Let's take a moment to revel in the fact that the sunroof works and the car has Bluetooth. Just, so nice. The essentials, not the power steering. That's not essential, right? Just need to get strong. What else? Leah and I have been playing through Splitgate. Not Splitgate, that's a different one. Split Fiction. It's a co-op mandatory video game, and it's been fun. What else? Yeah, I'm trying to get my new workflow going on Linux because, workflow changes, that sort of thing, and deleting some of the footage. Fortunately, I had the compressed, optimized version still around. But it does mean that part of his video is going to be low quality. There's just, if you're changing your workflow, there's always glitches. I kind of get why people are so attached to the thing that they're using. Even though I'm of the opinion, I try to remain of the opinion that you should just use what's best, even if it is a little bit harder to transfer in the first place. So, yeah, next transition is going, well, it's going. But other than that, I've just been really happy. It's been really nice to just be liberated from Microsoft. So, I don't know, that's all I got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Come to today's 15 minutes exercise. I'm just walking away from over there where a friend of mine was playing just kind of an open mic. You just sign up and show up. It's a really good time, but I thought I'd do my 15 minutes exercise down here in Spokane today. So that's what we're doing. Just don't know how far I need to go. It's 10:38, so turn around in about 17 minutes. What did I do today? I worked and then I kind of relaxed a little. Came here to enjoy a few beers and some, I guess, techno, EDM. I'm not well versed with the genre, but I do enjoy it. I do think I might have made the decision to try to go hard on the whole power steering and get it fixed before I drive it across the state. How possible that is, I need to go onto junkyards and see if I can pull the steering rack out of any of them. And that'll give me some practice on the job before I do it on my car. And I will also be able to maybe just swap out some parts, the gaskets, I don't know. So I think I need to start on that. What day is what, Wednesday? But I should know this. Yes, Wednesday. And So I don't know if I'll be able to start that tomorrow after yards, or have to save it for the weekend. I imagine the junkyards are a little less busy on the nights, so maybe I'll try and start that tomorrow. I did manage to finish Friday's video. Last night I stayed up way later than I should have, even though I got my walk in earlier. Stayed up till about 3 a.m. or something. It's finished and ready to go. And, well, yeah, I think we're going to go hard on the. I really don't want to keep dumping power steering fluid into it. I think it might be starting to cause further issues, but I'm not sure. Can't be good for the pump because that's how I tell when it runs out and starts making bad noises. So, yeah, that's that. The Subaru. I love that car. Oh, tonight, I meant to show you as I was walking. I forgot to. I'm driving the old things. Basically, that thing in the Subaru Royale right now, I'm a daily driver. It's the driver less because the power steering. But yeah, the Oldsmobile, it's just so comforty. It's got the cruise control, sweet, very good heat. I think that's about my time. Yeah, Pacific Pizza in Spokane. Good pizza, good atmosphere. I like it a lot. That's all I've got. I'll see you tomorrow and on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's video, and today I went to the junkyard to try and get parts for the Volvo, specifically the power steering rack, because my Volvo XC70 2007 P2, all those letters and numbers, it has a massive power steering fluid leak. I believe it is coming from the transfer tubes on the rack, which is not the common failure point. The common failure point is the pressure line from the pump and or the return line back to the reservoir. You can get those seals, just a couple bucks, but you cannot get the seals anywhere for the transfer line. You basically had to get a completely new rack. And it's not a new rack. I mean, a new to me rack, like a used rack. So I went to the junkyard with the full intent of actually pulling out and buying a completely used rack. And, well, I lost motivation pretty quickly. It's just such a big job on these cars. You have to drop the subframe, and it wasn't going well. It was starting to rain, and I managed to get the seals out without pulling the power steering rack, the seals that I need for those transfer lines, so I could at least go look for new seals. And I did just that, and 2 auto parts stores could not find them, just like I found on the internet. And so I was told about a hoses store, something like Custom Hoses. I'll go check that out. I also messaged the people at IPD. They don't carry this part. They're knowledgeable people. They might know something. And if both of those things are dead ends, then I'll just take it off on my car and see if I can put in the seals that I pulled off of this car in the junkyard. It wouldn't make sense these seals would be in better shape because the car I pulled them off of was like 4 years older than mine. But maybe it just has less miles or was kept in more temperate climates. I don't know. Better taken care of. I just don't know. So that's the game plan for now. Try to get a new seal from the local hoses store. Maybe a IPD has a tip. And if that fails, then I'll be putting in the seals that I pulled off of the car in the junkyard and hope it's the best, I guess. And tomorrow's video, as a reminder, is going to be the, what is it? I fixed the sunroof and I installed the Bluetooth adapter. Sunroof was kind of weighing on me, so it's really nice to have that fixed. I thought it was going to be a lot less than it was, but it wasn't too bad. And the Bluetooth thing, that's really nice to have. Comes on with the car, the skip buttons on the steering wheel work. It's really cool. That's all I've got. I'll see you tomorrow for that video I was just talking about and another short. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I didn't do much, but I do have an update on the Volvo, and that update is that I don't know what I'm going to do. IPD has not gotten back to me yet, and I didn't get a chance to go over to that hose shop and see if they had the seals. And I just really don't think they're going to. What I really need is the OEM parts, and that they just don't exist. They aren't made, or at least you can't get them. Oh, I guess if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, my Volvo XC70's got a massive power steering fluid leak, and it's coming from the transfer tubes. Usually these cars get leaks either at the reservoir or at the pressure line from the pump. But my car has just got to be special now, doesn't it? And so it's leaking from the transfer lines, which carries fluid from where the pump comes into the rack to either side of the rack, I assume to assist with the steering. That's what power steering racks do, isn't it? So yeah, I can't find the seal for the transfer lines anywhere. I did go to the junkyard, grabbed a couple out of there, a couple out of the car, and I have those, but that car's even older than mine, though it didn't look like the rack was leaking. It didn't look like the rack was leaking on it, so maybe these seals are good or something. So I've got to figure out if I want to take the time to put them into the car. It's just, I wouldn't hesitate, obviously, but it's just such a difficult spot to get to that it's not a trivial task. So that's what's keeping me from just doing it and seeing if it fixes it. But, you know, I think that might be the right choice. We could do that and then take it on a little camping trip even maybe. And then test it out, see if it's fixed. I don't know. I have to see how it goes. It's just going to be tricky. I think I'm going to take a few pieces out, like the exhaust shielding or something, just to barely get in there. It's just going to be a nightmare. It's going to be awful. Man, I'm not looking forward to it. I pulled them out of an S60, which I do believe might have been a front wheel drive car. I think the S60 coming all wheel drive. I don't know, I think it was a front wheel drive car because it sure seemed like there was a lot more space in there. Like the transmission was smaller, and that was not too bad. But getting them out of the XC70, which is all wheel drive, is not going to be fun. So I don't know. I also have the Haldex stuff, but if I want to go camping, if I want to take it on a dry run, then maybe I should just do that. But then again, I'm going to be taking it across the state either way because we got to take the trailers, we got a fridge and wood. So I don't know. That's all I got. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today was a good day. I kind of took it off. You can see the Volvo is right here, ready to be worked on tomorrow. Because I think I've made up my mind. I'm just going to I'm going to pull off the gaskets and see if I can throw on the ones that I pulled out of the junkyard. The power steering is leaking, for those unaware, and it needs new seals that you just cannot get. They don't exist. You can't get them new. So I went to the junkyard and grabbed some. We'll have to see if that fixes it. I don't know. The ones that I got from the junkyard are older than the ones in my car, but maybe they're in better shape. As for what we did today, like I said, I just kind of took the day off, kind of relaxed. I've been getting back into my summer car. My summer car is a car building and finish drinking simulator, as it's called. But it's a very punishing simulator. I'll look at my hair there. But also it has a very incredibly detailed car building portion. So I like it a lot. I'm weird like that. So I've been playing that. And then Leah and I have been playing through Split Fiction, which is a new co-op mandatory game. And we've been trying to train Menko. Menko is going to come with us across the state in the Volvo. So we've been taking her on short car rides to try and get her used to it. Just, feeding her a constant stream of treats. And, well, she's not loving it. But we have another week to go, and hopefully she's okay with it by then. I think that after she's in the car for a while, she will just get used to it and be like, well, this is what it is. I'm gonna go take a nap. At least, of course, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping she isn't too stressed. I'm stressed about her being stressed. I don't know if I mentioned, but Menko is a cat. So we're trying to make a little bit of an adventure cat out of her, because we're going to be gone for a week, and I really don't want to leave even a cat at home alone for a week. It'd make me a lot less stressed if she was with us, but it also makes me stressed that she's going to be stressed on the trip, if that makes sense, I guess. But tomorrow we're going to try and swap out all 4 seals the 2 for the transfer lines and the 2 for the return and pressure lines on the power steering rack. They're all 4 of them there in that spot, and I'm going to see if I can get them all swapped. They're just so hard to get to. I think I'm going to disassemble a few things to try and get in there, like the exhaust shielding and that stuff, but I guess we'll see. Might also get to the Haldex stuff, I'm not sure. That's all I got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I got around to working on the Volvo's power steering. I took kind of a day off yesterday, and today that was the goal, and that's what I did, and I actually replaced 4 seals. I replaced the pressure line and the return line, which are the ones that are commonly known to go bad, and I replaced actually I didn't replace, I took out and then put back in the seals for the transfer lines, because I think the ones in my car were a little more pliable and in better shape than the ones I pulled out of the junkyard. So I don't know if it's fixed. I just did it today, drove it around a little bit. Only time will tell if it's fixed. I'm going to try and drive it around enough that we will know by the time the video goes up on Friday, but no guarantee on that. I also did use a bunch of gasket maker on the seals that I couldn't find replacements for, so I figured it wouldn't hurt, because I'm not going to be going back in there. I can't find the seals to replace it correctly. So that's that. As far as the Haldex system, I was going to actually record that video and publish it while I'm gone, not this coming week after. However, I looked into it, and it's a lot more work than I thought. You have to drop the exhaust, you have to drop the drive shaft, and only then can you get to the Haldex system. So I'm not going to do that until it fails. I have all the parts to fix it if it fails, and pump included. And so if and when it fails, I will do the Haldex service, unless someone corrects me in the comments and says that I really need to do it. Because that was the #1 comment I got on the complete rebuild video, so we'll see. It doesn't really seem like I need to service it unless I want to save the 150 or 200 bucks on a pump, which I've already spent. So that's that. The plan for videos, though. So this coming Friday is going to be the XC70 power steering saga, which includes going to the junkyard and that sort of thing. And then the following week, because I'm not doing the Haldex system, will probably be an old backlog video. I have a complete cut of the Bowron Lake circuit. So that'll probably be going up Friday while I'm out of town. And then the next 2 weeks after that, or maybe even 3, honestly, will be the road trip and such to the west side. And if I haven't discovered if the power steering is still leaking by this Friday's video, then at that point, you will know, because we're driving it across the state, about 700, 800 miles round trip, plus all the driving over there. So yeah, I'm excited for those videos. I always like recording the cross-state ones. They're fun. That's all I've got for today. I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you are about to get a live update on the status of the XC70's power steering fluid leak, because I've got a flashlight and I parked the XC70 here over some pavement. So let's look under it and see if there's a big pool of power steering fluid. And well, looking at that, I would say we didn't do crap to fix the power steering fluid leak. That is a lot more fluid than I expected, actually. That is depressing. Wow, that was a lot of fluid. That was a really lot of fluid. So the car needs a new power steering rack, and that's that. Stay tuned until Friday to see the video on me trying to fix that, though obviously I was unsuccessful, but you can see what I tried. That sucks. Nothing I can do about that right now. That's going to be a freaking massive undertaking to get the rack out. You have to partially drop the subframe. There are some good videos on it out there, though, so I think I will be able to accomplish it. But I don't know when. So yeah, the power steering rack is coming out of that car in the future, being swapped for one that doesn't leak. That blows. Well, what else? Oh, So the rest of this video is going to get real nerdy. I just switched all of the computers in the house to Linux. I even got Leah to switch. And with that comes a much better ability to write scripts. PowerShell is a pain. Windows is a pain. Linux, obviously, made for it. So, yeah, I've been doing that. I actually have a script that converts media for me. On the DaVinci Resolve, which is what I use to edit, does not support AAC audio, which is what all of my cameras record. And so now I have a script that converts that to WAV audio. And I also learned that cameras, a lot of action cameras, generate proxies on the fly as they record, and I wasn't using those. So now I am. This script also copies those to the directories they need to be in and renames them accordingly. And then if there is no proxy media, then it'll generate that for me. So hopefully that'll be really nice for the future. Oh, proxy media is just a lower quality media file that plays a lot better for editing. Whereas a computer struggles with, 4K 60 media, that sort of thing. That should be really nice and actually improve my workflow overall from Windows, even though it was a little harder to get set up, obviously. What else? I have a script that downloads mods and updates those, and I'm running out of time, so I guess I'll see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you join me next to this yellow Cayenne. I like seeing that thing around. It's always fun when someone chooses a color that isn't, gray, black, or silver. So I like seeing the yellow Cayenne around. And I guess if you live in the Spokane area, I just doxed the owner of it. But it happens to be on my walk route, so I always like walking past it. What did I do today? I went to work, of course, and then I just got startled by a bush in the wind. But I also, when I got home, I worked on a script, which it doesn't sound exciting, but I love automating things. For example, I have an automation that will change the input on my TV to the computer. And then when I'm done using it with the computer, it'll change the input on the TV back to the Xbox. It'll also do that for my audio receiver. So I love automating stuff. So I've written a script that will transcode the audio. It's not dark here. It's just you. You open your eyes. Stupid joke. Anyways, I just wrote a script. The AAC audio format is not supported on Linux via DaVinci Resolve. So I've written a script that converts it to WAV for all of my audio files. And I've also included in that script a thing to generate proxy media for my files. Proxy media is just a lower quality format, so you can edit it more easily. I don't need it. My computer can handle 4K 60 MP4 files, but when I go to speed those up to do all the time lapses that I often do, that does not work at all. So I need that optimized media for those. Man, what's the plan for this week? We're going on a 700-mile road trip in the Volvo XC70, which is leaking a lot of power steering fluid. We are taking our cat, Menko. This will be her first time camping away from home. She did spend a night in the Volvo with me once, but she has never camped before. We've been taking her in the Volvo on like short little drives, trying to do it every day to get her used to it. And she still does not love being in the car while it's moving. I'm hoping that once we just get on the freeway and start cruising, she'll get used to it after an hour or two and just be kind of like, oh, well, this is how it is. So we'll have to see. It could go very poorly. And I obviously don't want to stress her out because that's not being a good pet parent. So those will be some interesting videos. That'll be 2 or 3 videos coming out, not this Friday, not the next Friday, but the one after that. That's all I've got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Volvo power steering stuff. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I need a cold one because let's just say it was a rough day at work. I'll leave that at that. And also I just finished editing the video for the XC70's power steering leak, which I did not fix. Which, of course, that was a little depressing. I don't like releasing that kind of video with, like an unsatisfying ending. But that's how it went. it is sort of complete. Like I did complete the repair and it just didn't work, but it's really not satisfying that the repair did not work. Yeah, we're doing a walk in the daylight. The video didn't take too long to edit. It's a really simple one. It was only like 10 minutes or something, which is nice that I didn't really take me that long. I'm just going to spend the rest of the night probably drinking at least one more of these and just chillaxing. Beautiful day out today. It's like 75 or something right now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so that video, I don't think it's going to do very well. That's fine, of course, but we'll see. It's just going to be power steering stuff. I go to the junkyard, I pull out some seals. They don't work. Yeah. Let's see, what else? Oh man, what video did I release last week? It was the one where I did the sunroof and the Grom thing, the Bluetooth thing for the Volvo. That video did like middling low views, which is fine again. But I always just think it's interesting to look at the statistics and share them. But yeah, it's been fun working on the Volvo, except for when it's very frustrating, doesn't work. I think I already outlined this in a previous short, but I'll do it again because I haven't got anything else to talk about. And I like to, it helps to cement it in my brain, you know? So next week, this coming Friday is going to be the power steering video that I just finished editing. The week after that's going to be the complete Bowron Lake Circuit video, which I think that even if you've seen it, it'll be fun to revisit. I'll probably go revisit it myself. And then after that, we're going to really be releasing the 2 videos on the Volvo XC70 road trip across the state, which those should be really good. We're going to be taking our cat for the first time camping, which is going to be making me nervous, but we'll have to see how it goes. We're going to be out of town for a week, though I will be working during the week, so it'll probably just be 2 camping trips on either end. That's all I've got for today. See you tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I wanted to talk about more of the road trip that's going to be coming up. We're taking my Volvo XC70, this one right there, on a 700-mile road trip across Washington State and back with a trailer in tow so we can pick up a fridge from a family member as well as some cordwood. I'm excited for it. It's going to be fun. Hopefully the power steering leaks slowly enough that we can keep it topped off. So that's the goal. Oh boy. And so that's going to be at least 2 videos because we're going to camp for a weekend on either end. I think it's probably only going to be 2. It could be 3 though. Because I'm actually not taking time off. I'm just going to work remotely while I'm over there. And also before that, there's going to be 1 filler video while I'm gone because I'm going to be leaving next week. And that's just going to be the complete Bowron Lake Circuit video. So for the road trip, we are first going to go down through the gorge on Highway 84. And I have a BLM campground marked off that we might camp at. I'm not entirely sure. I would actually go back and revisit that place I camped when I went and got IPD parts in Portland. I hammock camped by myself. But there's actually a campground there. I show it in the video. And at that time of year, it was closed. But it is, according to the website, open right now, so we're not going to do that. So we might be camping on the Deschutes River, but not at Deschutes State Park. So that could be interesting. So we're going to leave on Saturday. Today's Thursday. Yes, we're going to leave on Saturday. So a couple days. We got tomorrow to get prepped and leave on Saturday. And then we're going to stay at the family property at the cabin. I'm going to work from home. Leah's going to work from home. And then come the next weekend, we are going to go back through White Pass on Highway 12 in Washington State. You know, it's probably not good for my safety to be disclosing this before I actually go on the trip. Don't stalk me. That should go without saying. Yeah, we're going to be camping somewhere along White Pass on the weekend after that, which is going to be really cool and really interesting because we're going to have a trailer with a fridge and a load of wood on it. So that'll be interesting because we won't be able to off-road that much, but also I think off-roading with a trailer is fun, so we'll see where we get to. That could be interesting. I think that's all I've got for today. Work has still been a little stressful, so that's fun, especially with this trip coming up. But yeah, that's all I've got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Volvo power steering video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and as you can see behind me right there, we've got the trailer hitched up to the Volvo XC70, and tomorrow we leave on our trip across the state. I think tomorrow we're probably going to hit about 250 miles. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, power steering leak and all. And we're taking the trailer because on the way home, we're going to be bringing a fridge because the owners of this place we're rented the place with a, not a hotel-sized fridge, but somewhere in between that and a real fridge. So I actually found a fridge on the side of the road a while ago, and we used that for about a year before it actually failed. I don't know how the owners knew it was going to fail so fast, but it failed after about a year, and then we had to get rid of that. But yeah, my family has a spare fridge, and they're willing to give it up, so we're going to go pick that up as well as firewood, because there's a lot of firewood on some property that my family owns, so it'll be nice to have for the camping trips. That's what I usually burn, and it's free. So that's going to be really fun. It's going to be kind of annoying towing the trailer all the way over there because it's basically 0 tongue weight when it's unloaded. And so it makes a lot of noise. And so on the way back, it'll be nice. It tows like it's not even there. The Volvo has so much extra power, at least compared to my other vehicles. I don't even really notice the trailer, but on the way over there, it's just going to make a lot of noise. But I'm looking forward to that. We have everything set aside and packed. We should just have to get up in the morning, have breakfast, put everything in the car. We haven't done that yet. And get on the road. And as I've mentioned, we are taking the cat with us. And I don't know how she's going to do. Let's hope she does all right. That video is not going to be up on Friday. That's going to be up a week from Friday because I'm going to be out of town all week, working from home. As for the video that went up today, the power steering, it's doing okay. I'm glad people enjoy the Volvo. I certainly enjoy it, though this power steering issue has been by far the worst. I'd rather do the timing belt again than do this power steering rack. And a week from today, it's going to be the complete Bower and Lake circuit. That's just a video that I've had prepped for a while, and I've been waiting until it's a good time to revisit it, and I'm out of town, and I think it is. So that'll be up on next Friday while I'm out of town. And then after that, it'll be this road trip, and we're just going to go camping on either weekend. And I'm actually thinking of making a third video where I just kind of do a vlog about spending a week at the cabin, which I think might be interesting. That's all I've got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I wish I could show you where I am, but it's a little dark. We're out camping right now. I'm going to stop pointing this flashlight at my face so I can see where I'm walking. But yeah, we are out camping tonight. We've got Menko on her first ever camping trip. She did complain. Oh, if you want to see where I am, I just made a community post, so there's a few photos on there. I do have spotty service out here, so I don't even know how many will upload this. But yeah, it's Menko. Menko is a cat, and it's her first camping trip. So yeah, so she complained for about the first 2 hours. I'm just going to kill my light because there's a vehicle up here and I don't want to be seen for some reason. I just like being stealthy. But she complained for about the first 2 hours. She was really unhappy, but then she kind of found a happy place in the rear right footwell. She just hung out there for a while. She tolerated it. Once we got to camp though, out here where it's, pretty secluded, there's not much going on. She's been pretty happy to just, sniff around and do all that stuff. And yeah, it's been good. She I think has been having at least an okay time, if not a good time. We also have the trailer with us, which I fixed the trailer lights on last night. And yeah, it did good. You just don't notice it when you're hauling it behind the Volvo. It is just It's just so tiny, and the Volvo has so much extra power. The only downside is I can't actually see it when I'm hauling it, so backing up is really difficult. I want to put some flags on like the back corners or something so I can actually see it when I'm backing up. Oh. Surprisingly chilly out tonight. We actually got a fire going. We didn't bring firewood because that's what we're going to get with the trailer. Pick up some firewood from the family. But we just found some honestly pretty wet wood, and we got it burning somehow. There's a lot of pine needles around here, which just go up like nothing else. Yeah, it's been a good night. I needed this. It was a stressful week at work, as I mentioned. And so being out here in the woods, nice and relaxed, it's been great. I will be working from home, away from home, from the cabin for the next week, which I think will be nice as well. Well, it's a beautiful night. We're gonna go enjoy SNL, and I think we just get just barely enough service for it. We'll see. Then hop in bed with the Menko the cat, and well, you'll have to tune into that video to see how it goes, or I guess probably tomorrow's short. That's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. That is Menko the cat, and we are spending the week at this cabin on my family's property. This is a place that's been in my family for, I think, like twice as long as I've been alive, something like that. It's been forever. And so this is where we're spending the week working. Leah and I will be working and, you know, just relaxing, having a nice time away from home. And we brought the Volvo XC70 over here. It towed the trailer all the way over here flawlessly, aside from using about a quart of power steering fluid. But yeah, this is going to be a really nice week away from home. It's just nice to, you know, have a change of scenery once in a while, and this place is free for us to stay in aside from the fuel to get over here, and we're actually getting a free fridge out of the deal this time because my family had an extra one, and the one rented with our house is super tiny. The walk I'm going to be doing today is down a gravel road here. I think it's about a mile round trip down to the shop and the pond down here, and so that's what I'll be doing every day. It's going to be very quiet, very dark. I actually recorded this once before, got down to the parking lot there and realized I couldn't see my own nose in front of me because it was so dark. There's no moon tonight, just it's all clouded in. It's pitch black. Here, I'll turn off my flashlight. Yeah, I can't see anything. You can't see me. All you're seeing me right now is the reflection of the flashlight off the trees and the ground. I'm honestly impressive that it's lighting me up this much. I can hear the frogs. I don't know if you can, but it is very, very peaceful out here. Very minimal light pollution. We can see a couple of cities in the distance if you get to a high point on the property. But it's just very quiet. Nothing out here to bother us. Oh, and this property, like I said, we are working from home. We are out in the middle of nowhere, but we do have power out here. That's a fairly new development within the past, I want to say 5 or 6 years. And we also have fiber internet, which is better than I can get at my house in Spokane. That's due to grants and such. They're able to get high-speed internet out to the rural areas out here. So that's how we're able to work. We've got power and internet, and plumbing was also put in with the power about 5 or 6 years ago. And so it's just really nice to come out here, and it's about as secluded as you can get while still being able to have internet and work and such. And like right now, as I'm recording this, I of course have no service or anything. Well, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Bowron Lake Circuit complete trip video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and she is loving her bed in the window there at the cabin. So yeah, if you're not up to date, I'm staying at this cabin here in the woods. It's daylight today, so maybe I can show you it a little bit better. Brought the Volvo XC70 over here with the trailer so we can pick up a fridge and some firewood, because as you can see behind me, there's plenty of firewood on this property. We mostly gather it from down trees, of course. Today was a day at work, that's for sure. So I feel very deserving of this. over the next week. These shorts, I'm going to try to record them during the daylight for an entire week. That's going to be hard. But I'm also going to show you this entire walk, kind of. So this is obviously leaving the cabin here and walking down towards the pond. And so it's the spot. Wherever I get to today, I'll pick up off tomorrow, and you can enjoy the more of the walk. That might include me making these a little higher production quality, which I've resisted doing, but maybe I'll even flip around the camera and show you a little bit of stuff. Let's do that right now. So yeah, what I'm walking down right now is just a hill that leads out into an open field. Once I get down to the field, I'll flip the camera around and show you that again. Oh, I just love being out here. Even though today was a stressful day at work, I just got to step outside into this, and it makes everything not all better, but definitely better. Oh, we're about to walk into the field here now. This used to be kind of full of grass and trees and stuff, but recently we mowed it, so now it's a nice open field. Let's take a look. And up behind us there is the hill I just walked down up into the woods. And so yeah, considering this is a 15 minutes exercise and these videos are 3 minutes long, it should take us about 5 days to do the entire walk. Though I think today I'm doing a little bit more, or this week I'm doing a little bit more than 15 minutes. I think I'm probably doing closer to 20 minutes, so maybe a bit longer. Either way, we'll get the whole walk in by the end of the week. Man, it's been raining off and on today, but the clouds have parted for my walk today. As far as YouTube adjacent stuff is going, I've decided I'm going to do 3 videos from this trip. I'm going to do the first one where we camped with Menko for the first time, the cat. The second one, which is going to be kind of a vlog style of what it's like to live out here for a week. And then a third one, which is going to be camping on the other end. And I'm starting to get rained on. I just jinxed myself. That's all I've got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and then again on Friday. Bye-bye. Cheers. Now that is one very happy kitty. Today we're resuming my little mini series on walking from the cabin, showing you my walk. Yesterday we started from up here at the cabin, and today we're going to continue the walk from down in the field where we left off yesterday. Let's get down there. Be right back. These 2 fields here are some of the smaller on the property. I'm not sure if we'll make it to the bigger ones today, but it's always nice coming out here. This is kind of when you know, hey, we're here, we're driving across the fields. I'm getting a little wet today, but not as wet as I got yesterday after I turned off the camera. It started to rain just near the end. Oh, I might have jinxed myself again. It's starting to rain harder. Jeez. Yeah, I'm getting very wet right now. Just a little quick recap though. This week I'm staying out at this cabin. Usually I live in Spokane, and now I'm over on the west side of the mountains in the Pacific Northwest, and well, right now it's living up to its reputation. I'm getting very wet. So every day we're going to continue on the walk from where we left off the day before, and eventually we'll have the whole walk in by the end of the week that I'm staying here. I'm working from home, which is an incredible privilege that my work allows. And we also brought the cat over from Spokane. She didn't like the car ride, but she is very happy sitting in her little windowsill there, like you saw, as the fire keeps us warm. Man, I do like it out here. Oh, I smell a little bit of a skunk. I don't know who would have hit a skunk out here. Odd. Last night I posted an extra little short. We saw an owl, which was cool. It's nice to see the wildlife out here. We're pretty far away from civilization. And there will be a video on this experience. It's not going to be this Friday. It's not going to be the Friday after that. It's going to be the Friday after that. So about, what, is that 3 Fridays? Can I count 3 Fridays from now? And I actually did make it to the big field today, so take a look. So yeah, this is our huge field. We had someone come to hay it, but they bailed and and left their equipment out here actually. So we don't know what's going on with that. They've ghosted us, so who knows? Man, I'm getting soaked. I did not come prepared for this. It was not raining when I left. Welcome home, am I right? I actually forgot to show you there is a creek running through the property. I walked across it earlier, but I forgot to flip the camera around and show it off. So we'll have to do that on the way back because this is a bit of an out and back walk. That's all I've got for today. Tomorrow we'll resume down here by the pond and I'll tell you a little bit about that. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. God, I'm so wet. Yeah, that's a crazy kitty. She wants to come on the walk with me, but she is not a good walker. She wants to go at her own pace, and that does not work for me. Welcome back to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And today we're starting off where we left off yesterday, down by the pond. Let me walk down there and I'll, well, show you the pond. Here is the pond. As you can see over there, there's a bridge that goes across out to the island over there. This is just right next to our big fields here. It used to be a lot muddier than it is now. Yeah, I guess there's not much more to say about that. It's just a nice little pond. We do have a little boat and a paddle if you want to go out in the pond, but you aren't really going to achieve too much except for maybe some enjoyment. So now we just need to walk up this hill and then back down it, and we'll be on the way for home. Oh, the week out here's been going pretty well, though. It's been nice to work. We went to dinner with my grandma last night. We beat up on her at cards, which was kind of rude, but fun. The place we went was Frosty's in Toledo, or not Toledo. Place was Frosty's in Napavine. The vibes in there are they're really good. We like that place, so whenever I come over for the week, I always look forward to having dinner with her there on Taco Tuesday. Man, I have noticed that the elevation difference that I have on this walk compared to my walk at home, it really makes a difference. This walk is definitely a lot more strenuous than my walk that I take at home. Now I gotta go down a very steep hill you can see in front of me. Yeah, this is pretty steep. We don't use this road much. This was actually put in by the previous owner of that pond and the property on it. He didn't want us driving through his property, I guess, so he put this in. Even though we did have an agreement with the sale of the land to him, the right to drive through his property on that road to get to ours. Obviously, we've reacquired that land since then, so it's not a problem, and we just don't generally use this too much because it's so steep and obviously less maintained. Well, I'm walking up to the creek, but I'm approaching the end of this video, so we'll start off here again tomorrow. I'll see you then, and I'll see you on Friday. Bye-bye. We've got a kitty here who's ready to go on a walk. She actually picked this leash up, her harness in her mouth, and dragged it over to me. And well, I was in a meeting, so I couldn't take her, but welcome back to this little mini series of my walk from the cabin here. I'm staying here working for the week. Yesterday we left off as I was about to get to the creek, so I guess I'll walk down there and we'll pick back up. Be right back. All right, so yeah, I'm just coming down from that steep hill behind me, just like where we left off yesterday, and we are coming up to the creek right here in front of me. Yeah, it's a nice little bit of water on the property. I don't think there's really much to say about it. It's always been there. We've had some troubles with floods and stuff washing out the culverts, so I think my dad has put in quite a bit of work to try and fix that. And well, I mean, it's not washed out at the moment. Oh, this might be the last one of these where I'm on my walk like this, at least. Though I will be going on a walk here tomorrow, so I don't know, but then we might make it back to the cabin today. So the plan for today is to, well, I'm off work now. That was the main plan, but now that I'm off work, my parents are going to be out later, but before that, I'm going to fill in some of the potholes. It's one of my favorite chores because I got to play with the tractor. I'm about to walk past some, not through them. Yeah, there's just some potholes here. There's another one right there. Just go get a bucket of gravel we have an old quarry on the property, so there's a bunch of gravel over there. You go grab a bucket and a rake and dump some in the holes and smooth it out. Man, it is beautiful today out here. Oh, yes, now we've connected up right on the other side of the creek. I should have shown this. There is a Y, and that's where the loop connects back up. So now we're walking back across the little small field. And then we're going to be coming up to the hill right up there, if you can see it in the shadows there. So yeah, this is a nice little loop for my purposes, at least, though I know my mom goes on a walk just about all the way around the property, which is gotta be at least like 5 miles or so. She does a walk, that's for sure. She knows how to walk. So yeah, coming back up to the hill. I'm glad people have been enjoying these. All of these shorts that I've released this week have gotten pretty decent views. I'm really looking forward to the video I'll be releasing in a few weeks now of the whole experience of living out here. It's going to be kind of fun to share that. And it's not like the usual stuff I do, so we'll see how it comes together. As for later tomorrow, there's going to be the Bowron Lake Circuit video, which is a circle of lakes that you can canoe around. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow. Still a very happy kitty hanging out here with us at the cabin. I'm going on my 15 minutes of walk, continuing off from yesterday. Yesterday we left off somewhere near the bottom of the hill, so I'm going to do my walk and then we'll finish it out. Today's the last day. Be right back. Oh, really quick, we're hauling home that fridge there with that Volvo back there. I don't see where I'm pointing, but yeah, that's going to be fun. I'll talk more about that in a minute. All right, so now we're here at the bottom of the hill here, right next to the field, about to head up the hill right there. And yeah, it's a beautiful view out here. And it's also a beautiful day. And like I said, we are going to finish this walk out today. If I can walk fast enough here, at least that's the goal. If you remember from the first day we did this, this hill is the first thing I kind of came down, so we should be able to make it. But yeah, we're hauling that fridge home with the Volvo. We got the trailer if you're not up to date, and we're going to load the trailer up with that fridge, a bunch of wood, and there's been a new development. I bought a 75-inch TV that's in Yakima, which is halfway home. It is on our way, so yeah, we're going to have to fit that on the trailer too, and we're going to have to plan for that. Okay, so coming up to here, there's a little Y. The road continues forwards, but the quad trail goes this way. And when I come home, I usually take this house. I just forget to take it on the way down. So yeah, we're approaching the cabin. It's very muddy, that's the biggest downside, but I'm not wearing shoes that are that nice. And yeah, we're approaching the cabin. Considering I got a little extra time here on the short, I guess I'll keep walking up into the field here. There's a little orchard. I don't think we get too many fruits and such off of these trees, but we also keep this mowed for some reason. I don't know who started that. It's very wet right now. We had a fire in that fire pit back there on Wednesday night. Gonna walk another little bit of a loop here. It's just so nice out today. It's got to be, according to my watch, it's 64, but it feels warmer, especially in the sun. All right, well, that's it for this little mini series, I guess. I'll see you actually in -2 minutes. A new video just came out, the Bowron Lake Circuit, the complete cut. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's great. If you have, I enjoyed watching it. I watched it again. It's a nice little freak. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again next Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today we are in a very special spot. This is, actually, I don't know where this is. I do know where it is, but I don't know what it is. It's a viaduct outside of Yakima, Washington. And what I'm walking on right now is a catwalk that goes over a little valley here that carries the viaduct across the valley, I guess. Yeah, it's really cool. We are, as you might be able to see in the background there, camping here tonight. There'll be a full video on that on my channel in a few weeks. But yeah, this is a really cool spot. I've always driven past this over White Pass, and I've never actually, got up into the mountains and looked until one time before. This is my second time here. And so it was really cool to, I don't know, come see this cool piece of infrastructure. And it's, you know, kind of unrestricted usage. We can just come up here and, well, you saw where our tent was pitched back there. And there's just this path along it. So that's what I'm walking on today for my 10 minutes, 15 minutes exercise. Is there a John up here? Looks like there might have been a pit toilet or something. Also, I don't know what this is necessarily for. Maybe this is a slide area. So they do this to keep rocks and stuff off of it. But then again, also up here, there isn't any. And obviously some rocks have fallen in there. But yeah, this is a cool piece of infrastructure. I believe it provides water from, oh, is it Rock Lake? I don't know. It's the lake that's up near the top of White Pass. And it provides water all the way down into Yakima or Natchez or something. It's a really cool piece of infrastructure that most people just drive right past. And I also tried to look up a lot on it, and I really didn't see too much. Oh, and up here, we're coming to where I camped in the Volvo already at this viaduct the last time I was here. Because I don't know if you noticed, but we have the trailer this time. We didn't come this far. So we're camping back where you saw, but that's kind of cool because we had a cool place to pitch our tent. But up here, where I previously camped, there's a little covered area that goes underground a little bit, as you can see in the background there. And yeah, it goes along. It goes quite a ways. I don't know the distance of it. Someone does. They should comment it, obviously. As for what else I've got, go watch the Bowron Lake Circuit video if you haven't seen it. It's we canoed. My family canoed 75 miles around this really cool circuit of lakes, and it was a really good trip. I went and revisited it before I posted it, and it's a good video. The main reason it's up is because I'm out of town, so I needed something pre-made, but it is really good to revisit it, you know? That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. You joined me here at one of my lowest times. We lost a tire about 75 miles ago, and well, apparently this wheel only rated for 75 miles without a tire. If you're in the Spokane area, this is the last ditch effort. Everywhere's closed. The bolt pattern is 5 by 4.5 or 5 by 114.3. The wheel was a 13-inch, and it's a 165 by 165/80 R13 tire. But obviously other stuff would work as long as the bolt pattern's right. Yeah, this is the last ditch effort. Everywhere's closed. I've messaged a bunch of people on Facebook Marketplace. I should have taken care of this before we went on the trip, but we didn't. So yeah, if you're in the Spokane area, help us out. As for what's going on here, some redneck shit. We got some firewood, a fridge, and a 75-inch TV on the trailer behind the Volvo. Volvo's all good, so I can like come pick it up or something if you're around. Drop the trailer, but this is it. I don't know what we're gonna do at this point. Yeah. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And if you saw my plea for help yesterday, you'll know I was stuck in Spokane without any way to get my trailer home. And well, as you can see behind me right here, the trailer is home. As you might also be able to see, that wheel there doesn't look like it fits too good. That is actually the spare tire for that car over there. Nope, not that one. That one for the Crown Vic. And it didn't really fit. The tire is now flat because it rubbed so badly on the 15-mile drive home from that parking lot. But it was enough to save the trailer and get it home that night. Let me go through a full rundown of what went down. This video is not going to be out for a few weeks just because I was gone for a week and I filmed a lot of stuff, so I need to edit it and get it out. But what went down? So about 90 miles from home on a cross-state road trip with the Volvo XC70, our trailer blew a tire, and me being the dumbass that I am did not have a spare. I usually am pretty prepared. I like to think that I, am, but maybe I'm not because I didn't have the spare, and that was stupid and an oversight. I just didn't think about it. I don't know why. Anyways, I didn't have a spare. It was a Sunday. No one was open. No one was willing to come get me and save me. So after debating it and thinking it over, I decided to drive home, or at least try to, on the steel wheel without a tire because the tire was completely blown. No fix-a-flat was saving me. So I I started that. We got 75 miles out of the 90, so 15 miles from home, and the steel wheel completely failed. Like it was completely failed. And so at that point, we pulled over in a parking lot and we're just trying to figure out what to do. Eventually, I matched with the bolt pattern, matched with the car you saw in the beginning of the short here. And like you saw also, it doesn't fit very well. But I didn't have any other options, so we loaded the TV, which was on the trailer, which is the expensive thing, onto the roof of the Volvo and went home, unloaded everything out of the Volvo, including the TV, of course, and loaded up some tools and that tire and went back. It did fit, as you saw, but to keep all the weight off the trailer, we unloaded all of the wood and moved the fridge to the front right where the wheel wasn't, and then drove it home. Like I said, it went flat because it rubbed so bad, but we did make it home. It turned what should have been about a 6-hour drive into a 12-hour drive. It took us 6 extra hours to faff with the tire. It was a rough and stressful day. I didn't post a short about that yesterday because I'm going to say my exercise was loading that wood and I was sore this morning. So I think that reinforces it. That's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm feeling a little better. I've had a day or two to decompress about, that whole situation. I still need to order new wheels that look more like that one and less like the one on the other side. And I still haven't unloaded all the firewood from inside of the Volvo. But it was a good day. It was a good day. It's beautiful out here. It's a beautiful evening. It's like a little under 50 degrees, but like I'm getting out here in the daytime. I've been editing today's or Friday's video. I'm still getting used to my new Linux workflow, which involves a script that I've written. So, maintaining that and making sure it's working is always a little interesting. I have been making sure to back up my footage more diligently than I normally do due to that. So it's just taking a little longer. And of course, when I got home, I didn't have much time to do anything since it was already time for bed pretty much on Saturday night due to that whole debacle. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I made a whole short about it yesterday. So go check that out. Basically, the trailer got a flat tire and I didn't have a spare. And so it took us an extra 6 hours to get home. But yeah, it's just been a little bit of a decompression. This next weekend, obviously, I'm not going to do anything. I might get around to some hobbies and stuff. I have, videos set up that I need to edit for the next 3 weeks now. I might even do 4. The whole flat tire debacle and trying to get home honestly kind of feels like a whole nother video. Like there's going to be the first half of that video, which is an awesome camping trip at that viaduct. God, someone corrected me in the comments. Thank you to that person. But it is an aqueduct, and I don't know where I got viaduct from. Viaduct is for cars and trains and stuff. Anyways, so yeah, it's going to be like the first half is going to be an awesome camping video that was really fun. And then all of a sudden we get this flat tire and it's just a terrible time. So I might split it up. Well, I just have to see how it comes out in the edit, but I'm not worrying about that until, of course, I get the first 2 videos edited. Excuse me. On Friday, it'll be the first camping trip with Menko the cat. We camp up down south of Mount Hood. No, not Mount Hood, Hood River. And it's a really good time. She had a good time. She doesn't love the car, but she loves being out in the woods and exploring. And then the next week after that, my family owns quite a bit of property and a cabin on it. And so sometimes I'll go over there. We have internet. It's a luxury cabin, honestly. And so I'll go over there and work from home for a week. And so that video is going to be about that. And then, of course, the aqueduct camping and whole flat tire debacle. That's all I've got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I spent $400 on my $500 little utility trailer. I bought 2 new tires mounted on 2 new wheels and 1 new tire not mounted on a wheel. The unmounted tire is going to go on the existing wheel that I still haven't destroyed. And then the 2 new wheels and tires are going to go on the trailer. The other one's going to be the spare. And that's going to work great. And it was a painful purchase, though. It did make my $500 TV seem like a more reasonable purchase. However, Just absurd. I probably could have saved a little money if I'd like shopped around, tried to piece together a few things, but I didn't really want to spend the time to potentially still have mismatched wheels and tires that might be old or might not be. So I just kind of threw money at the problem to have an assured solution. So that's the trailer. Oh, if you're out of the loop, I drove 75 miles on one of the steel wheels because nowhere was open to get me a tire. It blew. Well, the tire did, and also my day. Anyways, moving on away from that terrible financial decision, let's talk about what I did today and why it sucked. I deleted 2 clips from one of the upcoming videos. I have a script that transcodes all of the audio for all of my media from AAC to WAV. DaVinci Resolve does not support AAC on Linux. It does support WAV, of course. However, I wanted to transcode the audio for a couple of clips before all the rest. My script just does it in, whatever order it wants. It doesn't really take any input on that. And so I ran some commands manually. I know how to use the command prompt. Somehow I messed up and the clips disappeared. If you're familiar with the command prompt, I sound like an idiot, and well, I am, and I'm an even bigger idiot because I didn't back them up. So they're just gone. I'm gonna have to edit around them. That felt like crap. That felt awful. Additionally, my main camera, it's an Insta360 Ace Pro 2. It shoots in video mode with stabilization most of the time, but when it's dark out, it gets a lot better low light performance in pure video mode. However, there is no stabilization, so I turn that on at night. I'm using the tripod. It's great. You can see me better. However, it doesn't change back automatically. And so in the morning, I forgot to switch it back. All of the footage of the tire blowing is unstabilized, however you say that, which it's a lot bigger of a deal than it sounds like. It's really bad. And there's no real way to fix it with software. It just sucks. So on those 2 massive disappointments, that's all I've got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, it is actually very warm out. If I scroll back here, we're in short sleeves. It's 60 degrees out. It's ridiculous. If you know this channel, I love the winter, but I also do love those long summer nights. In between, not so much of a fan of, but it's okay. Today I finished up the video. I was just pretty much waiting for the media to transcode. Excuse me. I was waiting for the media to transcode so I could hit render, and I did that, and I made the thumbnails, and I also did all the chapters. I really do enjoy editing, and the whole video creation process, though, is a bit frustrating when I'm a real big dummy and lose a couple of clips and forget to set the camera back to the stabilized mode, which is what I did, which is what I talked about yesterday. But these things happen. I learn and get better. I'm doing a lot better than I was. I should remind myself of that. I'm doing a lot better than I was when I started doing this a while ago. I haven't lost audio in forever, for example. Yeah, I should knock on some wood. Man, what's next? Next, I got this weekend off. I usually make my videos on the weekend, obviously. But I've got this weekend off, so I'll probably be editing a little bit, but also catching up a little bit on hobbies. I want to spend $1,500 on a NAS, an offsite NAS that I can keep somewhere else at the cabin. And therefore, if my house burns down, I won't lose all of my footage. It costs $1,500 though, which if you do the math, because compared to backing up with something like Amazon Web Services, it pays off in about 2 to 3 years. So it is worth it, but it's a big chunk of change to drop at once. I also want to build an SSD NAS so I can edit all over the network, but that's a whole nother thing. That would cost about $1,000, and it's just kind of a nice to have. Before I let you go, don't forget to check out tomorrow's video. It's going to be out at 3 p.m. It's going to be driving the Volvo XC70 with the trailer all the way across the state with Menko the cat, about 300 to 400 miles. Stopping to camp in the middle. I think it's a pretty good one. I should definitely not miss that. See you again tomorrow for the short and again tomorrow for the video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today it is, yesterday I was wearing a short sleeve. Today it is down to 45 degrees. So I am back in the beanie and a long sleeved garment. Oh man, speaking of the Volvo back there, some kind commenter informed me today that Volvos don't take power steering fluid for their power steering system. At least not the stuff that is called power steering fluid. They use something else. So I've been putting the wrong stuff in there for the whole time it's been leaking. That's not great. But fortunately, I guess it's completely empty right now. Let's go. Oh man, gotta love America. No crosswalk or anything. But yeah, it went completely dry on the way home when we had a whole flat trailer tire debacle, and I didn't want to pull into a parts store parking lot with on a rim. So, but anyways, yeah, it is dry, so I'll just have to go get some of the good stuff and top it off. And it's probably not going to be quite as cheap. That's unfortunate. I wish I'd known that. I just thought everything took power steering fluid in their power steering system, which it still blows my mind that it should be like power steering fluid X, Y, and Z, kind of like oil is 10W30. But no, it just says power steering fluid on at the shop, and then some cars just don't use power steering fluid in their power steering fluid systems. So then again, I suppose if it is fluid and you put it in the power steering system, then it is power steering fluid, but that's not what it's called at the shops. But anyways, that's my mess up. I've talked about that more than long enough. And now I know. Oh man, I spent most of my day after work today perfecting my media transcoding script. If you're not familiar, DaVinci Resolve on Linux does not support AAC audio, so I have to transcode it to WAV. And so I made that work a lot better, and it's a lot more customizable. I like automating stuff. I like writing scripts. It's fun. And Linux does make it more fun though. On Windows, it does support AAC, so I wouldn't need to do it at all, but it has been fun. I also had a minor issue with the NAS, but that is resolved now. But it has been good. It's been a good day. The video is doing pretty well today. I'm glad you're enjoying. There's going to be a couple or 3 more from that road trip, and I hope you are looking forward to those. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and it's a freaking Saturday night, so I've had a beverage or two, but we're still here going on a walk. It is, 11:13 p.m. where I am, and oh man, it smells like someone's been burning something they shouldn't be burning. Yeah, it smells not great. It smells like fire, not the good kind. Oh man, it was nice today. I kind of spent. Well, first of all, I helped Leah write a little script using RSnapshot to back up a save file for Baldur's Gate, because Baldur's Gate has a issue with the Steam saves. So now instead, backs up to the NAS using RSnapshot, and RSnapshot is freaking awesome if you don't know about it. But that's probably also what I'll use if I ever buy that $1,100 or $1,500 offsite NAS that'll live at the cabin. I'll use RSnapshot to back that up. So it was kind of fun to play with that a little bit in a small scale type thing for those Baldur's Gate 3 backups. Jesus. I have mentioned it's Saturday night, and I've had a few beverages. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been able to relax. The past week, I've been editing the video that you all saw yesterday night, and the week before that. Well, I relaxed a little bit, but also I was filming for the videos that you're going to see next week and the week after, and the one you saw yesterday. So, man, it felt nice to relax today. Beyond helping Leah make that script for our snapshot, I also set up the new RGB CCT, which just means RGB plus warm white and cool white. I set up those LEDs for the new TV, the new 75-inch TV, which, by the way, I'm loving that purchase. It cost like $300 adjusted for inflation, less than my 55-inch 4K TV. That looks much worse. So I'm really glad about that 75-inch budget TV. But anyways, oh man, it's oh, hey, here is the yellow Porsche Cayenne. I love that thing. I like walking past it every night. Anyways, hopefully you understood what this was. Like I've said, I've had a few beverages tonight. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. And I hope you enjoyed the video release today on this channel with camping with the cat Menko. That's all I've got. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. We're starting inside because Leah and I struggled and got this fridge in here. This was the old fridge. I mentioned it was small. This one fits a lot better in the space. I'm just renting, so we'll take that with us when we leave. Also, new TV is up and mounted, and then I also put some RGB CCT lights behind it. RGB CCT just means that there's RGB warm white and cool light LEDs, so you can get just better illumination out of it, and we've really enjoyed having that lighting up the space. Also today, I have moved the Volvo out of here. I unloaded all the wood out of it finally. It's only like a week later, and the trailer is sitting there waiting for its new wheels and tires and tail lights. I also ordered the new tail lights because when the tire went, it smashed one of those. I'm thinking there'll be a whole video on a little bit of a trailer refurb. I got to try and bend the fenders back into shape, and I also have to replace the tail lights, replace the wheels and tires, figure out how I'm going to mount the spare tire. Oh, there was something else. There was something else, and I can't remember it. Oh, I got to paint the fenders because with the blown tire whipping the fender, it stripped some of the paint off, so I just got to give those a quick little rattle can or something. So I think that's worth a whole video. Speaking of videos, the latest video where we go camping with Menko the cat, take her across the state. People seem to be enjoying it, so that's good. If you are one of those people, then thanks for watching. Glad you're enjoying. It was certainly a little stressful at first with Menko complaining for the first couple of hours, but once we got to camp, and of course she was happy to be there, happy to look around. And I think overall, you might not know this yet if you aren't keeping up closely, but we're actually out of town for a week. So that's the next 2 videos are going to be the rest of that trip. And so I think she was way better off being with us at the cabin while Leah and I worked from home for a week as compared to being at home alone. I think the overall stress was a lot less, even if she was more stressed during the car ride. So yeah, I've been able to just be productive and relax this weekend because I didn't have to film a video, which has been nice. But tomorrow I got to get back to editing for next week's video. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we are back to, well, not the grindstone because I enjoy doing it, but we're back to editing. Tomorrow, I just reminded that the new wheels and tires for the trailer should be in, so I can get that all taken care of. And, well, it won't be road legal yet because I want the tail lights, because when the tire blew, I took out the tail light. But yeah, today after work, I've been editing the video, and I actually made pretty good progress, though this is a larger than average editing project for me because it is taking place over a whole week. And while it's not crazy amounts of footage, because a lot of the time I was, working from home, which means I wasn't filming or anything, it's just a larger project in general. More days, more stuff to try and combine together to tell a story, I guess. But yeah, I think it's coming together pretty well. It's looking like it's gonna be probably an hour-long video if I'm lucky. Maybe longer, but I like to try and keep things under an hour if I can. So that should be a fun one. I'm liking the variety vibe it's got so far, because I tried driving a side-by-side for the first time and gave my thoughts on that. Spoilers, it wasn't positive, and probably it was just because of the side-by-side that I had access to wasn't the greatest. Filled potholes with the tractor. I just did, I did a lot. It was a whole week of what I was up to. What else was I going to talk about? I forget. One of the other things I worked on over the weekend was my media transcoding script. Unfortunately, I don't have my settings for the proxies, which is just lower quality media that you use in place of the high quality media, so you can edit it better. So that wouldn't work very well, but I've been working around it. But the audio transcoding from AAC to WAV, since AAC doesn't work on Linux Resolve, that's been working great, and the scripts are really fleshed out and good. Now, by the way, they are available on GitHub. Username is RSX Enthusiast, if you're curious. I say they, it's just one script, and it's always a work on progress. Use your own risk. But yeah, that's been really fun. That's one of my favorite part of switching to Linux, is all the scripts you can write. So easy and fun. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today the wheels came in for the trailer. Oh wait, no, there's still the old tire on there. What? It's because apparently a freaking wheel got damaged in the mail. How do you damage a trailer, wheel, and tire? So that's not going to be here till Friday. I was going to film part of that today and get the wheels over so the trailer was mobile again, but I cannot do that. So the lights are going to be here tomorrow, and the second wheel is going to be here on Saturday or something. So I don't know, that'll be fun. We'll see. I might also end up cutting off some of the fender with an angle grinder. My God, that's a loud bird. Just because then it would make the trailer better off-road. Not that it'll ever be great in its current form, but it'd make it, have a better clearance, because I noticed some of the fender got caught on rocks and stuff. So anyways, yeah, that was exciting. And annoying, and eTrailers.com was not very helpful. They made me order a new one at my expense with the assurance that I will get refunded. Who knows if I'll actually get refunded? Let's hope. What a pain in the butt. So anyways, what else? I finished the video today on Friday. That'll be done and out on Friday. Of course, that's the one where we're staying at the cabin for a week. It is it's a beautiful place that I have access to, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with everybody, in video form at least. Please don't show up. And then I need to start working on the next video, which will be the camping at the viaduct, plus finally the whole trailer flat tire debacle. And don't count on that, honestly. I might split it into 2 videos, because the whole trailer tire debacle was freaking wild, but we'll have to see how it goes. I won't know until I'm deep into the edit. And you might notice we're walking during the daylight today, or at least kinda. With the longer summer days, that'll become a little more common. But oh, hey, I don't know how this is going to show up, but look at this beautiful sunset behind me. But yeah, with the longer days, that should happen more often. But yeah, it's beautiful out. Yeah, I'm wearing a short sleeve too. It's also like 61 degrees right now. High of 70 today. Crazy. I'll see you again on again tomorrow and again on Friday for that cabin video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say like a TV backlight? Not the one for the picture, but like those LEDs that go on the back of your TV and light up the wall for some nice ambience. Is that the right word? I think so. Anyways, yeah, those lights. I'm a DIY type person, and I'm willing to do a lot of extra work to save a few bucks, and today was a perfect example of that. I spent what was it, from about 4 until 9:30 or something today, just soldering. Did about 250 solder joints, all to get backlighting on 3 monitors. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I don't know what sort of pre-made solutions exist for that out there, but I didn't use them. So that was my entire evening. And boy, I'm tired of doing that. I'm not that good of a solder. Well, I guess if I took me 6 hours to do 200 solder joints, you could probably extrapolate that I'm not a very good solderer. But yeah, so the best part is I still have one more to do. So more to look forwards to. Yay. Oh, man, today was one of those days where I almost forgot to get out here. I actually was going to take a shower, hop in bed, and then I was like, oh, crap. So that is rather irritating, but hey, I'm here. I'm out here. I'm doing it. Haven't missed a day. So not too bad, not too bad. Man. The trailer lights have come in. I'm excited for that little mini project. I think I don't know if it'll be a good video actually, but I think it'll be fun for me. Maybe it'll be a good video. Depends on how much angle grinder gets involved. Speaking of good videos though, this Friday is going to be the staying at the cabin for a week. My family has a cabin in the woods with internet and stuff, so I worked from home from that cabin for a week, and I'm bringing y'all along so you can see what it's like to live at that cabin in the woods, work from home for a week. Oh, and I think I mentioned that video might be an hour. I think it's like 32 minutes, so I way overestimated. Yeah, so look forward to that on Friday. And here's that yellow Cayenne I like walking past on my walk. I love when people choose fun colors of cars that are usually, black or silver. Anyways, that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that cabin video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I've got a little bale breaker top cutter, and we're going to enjoy that as we walk here. Today I don't have that much to update on. Today is Thursday, which means it's a little bit of a trivia day. So I basically went to work, and actually today was very productive at work. I made some good progress in the thing I'm working on. I don't want to say much more than that, but yeah, after work I did some chores around the house. That's it. And headed off for trivia. I should have biked today, but I wasn't feeling great, and I think what it actually is just allergies hitting. I'm very allergic. I get allergy shots, and when I got tested, they were very impressed by the results, by the amount of things I reacted to. And I got retested. I got tested first, and I was like in 4th grade, I think, which means I was like 10. And I recently got tested probably a couple years ago now when I was, what would that make me, 25, goddamn. But yeah, so I get allergy shots for a lot of things. You know that I have a cat. Speaking of which, last week's video, we went camping with her, but she is on the hypoallergenic food, which works by using egg proteins to, oh God, I don't exactly remember, but there's some science behind it. And apparently it works to reduce her allergic, to reduce her allergens by like 50%. So she's on that. I'm on allergy shots, but it is spring, which means people are mowing their lawns, and I think I was just feeling that earlier, long story short. So I took an allergy pill, went out to trivia, and I don't know, maybe it's the beers, but I'm feeling good now. Man, I hope Oh my goodness, my voice. I hope you all enjoy tomorrow's video. It's the week at a cabin with Menko the cat, of course. But also just kind of what I do while I'm over there. I thought it'd be interesting maybe to make a vlog style video where I go over what I do at the cabin for a week. I tried the side-by-side. I've never driven one before, but my uncle bought one. And there's a car turning in behind me. I'm kind of spooked. But I also filled potholes with the tractor, which I always love playing with the tractor. And a few other things as well. But, you know, it's just kind of country living with fiber internet for a week, which is strange to say. That's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I didn't do a whole lot. I got the fridge, our new fridge that we hauled across the state on this trailer. That whole debacle will probably be out next Friday. But yeah, I got it hooked up to the water, which involved running a tube over my ceiling, which does not have the girlfriend approval, but I think having ice does have the girlfriend approval, so they kind of cancel out. But anyways, yeah, that's hooked up to water. We now have an ice maker, which is one of my favorite things. I love automating things. I kind of do it for a job, and so automating the creation of ice sounds great to me. There's a car coming very much over the speed limit. That is a nice Subaru, but not nice enough that I wanted to be splayed over the hood of it. I don't know if you can hear it. But yeah, so automating the creation of ice. I hate remembering to fill up the ice trays, having to carry them across the kitchen, get water on the floor. So that's awesome. And also the longest I've ever talked about an ice maker, probably. Tomorrow, I'm going to film the trailer refurb video after what we did to it on that trip. So yeah, that should be interesting. I might cut the fenders a little bit because they got damaged, but also to hopefully prevent them from becoming more damaged in the future, or damaged again. So yeah, I might end up cutting those a little bit. And I also am going to do the tail lights, as I mentioned, and I'm going to have new wheels and tires. I also got to figure out a way to mount the spare, though I don't know, maybe I'll just leave it under the trailer and then throw it in the car when we're doing that, but it'd be nice to have it mounted on the tongue or something. So yeah, that's the next video I'm going to film, though. Not the next one that'll come out. Speaking of videos that came out, though. Today's video, the week at the cabin. It's doing okay, which is kind of what I expected. It's not my usual stuff. It's not working on cars. There's not a lot of driving, off-roading, or camping in it. So I'd say staying out of the cabin there is kind of camping adjacent. I'm having a fire going, and you know, I drove that side by side in the tractor. So it's adjacent, but it's not, you know, my bread and butter here. So, but I still think it's a good video, and I hope you're enjoying it. If you haven't seen it, then you should go watch it. It's the week at the cabin video, just the latest one on my channel. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again next Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you get a few little glimpses of the trailer that I worked on today. But more importantly, today's going to be a little different. We're going to go find a couple of geocaches. All right, we just passed my usual turnaround spot there, the roundabout. The 15 minutes exercise is just the minimum, not what I do every day. We are heading toward that bridge in the distance over there. That's a new overpass, and someone put a couple of fines on it. All right, we are arriving. Apparently this one is a guardrail cache, but like I said, it is in plain sight. So let's see if we can spot it here. I'm thinking it might be one of these bolts. I'm not sure. I've been looking a little bit here now on both sides of the road, and I am not seeing anything, and the hint is silver, which I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem all that helpful. I'll get back to you if I find it. Well, I have found it, and I don't know if I'd exactly call it plain sight. You tell me. Let me grab it here. Well, there we go. I guess I need to sign my name now. this is unfortunate. I forgot my writing utensil. I figured that a cache of this size would have one. That one did not, so I'll have to return later and mark it as found. But we did find it, so I'm assuming the next one's going to be just about the same. Let's go see if we can find it too. This one was hidden at the same time by the same people, and so I assumed it'd either be, you know, in the little thing right there or the one on this side that I just showed you, but it isn't, and the last log is the did not find, so I'm gonna keep looking as I keep walking, but I don't think this one is here anymore. See that golf cart? I hate this about where I live, and Liberty Lake, they're just allowed to drive on the sidewalk. All right, I spent a little longer looking at that location there as well as on the other side of the road, but no dice. We're pretty close to some shops over there, so I'm gonna keep walking, grab myself a nice refreshment. Kombucha acquired. This is one of my favorite flavors. I was gonna grab a 6-pack, but I don't have my wallet. Fortunately, I was able to pay for this, and I'll be able to pay for the bus with my phone. Now I just got a short walk to my bus stop and a little short wait before the bus comes. I'm just lucky that I timed this right because this bus only comes every hour. Welcome to America. Well, this is us, and if you notice down here, I got a paper bag with a few cans in it. Stopped by a gas station, they're a little lax on the ID checks, and, well, they didn't check me. All right, time to wait for the bus. And we have just about made it home. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might recognize these if you watched yesterday's short. That was quite a good one. We went and found a geocache and, well, tried to find two, I'll say that much, but it was a good one. You should go watch it. I put more effort into it than usual. Today, we're back to the regularly scheduled rambling. Also, if you haven't seen last Friday's video, you should go watch that, and now we'll get into the rambling. Yesterday was Saturday, today is Sunday. Yesterday, I worked on the trailer. It took quite a beating, as you've seen if you've caught up with my shorts or my community posts. I drove it like 72 miles without a tire on one of the sides. And the tire that was left, you know what a blown tire looks like, that slapping against the fender really did a number on it. So I painted the fender, except I didn't have gloss black on hand, so I used matte black, and it looks better than you might think. I showed a little teaser in yesterday's video, but otherwise that'll be out in a couple of weeks. And I also replaced the wheels. I replaced the turn signal, or the tail lights, well, same difference. And reaffixed the license plate. I think that's about it. But yeah, that's going to be a video in a little bit here. Yeah, so that was kind of fun to kind of work on something that didn't matter so much. Don't judge me too much for Miller Lite. It's you know, a halfway decent cheap ass light beer. And when I picked it out, the selection was slim. I was at the gas station, trying not to get ID'd because I'd forgotten my wallet. Oh man, today I didn't do much. I tidied up the shop. Oh, I came up with an idea for a video. My shop is a mess. Even after I tidy my shop, it's still kind of a mess. And so my idea for a video is I'm not leaving my shop until it's clean. Essentially, that would be I'm not leaving my shop until each and everything in it, every single wrench, every single bolt, every single wire has a place. And so I think that would be an interesting idea. And essentially, I'd live in the shop, you know, during the work week until I'd achieved that. Let me know down below what you think of that. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. Again on Friday. Cheers. Night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I haven't got a plan what I'm going to talk about. Oh, there is something actually I just thought of that I don't think I've shared yet. It hasn't really been on the channel much. I think it was in like a 5-minute video where I replaced the turn signal back when. My Honda Shadow 500. I have a 1985 Honda Shadow 500, and it has an extremely leaky fork. I went and looked for parts for it a while ago, couldn't find them. And I went and looked again, and I did find them. So I've ordered those, and so at some point we'll be building the fork on the Shadow. One of my goals for this year was to have it up and running for the season, so that is something I really like doing. And hey, we might even do a trip or camping with it, which is going to be kind of fun because I'd have to go super light, of course, which would involve the hammock. But yeah, there's the Shadow. The other thing it might need is the front. I'm not sure about that one. We'll see if just a little bleed does it, but I'm not sure. So first we're going to do the fork because I know that that's an issue. Man, let's talk some about the channel. These shorts, ever since I stayed at the cabin and did those daily walks, showing off the property a little bit, these shorts have been getting a lot of views. I definitely get more views on shorts, though obviously a shorts view is much easier to get. So I don't know, that's just been interesting, and I can get why some creators, make shorts and that's all they do. They're a lot easier to make. It's a smaller project, especially for what I do, or just talk to the camera. At least I'm not in a car, right? Again, and I'm not usually yelling. And I'm usually saying things that make sense, I think, generally. Maybe not that one time after I stayed up all night because my tent was wet inside. Oh man, that was definitely type 2 fun. I was having a bad time, but man, remembering it right now, that was fun. That was, I think the video is titled something like Camping in a Winter Storm. The thumbnail has the Subaru Loyale with tire chains on it if you wanted to check it out. I got so freaking wet in my tent. I had to dry everything out. Well, I guess that's what you get when you come into something like me talking about the video from months and months ago. That is all I've got for today. I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Ooh, you're not going to want to miss Friday. Friday is the whole trailer tire exploding saga. Okay, bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're walking to the gas station to grab a brewski to celebrate the completion of Friday's video. Yesterday I slept like crap, and so I actually took today off of work because I just didn't think I'd be of much use. And so instead of going to work, I, napped, but also edited the video, which at this point with my editing, it's just, it's sort of mindless and it's tedious and it's fun, but, it varies. So, yeah, so I just finished that about 5 minutes ago, and man, it's just a lot of work. If I ever do become successful at this whole thing, which of course you can help at if you like this content or my long form stuff, I think one of the first things I'll do is hire a editor. I don't know if I'll have them edit every video, but I'll definitely have them edit some of the stuff. And hey, maybe I won't. Like, maybe if I'm doing this full time, it wouldn't be so bad. But considering I just have to work this in around my work schedule, my full-time job, it's a little much. So I don't know, because I do like editing. It's just, man, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I would enjoy this beer on the walk with you, but I just kind of want to, enjoy it on my own, because I've just been having to listen to myself talk to myself for the past so many hours. Want a little peace and quiet, nice relaxing walk. That's what walks are for, right? Oh man, though Friday's video, it's gonna be a banger. It is the whole trailer flat tire saga, but in addition to that, there's a whole ass camping trip next to an aqueduct tacked onto the front of it. So that's what's really cool. And then we get this flat, and there's all this story. I said at the moment, for that matter, well, this sucks. It took us an extra 6 hours to get home on like a 3 or 4 hour drive, so it sucked in the moment for sure. But watching it back, it is really not so bad. It's really interesting, and I mean, I guess that's how it goes. That's like, well, it's canceled now. It's like Roadkill's whole, model. They go out and do stuff that happens to also create drama. That's all I got for today. I'll talk to you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers, at least in a minute. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I will never get tired of looking at that thing. That's my 1993 Subaru Loyale 4x4 with a rear locker. Man, do I love it. Oh, tonight, or a little bit before dark, a wonderful time when it's dusk, and it's been a warm day, so it's nice and warm out still. And, well, going on a walk. I don't know if I have much to talk about today, but I'm going to talk about this brewski here. This is an Iron Goat Brewski Blonde, and Brewski is the name of the, oh geez, that's a stiff one, is the name of the Trash Goat in downtown Spokane. The goat that the Iron Goat is named after, so. And beyond this being an excellent beer, I've had this many times in their tap room, as back in college, a group of friends and I would drive about a half hour each way from Cheney to go to trivia at the Iron Goat every Thursday. That was before COVID. And after COVID, they got a new guy, and the trivia sort of shifted to boomer trivia. There was like at least 10 points per night given just for sports questions. So that was a little rough, and well, now we go to natural 20. Man, it's a really nice night out. So yeah, Friday's video is completely finished. It includes the whole trailer losing a tire debacle, as well as camping at the aqueduct again. It's a pretty good video. I was shocked at how little time the trailer tire debacle took up. It was really hard to make it interesting for a long time, because it's like, I mean, it just happened, and then we solved the problem, and it took us a long time, but that doesn't make for interesting content, just sitting in the car driving at 35 miles an hour for hours on end. So it felt like a completely different video to us at the moment because it took so long. But in reality, it was just a little bit of the interesting stuff. So, yeah. Then after that, we're going to be fixing up the trailer. I've already done that. I showed it as a teaser in a few videos, but of course, the video is going to come out a week from Friday. And I think I'm going to go camping this weekend. I've been feeling a little cooped up, and we might actually be able to get to some watchtowers, though it's going to be still too early for the ones at the higher elevations. So maybe some lower elevation watchtowers. Well, I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And considering yesterday's short, got quite a few views about the Iron Goat, I thought today I forgot to mention one of their best things is they have bomb pizza. Their banh mi pizza, at least if they still have it, I haven't been there in a while, is one of my favorite pizzas ever. Actually, I'm going to go this way. But yeah, so I don't know. I need to get down there more often, but some really good pizza, great beer. It's a good place. Anyways, what else did I want to talk about today? Oh, I've had an interesting idea for a video. If you've watched my stuff in the shop where I'm working on cars, you know that I'm not, how do you say, the most organized person ever. And I'd like to change that. And I thought of a way to make it into content, as is so all important. I'm thinking I'll just live in my shop until every single thing has a home. Because the main issue is that, like, when I go out there to tidy, I'm like, well, this doesn't have a home. I don't know where to put it. And so as a part of this video, I'd be going on Facebook Marketplace and Home Depot and Lowe's and that sort of thing, and trying to find stuff to give things homes. So I think that could be an interesting concept. And I'd be sleeping in the shop and cooking in the shop everything in the shop. I would not be allowed in the house except to use the bathroom, because that's something I can't really do in the shop. I guess I could get a not a porta potty, but something like that. But I'm not gonna do that. I gotta draw the line somewhere. So I think that could be sort of a fun concept. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a really hard thing to edit because it's going to be over such a long time. My favorite things to edit are like weekend trips because they're just 2 days. It's all chronological. But the videos that take space over a longer time, it's, harder to know what to cut, harder to keep the storyline going. But I think it'll be interesting. At least we'll see what I come up with for storage solutions. So there's that. Oh, and tomorrow's video, the trailer, we camp at an aqueduct that I call a viaduct many times because I'm a dumbass. We camp at an aqueduct, and then we drive home with the trailer and the Volvo. And it goes very poorly. We lost a trailer tire. I don't have a spare. Well, I do now, but I didn't then. So we drove about 72 miles on the steel wheel before it failed, and then we had to problem solve. And I'll leave you to find that out tomorrow at 3 p.m. if you watch the video. I think it's a pretty good one. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow. Again tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today it really is going to be as close to 15 minutes as possible because it is late. Leah and I were finishing up the game called Split Fiction. It's a co-op only experience, if you're unaware, from a studio that's only done 2 other co-op only games. And this is probably a hot take, but I think Split Fiction's my least favorite of the 3. I think I've realized playing this game that I'm just not a huge fan of boss fights. I liked Cuphead a little bit, but I only got through like a few levels before I got tired of it. So I think I'm just not a fan of that sort of boss fight type thing. It's why, even though, oh god, what's not the Dark Souls, but I haven't gotten into that style of game intentionally because I'm like, I don't think I'd enjoy it. So, yeah, not a huge fan of Split Fiction, unfortunately, which is, it is unfortunate because I really liked their past 2 games, especially A Way Out, the Prison Break one. But what else did we do today? Oh, of course, the video, the aqueduct camping went up. I think it's a really good one. It's really dramatic because we lose the trailer tire and we don't know if we're going to make it home. Spoilers, we do eventually, but it was not easy. And then there's also, of course, camping at the aqueduct, which is just a crazy campsite. We've done it once before, but doing it again, it was nice to return, and I actually found some infrastructure that I kind of missed last time I was there. A suspended pipe. So it goes over a valley. That's what we camp next to. So I think that's a banger of a video. Unfortunately, I don't know, it's probably I didn't get the thumbnail or the title right or whatever. It's so hard to get that right. So people who don't regularly watch will click on that out of all the billions of other videos or whatever. But I'm preaching to the choir. No one really needs to be told that. Matters is that I'm happy with it, right? Be able to look back on it with the children. If I ever have children, that's a whole nother discussion. It's late. I am tired. This is going to be an extra rambly one. Man. Oh, and of course we have Menko the cat on the aqueduct camping trip again, so if you enjoyed seeing Menko, it'd be another reason to check out that video. Man, I'm tired. I'm gonna go home as quick as I can, get to bed. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I kind of just relaxed for the most part. I got a few things done, but did not really work on YouTube. Tomorrow, I might edit the trailer refurbishment video. Refurbishment, is that a word? But yeah, I might edit that video because I think starting on Monday, I will be living in my shop. And I don't know if you can still see it back there. There's my house. Yeah, there's my shop. Yeah, I will not be living in there. I'll be living in there. And that is because my shop is a mess. and I need to force myself to clean it and organize everything. And so I will be living in there until every single thing has a home. And that's going to take a while because there is a lot of stuff in there that does not have a home. That'll include, browsing Facebook Marketplace, browsing, maybe waiting for 1 or 2 days shipping from Amazon. And also I work from home, so I will be working in my shop. I also have a little side room that has server stuff, so I'll be organizing my server, cable managing that hopefully, and all of this without access to my house. I'm still undecided whether I'm going to let myself use the restroom in there. I think it'd be kind of funny if I had to walk down to the gas station to use the restroom, but we'll see what I end up doing. I'm going to try and do the least amount of, moving or whatever into the shop. Like, I'm not going to bring my gaming computer. I will bring my Steam Deck, but yeah, no gaming computer. So, yeah, I'll have to see how that goes. It will certainly be interesting. That video is not going to be out on Friday. That's going to be the trailer refurbishment video, but it'll probably be out a week from Friday. Unless I decide to, maybe I'll shelve it. I don't know. It's nice to have a video shelved, and I have the opportunity to do that if I also go camping next weekend. We'll have to see how it goes. It's going to be fun, though. It's going to be nice to have a organized shop. The issue is I go out there to organize it, and I'm like, well, half of this crap doesn't have a home. And so this will force me to actually give things homes. Maybe it's just taking my ADHD to the max. It's like, ADHD, I focus on one thing for way too long. I'm going to focus on organizing my shop for multiple days. Well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Either way, it should be entertaining. Oh, man, it's a beautiful day out here today. It got up to like 75, I think. Right now it's still 70. I'm only wearing this sweatshirt because, I learned that Menko doesn't really like the sound of the garage door opener. So she scratched a hole through my shirt, so I'd be doing a nip slip right now if I didn't have a sweatshirt on. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Goodbye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we've got a series first. We're doing this in the morning, which means I also don't know what to talk about because I haven't done anything today yet. We're walking down to a local coffee shop. It's about a 10-minute walk each way, so I guess I'm overachieving by about 5 minutes. There's a runny Babbit. But today the plan is, I got to mow the lawn. It's getting too tall. Should have mowed it last weekend. I hate mowing the lawn. I'm allergic, and I also don't really care for lawns much. But it needs to be done. We're renting, so I can't really change it to any other alternative type of landscape. So just got to mow it. And I also am thinking I'll edit Friday's video. That's going to be the one where we work on the trailer and fix all the damage that happened in last Friday's video. And I think that's about it. I might also prepare for living in my shop. Yeah, I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to be organized when I'm done. Everything's going to have a home instead of stuff being randomly piled everywhere. Oh, there is one more thing I could do, but I might not. I got the parts in for the Honda Shadow, my motorcycle. It needs to be fixed, and the fork needs to be the new seals. Fork needs new seals, so I got to do that. I've never done that before on a fork, so it'll be a learning experience. I guess that's about all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today it's raining, which is odd because it was beautiful today. But aside from that, I am going to talk about Patreon. And don't click off. I'm not going to push you to buy anything. I just want to share some behind the scenes and let you know that it exists. The link is patreon.com/Joel Kalich. It's also on my channel. And I also want to be clear that while there is no YouTube memberships right now, those will go live when the channel gains access to them at 500 subscribers. So if you prefer YouTube memberships, you should not go to Patreon. You should wait for them to go live. The content will be the same on both services, I believe. Though I don't know how YouTube memberships work because they're not unlocked. All right, all that out of the way, I guess I can share what you can gain. So right now for free, just because they're the first posts, you can go see Friday's video. It's the trailer refurb because I did a number on that trailer on our last road trip. And so it needed some work and we gave it some work. The next level of perk, so that's the first level. That'll be early access. And if there's ever ads on my video, you will not know them if you know that there's ads if you're a paying member. So ad-free and early access is that level there for $5 a month. For $10 a month, you get access to all of the footage. I'll just dump all of the footage into a playlist on YouTube, and you can go to that playlist and watch it. It'll kind of be like hanging out with me for hours on end. I don't know if that's something that people want, but it's something I can provide for relatively little effort because I am still working a full-time job after all. You will get to see like cut clips, like outtakes, me setting up cameras, that sort of thing. Also extended drone shots, that kind of stuff. One of those behind the scene clips will also be released for free on the Patreon every month. So if you just go over there and become a membership for free, I don't even think you have to put in payment info. You can see a behind the scene clip every month. So if that's something that sounds interesting, then you should go check it out. But then for $15 a month, you can get your name in the video, and I'll read out some of the names that are at that tier in every video. Standard Patreon stuff. And then for $100 a month, you get access to this phone number, the phone, my personal device that I carry in my pocket. You can text me, call me whenever you want. Then there's one more ridiculous tier, but it's just kind of there as a joke, so I'm not going to really describe it here. I think that's all I got to say about that. I hope that I'm handling this in a self-aware way, considering the size of this channel at this time. Yeah, thanks for listening, I guess. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to thank everyone who watched the short from yesterday where I discussed my strategy with Patreon, with asking for contributions. It seems to have gone over well, and I'm thankful for that. No one's even become a member or anything, which is understandable. I've only had the Patreon live for a little bit, and I'm not a huge creator, but I'm just glad that it doesn't seem to have rubbed anyone the wrong way. So, or rubbed anyone the right way. This isn't an OnlyFans. I'm sorry. Anyways, yeah, I'm glad that's gone over well. Moving on to what I did today. Today I went to work, obviously, got some stuff done. Actually a pretty good day. And Leah and I are playing through Grand Theft Auto 5 and in the anticipation for Grand Theft Auto 6. And so we're doing that on the new 75-inch TV, and then we got the old 55-inch TV set up on the ground beneath it. And so that's a pretty sweet couples couch gaming setup, which is how I prefer to play Grand Theft Auto. It's how I remembered all those sleepovers as a kid. We had a couple of TVs set up, a couple of consoles. Of course, now it's both PCs, but still the same vibes. So that's been fun. As for what else is on my mind, I'm thinking about how I'm going to record the... I'm going to live in my shop until it's clean, it's tidied, everything has a home. And I'm just trying to come up with a good rule set because I don't want to be able to go to my house just whenever I want. But I also do need to be able to go into my house if like I need to grab a tool or something to like do something in the shop. So I'm trying to figure out how to make that fair. I'm thinking I'm allowed to have Leah gather me up a pile of stuff once every day, and then it can be brought out to me, and that'll make it a good compromise between having access and not. If you got any other better ideas, and leave them down in the comments. But yeah, other than that, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to be doing a lot of runs to the store and such to get organization solutions. I'm not entirely sure. That's kind of part of the fun of it. We don't know how it's going to go. Speaking of Patreon, you can watch Friday's video where we refurbish the trailer on there for free right now. And also I want to mention that last week's video where we blew the tire and went camping at the aqueduct, I think that's a really good video. It's not getting a lot of views. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. I think it's a good one. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, well, we're in the shop. That's my work setup over there. Yeah, that's right. I'm doing the video. We're living in the shop until it's clean. I'm already starting to think it's a bad idea. Let me get this garage door closed and get to walking. All right, on the walk. Yeah, I'm living in my shop for, I don't know how long. I'm hoping, honestly, to be done by tomorrow night. But I don't know if that's going to happen. But yeah, living in the shop until it's clean. I realized today, I initially thought this would be a good idea because the video is going to do great or whatever. But honestly, who knows how the video is going to do? Either way, I'm going to have a nice and clean shop when I'm done. So that's what I'm looking forward to. And yeah, I don't know. I guess this is the most ADHD and or autistic way to clean your shop. I'm not sure the definition of either. So yeah, I'm not doing anything else until it's done. I spent like, 4 or 5 hours on it today. And, obviously I'm not even finished yet. As you saw in there, it was still a mess on the floor because I basically took everything off of the shelves and put some of it back, but I didn't get around to doing all of it yet. I'm also thinking I want some sort of more tables or more storage and that sort of thing. Makes it easier to work on cars if I can move the tools to where I'm working. But I'm not exactly sure what solution I want to use. I'm thinking maybe a toolbox with a workbench. Also thinking maybe just a table that rolls around, and then I can set up my tools on top of it. I don't know. But either way, I've got to find that and buy it and get it before I can move on with my life, I guess. Man, that means there's no way I'll find it tomorrow unless I find it on Marketplace. There's no way. I'm going to be in here at least tonight and tomorrow night. I've got to get out of there by Friday. No reason. I'm just really tired of living in there already. I want to go play on my computer. I want to go watch TV, but I can't do that. Got to clean the shop. Man, that's pretty much been my life for today. And tomorrow, I'm also working from home right now, so I am working in the shop. I guess I should say, if you want to see the full video, it's not going to be out on Friday, of course, because it is Wednesday. It's going to be out a week from Friday. So, yeah. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And behind me there is all the crap that I need to get rid of that I took out of my shop while I was cleaning it. And I am talking in the past tense because I am no longer living in my shop. It is officially clean and tidied and everything has a home, except that everything doesn't have a home because there's a toolbox on Facebook Marketplace that I'm thinking I'm going to buy. It's a couple $150. And in that case, I'd have to reorganize my tools. However, even if I don't buy that, everything is, where it's going to be. So, that did not take, okay, I'm going to go for it. That did not take near as long as I thought it was going to. Didn't get hit by a car, lived another day. So yeah, that didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. The reason I was living there is because I thought it would take probably at least 2 nights and then, 3 days or whatever. But it didn't. It's one of those things where the job just seems a lot larger than it actually is. I think so. I think total, it took me 8 to 10 hours to clean the whole shop. And if I'd just gotten up, obviously, early on a Saturday and said, hey, that's what I'm doing today, I could have had it done on a Saturday instead of, sleeping over. Though, knowing me, I probably would have gotten distracted, tired of cleaning, called it quits about 3/4 of the way through if we were lucky. So, yeah. I guess the question I've been asking myself now is, would I do it again? Would I live in my shop until it's clean again? And I think the answer is really yes, though I wouldn't restrict myself as much. I thought it'd be entertaining to not even let myself go in there to drop a deuce, and that was just stupid. As well as not being able to go grab things that I'd forgotten. So I think I'd redo it with basically the rule I can only go and use the restroom and grab something really quick. Like I can't sit down, none of that. No, except for the aforementioned. That word's hard. But yeah, so I don't know. If we go pick up that toolbox, it'll be interesting. It'll be a nice finale to the video. I honestly don't know how it's going to perform, how it's going to turn out. But I think it'll make her a good title at least. Speaking of videos, the camping at the Aqueduct and also hauling a loaded trailer across the state with my Volvo XC70, that's up. And tomorrow, the repairs, because that did not go well, the repairs video is up. So if you missed that, go watch it and subscribe to see the repairs on the trailer tomorrow. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today you might notice the video quality is a little different. I have finally given up the LG Wing. I love that phone. However, I dropped it, and the cellular networks and also the buttons and also the speakerphone hasn't worked for a while now. So I've switched back to my OnePlus 6. And I do love this phone. It's actually similar in processing power. However, I'm just using it until I can find the OnePlus 13 on a good sale, or the Nothing Phone 3 comes out. Those are the two phones I'm keeping an eye on. As far as for what the walk is today we're going to be overachieving, and I say we because Leah's here with me. And we're going to walk about 2 miles into Liberty Lake and maybe grab a snack or something from Yokes. And then the bus runs pretty late on Fridays right next to our house, so we'll catch the bus home. And the reason we're walking so far is because we got access to the closed beta of Walkscape, which is kind of like Pokemon Go, but more of an RPG take on it. And so we're going to be playing Walkscape as we walk into Liberty Lake here. I'm looking forward to it. It looks really good. It looks... I think my issue with Pokemon Go is that you just spend too much time throwing Pokeballs. Like, if you want to do the best, that's what you need to be doing the whole time you're walking, which means you're looking at your phone. And so far, this doesn't seem to do that, though I just got the beta today, so I don't know. We'll see if it lasts with time. Oh, if you haven't seen it, the video where we refurbished the trailer went up today. It's doing pretty well, pretty mid. But I'm happy with that. I think the refurbishment went pretty well. Hopefully this weekend I'll actually be using it to haul a toolbox. So I guess I'll see if the bearing blows up from the refurb job I did on it. Yeah, so I think that's doing pretty well. And again, of course, if you want to see why the wheel was so destroyed, then 2 weeks ago, the previous video was that road trip video towing the trailer with the Volvo. But yeah, I don't know. I've been pretty happy with the recent videos, even though they haven't done the largest amount of views. Not that anything does huge views here. Well, I think we're going to enjoy our walk here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow and again next Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's overcast 15 minutes exercise. I'm walking along the Centennial Trail, not the trailer, which runs along the Spokane River here in, well, Spokane. This trail is an absolute treasure in the area. Again, I'm overachieving today because Walkscape, we just got access to the closed beta, and well, I want to get my steps in so I can level up and such. It's sort of like a RPG-focused version of Pokemon Go, like you play it in the real world by really walking. So far, I'm liking it a lot. So, yeah, I'm going to walk all the way from the house into Yokes, grab myself a kombucha or something, and then head home. I think I might take the bus as a little shortcut, but yeah, it's a nice day. It's about 66 degrees, great day for a walk. Oh, and my plans for later this weekend are... By later this weekend, I mean tomorrow, are to
redo the fork seals on my 1985 Honda Shadow 500. And also, I'm going to drop the differential out of the Subaru Royale. I forgot to put in the breather tube when I put it back, which was on the top, so I'm thinking I'll need to drop it. Which, hey, I did it like 4 times when I did the differential the first time, so I should be good at it, right? So that's the plan for tomorrow. For today, just kind of chilling, hanging out, which is kind of nice. Oh, I almost forgot. Tomorrow I'm going to try and go pick up that toolbox. That should be fun. I'm using the trailer for the first time since I did a little refurb on it. That video is, of course, out. Doing pretty decently. I'm happy with it. And then there's also a video where we messed up the trailer, of course, which I think is criminally underrated, underviewed. Sorry for the cut there. Some people are coming past, and I struggle to film in public. I don't know how people do it, man. So yeah, there are people going past. Like, I suppose if I was on a show, excellent show by the way, Jetlag the Game, I'd get over it, but I'm not. So yeah, I don't know, it feels like some guy filming himself walking along the trail. It feels weird. Man, it is beautiful. I don't know how well you can see the river over there, but this is just such a great trail. So yeah, I guess I'll get back to Walkscape here. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2. I brought the olds up here to Mackenzie Natural Area, which is just above Liberty Lake. And I'm going to be doing a little bit of a walk here in these beautiful woods. We also got a beautiful sunset over there. Excuse me if the audio quality is a little different. Oh, also, this is part 2. I've gone on 2 walks today. I'll get into that more in a minute, but excuse me if the audio quality is a little different, a little worse. I didn't bring my microphones because I wasn't thinking I was going to make a short about this, but it's like, I thought it'd be a pretty place to bring y'all. Excuse my poor memory. I don't exactly remember what I talked about in the previous short of the day. But tomorrow I'm going to be working on the Honda Shadow, replacing the seals. I think I did mention that. And I also need to go get my new toolbox, which will be part of the video where I live in my shop. You did hear me correctly. I'm going to be living in my shop for a few days. Actually, it's only 2 days. I got done tidying it faster than I thought I would. Oh man, I should have recorded this on the downhill so I was less out of breath. We are seriously climbing here. The main reason I'm out here recording another short, we're doing more walking today, because I just got into Walkscape, as I mentioned. And well, I guess this is what happens when you, my God, when you get into a game that requires you to get out and walk to progress. Oh my goodness, that's a hill. I have no really aim in here. I just wanted to go for a walk somewhere out of town for once. And I'm doing just that. Holy crap. I think I've already walked like 3 miles today, so the game's doing what it should. Getting me out here. Oh no. That goes straight up the hill. Oh my God. Man, I am looking forward to that new toolbox. That'll be really nice to keep all my miscellaneous tools organized. All right, I'm not in shape, but I'm not out of shape. This is just a really steep hill. Holy crap. God, it's beautiful out here, though. I'm glad I came out here. Go for a walk. Hopefully I'll make some good progress in Walkscape. I'll see you again tomorrow. Probably not later today. And again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, part 3. This is becoming a lot more than 15 minutes, and that's because I just had to share this. This is just gorgeous out tonight. Let me flip the camera around. I think I'm gonna have to get out and camp for the first time in like a month next weekend. It's just inevitable. I need to get out somewhere. I think we're gonna go try and find some more watchtowers because the snow should be melted at this point. Oh, just look at that backdrop. This is just ridiculous. Oh, we have a Y in the trail, and I don't know which way to go. I am going to check, and I'll be right back. All right, I still don't know which way to go. We're gonna go this way because it has this cool rocks section here. That's literally how I made my decision. I've got no idea. It is just freaking beautiful, man. I cannot get over it. But yeah, the snow has melted enough out here that we should be able to get to some of the lower elevation watchtowers, and if that's what you enjoy seeing on the channel, then you do have that to look forward to. Maybe, that, oh man, sometimes I have an idea for a video and I just know it's terrible. But once I've had an idea, I can't get it out of my head. I can't put it back and just not do it. Well, I can just not do it, but what if I take the shadow and try and get to a watchtower? It seems like such a freaking terrible idea. Because that is a street bike. It is a cruiser. And it has, street tires on it. And it has a drive shaft, not a chain, which means it's harder to keep upright on gravel. Because with the rotational of the drive shaft, that tries to lay you over on the side. It's just such a terrible idea. Plus, I'd have to camp light because it's a motorcycle. Oh, and then last time short, you saw me going uphill. No, now I seem to be coming back down. Oh, God, just look at this. You're going to have to see more of this area in the future shorts. I'm going to have to make it an effort to come up here. I'm walking anyways. I might as well do it somewhere beautiful. And I'm so lucky to have a place like this just, like 10 minutes away from home. It is just gorgeous. Holy crap. Well, I don't know. I want to say that this is going to be the last short I post today, but who the heck knows? I don't know how long I got to go back either. I'm kind of lost. I do have my GPS, obviously, so we're all good, but I don't know. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, or maybe later today, heck. And then again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, part 4. That's right. I am doing a 4th one, but only because if you look behind me, the sun has come out. I didn't think this walk could get any better. Let me show you the other side of the phone here. It is just ridiculously beautiful. And I actually have something else to talk about that I think is quite interesting. So I write automations for a living, but I also love doing it at home. I really found my passion there. It's great. And so speaking of automations, I, long time ago, automated a thing that'll check every night at 7:30 if there is an episode of SNL, a new one, on tonight, because I want to watch it live, but I would constantly forget. And so it hasn't been working for the past little bit. And it turns out the API I was using went down. It got bought out and got taken down, which sucks. It always sucks when that happens. However, today I found a new API, rewrote the automation, made it even better. So now if there's a musical guest and host that are the same person, it won't tell me that the host is that person and the musical guest is %regex match 2. So I am super excited with that. And speaking of it, I just got a notification for it at 7:30, a few minutes before I recorded this. And the other thing I wanted to talk about relating to SNL is how great the r/live from New York subreddit is. They do a thing that I have not consistently participated in, but as part of my automation, it reminds me to fill out the SNL predictions. And that is something where you go and you basically gamble, but not with money, on what you think is going to happen in SNL. And they'll give you things like, how long is the monologue going to last? And so like when it's a stand-up comic, it's like, is it going to be over under 10 minutes? Or if it's someone who's not known for stand-up, it's like, it's going to be over under 3 minutes. And usually they're pretty close on the over under there. And the people who put that together just do such a good job. All the things are so entertaining. All the questions are very relevant. It's really quite good. So If you like SNL, consider going and gambling, but not actually gambling on what happens. Though you probably freaking can. If you ever see me sponsored by a gambling app, freaking check my pulse, because I'm probably dead. I probably could have said that more eloquently, but hey. But yeah, that's they just do such a good job on that subreddit. I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, and then maybe later today, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Again, look at this view. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and that is my new to me used toolbox. It has all my tools in it, and it's on wheels so I can roll it to my project. And well, let's get on the walk here. I'll talk about that a little bit more. Lock the door. All right, so yeah, I took the Volvo and the trailer over to Idaho today and grabbed that for $250. It's a pretty cheap one, but considering cheap ones with, you know, anywhere near 15 drawers, can run you like what? Geez, I don't know, like $400 or $500. It's, you know, it seems like a pretty decent deal. So that's what I did. I took the Volvo and the recently refurbished trailer over and picked it up. Yeah, I guess there's not much to say about it. I'm just really excited, even though it's standard. My dad never had a toolbox like that. He just had, you know, tools on the shelf. So I've never really worked out of something like that, and I think it's going to be good for productivity and that sort of thing. I'm excited for the walk today. I don't know how far I'm going to go, because I actually have things to do. I can't just walk all day. But yeah, I've been into Walkscape, so more steps I get, the more progress I make. Also, I'm testing out new audio today. I just didn't bother bringing my mic, which worked fine in the Mackenzie recreation area yesterday, but I'm not sure it's going to work fine with all these cars driving past. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Might be back to using the microphones tomorrow. So, besides that, I've been uploading all of the behind-the-scenes footage that you can see if you become a member on Patreon. At my house, I can only get I can get 1.2 gigabit down, but I can only get 40 megabit up. So, uploading 600 gigabytes of footage takes a hot minute. So, I gotta get started on that early. And then I'm also thinking I'll start editing the video later today. This is the one where I live in my shop until it's clean. So I don't know. I think it's all one camera, which always makes it easier to edit. So I think it'll go pretty quick. Should have it done by tonight, and then it can be up on Patreon. If you want to go watch it, well, it's $5 a month. It's a nice day out. See how many steps I get in towards my Walkscape. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm walking down to the corner to grab a celebratory brewski, because I just finished editing Friday's video. I'll tell you more about it as I sip on that beer in a minute. Be right back. Oh, that's a stiff one. Oh, one finger's a little hard. You know what they say? No pun intended. All right. Oh, that's not quite the flavor I was hoping for, honestly, but it'll do. This is from No Lie, which is a Spokane brewery, and I forget the name of it. It's like the Sasquatch, Imperial Sasquatch. There's actually some drama around No Lie in the Spokane area. Some people don't like their beers. I'm not necessarily one of those people, but I guess none of their beers are my favorite. And there's been some drama around the owners and stuff. But anyways, back to what I was up to today. With finishing the edit of the video. For those unaware, it's the video where I live in my shop until it's clean. My shop was an absolute nightmare. Looked like a bomb had gone off in there. And so, in order to motivate my ADHD self, I said, well, I'm going to live in here until it's clean. And that's exactly what I did. I actually think it came out really well. It's kind of a nice balance of, kind of camping, but also really satisfying time lapses of me getting stuff all cleaned up, as well as getting some new stuff, such as a new toolbox. And if you made it this far into the short, it is available on Patreon right now. And by right now, I mean when I get home, because it's currently uploading as I'm on this walk. So if you are interested, that's patreon.com/Joel Kalich. No worries if not. Yeah. Otherwise, it'll be out on Friday on YouTube. Yeah, I think it's a really good one. I made $20 selling a thing, and then my grill didn't work. Man, I'm really, really selling it here, aren't I? I think the next one, I think the next one after that's going to have to be camping. It's been a while. I don't know where we're going to go, but I guess I got to plan it. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers and bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I have brought the Oldsmobile back up here once again to McKinsey Natural Area. Yes, I said it right. I have seen a couple of mountain bikers out here, so I'll have to keep an eye out for them. But it is just another beautiful day. You can probably see the lake in the background there. I've said I need to come up here more often, so I'm going to try and do that. I'm also going to try not to make 4 shorts today on this walk, so we'll see how it goes. I'm going to do the same loop I did last time. Let's go up the hill. It's been a good day. I was productive at work, doing fun stuff even. And then I got home, did the thumbnails for the video that's going to be released on Friday. That's the video where I live in my shop until it's clean. I got a new toolbox. I'm really happy with how that turned out. That can be viewed on Patreon right now for $5, or you can wait till Friday, where it'll come out on YouTube. Yeah, I'm happy with that video. But I'm also happy that I'm completely done with it at this point. Because it means I can relax or do other things for the rest of the week. The Honda Shadow needs its front fork seals. Well, front fork, no, a rear fork. Needs its fork seals replaced. And the Crown Vic needs to finally maybe be prepped to be taken into the transmission shop. And the Subaru Loyale need to drop down the rear differential and put that breather tube in. I got a lot of stuff to do. Fortunately, most of it's pretty small stuff. Well, I don't know how the fork rebuild's going to go, but other than that, man, I am dying this hill. And I also ordered the power steering rack. I ordered one off eBay. I have no idea if it's any good, but it has been ordered. And so when that gets here, I'll have to put that in. I thought about going back to the Pull and Save and ripping one out of a Volvo, but that really didn't sound like fun to me. So I ordered one for $150. I'm pretty sure I'm going up the down trail for mountain bikes, because this thing is steep as hell. Whew. Man. Oh, I do need to get a mountain bike and bring it out here. Right now I do not have one, but I do like that hobby. Oh. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again on Friday. Or right now on Patreon maybe. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I brought the Subaru Loyale up today, and it reminded me just how much I like driving a manual transmission, as I'm sure any gearhead can relate to. Annoyingly, it's my only vehicle with a manual right now. And even just driving that thing up here with all 90 horsepower, at least when it was new 30 years ago, it was fun rowing through gears, having to downshift for every hill just to get enough power. And, the whole time I was barely breaking the speed limit. Fun stuff. I do love that car. Oh, speaking of that car, it actually has a really bad exhaust leak right now from the headers from when I pulled the engine. I mentioned at the time, or soon after or something, that it was making some noise. It's just gotten worse. I did order some OEM header gaskets. However, they emailed me and said, hey, these are in back order. We don't know when we'll get them. They didn't know when they'd get them. And so I said, oh, that's fine. I'll wait it out. And I just thought to check the order the other day. Status is canceled. They didn't send me an email about that. So that's really helpful. Why don't I do this loop the other way? I always do the hill first. I could do it. So I go, it's basically a big rectangle. You go up the hill, you go across the top, you go back down the hill, you come across the bottom. I could go across the bottom first. And then these shorts wouldn't be videos of me wheezing up a hill here. Ah, jeez. Dude, that Subaru, it really, I don't know, it's just the fact that I haven't driven a sports car since I sold my RSX. And, you know, even then, those cars weren't necessarily known for their incredible handling. Or if that Subaru just handles really well. I kind of think maybe a little bit of both. It handles better than it should considering what it is. But also I haven't driven a sports car in a while. I think it's so light. And it's just so chuckable. And it actually rotates surprisingly well if you get near the limits. Oh, this is the biggest part of the hill here. Oh, man. Just wheezing it out. I've still been enjoying Walkscape. And completing missions. Probably not getting the most steps here, but I'm getting a lot of exercise. And speaking of which, I forgot to start my recording. I wanted to see how long this route was and how much elevation I gained. Ah, darn it. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Looks like I'm making at least 2 of these today. I just can't resist when the view is that beautiful. Let me turn the camera around and show it to you for real. Just wait until I get a new phone and it can actually do proper video and stuff. I think I might have mentioned this, but it's worth covering again. I recently finally retired my LG Wing. I dailied that phone for 3 years, despite Linus of Linus Tech Tips' scathing review of it. And that's another fun fact. He did a poll for which phone he should review next, and I was the one who commented the Wing. And so, kinda, I'm the reason he had to use that for a month. I disagree with a lot of the points he came to. Some of them were obviously valid, but I think the main point that I feel like he missed is that the form factor has potential. The software, buggy as hell. The phone, not a good phone. The form factor, I loved it. It's like having a normal phone, none of the risks of having a folding screen. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox. And right now, I'm using my old OnePlus 6. That's the phone I had before this. It actually has a slightly more powerful processor than the Wing. So, I haven't really noticed it. I think it's pretty negligible, but I'm just surprised at how well it holds up today. Though maybe I'm just not used to phones from the recent times. Oh, it is just beautiful up here. I can't get over it. I came here too early yesterday was my issue. I came like right after work around 5. And it was sunny and hot and awful. I think I want to get up here around 7:30 or something. And yeah. Oh my goodness, just look at this. There actually is some property on this lake with a view of it that I could probably afford if I tried. But it doesn't have a house on it. And if I afforded the property, the house I would be able to afford would be a little lacking. But it would be nice to be closer to this beautiful resource we have out here. Oh, I guess in conclusion to the phone discussion that I'm having with myself, the 2 phones I'm considering are the OnePlus 13 the one with more storage and RAM because I need the storage for downloading maps for overlanding and stuff, as well as the Nothing Phone 3 when it comes out if it looks good. So those are the two phones that I'm going to buy. I'm waiting for the OnePlus 13 to go on sale for $100 off again before I pull the trigger. That's all I got for today for now. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today Leah and I are on the tandem bike riding down the Appleway Trail here. Though it's not all Appleway Trail, the first little bit of it is on some awful roads that have zero, they don't even have pedestrian infrastructure, so it's terrible. So, and the reason I'm recording this while sitting down instead of while riding is because, well, I'm very skilled on a normal bike. This bike is not the geometry I'm used to, plus having another person, so that'd be a little safer to park and, you know, get rehydrated. That's the hardest part, but we got the majority of the distance to go. We got, what, like 5 more miles or something?
I don't think it's that far.
I think it's about 7 miles.
Oh,
Yeah, 7 miles, and we've gone 2, and that's about 5 more miles. But it's all in this path, though we do not have protected intersections. We have to stop for intersections, annoyingly. But nonetheless, this path is a freaking, it's amazing considering how car-centric Spokane is, this Appleway Trail here. I see it used a lot too, well, relatively. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the major drop bars on this thing. It just causes me to be hunched over, and it caused me to have to go, you know, go like that with my neck the whole time to actually see where I'm going. I'm used to riding mountain bikes and cruisers and that sort of thing, which is much more of a relaxed position. But we got it for free from my sister, so can't complain too much, though it's just so hard to replace a tandem bike, because it is fun to ride with 2 people, but it's just so hard to replace one for any kind of money. You can't, I mean, we got this one for free, but you know, tandems could be expensive because they're specialty. Man. I was dehydrated before I started the ride, so yeah, that's never a good way to start exercising. When I'm at work, in the office, I never want to get up and get myself a drink. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'm going to sit here and rehydrate a little bit more before we leave, and then we'll get back on the tandem and continue heading down the Appleway Trail there. See you again tomorrow, and again, tomorrow's Friday, so for the main video, that's going to be the one where I'm living in my shop until it's clean. So if you want to see that, then I guess subscribe. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I installed Lineage OS on my OnePlus 13. I have a OnePlus 6, which means that I am now using Android 15 on a 7-year-old device. The 7-year software promises that phone creators, phone makers these days are promising. They got nothing on my OnePlus 6. Of course, that's not provided by OnePlus. That's provided by the team at Lineage. I believe it's like an open source Android project. I honestly didn't look into it that much, and I didn't need to. The install was relatively easy, though I have done stuff with phones before, honestly, about 7 or 8 years ago. So anyway, so far I've been loving it, all the features of Android 15, except for, like, I don't like the new notification shade. It feels big for not really a lot of reason. But overall, it's made the phone feel a lot more modern, which is super cool that I could breathe light into this old phone. Unfortunately, it still doesn't support my external microphone, so yeah, still on the phone's microphone. But I've been really happy with that. The video that went up today about me living in my shop until it was clean, that went up. It's doing pretty well. Whenever a video gets more views, it tends to not get as much watch time, and that's been true here. But still doing fairly well, so that's decent. These dogs always bark at me. Their owners haven't done anything to fix it. It's always aggravating to me. Be a freaking owner of your pet. Oh, they might have heard me. They're hollering at the dogs now. Oh, it's a beautiful night. It's still 66 degrees out, even though it's almost 10 o'clock. Getting my steps in Walkscape. I've been doing that pretty often. I thought about going up to the park tonight, but I like to catch the WAN show on Friday nights, and so that would have conflicted with that. So I didn't go up there, up to McKenzie Natural Area. Oh, and I haven't mentioned, but Leah is with me tonight. You can't really see her any better than you can see me, but she decided to come on the walk. We're gonna keep playing Grand Theft Auto when we get back. 5, of course. I guess that's all I got for you today. Go watch the video of me living near my shop if you haven't already. We got that thing looking really clean, and tomorrow I'm gonna make use of it on some vehicle or another. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. To today's 15 minutes exercise, and today you might notice it's a little different. We are not exercising at the moment, and that would be because the YouTube Shorts creator on Revanced and the default app is currently broken for me. It won't let me upload. I can record it and I can get to the end, and then I can't continue. So I'm recording this with my stock camera app, and I'm just gonna have to quit early and hope I'm under the 3-minute mark, because I don't really want to have to actually edit these. But I did get up here. I went on my walk. It was great. Got a nice view of the lake. I don't know if you can see it out there. And I'm driving the Oldsmobile, as you can see here. I just love driving this thing. I need to take this thing on a road trip or camping or something. And it handles surprisingly well. Like, this corner says 15. We're gonna be fine going around it at 35, 40. It's fun because the corners are so banked and there's a lot of body rolls, so the car rides through them level. Well, I'm gonna try and figure out this issue once I get home, and hopefully we'll be back to a regularly scheduled walk, short videos tomorrow, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. If you haven't gone and checked out the video where I live in my shop until it's clean, go do that. That's a good one. It's been popular so far. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Just feeling a little cooped up, and I had a bad time with the Honda Shadow's fork seals. Not really, you know, my fault. I just didn't have the right tool, which I guess is also my fault, but I've ordered that and I'll be getting back to it tomorrow. But I don't know, something about that experience kind of threw me off, and the rest of my day hasn't been the best. It's just, you know, it just happens sometimes. It's the first time I've been out here in the rain. It does say not to come out here when it's muddy, but my thought process was that it was a short rainstorm and then a little few sprinkles, and so it probably wouldn't have soaked in and become really muddy. I think that's proven to be true. It really isn't all that muddy. It's just, you know, you can tell some water's been through here, so I feel okay walking up here. As for after this, I think to try and clear my mind a little bit, I'm just going to hang out in the Oldsmobile, watch a video or two. And I don't know, sometimes I just like to do that. I always have, whenever I'd borrow the car from my grandpa. It's just nice to hang out away from home in a cozy little cocoon of Oldsmobile. It's like sitting on the couch. Starting to think I took a wrong turn. I've hiked this hike quite a few times now. That'd be impressive. Oh, sorry for the silence. I'm just huffing and puffing. Oh, man. So yeah, tomorrow I'll have to finish that fork job on the Shadow. And then have to get the Crown Vic ready for inspection. Not inspection, for going into the transmission shop. God, I am dying here. And the Subaru Loyale's breather tube back into the rear diff. If you're here from the video where I lived in my shop until it was clean, and I appreciate it. Video has received positive feedback. And I've actually been using the new toolbox setup on the Honda Shadow fork. And it's been really nice to be able to work out of that toolbox. I guess I might make another one of these today, but if not, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might notice I'm a little dirty, bedraggled. Is that a word, bedraggled? I was doing the rest of the Honda Shadow's fork job today. I got it done. I don't know if I got it done well. I just finished like 10 minutes ago. Like I said, I haven't even washed off my hands yet. What is the color balance doing to my face? Oh my God. I am not this red in real life, I promise. There we go. I think it's like a feedback loop when my anyways, man, it was a job and 7/8. I ended up doing it 3 times, even though there's only 2 forks, because I accidentally forgot to part and had to do one of them twice. Let me try and fix this color bug really quick. Be right back. Okay, I turned the brightness on my phone down now. But yeah, I forgot a piece, so I had to do the first one twice. The second one went quickly. Once I got, it's always a stupid one stuck bolt. So once I got that done, second one was fine. I'm sure my neighbors love me. Love me, love me, love me. I did get the bike started actually, which I haven't done in, I want to say like I got it started a while ago, but it didn't run very well. I think it needs a new battery from sitting. But it's been a long time. Though, with the jumper pack on it, it started right up. But the battery did not maintain continuity, I think. The jump pack stopped being able to detect it, and the battery tender that I have also struggled to detect it, though I did get it to detect it, and now it's on repair. So I doubt that's going to work, but hey, it's worth a try overnight. And right now I have the footage dumping to my computer so I can start editing it tomorrow after I take it on a test drive. And I won't have to wait so long for files to copy and such. Oh, good. Sprinklers. I just got to knock this out. I almost forgot tonight because it was, 12:18 or whatever, and I walked inside and I was like, oh, crap. Man, it might look warm because I'm wearing a t-shirt, but it's actually 50 degrees out. I just have been working, so I'm a little warm. Feels nice out here right now. Oh, man. So, yeah, I guess I don't know if I've said it yet, but thanks for all the support and views and subscribers on the living in my shop video. I thought that might kind of do well. It was, kind of optimized for YouTube, but hey, I figured even if it didn't, I'd have a clean shop at the end. And I'll tell you one thing, after my Shadow, the shop is still clean. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today we've got a beautiful stormy sunset, and it's just a really nice day to be out here walking, as long as you don't mind getting a little wet. I worked on the Honda Shadow, as you know, and I got the fork rebuilt. It seems to be working fine. I did take it for a test drive today. The front brake, on the other hand, is not working so well. I think it got fork oil on it, so it's contaminated. I have new pads in the mail that hopefully fit. It's hard finding parts for what is this now, a 40-year-old bike, 1985. Is that 40 years? 80, 90? I don't know. You do the math. I'm trying to make a video here. I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments. But it's an old bike, and so it's hard to find parts. So unfortunately, that will be in a future video because I ran out of time to make this one. And so if you want to see that, then subscribe. But also, if you want to see the fork rebuild video, which somehow ended up being like, I was thinking it was going to be short because it was just a fork rebuild. It ended up being like 20 minutes long. And there's very good reason for that. It's me being a real dumbass. For example, I had to, well, no, I'm gonna leave that. I usually spoil everything on here, but I'm gonna leave that for the video. It actually is a pretty large spoiler. And I'm trying to do some stuff with some storytelling here. I don't know. But if you do want to find out man, this feels crummy. I'm gonna plug the Patreon, which you can get early access on right after saying that there's a spoiler. But yeah, if you do want to find out what that is that happens, it will be on the Patreon later tonight. And thanks to all of the subscribers from the Living in My Shop video. Welcome, by the way, if you're a new subscriber. Thanks to all those subscribers, I'm actually really close to being able to start YouTube memberships. So if you prefer those, maybe share the channel with a friend or two, try and get them to subscribe, and then we'll unlock YouTube memberships, and early access will also be up on there, as well as all the other benefits that are on Patreon. But yeah, the fork rebuild video will be up on there tonight. I'm not sure if all of the bonus footage will be done uploading though, but we'll see. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. We just got off of this bus and are gonna walk about 15 minutes to the brewery that we're going to tonight. Sometimes we just kind of like to take the public transit for fun, and today we were a little short. We actually had to run for it. Yeah, the transit here is not too bad. It's just, you know, infrequent like American transit, and doesn't run late at night. Well, and weekends is a struggle too, but on weekdays, you know, as long as you're not staying out too late, it's not too bad. So, and it's, you know, a good way to get an integrated exercise in, because we have to walk so far because it doesn't have stops all that frequently. It was a pretty good day at work. Fairly productive. Oh, what else? I did something. I just forget what it was. I can't remember. I guess I don't have much else to talk about, so this is a short one today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I want to talk about Gaia GPS. If you are someone who likes to go outdoors, do stuff, you probably have a mapping app on your phone, and you probably either use onX, or you're very frustrated with the mapping scene on mobile right now, because Gaia GPS is gone to crap. It's still incredibly impressive. I really like their maps. They have the most options for layers. However, their app doesn't work half the time, whereas onX, from what I've heard, their app does work pretty well. However, if you want the private land layer, which is very valuable for me when I'm planning routes to places I've never been, to be able to see who owns the land, because a lot of times people will let you drive through their land, obviously. And so that costs $100 a year for the private land layer on onX. On Gaia, it's $60. Caltopo, it's $50. I'm not paying double the money for functionality that other software offers, not to mention that at least Gaia has a lot more layers and overlays than onX. So I'm not paying for onX, and the other alternatives like Caltopo, they don't have nested folders. Goat Maps is something new on the scene. However, it's only on iOS, so that's out of the picture. So I am just stuck struggling with Gaia. And the bug I ran into today was that when I went to download a map, you can go to the route that you've planned, which I did do, and then when you go to download, you can just download the map for that route. That's what I did. That's what I usually do. It didn't work. I tried it on this phone that I'm recording this on, my other old phone, and my partner's phone. None of them it worked. It's something issue, and it's an issue with my account. How I did get it to work is I just had to go to the layers screen and say download maps for area, and it let me select a box, and then I could download the map for that box. The biggest issue is that it took me a while to find that workaround. So that's just very inconvenient. It stressed me out because I was like, how am I going to do this trip without maps? So I also went and downloaded maps for Organic Maps and Google Maps. So I won't be complete without GPS if Gaia does the Gaia thing and fails me. So that's my rant on Gaia. Something interesting about my route planning for this trip, I'm going to go see 5 watchtowers. If you're unaware, I'm trying to visit every standing watchtower. And so one of the interesting things is that one of these watchtowers had no maps for the roads leading up to it. There were roads leading up to it, I could see from the satellite view, and so I had to trace those manually instead of using the snap to road feature. just something that was interesting. So we're getting really rural. Look out for that video in 2 weeks. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and let me show you around and then I'll explain what I'm doing up here. So if you hadn't figured it out, this is an old fire watch tower, and this view is incredible. We're looking at the Columbia River down there, and I don't know, this is why I do this. If you're unaware, I have a goal to visit every single standing watchtower that I can find, and we're taking one off the list today. This video will be out 2 weeks from yesterday, so on Friday, and this place is just incredible. There's a cell tower up here. Now they have propane hookups, and the generator's running right now, which is kind of ruining the peace, but it's well worth the view that we're getting. Oh, wow. Man, it is just beautiful up here. I never get tired of coming up here. That's the best part about this mission I'm on. No matter what watchtower I make it to, I know I'm going to get a great view at the end. This one even has a plaque under it saying, "Thank you, Ramona Pione, for 40 plus years of distinguished service of watching over and protecting our firefighters and lands." So I assume she posted up at this one. And then I have the Subaru Loyale up here today. I think we were about probably 20, 30 miles off of pavement to get up here. And the Subaru did great. Right now, I'm just sitting down to enjoy lunch here. I've got some crackers, meat, cheese, and some juice over there. And I don't know, I couldn't think of a better view. Wow. I guess that's all I got for today. Make sure to subscribe if you want to see the full-length video that'll be out in just under 2 weeks. Thanks so much for watching. I'm a very happy person right now. See you then. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I'm going to climb up there and show you the view. Give me a second. Give me a second. This is my second time climbing it. Whew. I can't get up to the top because it's locked, but the view from up here is just about as good. Take a look. That little speck of green you see down there, that's the car we came in here today. It's my 1993 Subaru Loyale 4x4 with a rear locker, and it's been doing awesome on this trip. All right, let me share a little bit more as I walk back down this thing. So I did mention this is my second time climbing up this thing. The first time was for the full-length video, which will be out 2 weeks from this past Friday, so in about 2 weeks. If you're looking for a watchtower video in the meantime, there is a video called, I think, River Ferries, Watchtowers, and Hammocking or something on my channel. It's one of the more popular ones, and you should go watch that. It's genuinely one of my favorites. But it has the same vibe as the video that's going to be out in 2 weeks of just going to a bunch of watchtowers, checking them out, seeing what's there. Man, I am tired. I think I'm a little dehydrated as well, which of course doesn't help with exerting yourself, so my legs are just sore. But this is also the 4th watchtower I've climbed up in, like, I don't know, no less than 24, like 20 hours. So yeah, it's been an experience. This is the last one that I'm going to today. I had 5 planned, but I always plan extra just in case I have the time. And I don't have the time because I believe it is currently 11:17. It's about a 2 or 3 hour drive home, and I've got some chores to do. Got to get the footage dumping. I do get excellent cell service up here, even though unlike the last one, there is no antenna. We do have a little bit of propane. I assume that's just for powering something up in the watchtower. Yeah, here's the Subaru that made it up here. It's a little muddy and dirty, but it did a good job. And way back there, I think you can see it maybe. Yeah, up there maybe is the Columbia River. And that's what we've been looking at pretty much the entire trip when we are at these watchtowers. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm not feeling that great, but I still got to get out here and get my walk out of the way. Just about 15 minutes ago, I got my first ever copyright claim on a video. For those unaware, I am currently uploading all of my footage on the Patreon. So if you go over there, you can watch like the entire trip uncut. As in, I literally just upload the raw footage. However, that means that if I do leave any like audio in there, such as I watched SNL while camping, NBC can come in and be like, hey, that's our music. I don't know who would want to just listen to SNL on my channel with no video of it, but it doesn't matter. They still claimed it. For that type of thing, though, it's pretty easy for me. I just simply told YouTube, hey, remove the music. Of course, if there ever is anyone on Patreon who actually really wants to see that clip for some reason, I could upload it somewhere else, but for our purposes, I think just having YouTube, remove the music automatically should be just fine. But that was interesting. I've never obviously gotten a claim before, and it doesn't actually do anything, I don't think, as long as you haven't uploaded the video yet, and I hadn't. I had just... well, I had uploaded it, but I hadn't published it or anything, so that was interesting. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a good video. We ended up visiting 4 watchtowers, 3 on day 1, camped near the 3rd one, and then visited a 4th on the next day, and then headed home and witnessed a freak hailstorm from the 4th one, which was insane. You could look out for miles and miles, and it looked just like white coming down. So that was pretty neat. What else? I don't know. I guess I don't have anything else to say. Just look forward to that coming out 1 week from Friday. On Friday, it's going to be us doing a little bit of work on the Subaru because it needed a little love before we took it on this trip. But ended up being a really good trip. Except for, the differential. The rear differential locker we put in a while ago. Sometimes it doesn't seem to want to ratchet very well, and you hear some metallic clunks. Unfortunately, I think that means we aren't going to be taking that car on another adventure until I can figure out what that is and fix it, which might mean disassembling the rear end. I'm also going to send an email to the people at Torque, the creators of the locker, and see if they are familiar with that type of issue. But yeah, I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about my history with cell phones. As some of you might know, I've dailied an LG Wing for the past 3 years. And if you haven't heard of the LG Wing, well, I should have brought it with me, but it is a phone where the top screen goes like this over top the bottom screen. And yes, there are 2 screens, and that's kind of the big thing. I'm a huge multitasker, power user, and I absolutely love that configuration. It had none of the downsides of a foldable, like the screen doesn't break when you open up the phone because it's, it wears out. It's just kind of like those sliding keyboards, except instead of a keyboard underneath, there is another screen so you can multitask. And it's also really comfortable for watching videos because you can just flick it open and it'll be in landscape and it's awesome. Anyways, enough about the Wing. Before that, I use the phone that I'm recording this on, the OnePlus 6, which is still a great device. I love it. It's really cool. I think I used it for 2 or 3 years before I got the Wing. And the reason I'm actually talking about this today is because I just ordered a OnePlus 13. And no, I do not mean the number 14. I mean the phone made by OnePlus, their 13th phone. It was a lot of money. I haven't spent that much on a phone before. But the way I justified it to myself, it was $925. after everything, tax and shipping. And I got like 3% cash back, so it'll be, I think, just under $900. Which is a lot of freaking money. The way I justified it, it'll help with recording these. They'll look better. Sometimes I use my phone in videos, the long form stuff, and that'll look better. And I just need a phone to be freaking reliable and powerful. That was the biggest issue with the Wing. In theory, you could do all this multitasking, but in reality, it actually had a slower processor than my OnePlus 6. So it struggled to do, it could run 3 apps at once really poorly. So all that to say, I really wish I could have bought an LG Wing 2 with a better processor. I would have paid $1,500 without batting an eyelash. I would have shelled out for that phone. But LG doesn't make phones anymore, and no one else is crazy enough to do that. And like I said, I don't want foldables. I guess that's all I got to say. That's my history of phones. Oh, finally, before that, I own a Galaxy S5. I don't like Samsungs anymore. I don't have any more to say than that. See you again tomorrow. I'll see you again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I spent $50 on a physical item for the channel. Not for one of the cars that you see on the channel, not a new camera for the channel, nothing like that. It's actually a physical item that has no other purpose except to be related to the channel. Like, I have bought camera gear and parts, obviously, just kind of for the channel, but also because I wanted them. And that obviously has not paid off financially, but obviously I have a good time making the videos and sharing them, so. But anyways, the thing that I bought specifically for the channel today was stickers. I was thinking, like, hey, what if someone sees me out in the Subaru Royale in the woods and they're like, what the hell is a guy in a Subaru doing out here? We're all driving Jeeps. And if they're a cool Jeep owner and not a gatekeeping Jeep owner, then they'll be like, oh, what the heck is he doing? And so then they can look at my car, see the sticker, and go find me. And I think that'll be kind of a cool way. Like, maybe I'll get a comment on a video like, hey, we saw you up in X and Y, Z woods. So I don't know. I think that could result in some cool interactions. And obviously maybe not obviously, but my biggest qualm with that is it won't look like, I don't like stickers in my car in general. I had one on my RSX when I had it, and that was a special limited edition gold Hoonigan sticker back when Hoonigan was the thing. And so I'm really stingy and selective with stickers I put on my car. But I think having one really nice sticker, hopefully it's a nice sticker. I ordered it from carstickers.com, and it's apparently a weatherproof vinyl, and it's a transfer sticker. It's not like just all one piece. It's in all the individual letters are different pieces. But yeah, I'm hoping that just having that one really premium, nice sticker on the car looks decent enough, and I think it will. What the issue comes is when you have just a bunch of random stickers in random places. Or if you put stickers on the paint, you psychopath. Not you, but this Friday's video is I work on the Loyale, and someone had put stickers on the paint, and as I was removing them, I chipped the paint. I wasn't using any metal tools, I was using plastic tools. The paint just came off. That's, I guess, a spoiler. But yeah, catch that video on Friday. You can see exactly how I lost the little chip of paint, as well as what else needed done on the Loyale before we took it on the wild adventure that's going to be out a week from Friday. Look forward to that. That's a fun video. It's one of my favorites to date. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2. I had just had extra stories that I wanted to tell, and I have actually had a story on the backlog for a while. That's not what we're going to talk about today, but I apparently don't walk enough. I don't record enough of these, but I wanted to talk today about how I manage the large quantities of footage that is available on my Patreon. Go subscribe there or don't, but if you do, you get access to all of the, not raw footage, but you can go watch all of the footage that I've ever, since I started doing it, you can watch all the footage that I recorded, all the raw stuff. How do I serve that to people? Well, I upload it all to a second YouTube channel. And then I'll link it on Patreon. And that's because if I uploaded it directly to Patreon, it would take way longer. And Patreon's quality sucks. It only goes up to like 1080p and it's compressed to heck. So instead I use YouTube. If you've ever uploaded to YouTube in batch, you know that you have to go publish each draft individually. On the latest video that I recorded, the Subaru Loyale off-roading to Watchtowers, I had 172 different clips to upload. Sure, I could go into my video editor and change them or put them all together and export that, but that export would probably take like 2 weeks to render. I don't want to do that. So instead I upload them all individually. Someone has written a JavaScript script that will publish all of them for you. It just kind of loops through them, does it through the front end. It's kind of janky, but it does work. However, it had a couple of missing features. So today I spent my evening implementing the ability to add each of the newly published videos to a playlist. So I don't have to do that manually, as well as implementing into my version of the script pagination, which basically goes through all the different pages. So yeah, it was a lot of work. I spent most of my afternoon doing that, probably from about 6 or 7 until 9 or 10, and then the rest of the time was spent working on the stickers that I talked about in the previous short from today. So yeah, that's really cool. If you want to take a look at it, I am RSX Enthusiast on GitHub, so you can go take a look at the script if you're interested. But yeah, that's something that's really cool. Automation is what I do for work, and it's also something I love doing at home. It's also a hobby. So I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm here with Leah. We're taking the bus down to our usual trivia location, get a bit of a walk in there. I have a bunch of saved steps on Walkscape. In order to use saved steps, you have to keep walking. It basically doubles your step count while you have saved steps. So I'm going to be using those up, and a good way to do that is walk halfway to where we're going to trivia. Today I wanted to tell the story about a Goldwing. The Goldwing, if you've been a fan for a while, you remember the Goldwing. I sold it. I gave up on it. But when I was cleaning out my shop in the recent video, I found some old Goldwing parts that I meant to sell with it. Just give away with it, essentially. But obviously I forgot to. So I just threw them up on Facebook for free. And, well, about a week or two later, a guy messages me, comes to pick them up. You probably guessed it was the same guy. So, that was good that I guess the parts went to the guy who took the Goldwing, so he has a more complete set now. He said he got it up and running good. I don't know how much to trust him. I assume he's telling the truth. Don't see any reason he'd be lying, but maybe his standard for good is less than mine. I think he said he took the carb apart and cleaned it. So that's probably is something that it needed. But yeah, I'm glad he's getting use out of it, getting enjoyment out of it. It was definitely the cheapest Goldwing in the state, in the country possibly, that was actually drivable. Oh. So yeah, we're taking the bus again today. I think the walk ends up being about a 15-minute walk or maybe a 20-minute walk, and then the bus ride is about 10 or 15 minutes. It honestly doesn't take all that much longer than driving, and I get a little bit exercise out of it, so it's not too bad. And a lot of times we'll catch a ride home if someone else is meeting us there and they're willing, or we can also catch the same route home if we want to. So it's not too bad. What we want to do is get a better tandem bike and ride the tandem more often. Our current tandem just doesn't fit either of us, and we both find it uncomfortable. So yeah, that's the goal in the future. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. On Friday we're going to be doing a few things on the Subaru to make it ready for the adventure that you're going to see on a week from Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2, and Leah's here with me, and we've had a few beers at trivia tonight. And we're walking home. We have about 5 miles to go. We just left. We could catch a bus, but I don't know about you, but I like a slightly intoxicated walk, and Leah was in the mood tonight to join me, so that's what we're doing. We're part of the Mug Club at this brewery, and we just passed a year about a month ago or something now.
Yep.
And so Leah has her birthday glass in there, as well as our my first year mug and her first year mug. And at the brewery, we upgraded to both of our second year mugs. Well, it's a good night. I'm sure I won't feel quite as much the same tomorrow morning when I have to go to work, but that's how it goes. This is the Appleway Trail we're walking on. I'm still not entirely sure how this got made. From what I understand, it was considered being turned into a light rail, and then the NIMBYs were like, hey, don't do that. And so instead it's a walking path, but
Did it used to be?
honestly it's pretty well used as a walking path. I see quite a few people on here.
Yeah.
Even at this time of night at 10 o'clock, I've seen a few people already, and we just left the brewery. So, yeah, I'm a large fan of the Appleway. I just wish it connected up with the Centennial Trail by the Spokane River a little more often. Like when we get to the end of this, we're gonna have to walk across a very car-centric overpass, and we will barely have a shoulder. I'm not gonna show that to you because it's a lot of work. I'd have to record during a stressful part of the walk, but trust me, it's not a good part. So I think just having like trails that connected this on the south side of I-90 to the Centennial and the north side of I-90 would help a lot. Well, anyways, we're going to keep walking. I'll see you again tomorrow, again next Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 3, and we're having a brewski. If I can open it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, this is a Trailhead IPA Northwest India Pale Ale. I've never had it before. Let's see how it is. That's pretty good. I find a lot of the singles are more focused on being strong and tasting good as compared to just tasting good. But this does both. I think it's 7%, 7.8% ABV, so
I just fine.
pretty strong. Oh yeah, here, trade me. I'll try Leah's brewski. This is a cider type thing. It is a raspberry hard cider by what you know the brewery?
Oh, they have a cute truck on them. That's about all I recall.
It's the brewery that has a cute truck on it, and that is delicious. It's a nice
This
tart.
is Cold Cider Co., but I don't believe
Cold
that.
Cider Co. It is a nice tart raspberry.
I think
That's a
they're
good cider,
probably
and this is a pretty good beer.
I mean, I really
Yeah, I think that's a better cider than this is a good beer, but that's my opinion. Maybe you disagree. I like a tart cider, and I honestly don't like a lot of flavored ciders. So the fact that I like that raspberry cider, it's a good sign.
Shout out
Shout out what?
to Nat 20
Nat 20.
for letting us just stick around doing nothing.
Are we
playing
telling
games.
these people where we go for trivia?
Yeah,
That seems a little risky. Are they going to show up?
why not? It's a part
If
of
you're in
the
Spokane,
business.
go to Nat 20 trivia. Thursdays at 6:30.
In the valley.
If you came there because of me, then introduce yourself if I'm there. I will.
Tuesdays downtown.
It's Tuesdays downtown. We aren't there though.
There's a little brewery.
But we got probably 4 miles to go now on this walk. We decided to walk home tonight for no particular reason.
feeling
aside
good.
from actually Walkscape. I have like 12,000 saved steps. No! No, what are you doing? That's all you'll ever be remembered for.
Cut that.
I can't cut that. I don't cut these. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And well, if you saw part 3 of yesterday, then you might believe, I might be able to convince you that I was a little hungover today. Despite that, I made pretty good progress at work. I allowed Leah to drag me to a paint and sip for her birthday. I wasn't a huge fan of it, honestly. It's like whenever I create stuff, obviously on YouTube, or if I'm developing a piece of software, I want to make something new, and the whole point of these paint and sips is that you're copying someone, and so there's nothing wrong with it, obviously, and I can understand why people enjoy it. I kind of did, but it just felt a little redundant just to be copying someone else's paint. Like, we developed printers to do that, right? So I don't know, that's probably a very techie view of the whole thing. And like I said, I can understand why someone would like that, and it was kind of fun, but I don't know, maybe I'll let her drag me back to one a year from now. Oh, and I also wasn't a huge fan of what we were painting, so I guess that doesn't help, but it was kind of neat, because I was in the state that I was today. I was the designated driver, and so I just had a Martinelli's, which was completely fine by me, considering last night. Today, the channel hit 500 subscribers, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's really cool. It's really cool that 500 people are interested in either watching these shorts or watching the long form stuff. And if you're one of those people, then I appreciate it. And if you're not, well, maybe you should be, but also I'm not going to push you, if that makes sense. But that unlocks YouTube memberships for the channel. So I'm going to learn how the whole AdSense system works. I've applied. They're reviewing my channel, which apparently is a manual review after you get approved for AdSense, which I did do. And so they can say that can take up to a couple of months. So I don't know when I'll actually be able to start YouTube memberships, but when I am, if you haven't been subscribing on Patreon because you prefer YouTube memberships, those will go live at some point in the near future. I don't know. This has been really, I mean, I guess it has been like, what, a year and a half to get to 500 subscribers. It seems slow, but I was just doing this for a hobby, and I'm glad to share. I'm happy that it's doing as well as it is. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday, a week from today. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I worked on the Honda Shadow. I got the front brake fixed. I had a little bit of a scare where it locked up. Well, actually, two scares where it locked up. The first one was in the shop, and I pumped up the brake and it wouldn't release. The second was on the road when I grabbed a fistful of brake that before would not have brought me to, like, it would have brought me to a stop slowly. And with the new pads that were not contaminated, it tried to bring me to a stop really quickly on my side. But fortunately, I guess I was paying enough attention. I put my right foot down, which is probably not the smartest thing, but it worked out okay. I think my ankle hurts just a little bit, but not too bad. And I also obviously released the brake as soon as I realized what happened, which did take a second or two, and managed to keep her rubber side down. So that was exciting. Unfortunately, that's not like on camera because I just filmed myself riding off into the distance and then coming back. But other than that, it went okay. Yeah, and then the rest of the plan for this weekend is I really need to motivate myself to do the Volvo's power steering job. I haven't really been able to drive the car since someone in the comments told me that I was using the wrong power steering fluid. Also, yellow Porsche Cayenne. I see that car around and I like it. But yeah, I haven't been able to drive the car since someone told me I was using the wrong fluid. and the correct fluid is a lot more expensive. And so I've just been only driving it really when I need to haul the trailer, which so far has been once when I grabbed the toolbox. So yeah, that job, it requires dropping the subframe, at least partially. The power steering kind of sits near the back of it, so I think some people have used some techniques to just drop the rear of the subframe. But, oh man, am I not looking forward to doing that on my shop floor without a lift or anything. Oh man, yeah, so that might happen. And I think I've mentioned this before, but I'm considering taking the Amtrak from Spokane to the Seattle area to purchase a vehicle. If I buy it or if I don't, I think it'll be a good video. We don't cover public transit much on this channel because there isn't much around here, and I don't find it all that interesting, but I'll be taking the train and maybe buying a car. That'll be, I don't know when that video will come out, actually. No idea. That's all I got for you today. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about the cars that I have and why they don't work. I own 4 vehicles. Currently, only one is like mostly functional, and even it has some issues. So let's, I guess, go down the list. So I guess actually first I'm going to start with a motorcycle. My 1985 Honda Shadow 500. It needs new tires. They're in the mail. That thing should be up fully functional again soon. That's what I spent some time on yesterday. Number 2, my 2004 Ford Crown Victoria. It is stuck in second gear. I think it's an electrical issue. I tried to fix it. It sat for 6 months, and I feel really bad about that. Actually, probably closer to 9 now. Holy crap. I seriously, maybe that's what I need to do tomorrow. Get that thing ready to go into the shop. Because I gave up, and I'm going to be taking it into a shop. At least that's the plan. Damn it. Number 3, my 2007 Volvo XC70. That's still the P2 generation. It's got the low pressure turbo 5-cylinder. I love that thing. Power steering doesn't work. It's got a massive leak from the rack. Requires dropping part of the subframe. I think I have a new part, but man, am I dreading that job. That was originally the plan for tomorrow, but maybe now I'll try and get the Crown Vic ready to go into the shop. What are we on now? Number 4, the Subaru Loyale. I love that car. I just took it on a freaking, 400 or 500 mile road trip. Half of it was off-road. It did freaking awesome, and what's not awesome is that there are sprinklers in the sidewalk right now. It did incredibly well, and made it home. However, I heard clunking coming from the rear differential, which we recently put a locker into, and so I think something... I got wet. I thought they were just on the sidewalk. Anyways, we put a locker into the Loyale, and it's making clunking noises, which is very bad. I'm going to message the company at some point, but I think we're probably going to have to pull it out and do something. I don't know. And then I think last but not least is my grandpa's 1984 Oldsmobile Delta 88 Royale. It has a few issues, and I've decided that I want a proper professional take care of everything, get it in a working state. But the largest issue right now, as summer approaches, and it is still 70 degrees at 10 o'clock at night, the AC doesn't work. So I need to get that in the Crown Vic into the shop. I think I got that out within the 3 minutes. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm going on an extra long walk because I need to get my steps in Walkscape. Walkscape, you have saved steps that you gather while you don't have an activity selected in the game. And then as long as you have saved steps, it uses one of those for every actual step you take until they're back down at 0. And so basically make double progress until they're back down at 0. But if you don't use them, you lose them. And so that is once you get to, I believe, like 32,000. I think I got up to like 20,000. So I need to use them. So I'm actually walking all the way about like 2.5 miles into town to grab, I don't know what I'm going to grab, maybe a kombucha or something. And then I'm gonna walk. Actually, I don't know. I might walk home, but the bus is running today, even though it's Memorial Day, so I might catch the bus if it's not too long of a wait. Unfortunately, it is only every hour, so I think that's its like Saturday schedule or something. So we'll see if I can make that. But yeah, it's a beautiful day here. I've honestly been a little not quite as productive as I would have liked to be this weekend. I don't know exactly what to blame it on. I guess last weekend I was super busy with the Subaru Loyale and the adventure there. And then it's just, I don't know, there's been a new launch of a game, Roadcraft, that I've really been enjoying. But really I don't have much of an excuse. I do need to mow the lawn today. It's getting a little out of hand. If I ever own a house, I'm not going to have a freaking lawn. I'm going to replace it with bark or something. I don't know. I do have more reasoning for that than just hating mowing. I'm also allergic to grass, so mowing's extra awful. Maybe I'd also just get one of those automated mowers if they're any good. I don't know. I go from 0 to bitch in 1.7 seconds. That's the sticker that was on the back of that minivan. Wow. That's something. Man. Oh, I got YouTube memberships set up. They're not as good as Patreon at all from a creator's perspective. Patreon gives you a lot more control. It's a lot easier to get started with. But I know that a lot of people don't want to, click off of YouTube, and so I set up YouTube memberships. They have almost content parity with Patreon. I think the only difference is that it costs $1 for the clips that are free on Patreon per month, because YouTube doesn't really have a free membership tier like Patreon does. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'm gonna go grab something from the store. Talk to you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Loyale Watchtower adventure. Bye. Welcome to today's 50 minutes exercise. I gotta get her thrown inside and then we'll walk. So what is it like having a cat on a harness? Well, for us, it really wasn't too bad. She kind of took to it really well. We probably let her sit on the harness, probably inside for like, give or take 10 hours before we even tried to take her outside. And I think she happened to take to it really well, but also probably most cats could be trained, especially if they're fairly young. We started her when she was about 10 months old. Well, if you want to see her more in action, there are videos. Oh God, there's a car coming. There are videos of us actually going on full camping trips with her, as well as spending a week across the state at a cabin with her. So yeah, if you want to see more of her, then go watch the full-length stuff. Her name is Menko. And I think if you search for that on my channel, she'll come up. Yeah, she's been a great cat. Great for adventures. Really easy going overall. The biggest issue we've had is that she doesn't really love the car. For like the first 2 or 3 hours of each drive, she's pretty unhappy. And I think if we were doing long drives frequently, she'd be okay. But we tried to train her with short drives, like 15-20 minutes, and she was fine with those. It's around that mark that she starts complaining, and then complains for a long time before she finally settles down. So yeah, she's been a real trooper. She did definitely enjoy being across the state with us at the cabin as compared to staying home alone. I think she would have been incredibly bored, and I think the stress that she went through in the car was worth her not being home alone for a week. But yeah, so I don't know. It's been an interesting experience. I kind of wanted a dog, but a lower maintenance animal, and so cat it was. But it's been fun to try and get her to go out and try stuff, and she loves hanging out with us while we plant flowers, which is what we were doing today. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. Again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm wearing a sun hat and I've also even put on sunscreen because it is 90 degrees out today. Oh hey, there's the bus I could be on instead of walking right now if I wanted to be. Of course I also have cars I could be driving, but I've also got a water bottle. We're getting the steps in for Walkscape. I still haven't used up all of my saved steps. When you don't have something selected in Walkscape, you get saved steps instead of them going towards what you're currently doing. And then while you have saved steps, you get double the step rate until they're used up. So we're using those up. Walking about 2.5 miles into the store. Gonna grab a kombucha, some snack of some sort, and maybe even a brew or two. Man, it is so warm. It's about 90 degrees today. I don't know if I already said that. Maybe I'm getting heat stroke already. But yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. I did want to talk about the Honda Shadow. Recently, I did the fork rebuild on it, replaced the seals. I took it on about a probably 40-minute round trip ride today, and it's not doing good. I noticed it was still leaking fork oil. I don't even know if I slowed down the leak. If that's the case, that would not be good. Thanks, big pickup truck. But yeah, I might still be leaking fork oil. I'm going to try and keep it clean so I don't have to replace the brake pads again. Yeah. Speaking of videos, I'm actually quite a ways ahead. I'm like 3 weeks ahead. I have Friday's video ready. I have the next Friday's video ready. And I have the Friday after that's ready too. I'm going to fall 1 more week behind as I'm going across the state on Saturday to Everett. I'm in Spokane, and I'm going to take the train, which leaves at about 3:30 in the morning. Gets in at about 10 o'clock. That's it if it's on time. If you know Amtrak, you know they're often late. But yeah, I'm going to be taking the train over to Everett. The guy's going to meet me at the train station in the car. I did have him send me a video of it starting cold, so that's good at least. But we'll have to see if I want to purchase that car. I think I've revealed in another short what I'm looking at. I will tell you it's a BMW, and it's a convertible, and I'm only looking to pay about $5,500 for it, so that should give you a pretty good hint. Guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Subaru Loyale Watchtower Off-Roading Adventure. You're not going to want to miss that one. Bye-bye. Well, I made it to the grocery store, and that's a big truck back there. But I made it to the grocery store, got myself a kombucha, a frozen pizza, a 6-pack of Brewski Blondes from the Iron Goat, as well as these for my snack. And I just missed the bus by a few minutes. So now I'm sitting here on the sidewalk on the side of this beautiful Strode. I just went and checked. I was actually so fast in the store that Google, my timeline, didn't even register that I visited Yokes. It says I walked straight from home to here. But it wasn't quite fast enough. I knew I needed to take about 8 to 10 minutes in Yokes, and I must have taken about 11 or 12. Because I just saw the bus drive past down there at the intersection, which is the direction I'm heading in. So I walked past it down there at the intersection and couldn't quite make it to the stop in time. It is kind of nice, honestly, just to take a moment, not at home, and sit outside in the beautiful weather. I mean, at least I got some nice shade from the trees here. Just take a moment, suck it in, enjoy my Hum probiotic kombucha, pomegranate lemonade. Let me give you a little review here. It's pretty inoffensive. I like it a lot. Yeah. I like the weird ones too, but I was going for something unoffensive. The thing I like about kombucha is it has a lot of flavor and character for only like 35 calories. Obviously you pay for it with your wallet instead of with your calorie intake. But yeah, I do love myself a good kombucha. Fortunately, on the weekdays, I've mentioned in other shorts that this bus only comes once an hour. That is on the weekends and holidays. Unfortunately, today is a weekday. So I've only got to wait about 22 minutes, and I think I'm down to probably, I guess I could check, about 7 more minutes now. So it really isn't too bad. And I get a look at here. Let me show you the view really quick. It's just so pretty wherever you are in this city here. And sure, it'd be prettier if I wasn't on the side of a Strode, but you take what you can get. All right, I'll finish up waiting for that bus, and then we'll get back home now. We have made it home. Time to enjoy one of those brewskis that I bought. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I got these stickers in the mail. They are custom made with, I believe, the V323 font, and I had carstickers.com print them, and pretty happy with the quality. The design came out perfect, the cutting's perfect. I feel like the vinyl could be a little thicker, but we'll just have to see how it lasts, because honestly, if it lasts fine, then it doesn't need to be thicker. I believe it cost me about $5 a sticker, and so I got 10 and put one on each card. I have a few extras. There is a members only or Patreon video of that, and that's, I didn't really want to lock it behind a paywall because I don't really intend to lock any of my stuff behind a paywall. Patreon is mostly early access, but stuff where I'm just putting some stickers on a car. I did videos like that, like early, mid last year, when I was still figuring stuff out, and they just never, like, no one really is interested, the wider audience isn't, so it's something I can give extra to someone who wants to pay, that most people aren't really interested in anyways, so I hope that's all right, that makes sense. Today we are taking the bus to Trivia. Got about a 10-minute walk and then a 10-minute bus ride, and then another like 15 minutes of walking or something. Yeah, it's nice to be able to go there and have a few beers without having to worry about having to drive home. And I just like taking public transit because I'm weird like that. I'm a car guy who likes public transit. It's not quite as warm today. I think it got up to about like 75 or so. Yesterday it was like 90. And I walked quite a ways, 2.5 miles. I've almost used up all the steps that I had saved up on Walkscape. I had like 20,000 saved up, and then back down to like maybe 5,000 or something. But it's amazing how quickly they pile up and then how hard it is to actually use them. Well, I guess that's all I got for you, so see you again tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow is a big video release. It's the Subaru Loyale Watchtower adventure. I go visit 4 watchtowers. The views are incredible. And the Subaru does pretty well, but there's a few minor issues. So yeah, tune in tomorrow to my full-length videos for that, and then of course I'll also see you again tomorrow for my daily walk. See you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today not only is it very nice out right now, but I am going to be waking up in 4.5 hours from right now. So after I finish this walk, take a shower, get to bed, I'm gonna get like 3.5, 4 hours of sleep. And let me explain why. If you saw the title, which maybe you probably looked at it because I'm being a little boring right now, maybe you saw that I'm taking the Amtrak across the state, and I live in Spokane. It comes through town about 3 in the morning, and so I need to get up at 2 a.m. to catch that train, and I am going to Everett to look at a car. And I could have taken a bus, sure, but those arrive at like 5 in the afternoon. If I take the midnight train going anywhere, no, I'm not going to do that again. If I take the train, then I get there at like 10 in the morning, and if I decide I really don't want this car, then I can just bum around and get to where I need to go in plenty of time, because I need to get down from Everett to Tacoma, which is about a 3.5 hour public transit trip. So I do have plans if I don't buy the car. Because when you go to look at a car, you need to be prepared to walk away from it, even if you're taking a midnight train that costs $109. So that is the plan. There will be at least a video on this, I would say, if I don't buy the car. And then if I do buy the car, there will be definitely a couple, 3 videos. So we'll have to see how that goes. I will tell you, it is a 2-seater. It is a convertible. Pretty sure I've mentioned exactly what it is. I hope to pay $5,000 for it. It's listed for $5,500. It's a car that's missing from my current fleet, a type of car. I guess the 2-seater kind of gave that away. But I think I have mentioned it before on the channel, or on the shorts here, so you can probably figure it out by looking around. But I am very excited for this trip. Actually, I'm going to make another short tonight as I walk of what I'm going to do, what the plan is if I do buy it and if I don't. So I guess swipe up or whatever if you want to see that. I'll see you again in a few minutes, and again on Friday. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm still here. Go watch the Subaru Watchtower adventure. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of work to put together. I think it's a really good video. It's not getting a lot of views. Don't be like other people. Go watch it. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2. In this part, I am going to explain how I am going to proceed if I do buy this car. For reference, I am traveling across the state via Amtrak to buy a car, potentially, sight unseen. I do have a plan if I don't buy it, and I do have a plan if I do buy it. This is the plan if I do buy it. If you want to see the plan if I don't buy it, well, finish watching this, and then, I don't know, I guess swipe up and hope YouTube serves you the other short. But anyways, let's get into it. I don't remember which one I said I'm going to do, but I'm going to do if I do buy the car. If I do buy the car, I'm going to pick it up. He's going to meet me at the train station in Everett. I'm going to love it. I'm going to think it's a good deal. I'm going to pay him in cash. And I am going to immediately drive it down to Tacoma, which I don't actually know how long that drive is. Probably an hour and a half or something. That's going to be tomorrow. I'm going to meet him around 10. Probably be done buying the car around noon or 1. Be in Tacoma by like 3 or 4. That's the plan for that. And then after I'm done visiting my sister in Tacoma, I will drive down to Chehalis, where my family is. Visit them, go out to the property that you've seen. There's actually a whole video living at the cabin on my channel. I will live there for a week, working from home, enjoying life. And then I will actually manage to fit an entire camping gear setup. My hammock, underquilt, overquilt, and tarp into my carry-ons, which is just a duffel bag and a backpack, as well as all of my camera gear for filming this. And so I will be trying to camp on the way home with this new car that I buy. And if you watch the last short from today, you know that it is not an extremely practical vehicle. I mentioned it has 2 seats. I'm not revealing exactly what it is yet. I think I have in a previous short, but not this one. But yeah. So that's the plan. I'm probably going to be driving it. I think it also has a couple of known issues, so I'll be driving it. Maybe I'll try and fix one of those issues while I'm out there. But I'll be driving it probably a good, probably a good like 600 miles before I even get it home. So hopefully it's reliable enough to get me that far, I suppose. I guess that's all I got for this segment. Swipe up and hope the YouTube algorithm serves you in my next video if you want to see what my plan is if I don't buy the car. Thanks for watching. See you in a minute. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, part 3. What happens if I don't buy this car? To catch you up, I'm taking an Amtrak across Washington State. About a 6-hour ride, I think, something like that. Leaves at about 3 in the morning. Gets to Everett at about 10 a.m. And, well, I guess you could do the math there, but I'm not going to. 7 hours, I just did. And so There's a potential that I don't want this car that I'm going to look at. It looks pretty good from the listing, or else I wouldn't be going to look at it. But there's a potential that I don't want it. What do I do then? I'm stranded in Everett. The public transit system in the United States is not great. And well, there's a couple of things I can do. I could just hop back on the Amtrak. It comes back through, I think, at about 5 p.m. So I could hang out in Everett until that happens. But I think more likely, I will take public transit from Everett down to Tacoma, where my sister lives. It's about, I think, 3.5 hours worth of public transit, and stay there for a night or two. I have a friend also in the area, so he'll probably pick me up with the wheels that he does have, and we might go do some stuff. And then I will catch the Amtrak from Tacoma down to Centralia, where I have more family. And I think I have a family member that will loan me a vehicle there, so I will have transportation for most of the week. And then I will work from home with this transportation, work from home, and visit family, have a good time. And then come the end of the week, I will catch the Amtrak back home. I think usually I have to get a ride down to Portland or Vancouver to catch the train, because the train's connections are not very good. But hey, maybe I'll try and just take Amtrak just for fun. So that is the plan if I don't buy the car. I think I made 3 shorts today, mostly because I'm very excited. I like taking the train. I'm excited, you know, I obviously have nerves about purchasing a new vehicle, and so I am just very wound up right now. It's going to be hard to go to sleep. I might take, well, I don't want to take anything too strong because I won't be able to wake up in 4 hours. But yeah, like I said, I guess thanks for watching this little mini series of my plan. We'll have to see how it goes. Subscribe if you want to see the video or videos on whether or not I purchase this new car. Yeah, that's all I got for you today. I will see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Go watch the Subaru Outbacks, or Subaru Loyale's Watchtower Adventure. That's an old 4x4 Subaru, and we took it way further out into the woods than any car that's 32 years old has any business being. I love that video. You should go watch it. I guess that's all I got for you. Bye-bye. If you've been keeping up, I just rode a train across the state this morning to look at a car, and well, as you might be able to see in the corner of the frame there, this car is now mine, all of the good and bad combined. I'm about to leave on a walk to grab some lunch, but let me tell you about my newest acquisition. It really looks good from the outside, I will give you that. There are some issues on the inside. I'm really hoping that they're minor. I'm also hoping it doesn't start raining harder. When you go around a corner, the traction control and tire pressure light come on. The airbag light is always on. The handbrake does not work. The front right blinker, one of the bulbs is out. It has like 3, and one of them is out. And that is not as easy to replace as you might hope. I think that's all the issues I've personally noticed, all the major stuff. He did tell me that there is an issue or two underneath that I haven't seen myself, such as the drive shaft coupler. I guess they have a rubber boot in there to kind of smooth out power delivery. He did include the replacement part for that with a sale. One reason that I think this sale, or this purchase, is okay, it feels like, well, I don't want to say that. I was going to say it feels like it hasn't been thrashed on, it was just neglected. I think it might be a little bit of column A and a little bit of row B. I don't think that's how that saying goes, but I think it's been driven kind of hard, but more than that, it's been neglected. I drove it about an hour from where I bought it, where I got off the train, to here, and it did flawless. The cruise control worked great. I also did a donut or two, and in reviewing the footage, it would appear that it is not a limited slip differential. Obviously, I'll have to do more research and testing on that, but I did do some donuts in a wet parking lot, so that was fun. Of course, that was the first. I had barely even moved a block away from the guy's house. Oh, I guess the price, $5,100. He had it listed for $55,000. I kind of wanted to pay $5, and we met smack dab in the middle at $5,100. I think that's a reasonable price for a manual transmission. Yes, it is manual. BMW Z4. I was looking on Marketplace, and I did not see any other Z4s anywhere close to that price range. So I guess that's my newest purchase. Yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And yes, I did bring one of the new stickers that I printed with me to put on my new to me 2006 BMW Z4. This car has some issues. We've already fixed one. I just bought it yesterday. The issue is the front right turn signal, which, okay, yeah, hear me out. That sounds like a simple problem, but it was not quite as simple as it might first sound because it wasn't the bulb. The one of the wires going to the socket that the bulb goes into had popped out, and it being such a confined area, it was very hard to get into. I did end up coercing my friend Matt into repairing it for me. He did a temporary repair, hopefully basically just by zip tying the wire to the electrical connector or something. I don't know exactly. He did it. There is video of it, so maybe when I'm editing the video, we'll get a better view, but he managed to repair it for now, so no more of the fast blink. The bumper does need to come off because the front fascia, or not the fascia, the lower radiator cover is missing, as well as no fog lights. And so when I take that off, I will also try to do a more permanent repair. I'm not even sure if this will make it home, but I have driven it about 30 minutes so far, and it did fine. What was I going to say next? I had a thing. Oh, I was going to mention it's kind of embarrassing. I've actually gotten 3 compliments on the car already. One from a kid who saw it in the parking lot. I was like, "Whoa, Mom, cool car!" And of course, I told him thank you. And the second was, well, I also that doesn't even count Matt, my friend, as well as other friends and acquaintances, who also think it's pretty cool and a good deal for $5,100. But I got a compliment from someone at the gas station who rolled down their windows like, "Hey, nice BMW," which is, I mean, what more can you ask for? The person's probably a gearhead, someone else. But then, okay, let me get to the point. Then I'd pull out of the parking lot, go to signal right, and my blinker would be out and it'd be fast blinking. And that was just embarrassing. So now that is fixed, it is no longer fast blink, at least until the repair fails. But hopefully Matt did a good job and got it fixed. And that is actually why you might not recognize the background. It's because I'm staying at his house tonight. I stayed at my sister's house yesterday, and now I'm at his house. And I almost forgot about this. I actually had my teeth brushed, about to climb into bed, and I was like, oh no, I gotta go on my walk. So here I am doing just that. And tomorrow I will be getting up, going to a coffee shop to work, and then driving out to my parents, which is about a 1.5 to 2 hour drive. They're selling their house, and I want to say goodbye to it, I guess. Also go visit my childhood cat, Peach. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. That is my brand new $600 code scanner for cars. This is a brew from Chainline. Oh God. Yes, Chainline Brewing in Kirkland, Washington, and I'm waiting for this to do a bajillion updates. So we're going to go on my 15 minutes exercise. To catch up to speed really quick, I bought a BMW Z4 in Everett after riding an overnight train from Spokane. That's in Washington State. And, well, that car is right here. And so it has a few issues, a few gremlins. Specifically, the parking brake doesn't work. The, what else? The DSC and TPMS lights are now on permanently. At first, you had to go around a corner first. I don't know who could have been doing that. But now they are just on permanently. And the airbag light is always on. And so between this car and my Volvo XC70, which is a 2007, that's a 2006, I thought it would be a good investment, if you can call it that, to get a good code scanner so I can see what's wrong with the Bimmer, hopefully, and repair it myself. The Volvo also has a couple of issues that I hope this scanner might bring up. For example, the passenger window will not roll up automatically, which has been annoying. And the parking sensors don't work, and I'd kind of just like to disable them so it stops bothering me.
So far I've driven the Bimmer. Is that what BMW owners call them? A Bimmer? About, I think, 200 or 300 miles. And it's been doing good. It's been really fun. Really fun. So far I'm very happy with the purchase. We'll see if that lasts. I did have to make the joke to myself that my hairline might look like it's receding. It isn't. It's been like that since I've been in high school. And I think what it's been waiting for all this time is for me to purchase that car, because I look right at home inside of there with this hairline. Yeah, I know, I'm hilarious. So yeah, this was a Chainline IPA, a Chainline Trail Gnome IPA from a brewery in Kirkland, Washington. I guess Chainline Brewery. And it is quite good. I'd never heard of Chainline Brewing Co., so I had to pick this up when I saw it in the store. Oh, it's tasty. Man, what else do I got to say? Oh, obviously I'm out here at the cabin. There is actually a little mini series, I think a 5-video series, short series, on the walk that I do while I'm here if you're curious. But I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. I got to wait for that code scanner to finish updating. Bye-bye, and cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I am very excited. This is my new to me BMW Z4. It came with a bunch of issues. I have already fixed 2 error codes for the airbags, so the airbags are now fixed. They were not working. The passenger airbag wasn't working. It was just 2 connectors that were unplugged under the passenger seat. That made me so happy. I'm going to drive my grandma to dinner tonight. She will be safe if I wreck it, at least hopefully. And then just now, why I'm walking right now, is I found an issue with the handbrake. Actually, I didn't find that. I knew about the issue with the handbrake. The handbrake doesn't work. Sorry, I'm very excited right now. So I'm talking very quickly. But the handbrake didn't work, and I just discovered there's a little spring in the center console that has like a quick release. It can be popped off. And I read about that online, and I kind of got looking, and it really looks like that's the issue with mine. So right now I'm walking down to the shop to grab a screwdriver so I can hopefully pop it back on, and then the handbrake might work. That would be 2 of the 3 major issues with the car fixed. The airbags and the handbrake. The third is the traction control. Then there's a 4th kind of issue. The washer fluid doesn't work. But the third with the traction control, I have ordered a part. There is a yaw sensor underneath the passenger seat, and it appears to have been tampered with already. It's supposed to be under the carpet and bolted down. It is above the carpet and just floating around loose. It also has green writing on it, as if it has already been replaced with one from a junkyard or something. So hopefully the new one that I ordered off of eBay fixes the issue. That was like 80 bucks. And I will obviously be taking the seat out to put it back in the proper location if replacing it fixes the codes. And finally, the washer fluid. There's heaters in the nozzle so they don't freeze in the winter, which is a wild feature. All the washer nozzles on my cars have worked fine, and they didn't have heaters in the nozzles. But anyways, that's how this car is. So the one on the right has failed. And then also, the pump doesn't seem to be working. I don't believe that if a nozzle has failed, it will disable the pump. It's possible that's how it works, but I did a little research. I didn't find anything. So I have ordered a new pump, as well as that new nozzle with the heater in it. I guess I got to replace those. Those are going to be when I get home. But if we can fix the handbrake today, that will make the car so much more usable. I've just been putting it in first gear when I park it, and I can't get out of the dang car when it's on. So I'm going to go down and get a screwdriver, and you'll have to stay tuned until tomorrow's short to see if I actually was able to fix that. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. If you've been keeping up, that's my new to me BMW Z4. It's a 2006. And yesterday I thought I had a solution to the handbrake. Speaking of which, I need to go grab the screwdriver that I need to put back in the shop. But I thought I had a solution. Turns out there is more wrong with it just than this spring being loose. I thought there was a spring loose, I could just push it back into place, and then we'd have a handbrake, and that is not the case. I think I'm going to get a new center console, because the center console's pretty dinged up, and then replace the center console the same time that I fix the handbrake so I can have better access to it. So, unfortunately, that's not fixed. I still have no handbrake. But I do have a little more information, a little more knowledge. I basically bought this car. You know, people say it's pretty reliable as far as BMWs go. And that was good enough for me. So I bought it without knowing much about all the issues. And of course, I mean, you can't do all the research on a car when you buy it. So I've been looking up the issues that I've been having. We already fixed the airbag light by reconnecting some connectors under the passenger seat. And then I've ordered a new yaw sensor, which is also under the passenger seat, which I think might have been replaced before, but maybe it's also bad. But hopefully that fixes our issues there with the traction control. But, you know, a yaw sensor makes sense that it would cause issues with the traction control, right? You know what it also causes issues with? The electronic dipstick. So these cars, I believe this 2006 might have been the first year that BMW did not put a dipstick on their car. You check the oil in the dash electronically. This system makes some sense because it is actually used for a different system in the car, and then as a side effect, you just check the oil electronically. The main purpose is for this other system, though, because it needs to know the oil level to operate properly. However, in my car, it worked a couple of times and said the oil level's okay, and then it hasn't worked. And that is because the car needs to experience certain levels of acceleration laterally and longitudinally, which it relies on that sensor that is broken, just like the traction control, before it'll read the oil. And so that isn't working. Therefore, it can't read the oil levels. So hopefully the oil levels are fine on my drives, because I do know it has a small oil leak from the oil pan gasket, according to the previous owner. What an experience owning this German piece of engineering. They couldn't have just put an oil dipstick in there for redundancy. That would have made just way too much sense. It is fun learning about a new car, though, and all the intricacies, though. So I have been enjoying that, and I haven't gotten stuck yet. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the full-length video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And you might notice the BMW is in the shop. It's broken. My dad helped me haul it over here with the trailer there. And, yeah, I have a water pump. It's the electric water pump. I have that on order. And it's going to be in on Thursday, so I'm going to be staying an extra week. It is what it is. I'm just walking with my bag here over to the cabin since my car don't work. I was glad he was out here, of course. And I'm honestly glad it happened now, because I'm about to drive the car across the state, and if it failed at the same mileage, it would have failed almost exactly halfway. So that would have been very suboptimal. Also, I forgot yesterday's 15 minutes exercise for the first time. I think I did get in about 15 minutes exercise, but it was just interspersed through a bunch of times. I helped my parents load the truck because they're moving. I walked around a little bit, but I don't know, maybe I didn't get in 15 minutes. Unfortunately, I can't make up for it right now because I got to go to work. But maybe I'll go for another walk later in the day. The drive out to their house went great. It's a really fun road. Had a good time. And the drive home, as you saw, not so good. I need to, like I said, I got that on order. Oh, so with these cars, it is an electric water pump. It's not mechanical. Usually they're belt driven. This car, it is not. And so instead of just kind of getting worse over time, it just up and fails like it did for me today. As I was sitting alongside the road, I did have my code scanner with me and I scanned it. And it did inform me that it is indeed the speed of the electric water pump that had failed. So I will be swapping that out in the shop there before taking the car home, hopefully. It cost me about $500 for those parts, which was about 10% of the cost of the car, so that's not very fun. I did get OEM quality parts from the OEM manufacturer. I guess, yeah, OEM is OEM manufacturer. Okay. So yeah, I will be doing that in the shop there next Thursday or Friday, and then hopefully making it home next week. Here I was thinking this video was going to be boring, but it's not going to be, so stay tuned to see that. It's pretty exciting. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I have a story for you about this truck. This is my grandpa's old GMC pickup, and I drove it out this morning. I actually rode in, some people are having dinner, so I rode into town yesterday night, and then I got it running. I was told it was out of fuel, but it started right up. It has 2 tanks, so I just switched tanks. I don't know where the miscommunication was there, but it started right up, so I went and filled it up. It wouldn't start. And so I had my grandma, I was just around the corner from her house, and so she came and gave me a jump. And then I drove down the freeway a few miles, and I noticed my headlights were really dim. And so I was like, I don't think my alternator is working. And so I had to turn around, and it was probably a 15 or 20 minutes out, so I had to go 15 or 20 minutes back to the to my grandma's house, so I could I just ended up sleeping there, and then looked at it this morning. Turns out the alternator belt was loose, so I tightened that up, and then I was able to drive it out this morning. Though about partway through the drive, it started squealing really badly. And if you're unaware, the reason I had to go get that truck is because I don't have wheels for the week, because the BMW Z4 that I just bought, the electric water pump failed. So I needed to borrow some wheels, which there was a backup plan if the truck wouldn't work. My grandma's car, the AC doesn't work right now, and it's going to get up into like the 90s this week, so she was going to borrow someone else's car, and I might have been able to borrow the car with no functional AC. But that truck is it's an old beater, but I don't know, it's kind of cool experiencing it. And you know, there's a game called Mon Bazou where you fix up a BMW and you drive an old beater truck. That exact truck, except a knockoff. And I really feel like I'm playing that game in real life right now. So, yeah, that's the plan. The parts for the BMW is supposed to be here on Wednesday now instead of Thursday. So hopefully I can get that put in and get that BMW back on the road and get it across the state. That job looks, you know, I mean, it's a water pump, but it doesn't look too bad. So hopefully the truck is reliable enough transportation until that part comes in. Oh, man, what an experience. You're not going to want to miss the videos. I did decide to split it up into 2 while I'm over here. I just cut the last one off when I got the truck running, and so the next video will be me getting the truck, using the truck as a daily driver, and then getting the BMW fixed. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and I'm going to be mowing this lawn in a future short today. However, in this one, I'm going on a walk because over the past week, I've had so many issues with the BMW breaking down, this white truck that I'm about to show you breaking down, that, not to mention, yesterday I was very busy helping my dad with stuff around the property. There's lots of stuff to do here always, and when you're here, you're expected to help. So I have a lot of excuses, but long story short, I missed my exercise, my daily exercise. Here is the old white truck. Yesterday while I was driving it out here, I was smelling clutch, and I checked under there, and it looks like the transmission might be leaking some fluid. So that's a little concerning. But yes, yesterday I missed my 15 minutes exercise, and I believe 3 days or 2 days before that, so 3 days ago or something, I also missed it. I will be making up for that by making 3 shorts today. I'm going to go on 2 walks and maybe only 1 walk, but I am going to be mowing that field with a push mower. I don't know if I mentioned that. And it's quite a big area for a push mower, and it's also quite overgrown, so I don't know how fast I'll be able to go. But I do know that it will be a lot of work. And also, yesterday, probably my main excuse for not mowing the lawn is my allergies were terrible. That white truck had been sitting for a while, and it gets mice in it, unfortunately, and it also just gets dust in it. And so, of course, it was like 90 degrees yesterday, so I was driving with the windows down. The dust was just you know, going all over. So there was that, not to mention the mice nest. I actually pulled an entire mouse nest out from under the seat. So that was not good for the allergies. It is cottonwood season. Cottonwood is terrible, terrible, terrible. So there was that. And also we were working with wood, so there was all the sawdust. And then to cap it all off, we have a guy coming to potentially hay these fields here. And so I might be meeting with the guy this week, because I'm working out here. My dad wanted to show me so I could show the guy what he could hay. And so we went for a ride on the ATV through the tall grass. And when you go on that, the ATV, it knocks it over, makes a big plume of pollen right off the top of the grass there that goes right in your face. And so that was to cap it all off. And man, allergies just take the wind out of your sails. They just exhaust you. It's like being sick, except not quite all the symptoms. So that's all my excuses, and expect to see more shorts today. I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, and actually again later today, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2. And that field, that massive field you can see through the trees there, plus the fields you can see behind me through the trees there, those both need to be mowed every year. I mean, we could let them grow, I guess, but my dad and I are very allergic to grass. When you ride through tall grass, it flicks off the top. Like the front of the quad will hit this like here, and then that'll just flick this right into your face. And that is full of pollen and allergens. And that goes right up your nose. And after it's just instant. I just can't, I can't see very well because my eyes are so watery and red. I mean, I can see, and I'm sneezing. You know allergies, they're bad. So we do take the brush hog around once a year in the fields, like this one right here, so we can just ride the motorbikes through them, and so they don't get overgrown, that sort of thing. However, we have been trying to get someone to come hay it for free. They get the hay for free. We get our mowed fields for free. Because then we also don't have to use our own diesel and that sort of thing. We had a guy come out last year, maybe 2 years ago now. He got most of the way done haying it, but he ghosted us and left all his equipment, which is what he said he would do. He said he left his equipment as collateral. So now we have I believe a windrower, a bale loader, a baler, stuff like that. We now have those things because he just ghosted us. I don't exactly know what happened in his personal life, but I'm sure it was not enjoyable. We do have a second guy hopefully coming out this week that I'm going to have to show around. And he's going to maybe bring out some equipment and drop it off and maybe get started. So maybe he'll mow our fields for us. I guess that's about the story of the fields out here. So yeah, we also have a lot of trails on the property that we ride ATVs around, that sort of thing. And those need to be mowed every year, and we'll still have to do that manually, which is fine. It's a lot more enjoyable than just going around in circles in a field to mow the trails. Plus it takes, a lot less time because you just have to make 1 or 2 passes on each trail instead of going around and around in circles on a field. Man, it is hot today. According to my watch, it's 77. I'm dying. 77 degrees already. It's supposed to be up in the 90s. I am sweating. And the cabin doesn't have AC. We have some window units, but they haven't been put up yet. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'm going to continue sweating. See you again later today, and again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Oh, welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I just finished mowing this entire lawn here. It's exactly as big, if not bigger, than it looks. But this here push mower that barely rolls. And I'm exhausted. Not to mention that, but it is, if you think it's rough, think 10 times rougher. I gotta go put this thing away, and then I'll get a refreshment and tell you how my day has been. I will be right back. Whew. I don't know if I've ever been more deserving of this. Never has a Miller Lite tasted so good. Oh my gosh. Well, if you're joining me right now, I've been walking 15 minutes every day for, what is it now, 150 days? And this week, while I'm over here visiting my family and buying a BMW Z4, I missed it a couple days. And I have excuses. I guess most of those are hanging out with family and working hard in other ways, so I did probably still getting quite a bit of exercise, but I did miss 2 days of the video and of my actual walk. Because even if I do exercise in other ways, I try to walk. Oh man, my arm's so tired, I'm struggling to hold up the phone here. I was pushing that mower with just about all my might to get up the hill, because it was all soft, riddled with mole tunnels, and I think someone flattened it out with a bulldozer and left it at that. Someone, probably my grandpa. Oh boy. But anyways, I missed a couple days of walks while I'm over here, and the lawn needed mowing very badly. I don't really have any way to show you how tall it was, but it was very tall. Probably about 4 inches taller than when you saw it there. And oh my god, I actually am dripping sweat. I don't sweat that much usually. It is also like 91 degrees according to my watch. But anyway, so I thought that mowing the lawn out here with the push mower would compensate for me missing those 2 days. And boy, I think it did. Oh. Oh, man. I might go work on the truck a little bit, take a look at it. It's pulling to the right pretty hard when you brake, and it's leaking oil from the transmission, so might take a look at that. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. I am beat, man. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and it is a late one tonight. And so tonight I went into town with the old white truck here. I'll show you it here in a minute. And it performed pretty well. I heard some clunking as I was going around corners on the way home. Could be something to do with the I forget what they're called. They're like the end of the axle. I'm not sure. But oh, I was going to show it to you. It's there in the background. I'm not sure why you can see it. I can't see myself very well. And I'm going to talk about my filming setup tonight, because it's a little different than usual. You're noticing, you can see me pretty well, but it's probably pretty dark behind me. That's because I use open camera on my phone right now, because I am running Lineage OS on my OnePlus 6. And is that a mouse? No, that's a pine cone. But it has a screen torch feature, which basically ups the exposure on my preview. And so you can, I guess in my glasses there, see my phone really bright in my face. And so that's how I'm filming this, in the dark. As for my own personal illumination, I'll show it here. It's pitch black now that I've turned it off, but this is an MSR D 1.12, and it has an SPT 90.2, I believe it's called, and that LED in the center channel, which is very throwy. And then it has, oh man, I forget what it has in the outer channel. When I say center and outer, I mean there's one channel in the center there, surrounded by a bunch of other LEDs around it. And so you can fade between those. You can have your choice of floody and throwy. I'm just doing the same loop here, and we might be able to see some deer. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to show them to you on camera. And I don't see any anyways, but I can see. Actually, maybe you can see. Let's see here. Yeah, I can. I don't know about you, but I can see basically the other side of that field there. And this isn't even really a purpose-built throwy light. It's just a incredibly powerful one, and it has a throwy-ish channel. Oh man, it is a beautiful night. I can see. No, those are clouds. I thought it was Aurora Borealis, but no, those are clouds. But the moon's out pretty well. I'll probably, after I turn the bright light in my face off, I'll probably walk in the dark for a little bit. It's a beautiful night to be out here walking. It's been nice and warm. I hope you enjoyed this little bit of an unconventional one with lit by my phone. I don't know how the lighting is going to be. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today, I am going to be fixing my BMW Z4. Catch up to speed. I bought this car. I rode the overnight train from Spokane to Everett, and I bought the car. And then I drove it about an hour and a half down to Tacoma to visit some friends and my sister. And then I drove it out here to the cabin property, about an hour and a half. And, well, needless to say, I've been driving that recently. My family's old pickup truck used to be my grandpa's, and we haven't gotten around to selling it or registering it or anything like that yet. And that is because I then drove it out to my parents. It's about an hour and a half from here. Everything was great. It's a fun road. They live out in the country. About halfway back, 45 minutes to an hour back towards the cabin here, I was driving it, I lost power. I was like, oh, look down. My temperature gauge is in the red. So I pulled over. I didn't have any water or anything. I thought it might just be low on coolant. So I limped it as far as I could. Eventually I pulled over to let it cool down, and I happened to have my code scanner with me, so I scanned it. It said there was an anomaly in the speed of the water pump. And on the BMW Z4, it has the N52 engine with an electric water pump. And so unlike a mechanical one that just, becomes less and less efficient, they just stop. And that appears to be what has happened with my car. I ordered new parts because I wanted to use OEM quality ones because it's a water pump. You don't want to gamble on eBay parts. It cost me $500 from FCP Euro, from the original equipment manufacturer, not from BMW, the same people who make the BMW parts. But yeah, so that's here today, actually. So we're going to drive the pickup truck. We don't have a mailing address out here. I'm going to drive the pickup truck about 30-40 minutes into town, pick that up from my grandparents, drive back out here, and swap it in. Hopefully, the process goes well. It looks pretty easy. I have the car jacked up already. I watched a video the FCP Euro put out on the BMW X3, which has the same N52 engine in it. And in that car, it was incredibly tight, sort of nightmarish looking. In my car, the BMW Z4, the 2006, it looks incredibly easy. Everything's very open. I should just be able to unbolt and unclamp all the hoses and unbolt the water pump and the thermostat and bolt them right back up. I appear to have all the tools. I've checked. So let's hope, because there's no shops around here. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I have very good news. You might be able to tell by the speed at which I'm talking, but I'm very excited. The BMW Z4 is fixed. To catch up to speed, the electric water pump failed. After I bought it and drove it about 400 miles, the pump went bad. I don't think the previous owner really tried to scam me, because these pumps, they do just stop working because they are electric. And so that's what happened to me. I was stranded. My dad came and got me with the trailer. He just happened to be hauling some other stuff, so he went and unloaded it and came and got me. It worked out better than it could have. But yeah, last night I took the time to replace the water pump, and I'm going to leave it at that. If you want an early preview, obviously there will be a video out on this in 3 weeks from Friday, I think, at this point. Yeah. But if you want an early preview, a rundown, that's on patreon.com/Joel Kalish and YouTube memberships. I hate plugging that stuff, but it is there if you want to go watch it now. Obviously not the whole video, because I'm not home. I haven't edited it, but just a little early preview. Yeah, so I also wanted to go over my video schedule in this. I'm going to try and do it really concisely. This is my third time recording, but so on Friday, it's all of my videos. Tomorrow, it's all of my videos at 1000x speed. I think it's funny. And I'm glad I put it together, because I ended up having to be stuck over here for an extra week, and I would not have had a video otherwise. So that is coming out on Friday. A week from Friday is the video where I ride the Amtrak overnight from Spokane to Everett to buy the car, and then I drive the car down to here. That video is probably going to be a pretty lengthy one, because I did visit friends and there's all that, but I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. 2 weeks from Friday, it's going to be daily driving the BMW for a week. And that's the video in which it breaks. And near the after it breaks, I have to get the white truck that I fixed, which I think I've shown in these shorts. So that's 2 weeks from Friday. Then 3 weeks from Friday is going to be daily driving the white truck and fixing the BMW. That's what I just finished yesterday. Then finally, the video is just going to be driving the BMW across the state, camping in it, and visiting a watchtower. And this watchtower is, of course, one that you park on pavement and hike up to. It's like 8 miles round trip, and of course, it's a watchtower, so it is steep. This is subject to change too, because I kind of wish I'd done it differently. But I would have to do some pickup shots and posts and stuff to kind of tie it together if I do it that way. So we'll see how it turns out. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the main channel video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. We're going to go walk across a bridge to get to an island on that pond. And I wanted to talk about, while we do that, what it's been like releasing weekly videos for the past year and a half, over a year and a half now. I think it's been 84 weeks or so. And I also wanted to talk about some of the closest calls where I've almost not made an upload. The first close call that comes to mind, obviously there's been nights that I've stayed up editing to get a video done. I've been doing that less. I've been getting faster at editing, that sort of thing. But there were still a few close calls, such as Thanksgiving 2024. Here we are on the bridge across this little pond here. Let me give you a spin. But yeah, in 2024 Thanksgiving, I almost didn't get an upload out. I was going to do 0 to 60 in all of my cars, and that did not end up working out because my cars were too broken, specifically the motorcycles. So really quickly, I spent, I think, my Wednesday or Tuesday night before we left editing together a off-roading compilation for the Volvo XC70, which actually ended up performing pretty well. But that was a close call. And then actually today's video, it goes up at 3:00 p.m. Pacific time. It was sort of a close call, just sort of a happy accident. I wasn't planning on being here for 2 weeks. I was planning on being here for 1 week. And so generally I would have only prepared 1 week video in advance. However, I just found Matt and Tom's video where they did all their videos at 1000x speed. Thought it was funny, so I threw that together for me. So I was 2 weeks ahead, just by pure chance. I guess I'm just lucky like that. So that's what's going to go out later today, is all my videos at 1000x speed. I think it's funny. It's only like 2 minutes long. But I think those are my two closest calls. I've had some other ones where it's been like I've had to thrash to finish a project. Like I worked on the Volvo's 3D printed lift kit, like on Tuesday. Edited the video on Wednesday and maybe even Thursday, then uploaded it on a Friday. There's been a few videos like that where it's been like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to make this in time. I also have like ordered parts express, make sure they're here in time. Even though I'm not making any money from this, so it's not like the shipping is paying off or anything. It's just I wanted to get that video up. I guess that's all I got for you today. Hope that was at least a little interesting. I'll see you again tomorrow, and hopefully you'll tune into the main channel video later today. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and currently I'm on a 4-mile hike to gain 3,200 feet in elevation. To get up to a watchtower, you're going to see me resting up here along the trail before finally we get up to that watchtower. Oh man, this is a steep hike and I am not prepared for it, but we are gonna make it. All right, I gotta get moving. See you at the next break. Oh, about halfway there, just past the 2-mile mark. I don't remember if I mentioned it's 4 miles total. There's a lookout coming up about 0.6, 0.7 miles ahead. I'll update you then. This hike has been kicking my ass. Let's keep moving here. I'll see you in about 0.7 miles. Oh, we've made it up to the viewpoint, and that is Mount Rainier in the back. I was not expecting that. It kind of came out of nowhere. We're kind of getting to the top of the tree line here. We're getting close to the watchtower. We got about a mile to go. I'm hoping I don't get too sunburnt because I didn't bring any sunscreen. But that's pretty cool. Should be an even better view from the top. I'll see you up there. So I've made quite a bit of progress. That up there is Mount Rainier, of course, and then back there through the trees, I believe you can see Mount St. Helens. Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm doing a bad job. There it is. We've only got a quarter mile to go. I'm really hoping it's easier to get out of here than it was to get in. I have gravity on my side. All right, I'll catch you when I'm up there. Holy crap, we have made it. Let me flip the camera around and give you a quick little tour. Man, you can absolutely not argue with the view of Mount Rainier there. If that's what it is, I could be completely wrong. Oh, man, I gotta hike out of here now. It was about 4 miles in, 4 miles out. At least I'll have gravity on my side this time. Oh, we also have a surveyor's mark up here. Kinda neat. Oh, I'm gonna take a breather, enjoy a little treat I brought with me. Make sure you subscribe so you can see the full-length video on driving my BMW across the state and hiking up to this watchtower here. Thanks for watching. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. In the BMW, it made it home. The trunk is open right now because my impromptu cooler, which involved a plastic bag and a bag of ice, shockingly it leaked everywhere. So it needs to dry out. We're actually just, it's a Sunday? And we're going to grab a few beers from the local gas station here. And yes, I'm still doing my 15 minutes exercise, even though I walked 8 miles yesterday up 3,200 feet in elevation. That video where I do that hike is going to be out in about a month now, a month from Friday, 3 weeks from Friday, one of those numbers. And starting this Friday, you're going to see the BMW Z4, the acquisition journey. This Friday, I'm going to go pick it up, take the overnight train, drive it down to the cabin, and that's basically the story there. Though we do get up to some other shenanigans in the process. And then following that, I'm going to try and daily drive it for a week. It might or might not break. Then the following one, we're going to daily drive the Chevy truck. Maybe or maybe not because the BMW is broken, but we're driving the old white pickup. And then the last one is going to be that hike. And then we're going to drive it over here. And well, spoilers, I guess it made it home. It's still pretty warm out today. It's 80 degrees. That's too warm.
Thanks for the shade.
It's nice in the shade, not nice in the sun. I haven't yet tried the new parts. There's a specific sensor that is bad in the BMW. The yaw sensor, basically like the accelerometer in your phone, it detects when you're going around a corner and stuff. It's used for the traction control. And also I can't check my oil without it because it's a digital oil sensor. And, well, it requires the car to be going around a corner before it'll show you the oil levels. And since my sensor is broken, I cannot check the oil. Hopefully the new one fixes that. It looked like the previous owner was tampering with the sensor. And I'm just hoping that it was just a bad sensor, was why they quit tampering. If it's something else, that's a little concerning, but I'm thinking it's just a bad sensor. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the first BMW Z4 video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about my process for handling media. I obviously record a lot of footage. I upload all of my videos at 4K 60, and that is actually how I record most of my footage. Some of it even I go up to 8K 30 for the 360 camera, or 5.7K 60. So it's a lot of footage. On this recent trip, I was gone for 2 weeks while I bought my BMW Z4, and on that trip, I took about 2.1 terabytes of footage. So obviously the first step is to get that off of the cameras, off of the SD cards. The largest SD cards being 1 terabyte each, and for those it probably takes a couple 3 hours to copy, to to my computer. After I'm finished with that, I need to back it up to my NAS, so I have an extra copy. So that takes another, I don't know, depends on how the NAS is feeling, but probably an hour or so. Also for the 360 videos, 360 cameras has basically 2 cameras. Those 2 cameras need to be stitched together to make a single 360 video. I think I had about 250 gigs of 360 video, and it's taken over 24 hours for the stitching of that to happen. After those are stitched, again, I need to back that up to the NAS. And I also have to make copies for uploading to Patreon, because I make all the footage available to Patreon. However, the next step is transcoding the audio, as I edit with DaVinci Resolve on Linux, which does not support AAC audio. I transcode it to WAV. However, YouTube does not support WAV with MP4 files, so I need a copy of the originals to upload to YouTube for the Patreon. I hope you're keeping up here. Currently, I have all the footage dumped, the 360 files, just finished stitching, and now I'm running the script that transcodes all the audio from AAC to WAV. I was really hoping that this would finish today while I was at work, but it did not. And so I'm hoping to actually get started on editing these tomorrow. So you can finally look forwards to seeing the Z4, the first one where I go buy it. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, no, on Friday. It is looking like I will have it done in time, God willing. I hope you're able to follow along with that disjointed description of my workflow. At some point, maybe when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I want to make a whole video on it. But that is not yet. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, we're going to crack open a classy, good old Miller Lite. And I am having this beer tonight because I just finished editing the video where I ride the sleeper train to get the BMW Z4. Spoilers, I do buy the car, but really excited. It's going to be up for patrons on Patreon and YouTube members as soon as it finishes uploading, probably before midnight. And of course, it'll be up for everyone else on Friday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific time. I'm excited to share that one, excited to share that car with the channel. So far, we've been really productive on it. I made a lot of fixes. Also, look at me, I'm dressed up. Damn. And as always with those, all of the raw footage will be available to members of Patreon and YouTube, in case anyone's interested in that, of course. Though that's going to take a little longer because it has to upload. Again, Comcast, I can get 1.2 gig down at my house, but I can only get 25 megabit upload speeds, so everything takes a long time to upload. It's really frustrating, especially considering I host my own services. So, for example, only one person can stream a 1080p high bitrate movie at once from my Plex server. Or Jellyfinish got that set up, which is exciting. So far I like it. It's a little less polished, but it's really good for what it is. Tomorrow, these shorts should start looking a little better. Tomorrow, my OnePlus 13 is coming in, and it was actually supposed to be in about 3 weeks now. Let me tell the story really quick. So, ordered it on the 19th of last month, was supposed to get it on the 29th of last month. It didn't show up. The tracking never updated after it said it left OnePlus's warehouse. So I called them up and I said, hey, hasn't shown up. They said 5 to 7 business days for their investigation, which is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. Then they asked me to sign a form after taking the full 7 business days, certifying that I never got it. It's like, how would have I ever gotten it? The USPS tracking never updated. Therefore, who do you think delivered it to me? But finally, after I gave them that stupid form, they did dispatch a new one. And that one's supposed to be here tomorrow. I'm just going to be glad to have it. Especially for making these videos here, because that's what I use my phone a lot for now. But also editing stuff on the fly. Sometimes I need to do that. like on my recent trip. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and on Friday. Cheers! Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're a bit late, it's 11 o'clock, but I was deep into the edit of the next week's video, not Friday's. That one's already finished and can be viewed on Patreon and YouTube memberships. But anyways, I wanted to talk about this edit because I've actually really been enjoying it. If you've been keeping up with my shorts, you know that the Bimmer, it done broke, and that's what I've been editing, and so this video does have a lot of drama, and that is, of course, just always more interesting. So I've really been enjoying that. I got to the end of this this phase of editing, so it was a good time to go for a walk, because I do a lot of time lapses if you watch my videos a lot, which means playing footage at hundreds if not thousands of frames, well, definitely thousands if not tens or hundreds of thousands of frames per second, and that is impossible to do with MP4 compressed footage, and so I have to generate optimized media for all the time-lapse stuff. So as I go through and edit, I mark those clips as orange, then I select all the orange clips, and then I generate optimized media for all of them. And depending on the project, this one's kind of a big one, it can take anywhere from like 20 minutes to a few hours. So I definitely should have enough time to go on a walk. But yeah, I'm really excited for this video. I am still excited for the one that's coming out on Friday, day after tomorrow. I think it's really good. But I also expect to be done with the one for the next week after that. So if you watch Friday's video and want to catch the next part, that'll be obviously up on Patreon and YouTube memberships. It feels weird plugging that. I guess I got to get used to it. It'd be nice to not be in the hole with this hobby. It'd also be nice to, well, everyone says it's a no-brainer. It'd be nice to go full-time. Everyone's dream job, you know. But as long as I'm having fun, I'm going to keep doing it, which I don't think is going to change anytime soon. It makes me go out and do stuff so often that I might not do it otherwise. Like in the final video from the BMW trip, I'm going to be climbing up to a watchtower, doing an 8-mile round-trip hike where I gain like 3,400 feet of elevation. And if it had just been me on my own, if I didn't have a video to make, I would not have done that. So overall, the channel, I think, is good for my own personal sanity and mental health. I got a little deeper than I expected it to, but I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that incredible video where I purchased the BMW Z4. See you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I finished another video from the trip where I went to buy my BMW Z4. Pretty much sat on a sleeper train. The first installment in that series will be out tomorrow for everyone on YouTube, but the first 2 videos are already up on Patreon and YouTube memberships. I'm really proud. I like the first one a lot. I'm really proud of it. Well, not proud, but I think the second one turned out really well. I guess that means I'm proud of it, but it just has so much drama in it, because the BMW breaks down, spoilers, and then I tried to drive the old truck, and the old truck don't work. Man, that's all that's been on my brain recently, aside from work. Oh, what else? Oh, my OnePlus 13 was supposed to be here yesterday. It didn't show up today. Now I say it's going to be here tomorrow, which is possibly believable because it did arrive at the Spokane distribution center, so could make it. I'm of course hoping that it does. I'm looking forward to it. Once I get it on Friday, tomorrow, my watch is dead. No, it's not. It'll be a month and 1 day since I ordered it, and it was initially supposed to take 10 days to get here. I'm very unimpressed with OnePlus's resolution of that issue. Hopefully the wait is worth it, I guess. By the time I get it, a OnePlus 13 Pro or whatever will probably be out. What do they call her? The 13T? Oh, they do have the Pros, but yeah. That's why the quality of these shorts are still a little same old. But honestly, they're not too bad. I've seen people complaining about the OnePlus 13 selfie camera quality. We'll have to see how it compares, because yeah, like I said, honestly, the videos that come out of this, I don't think they're too bad. And this is like a 7-year-old phone, OnePlus 6. Man, this weekend, I don't know, I could edit another video, but I might actually work on the Volvo XC70. Needs the power steering done still. I also just got a couple small things to do on the BMW lined up, so I'll try to take care of those first. So much to do, so much to do. I still got to edit 2 more videos for the main channel. I could just knock those out of the way. I could probably finish that on a long Saturday. Still enjoying the car, still enjoying the car. That's all I got for you this week. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again tomorrow for the full-length video. I'm excited for everyone to see that one. Oh, I'm kind of tired for some reason. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's a little different because I've been talking about getting my new OnePlus 13, so these are going to look a little better. Well, I'm recording this at 4K 60 FPS, which I've never had a phone that can do that on the selfie camera, and I've actually seen reviews of this phone where people complain about how bad the selfie camera is, and like, does this not look phenomenal? We'll have to see how it looks when I do a walk at night, but I just was excited to record this today because I got to use my new phone. And maybe I'll list some features I like about this phone that are probably standard on every modern phone for the past few years, but I haven't had a modern phone for the past few years recently. So, I don't know. But anyways, I want to talk about today's video. It just went up about, what, an hour and a half now? And it's about me riding a sleeper train across Washington State, about 7 hours to Everett, Washington, from Spokane, where I am now, to buy my BMW Z4. It was a really incredible trip, honestly, and I'm so excited to be sharing it with people. So if you haven't seen it yet, then go watch that. And of course, the next episode is up on Patreon and YouTube memberships. So also the audio, I didn't have it turned on, and now I do. The audio might be a little better because I just turned on Sound Focus. I meant to have that on the whole time, but I didn't. So I'll have to listen to this to see if it actually makes a difference. But yeah, it's supposed to be focusing the sound on me right now. Let's see, what are other features that I've enjoyed? I actually don't know offhand. It's just been so fast and snappy. A bunch of camera settings that have been really nice to have. Man, what specifically? I don't know, it just works. It just works. The under display fingerprint scanner on my LG Wing that I was dealing was like a first generation, so it was really not great. Of course, on this phone, it's really fast. The fast charging is, of course, great. Wireless charging, that's all standard stuff. I don't know, it just seems like a really good phone. Yeah, I wish I'd thought about this a little more before recording this, and maybe I would have been able to share some stuff. But right now, I cannot think of anything. Maybe I'll come up with some more stuff to mention in future shorts. I think I am going to go record a YouTube members and Patreon exclusive after this of putting another sticker on the BMW. Just because I kind of want to use it and see how it works. But I guess that's all I got for you today. It'll be interesting to see if the sound suppression worked. I'll see you again tomorrow and again in a week on Friday for the second installment of the Z4 series. Bye-bye. Yep, this is where we keep our cats. You want out? No? Okay. You want out yet? Oh, now it's time. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, I am talking about why I'm not doing the Gambler 500 this year. At least I don't think so. I could change my mind. The main reason is that the waypoints have not changed over the past 2 years. They're the same this year as they were the year before and the year before that. For those unaware, the Gambler 500 is an event that takes place in Central Oregon. And it's a rally, not like a race. You just have to connect some waypoints, just to visit some locations. And I find it kind of fun to go visit new locations. It's like, hey, these are some waypoints that you will be able to get to. It's like an achievable challenge. However, it's not really any sort of challenge at all if it's places I've been to before, and that's what it is this year. Last year there was at least a new route, so I could go do the new route, have fun on that. This year there doesn't appear to be any new routes. Correct me if I'm wrong. There are 2 other things that go on at the Gambler 500. One is a massive trash pickup, but I don't need to drive, hundreds of miles to do that in Oregon. I can do that here in Spokane. The other reason is that the Gambler 500 has a big old party, and I don't really care much for parties, so it's kind of take it or leave it. Like I can have fun, but it's not a huge motivator for me. So that's the main reasons why I'm not going to the Gambler 500 this year. The other reason is that I want to take the Volvo, and the power steering still isn't fixed. I might still try to fix that this weekend, but that's just another sort of reason. Like I said, I still could change my mind, but I kind of don't think I will. It sure is a lot of driving just to go drive the same off-road route that I've done before. Instead, I might go visit a watchtower or something. Especially if I have the Volvo fixed, maybe we'll take the Cat. Let's see. So today I'm actually walking quite a ways. I'm walking 2.1 miles, and I'm actually trying to book it. I've probably been walking a little slow because I'm trying to catch the bus home, and it leaves in, I believe at this point now, I've been walking for 15 minutes or so. It leaves in like a half hour, and I want to stop at the store, and I got to walk 2.5 miles. So I've been trying to keep my pace up. So that's what I've been doing today. Trying to think of what else. Oh, I might get around to repairing the BMW a little more today. I got to work on that. Of course, the video where I ride the train to go buy that car is doing pretty well. So if you haven't seen it, I'd love it if you went and checked it out. I'm pretty proud of it. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the second installment of the BMW road trip video. There will be 4 installments total. It would be quite a long trip. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I've gotten Iron Goat. What is it, a Buzzsaw McThunder? I'll check here once I get it open. They fill these up so full. Oh my god, and splattered beer everywhere. All right, let's get... What is it, a Buzzsaw McThunder? Is that what I said? I don't remember. Oh man, what a mess this intro is. So today I'm having a beer here because I finished editing the video. This is not... So yesterday a video went up. This Friday a video will be up. I finished editing the one after that. I recently went on a trip. I guess I'm just going to talk about that because it was a really fun trip, and I'm excited for all the videos to go up. In the first video we bought the BMW Z4, as I'm sure you're well aware if you've been watching my shorts, and got it out at the cabin. In the second video, the BMW brakes. So it was just going to be, I'm daily driving the BMW. I thought it was going to be boring. It really was not, because the BMW brakes, and then I'm trying to drive the truck, and that goes rather poorly. Yeah, I'll just let you enjoy that. That's up on Patreon right now, and later tonight, the third video will be up on Patreon. And that is the video where we fix the BMW, but also we have to daily drive the white truck for about a week before we are able to do that. It was quite an experience. And then the final video, which I haven't edited yet, it is going to be up on Patreon soon. I hope maybe to finish it tomorrow or the next day. We drive the BMW home, about 400 miles across the state, and go camping and visit a watchtower while we're at it. I'm excited actually to try out a new feature on my phone. It's been raining here all day, and I'm not OnePlus, which is the phone I bought, advertise water rejection on their newer devices, and by newer I mean for the past few years. And that's something that's always bothered me. I like to use my phone outside, so it'll be interesting to see if that actually works. However, it's not raining right now, so I'm not going to find out. Another feature that I'm really enjoying right now, you'll notice in my glasses reflection, my phone's all lit up. That is from the automatic lighting. So it automatically turned on a little ring around my face, basically, to help me look a little better. And that's a feature that Open Camera had, which is what I've been using, but it was all manual and it actually didn't leave a little cutout so I can see myself. I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again next Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 3. This is sort of going to be a weird one, but I wanted to talk about my enjoyment of automobiles. I realized while I had the BMW that my ability to repair an automobile myself so greatly impacts my enjoyment of the vehicle. Another great example of this, aside from the BMW, which I'll talk about in a bit, is the Subaru Loyale. I have done a lot of work on that. I pulled the engine out of it, and honestly, it was relatively easy. And that makes me able to enjoy the vehicle so much more. So obviously, I do also want the vehicle to perform well. Like, sure, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example of a boring vehicle that is very easy to work on, but I'm not sure. But yeah, if a vehicle is easy to work on but no fun, I'm not interested. But if a vehicle is very fun to drive but terrible to work on, I'm also not interested. So there's a balance. And I think this new BMW, as well as the Subaru Loyale, meets that balance for me. The BMW doing the water pump, which is usually a major piece of maintenance, really was fine. I did it away from home without my tools and really had no problems. I mean, I had some problems, but like I finished it in the evening. It really wasn't that bad. And I just am thinking of that because I just finished editing the third video in the series where I travel across Washington State to purchase it and then drive it around for a while and then drive it home. And just watching me be so stoked to have successfully put it back together, got the coolant bled, and get on the road. Well, that sort of inspired me to make this little video here. Oh, and I am still drinking the same, oh God, I forgot the name, Juicy IPA from the Iron Goat, which is an incredible place in Spokane. It's been a good Saturday. I haven't been that productive. I mean, I did edit a whole video, which took me like 6 or 7 hours or something. But aside from that, no, not very productive. Sounds silly when you put it like that, but in my mind, productivity is being like, I don't know, it's like actually doing something on one of the cars. Editing the videos just never feels all that productive, even though it often motivates me to do the work on the cars in the first place. Well, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that second installment. The third installment will be out a week from then. Or everything's up on Patreon as soon as I finish it. So go check me out on Patreon, joelkalich.com, or joelkalich.com, patreon.com/joelkalich. Bye-bye. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And looking at the weather out here, we might be getting wet today. I am not sure. But I have been wanting to try out a feature of this new phone that OnePlus advertises heavily. That's the people who make my phone. That is very good at rejecting touches from water. So like if you get rain on it or whatever, it'll still detect your finger. That's what they claim. And considering how much I use my phone outside, I want to test it. Man, it is stormy, dude. Like, look at the tree here. Holy crap. I wasn't expecting this. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you hear me. I hope this comes out okay. I'm going to try and hold the phone closer to my face. Oh my gosh. I wanted to talk a little bit today, aside from the storm, about part of my video editing process. So, this is wild. I love storms, by the way. So I just finished editing 4 videos. I went away to buy a BMW Z4. While I was there, I recorded enough footage to make 4 videos. And so I just finished editing the 4th one. However, I actually got 5 videos out of it. And you've seen this before when I did the Bowen Lake circuit. That was 2 videos. However, I actually edited a supercut. So it ended up being 3 videos. And then I can stash the last video for usage later. This is very stormy. So I have, I think I inhaled a leaf. So I've also done that with the BMW Z4 trip. There will be a complete video eventually, or as soon as it's done rendering on Patreon. It just makes it so I can get a little further ahead, actually spend time on things. Ooh, we got a Fiat 124 Spider, I believe that's called. I love those things. Those things are cool. But yeah, so that video is going to take like 6 hours to render. But it is nice to have all those videos done. I basically edited one each day for the past 2 days to get the last 2 finished. And it was a lot of work. I've mentioned this before, I really like the weekly video production schedule because it means I can film something on the weekend, edit it during the week, and release it on Friday. And that works really well for me. I don't get tired of editing. I don't get tired of working on cars. It's a really good balance. However, when I do a big trip like this, it really is heavy on the editing on the back end. Well, I guess I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday, for the next installment of the BMW trip. Bye-bye. A few minutes ago, I recorded a video where I was walking in a storm, and well, it has gotten stormier. However, I mentioned I wanted to test out water rejection on OnePlus devices. I just got a new OnePlus 13, and man, I'm gonna be soaked by the time that I'm done with this walk. But so far, well, my phone is covered in water right now. It is running down the screen. I mean, look at my glasses. My phone looks the same, and it is not pressing buttons while I'm just holding it recording or while I try to touch it and do stuff with my own finger. I don't know how this works. If you do know, leave a comment. I might have to look it up. It feels like witchcraft. Also, do other phones do this? I haven't looked that up either, but if they don't, this is like a device selling feature for me, considering how much I use my phone in the rain. This is so cool. Oh God, it is pouring. It is absolutely dumping down. It was like not raining when I left. I mean, I guess that's what I wanted when I wanted to test out the water rejection, but geez. God. But yeah, my phone is absolutely drenched. It doesn't really get wetter than this unless it's underwater. Oh no, the wind is, I'm going upwind now. Oh God. I'm just gonna keep recording because I honestly think people might enjoy watching me suffer like this, because people like watching people suffer, right? I'm gonna have to change clothes when I get home. Oh my God, it is dumping. I don't even know if the audio from this is gonna be useful. There is like literally water droplets dripping off of the bottom of my phone. Oh my gosh. I do love storms. I wasn't really intending to be out in one today, but I'm not all that disappointed. Oh my goodness. Here we go. It is truly wet. It is truly, truly wet. Like, I can't see out of this eye anymore. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to change clothes. How long have I been on the walk? About, what, like 10 minutes? And these are 15-minute walks, so I'm getting close to home again. It is just raining harder. I'm really gonna have to change clothes. This shirt's gonna be, well, maybe not see-through, but it's not gonna be dry. I would have worn a rain jacket if I'd known I was gonna do this. Oh my, that hurts. All right, I hope you enjoyed watching me suffer. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Make sure to check out those BMW Z4 purchase videos. I think they're really good. That's all I got. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I need to get out and go camping. Sometimes, you know, if you haven't been camping in a while, if you've been stuck in home, I don't know, I get cooped up. I'm sure many people can relate. I mean, I'm kind of starting to feel that, but especially when I do these big trips like I did in the BMW Z4 recently, where I went and bought it and spent 2 weeks over there fixing it. I ended up with a lot more footage to go through and an extra video to edit from all the time I spent over there. It was a lot. I just finished editing the videos, and honestly, I've talked about this before, I'll say it again. I really like the weekly video production timeline. because it means that I get to spend a little time working on a car, a little time camping, and then a little time editing, and going back and forth between those is really enjoyable for me. And that's short of a time period, whereas and on a trip like this, I spend a long time on the trip and I spend a long time editing. And obviously kudos to people who make that their whole career, but their whole career on YouTube. I don't think I could do that. I can do it on occasion when I go on a trip, because trips are really fun and that's just what you got to do. But when you do it for that long in a row, it's just, I get really tired editing. I do like editing. Wouldn't be creating videos still if I didn't like the creation process, but sometimes obviously you just do something for too long and it gets a little boring. So when I get home, I might do a little bit of work on the BMW to try and fix the washer fluid system. I think it just needs a new pump, which I have, and my code scanner told me that one of the nozzle heaters was bad, so I got a new one of those. And I also have another idea for a video that I should record, because I have this fancy new code scanner. I think it'd be interesting and fun to go around and scan all of my cars and see what codes they have stored in them. It is going to be a difficult one to make that interesting, because it's going to be just a lot of me talking. So I don't know how we're going to do that. The code scanner is just an Android tablet, so maybe I could put a screen capture on it so you can actually see what's going on, which might be helpful. I don't know. I am looking forward to getting back into the routine of making weekly videos, and I'm going to be a few weeks ahead now due to this trip. So if you want to see videos ahead of time, the whole trip's actually uploaded, and I'm working on a supercut right now. But then the weekly videos are also going to be ahead for a bit. Get back into it. It'll be nice. That's all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. What are you going to do about him? Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I am feeling rather defeated. I edit with DaVinci Resolve, and I use it on Linux, on Ubuntu, which is not technically officially supported for some reason, even though Resolve does support other distributions of Linux. I don't get it, but it does work. I use it. Like I said, yeah, it works. I had an idea. I was like, I wonder if you can do a remote render server. And so I was going to set up an old laptop I had to render videos so I could continue editing and using my desktop while my laptop was rendering videos. This is apparently a feature that exists and you can do it. Getting it set up was a bit tricky because, again, the laptop is also running Ubuntu, running Linux. So I had to get it set up on there, which is a little bit finicky. And tonight I got this close. I had Resolve running. I was able to send jobs to DaVinci Resolve on the laptop. And for some reason, it told me that the codec wasn't supported, MP4, which I did pay for DaVinci Resolve Studio, which does support MP4 on Linux. And so by all means, it should have been working. However, this laptop, I could not get it to work with H.264 or H.265, neither. Even it does also, the laptop has a 1050 mobile. Honestly, I didn't even know if this was going to work. It might have been too slow to be worth it. Like, if it took an extra hour or two, that's fine. If it took an extra day or two, that's not fine. But this is my walk that I'm taking after I've at least admitted temporary defeat. It was so satisfying to get it so well set up, except for it just it couldn't find the codec. There is a little bit of good news though. Today I also spent a small fraction of my time compared to that setting up a currently 8 terabyte solid state NAS. So I'll be editing off of that in the future. And the goal of that was partially to enable this remote render cache, because I can put all my footage on to the solid state NAS. But I still have the solid state NAS, and it'll be nice to edit off of that. I also increased the write cache of my main NAS by 2 terabytes, so I can write to the NAS for faster and longer. It's a very disappointing day overall. That's all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I wanted to talk about something that's quite embarrassing. I have a 2004 Crown Victoria, and it hasn't run and driven correctly right in over a year now, as of this past weekend, thanks to Image, which is basically a Google Photos alternative. It reminded me that the Gambler 500 was a year ago, and that's when it broke. And that's very embarrassing. I take pride in the fact that all my cars run and drive, and technically the Crown Vic does. It drove about how many thousand miles? No, not 1,000, 100 miles home. A few hundred miles home in second gear. But obviously that's not optimal. I just need to get it into the shop because I exhausted all of my routes. But it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that it's been parked for so long. I just need to start filming that. I think with the leeway that I've gotten from editing the 4 videos in advance, the BMW road trip, I think I'll be able to dedicate some time to it. God, I say that. I've been saying that for the past 6 months, man. Like I said, it's embarrassing. This weekend, I'm hoping to get the Volvo's power steering rack swapped out. That's what I need to do. But man, I just don't know what else to say except for the fact that it's very embarrassing. My grandpa, he has numerous vehicles that don't run, that he doesn't drive, and it is my goal to not be like that. I want all of my vehicles to run and drive pretty much at all times, unless they're being fixed. And I think it's reasonable to have one vehicle being worked on in my shop and one vehicle being worked on professionally at a time. I don't know. But right now, so many vehicles and so many of them are broken. I'm learning what Doug DeMiro and Hoovie's Garage have learned after much longer, is that having multiple vehicles is really, really stressful, and as a car enthusiast, kind of unavoidable. But I guess that's enough of me rambling about my disappointment in myself. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for part 2 of the BMW Z4 road trip, where it actually breaks down and I have to stay an extra week to fix it. That's all I got for you. Did I ever say that? Whatever. I'll see you next week. Friday. I've lost the plot. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm about to get hit by a truck. But also we're walking to take the bus to go to our Thursday trivia place. We missed last week because this one was on a hike in the backcountry, and I'm terrible at trivia, so I don't go when it's just me. But yeah, we're just taking the public transit because then we don't have to worry about how much we drink. And also, I like transit. Oh God, sprint! Welcome to America, where there's no crosswalks. I mean, maybe I could have been like Leah, who just waited for a better gap. Oh, it's a kind of a comfortable day. It's not very sunny, as you can see, but it is, I believe, like about 80 degrees still. I don't know what to talk about. I think I'm going to start prioritizing the Crown Victoria soon. I've been saying that for so long, but I really need to do it. The Volvo XC70's power steering rack is my plan for this weekend. That's what I want to get done. And then after that, I'm hoping to do the Crown Vic. Well, I also need to fix the BMW's handbrake, of course. you're wondering why I'm not waiting, I find it kind of awkward to talk to my phone when other people are around, whether it be a stranger or Leah. It's a little easier for me to talk. Once I turn off the camera, I'll let her catch up, of course. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm finding it even hard to talk right now without her here. So, I mean, imagine what it'd be like. I'm not looking forward to doing the Volvo's power steering. We have to drop the subframe for it, at least partially. We'll see how it goes. It's not going to be fun, but hopefully I can get it done, because that car is supposed to be my reliable vehicle, and right now it's pretty much not. I also need to get the olds into the shop. I want a professional to take a look at it and fix everything they can within reason. And of course the Crown Vic needs to go to a shop, though we're going to try my new fancy code scanner on everything first before I take anything to the shop. Well, probably not the olds. I don't think that car has OBD2. I guess finally that's all I got for today. Thanks for listening to me ramble. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Well, tomorrow for the BMW video. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I wanted to talk about the 3 major requirements I have for a house. And number 0 of 3 is that it's cheap. I just went and looked at a house. It's $225,000. That is very cheap for this area. And that's mainly because it's a manufactured home in a neighborhood of manufactured home, though it's not in a trailer park, because I'm not paying rent after I buy a house. So yeah, number 0, it's cheap. This house meets that. However, still at $225,000, I cannot afford it unless I want to pay mortgage insurance, which I do not want to do. So that's going to take another year or 2 for me to save up so I can afford a house like that without mortgage insurance. Number 2 is that I want a oversized single car garage at the very minimum. It might be a little odd that that's my number 2 requirement, but that's who I am. I need somewhere to work on cars. That's what I need. This house has that. Obviously, I'd prefer more, but that's the bare minimum, is oversized single car. I figure I can spend $10,000 or so on one of those metal carports, and then I can have more covered parking for really cheap than one good spot to actually work on cars. That's my plan there. This house meets that. Number 3, I don't really want to downsize too much. We currently live in a 1,000 square foot house, and we also have an outbuilding that's probably another 200 or 300 square feet. And this house is 1,000 square foot, and it does have a couple of outbuildings, so it barely scrapes by there. I'd probably honestly be okay with 800 square foot. You could make it work. Beggars can't be choosers. The 3rd and final, or was that the 3rd? Let's see, we got money, garage. Oh God, this was supposed to be organized. Money, garage, and square footage. Maybe those are the 3. I guess so. All that out of the way. I did want to talk about some videos that have released recently. Neighborhood is the 3rd one. There we go. Neighborhood. It needs to be kind of close to our work. I don't go into work every day because I can work from home a lot of the time, but I still don't want to have to commute in awful Spokane traffic, because it is awful. I-90 is terrible. That's the big 3, plus number 0, which is it's cheap, which is kind of obvious. And then I want to talk about the video that came out today. It's about the BMW Z4. I rode a sleeper train to go buy it in Everett from Spokane. And that was a crazy video. It was great. Came out last week. This week, I tried to daily drive it. It brakes really badly. And I have to scrounge around and borrow an old white pickup truck that doesn't really run. Go check that out if you haven't already. It came out like an hour ago at time of recording. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow and again next Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I thought it'd be nice for a change of scenery, so we're here at the grocery store. I'm gonna grab a 6-pack after I get done with the walk. I got the BMW out, it's doing great, and there is actually kind of large news. Today, I started the Crown Vic for the first time in what must be 9 months. And you're not gonna believe it. Actually, you might if you know the Crown Vic, but it started right up. So that is obviously a relief. Don't have to worry about engine issues, at least. I also put the code scanner on it, my new fancy one, and discovered absolutely nothing new. So plan is still taken into the shop, but I have it running and driving. I think I could still use a little more transmission fluid, but the Crown Vic, it's gonna be back. It was kind of nostalgic opening the door, getting into it. It was oddly nostalgic. I didn't really expect it to be. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting if I decide to keep it or not. By and large, it should be fairly cheap to maintain if I actually take it to the shop when I say I'm going to. And it is undeniably a fun car. Like, I have the BMW, which is rear-wheel drive now, but I'm not gonna be able to take that out in the snow or anything, you know? So I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. But first step is to get it fixed. That I am sure of. Yeah, it's a beautiful evening. I actually also weed ate after I finished getting the Crown Vic started and doing a little investigation. And now I gotta wait for this light here. Don't think you're gonna make it, sir. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, it's a nice night for a walk. I'm gonna walk a little extra. Yeah, that's a really nice truck, isn't it? That thing, was it squatted too? A little bit, minor squat. Now that BMW, on the other hand, that's a little nicer. See, when I do this walk, we get a little more variety in vehicles. Though obviously the background noise is not quite as good. I am looking forward to relaxing tonight. I was supposed to get the Volvo, the power steering rack done, which maybe I'll still do tomorrow. I'm starting to feel a little cooped up after being editing for all the BMW stuff. Speaking of which, there's 2 episodes of that out. If you haven't seen them, I think they're great. I go ride a train across the state, buy a BMW, and it breaks not even 300 miles later, way before I even got home. So I think that's a really interesting video series. Of course, I would hope so. I made it. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 50 minutes exercise. Today I've got the old Z4 up here in the Mackenzie Natural area. And actually I'm going to talk about why it wasn't as fun to drive that car, that, admittedly sporty car, up this curvy road up here, as it was my Subaru Loyale and my Oldsmobile. It just made it too easy. It made it too easy. That's it in that is it in a nutshell. The car didn't struggle, didn't have to floor it ever. I just kind of cruised up here, drove the speed limit. It was no problem. Whereas in my Subaru Loyale and the Oldsmobile, those, they do struggle to go the speed limit. They're both slow, so in the Loyale, I have to be shifting constantly. And in the Oldsmobile, it struggles to go around the corners at the speed limit. So that's why it's more fun to drive those. Oh gosh, this trail is much worse as summer has gone on. It is a little overgrown. It doesn't look too bad there, but my legs are getting dusted. Oh. But yeah, the BMW, on the other hand, it just had plenty of power. Of course, you go around the corners at the speed. And honestly, the road's a little bit rough, and so it wasn't quite as suited to deal with that. Let's see if I'm in any better shape thanks to hiking up to the watchtower. So far, it doesn't feel like it. I don't think one hike affects that too much. Otherwise, I've been getting quite a bit done with the BMW. I got plates for it. And then I'm going to mount the front plate, hopefully, with one of those tow hook mounting kits, because it doesn't have a front plate mount spot. And that was the easiest solution, and I kind of think it looks better than the OEM one anyways. It's a beautiful evening. It's 84 degrees out still. And I'm hiking up this really steep ass hill. Man. Oh, the Crown Vic, I've made a little progress. The battery I don't think is savable, but I was able to repair it enough using the repair setting on my tender that it does have continuity, so I can run and drive the car. Because before it would turn off when I disconnected the jumper pack. So a little bit of progress. Hoping to take it in tomorrow. We'll see if I can with work and all. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And you just saw me get off that bus right there. I was taking my Crown Vic into the shop. And basically he said a lot of similar stuff to what I already knew. That he didn't think it was getting power down at the transmission because of all the codes it's throwing. It's throwing like codes for all of the solenoids. He also mentioned some other code that I didn't know of. But basically he doesn't have time to look at it for about 2 weeks now. It's not like I was driving the car. It's been parked for the past year, very embarrassingly. So I told him he could keep it, and so he's going to store it for me for a couple of weeks, and then he is going to take a look at it, and hopefully we'll find something out. Yeah, I guess that's about that for that. The bus was okay. I missed a bus, actually. I thought it came in about 15 minutes. Or I think what happened is I walked faster than the transit app thinks people walk, and so it was planning on having me get on the next bus, but then I could have made the earlier bus, and I didn't know it, so I was waiting in a shady spot away from the bus stop. And that bus stop there, the bus driver actually said no one ever gets on at that stop. It's a very, very car-centric area. And I think most people taking their car into a shop, just because we're in the American mindset, they aren't going to think to take public transit to get home. But I like using the bus system when I can. Makes me feel like I'm saving the planet, I guess. But yeah, I like public transit, so I take an excuse to get it. I have a couple of friends who are not bus people. Everyone's a bus person, man. If it's the fastest way to get there, I mean, you're gonna take it. But in America, of course, it isn't. The thing I have issue with is these two friends. They spent a combined total of like an hour and a half of their time transiting each other back to the shop, when if just the one who needed to go to the shop had taken the bus, it would have taken him an hour. And I don't like inconveniencing other people like that. It's like, well, I'll spend an hour of my time as compared to having you spend an hour of your time and me spend a half hour of my time. So yeah, I like the bus. I'm weird. I'm a gearhead that likes riding the bus. But yeah, I guess in 2 weeks we'll hopefully know what's wrong with that. He said he just had to get up with a lift and take a look under it, see if there's anything else he could find. If you haven't seen it already, make sure to go watch the BMW Z4 road trip series. I think it's great. There's 2 episodes out right now. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. That's Menko going for a little walk. This is a Daybreak Pail from Bale Breaker. That's a stiff one. We got it. And today, I deserve this. And you want to know why? It's because this is my Ford Crown Victoria, and you might notice it's in a different position. It's fixed. Cost me $300 for what would have taken me a half hour, an hour to do myself. But I didn't do that because I ran out of diagnostics. So let me explain what actually happened, and maybe you can laugh at me a little bit. All right. So last year it broke. It wouldn't shift out of second gear, and it had all of the codes for the solenoids in the transmission, as well as for the O2 sensors. It's unlikely that everything failed at once, so what's more likely is that there's a connector down there that all gets power from the same wire, and it's more likely that wire is bad, or it doesn't have power for some reason. And so that's what I kind of thought, and me being stupid, tried to find where the wire was failed. So I took it in there, he came to the same conclusion, and he just jumped that power wire to a different power source. And that fixed it. So like I said, I know how to wire. I could have done that in a half hour or an hour depending and had it fixed, but I'm just glad to have the car back. And honestly, $300 is not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Like, it still has a functional transmission, of course. As I was picking up my car, someone else came into the office, and the guy who worked on my car came up and said, your car needs a new transmission. At least I didn't get that news. As for why I deserve this and why I'm a little dirty there, I just pulled the battery out because that was completely shot. I wanted to make sure the transmission was an easy fix before I replaced it. And pulling it out was not as easy as you would think. The nut for the retention mechanism was not captive, and so I had to crawl under the car and hold it with a impact, or undo it with an impact, while my partner Leah, she held it up top. So it actually was a two-person job. And then the next thing we need to tackle is the overheating issues. It doesn't overheat on level ground or even on pavement really, but when you get off pavement, it's hot out and you're going up hills, it can be an issue. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, but video on the Crown Vic should be out kind of somewhat soon. I mean, a few weeks or so. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I spent putting up these lights, which I can control from my phone, which isn't working right now. There it goes. All right, let's get on the walk. And the guy you see behind me, that's my friend from college, Cooper.
Hello.
They probably couldn't hear you, but well, maybe they could.
I don't know. Your phone.
I mean, I like the phone. It's a good phone. Oh, one feature of this phone that's actually I've enjoyed a lot. It has, one of their big features is water rejection. And so, like, if you're walking in the rain and it rains on your phone, it won't detect it.
Oh, that kind. I thought you meant like ejecting it from the phone.
No, not quite. It's not a water gun.
That'd be hilarious.
Today we are walking down to the gas station to grab a 6-pack, and I had a variety pack of Bale Breaker, which, if you know me, you know that's one of my favorite breweries. But we didn't have their original Top Cutter IPA, so I'm probably going to get that so I can share that with Cooper here. It is a beautiful evening, like 86 degrees or something. I got the battery in the Crown Vic today with Cooper's help here, because apparently it's a two-person job to put a battery in the Crown Vic.
Only if
only if I'm me. The nut for screwing in the hold down is not captives, and so you have to hold on to that from the bottom of the car. But we got that done. Also, the BMW, the top made bad noises and went up slowly today when I put it up, so that's a little concerning. I haven't been brave enough to put it back down and try it again yet. It might have just been hot out, but that's concerning. That could be expensive or difficult or both.
Just a motor, how bad could it be?
Well, the motor has been relocated. It was kind of hidden away from the factory. It's been relocated into the trunk. So if it is just the motor, it shouldn't be too bad, but I think the last guy already touched that. But also he left the plugs for the airbags under the passenger seat unplugged, and so the airbag light was on, which I just fixed it by plugging them back in. And also the yaw sensor, it needs to be in a specific orientation because it's detecting when you're going around corners and stuff, and that was just floating around under the seat, and that's why the traction control light was on. So this guy's not the most competent, but I'll take incompetence over malice any day of the week. So
Depends on how bad the incompetence is.
that's true. It does depend on how bad the incompetence is. So yeah, I gotta look into that and see if it actually is an issue or if it was just a quirk. I'm really hoping it was just a quirk. But that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. Again next week. Or on Friday, not next week. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And the Crown Vic, I drove it to work today. It works. The battery is replaced. The AC is ice cold. And well, that car sat for about a year because one power wire was bad. So that's embarrassing. We're walking to catch the bus. We is not Leah today. I've got Cooper, my friend, here with me. He was a little bit of help with the battery, and I offered them the option of camping or working on the Volvo's power steering. And it sounds like we might be working on the Volvo's power steering. So, I mean, at least I'll get that fixed, I guess. We might be taking care of that tomorrow. And hey, maybe if we get it done tomorrow, we can still go camping on on Saturday.
Yeah, we got what, 3 days?
Yeah. But you know, I might also be missing a part or something. So we'll see. We'll see. It'll be nice to have that vehicle back in commission. It's kind of been my reliable vehicle, though I guess the Crown Vic, now that it's fixed, is pretty reliable. As is the BMW so far. Though I did hear a very bad noise from the top when I put it up last, and I've been too nervous to take it back down again yet. So
Maybe we can do that tomorrow.
yeah, we can see if we can see. I don't know if we'll fix it, but we can see if it's actually broken.
I don't know when it needs to be fixed.
Yeah. I looked in the back and I'd like felt around the hydraulic thing, and I didn't see anything obvious.
Oh, that's good.
So, well, I don't know if it is good.
Well,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, we got a little bit further a walk to go. We're a little early today for the old trivia because we were hungry. But yeah, making progress on having more of my vehicles running. I think next I need to get the Oldsmobile into the shop because it has an AC issue and I don't really deal with AC. I could replace the pump and then go somewhere to have it charged or try to charge it myself, but I've had so much issue charging cars on my own that I just don't really bother anymore. Plus, I have other cars to work on, and honestly, if I want any car worked on by a professional, it's probably the Oldsmobile because that was my grandpa's car. So now that the Crown Vic's fixed and out of the shop, it's probably its turn. But we'll see. Guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the full-length video, the third part of the BMW road trip where we daily drive an old white beater pickup and get the BMW fixed. I think it's a good one. The truck is definitely an experience. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 50 minutes exercise, and today I have very good news. We are taking the Crown Vic on a camping trip, about 150 miles total. About 50 of that plus is off-road, depending on how it goes. And we just got it fixed. Actually, my friend Cooper's in town. You've seen him in a couple of shorts now. He's going to be camping with me. We're going to take the Crown Vic, and I hope it makes it. What else? Oh, so what's actually funny is that my friend Cooper, he was here with me when we first installed the skid plates on the car, before I was making YouTube videos. And it was a terrible job. And he, at that point, did not work on cars at all. Now he's become a little bit of a gearhead. He got an old Ford Ranger and has been fixing that up. But back then he just drove a Prius and didn't know anything about cars. So he helped me with that, which was really nice. There's a car with studs in July. That's awesome. But what's funny is that we had to put the skid plates back on today. And this is like, he hasn't visited in between. So at this point, it's like, I guess, a tradition that when he visits, we got to work on the Crown Vic. We got to put the skid plates on. So actually, truthfully, we did not get them all the way on. One of the bolts was incredibly bent. We are going to try and stop at a hardware store and grab a replacement and then throw it on in the parking lot of the hardware store tomorrow. We will see how that goes. But yeah, the Crown Vic seems to be back. Oh, we also tried to clean out the radiators because they were full of grass and stuff. I do not know how well that is going to help, but we did manage to get quite a bit of stuff out. We took the lower radiator support off, and then we were able to get stuff out of the bottom because it was just full of crap. So hopefully that goes well. In other news, the Volvo's not fixed. Yeah, I did not do a good job of reading the eBay listing. It was a very cheap power steering rack, and it was from a car that had 220,000 miles on it. Mine has 120,000, and well, that's probably why it was cheap. And I'm not even sure if it'll fix my problem, and if it does, I'm not sure for how long. And honestly, with that, my friend Cooper was willing to help, but it might just be something that if I can take my time on by myself, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to waste his time, I guess, with a job that might not go well. So I guess that's it. The third video in the BMW series came out today, where I drive the white truck, daily drive the truck because my BMW broke down. And I think it's a really good video, and it culminates in us trying to fix the BMW. So there's that as well. So go watch that if you haven't seen it yet. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we have a little bit of a view. We're currently walking from that mountain back over there. I'm going to try and not fall while recording this. We're going to walk up to that mountain over there. Oddly enough, here they didn't actually build the fire watch tower on the highest mountain. We figure the one ahead of us that we're going to, we figure it must be covered by a different watchtower. And so they built that one over there because they needed to cover that valley. But the Crown Vic made it up here relatively unscathed. It did flash the overdrive light at us, which is what it was doing before when the transmission was broken. It wouldn't shift out of second gear. But we made it up here and it stopped doing that, so that's good. It also melted the floor because it was very hot. And yeah, it did overheat a little bit, but not too bad, and it cooled down. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that car. And I keep saying us because Cooper's up here with me, dealing with the POS vehicles that I drive, I suppose. We already went to another watchtower today that had, just as good of a view, a different view. It was over a valley. And then this is our second one. And this road was kind of ridiculous. But we made it up. Oh, the views don't get old. All right, I'm going to turn off the camera and I'll turn it back on when we make it to that mountain over there. Well, psych on that point. We're obviously here making dinner, and I just forgot to record the end of this short here. So I'm going to get up here while these still grill, and I'm going to go over to the cliff, and I'm going to show you that instead. So this is where we're camping tonight. Right down there is a lake called Mirror Lake, and we're going to hike down to that tomorrow morning. And like I said, we came up here with the Crown Vic, and yeah, Cooper's got his camping set up over there, and I've got mine. Let me run down and show it to you. I thought being down here, it might let me sleep a little longer in the hammock in the morning. Might get a little less sun. So that's how it's going, and I am really excited. The Crown Vic, like I said, had a few issues, but hey, it's here, isn't it? It's here. And that's all that's left of the watchtower. So the watchtower is a huge selling point on this one, but the views are definitely worth sticking around for. All right, I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Just go on to the next one. And there he goes. And into the next one. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and this is the view you're going to keep seeing as we walk. We are currently hiking 0.4 miles up about 300 feet to get out from a lake that I totally meant to show you, but I completely forgot to record this, so you're just going to have to settle for some pretty stunning views instead. Oh, this trail's a little rough. I'm going to try not to fall down the mountain, though. That would make, I guess, for a good short. The Crown Vic started right up this morning, more or less, and we kind of scrambled down here and started the hike. One thing I need to do with that car is disable the ABS. It is straight up dangerous. If you're on a loose surface, it will just not let you stop. It's the early days of ABS, I guess, and it's a very bad system. And it has like almost caused me to run into a rock face and made it take a lot longer to slow down while going down a very steep hill alongside a cliff, which is very scary. So I really need to get that disabled if I'm going to keep driving the car like this, which I probably will. Yeah, it sure is beautiful. If only I had a backdrop like this every day for the walk. But yeah, we're going to go check out a mine after this, and then we're going to head home. It's currently 10:50, so almost 11. So we'll probably be home by 2 or 3 or something. It is not quite as good of a view as yesterday, I'll give you that. But You'll have to take my word for it. It was worth hiking into the lake, that's for sure. I really meant to record this down there, but I'm not walking back. We've already done the hardest part of the hike out, I think. Yep, it's pretty comfortable out here. My watch says it's 70 and a little breeze. So far the Crown Vic. What? Yeah, my watch says it's 70.
Not bad.
But that's probably like the nearest town.
Yeah.
Probably a little cooler up here.
Yeah.
Crown Vic hasn't had any further issues today, but I don't think it will because we're just going to be going downhill. That's a lot easier on it. But it is a little concerning because that's kind of why I have it, is to go out here and do stuff like this. And if it can't do that reliably, then it doesn't do what it's supposed to do for me. So I don't know if I'm going to sell it or put more time and money into fixing it. If you haven't checked out the video where I drive an old beater white truck, that came out yesterday, no, 2 days ago now. And I think it's pretty good, so go watch that. And the rest of the BMW purchase series, next week's video is going to be a camping one. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. So recently my stove fell out of the trunk of my Crown Vic. It came open on the highway, we went back, could not find it. So I went looking for a new stove and I came across this kind, which is a dual fuel. And what's really interesting is that everything I need to power this stove is in this little briefcase form factor here. And let me show you what I mean here. So you open it up, flip up the grill, and this is actually our fuel container. And what they mean by dual fuel is that this will run on either white gas, which is, I believe, gasoline with none of the additives, or just straight up pump gas from the gas station. So it's quite universal. So what you do is you take this, insert it into here, and it kind of hooks in there, and that's where that hangs out. And when you do take this apart, when you're done using it, you're supposed to depressurize it. And so we need to take our little pump here, give it a little half turn, cover the hole on the end with our finger, and pump it 30 times. And then tighten it back up, and if you're still watching, next step is, it's good for retention, it's just pumping a stove, right? And so then we flip this little lever here up to the top, and then we get our lighter ready, light it, and then turn this quickly, and then it bursts into flame. And apparently you leave it like this for 1 minute, and then you decrease the flame. And I believe what that's doing is heating up this rod that goes over top of the flame, because the fuel actually goes over the top of the flame. And so by heating up this rod, you vaporize the fuel, so it burns better. So, yeah, wait a minute. And then once you wait a minute, you can turn it down. Let's call that a minute. And it'll be more normal. And then also we can, of course, open this one up over here and get 2 burners. And of course you want to put your grate down. But I just thought this was a really cool kind of piece of technology that I'd never heard of. And it's kind of interesting. It's a little more universal, but it's also a little bit more intricate, finicky. But obviously if you're in a pinch, you can fill it up with gasoline. You don't need to go find a bottle of propane. I might also pick up a propane stove, but I just, like I said, I thought it was interesting that I came across this when I lost my stove and was looking for a new one. In order to turn it off, you, of course, just twist in the knob here. It actually continues to burn for a little bit. I'm assuming due to some vapors remaining in here, but that's about it. And you, of course, take your fuel canister, put it back in here for storage. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm enjoying one of these. It's already open, so you don't get a nice ka-ch. That's because it's laundry night, and I hate laundry, so on laundry night I can have a beer or two. But today I wanted to talk about the recent trip I took in the Crown Vic. You saw me, if you keep up with my shorts, walking on top of a mountain, which was really cool. The Crown Vic did make it up the mountain, and it also made it back down. Well, I guess that's more obvious, but it made it home. However, I think I need to sell the car it does pain me. It's been it was the first car I owned, or I bought here when I moved a few years back. And it is a really good car. The Crown Vic is beloved for a lot of reasons. However, it is the last car I would choose to drive off-road. I have 3, the Subaru Loyale, the Volvo XC70, and the Crown Vic. And the Crown Vic is the one I would choose last if all 3 were working. It rides the worst. It has the least storage space because it's a sedan, not a wagon. And I guess that's about it. It also just is a lot rougher and less comfortable, more rudimentary. Even than the Subaru, it's like, it is, 10 years newer than the Subaru Loyale, and yet it feels like it's the same age or older. So for all the good I have to say about the Crown Vic, it does have some downsides, and I think I need to sell it because I'd rather drive other cars off-road, and I could put the money towards making those cars work, of course. The Volvo, it just does everything better except for drifting in the snow, and I can't keep a car just to go drifting in the snow like 10 times a year. So I think that's where I'm at with the Crown Vic, unfortunately. But yeah, expect to see, I guess, a video on that. Of course, there'll be the 2 videos. The first of which where I fix it up, and then the second of which where my friend Cooper and I go camping in it and hit up another couple of watchtowers. And then eventually there will be the final video where it gets sold. Ooh, I might get wet here. Yeah, it does pain me to do it. Oh, that was wet. As for now, if you haven't seen the BMW series where I go buy a BMW after riding a sleeper train, go check that out. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today was one of those days where I got all the freaking way to bed and I remembered that I had to go do this. As far as what I did today, if we walk in here really quick, you'll see that the Volvo's hooked up to the trailer. We took it to go get a barbecue. I guess you can't see much, but trust me, the trailer's back there. We took it to go get a barbecue because the one that we got for free a while ago, the burners kind of burnt up on it. And honestly, the burners on this one don't seem all that good either, but they seem to work better than on our old ones. So I guess we'll deal with it. So that was fun, though I did notice it having trouble starting, and I don't know if it's like, going to be an issue with the car, or maybe it just has a weak battery. So I got a battery tester with my new fancy code scanner, and so I will probably be putting that on the Volvo just to see how it works and what it says. Man, at least it's nice out tonight. It's still 80 degrees out. Shorts and a t-shirt, feeling very comfortable. Man, I'm still not looking forward to the Volvo's power steering rack job. I just need to do it and get it over with. Though, is there sprinklers? I actually unboxed it. I bought it off eBay. I did not pay close enough attention to the listing, and it is rated a C grade, and I think it came off a car with like 220,000 miles, which is 100,000 more than mine. So it's like, do I really want to put that part on my car? It might fix the issue, at least temporarily, but I just don't know. And of course, I'm pretty sure it's the rack, but I'm not, 100% sure. It's a pain. It's a pain. I need that car back, though. It's my reliable, go anywhere car. And the Crown Vic, I think it's got to go, like I mentioned in yesterday's short. So I need to get it back somehow. Maybe I'll sell the Crown Vic, and I hate to do it, but I'm considering paying someone. Though I imagine it'll be at least $1,000 or $1,500 or something. But I don't know. I've done everything on the car, so I'd like to keep doing everything, but man, I'm not looking forward to it. Maybe I'll go get like a second opinion or something and maybe get told what to do. Get someone to confirm that it's the power steering rack. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. If you haven't seen any of the parts of the BMW road trip video, go check those out. The last one's coming out on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I finished editing the Crown Vic repair video. It's up and running now. It's a runner and a driver. That video is finished. It is currently available to patrons and YouTube members. However, it'll be out a week from Friday for everyone else. I've been able to take kind of a little mini break after I hammered out 4 videos with the BMW's trip to purchase and repair it. If you haven't seen those, by the way, go watch them. They're some of my favorites, honestly. That was an incredible trip. The fact that it broke down and I was able to fix it while I was over there, just a really incredible time. And borrowing the white truck, that was a whole experience. But I also am almost finished with the trip to 2 watchtowers in the old Crown Victoria, or like immediately after I fixed it. It had not been a full week of it being running and driving before I took it up to some watchtowers. So the only thing I'm waiting on there, my good friend Cooper, I met him in college, and he was in town from California, which he moved back to after college. And so he's a photographer. I want to put some of his incredible photos into the video, which he's going to obviously provide to me, but he also has to edit those. Plus he's also not home yet, so he's got to do it just when he has time while he's still, you know, well, actually, no, he just is straight up on vacation. So yeah, while he's on vacation. So obviously it's understandable, but I must wait for those photos so I can insert them. But yeah, it feels good to be still a week or 2 ahead. I really kind of want to go camping. My watch is telling me it's in power saving mode. I want to know what time it is. It's 10:30. No, what day? It's Wednesday. And I really want to go camping again, but man, I really need to get the Volvo fixed. I'm still not sure, like I talked about yesterday, if I should just throw in the crappy power steering rack that I have or go get a second opinion at a shop. I think I'm just trying to, you know, do the thing when you're told you have cancer, which is just go to a different doctor and see if they tell you an answer that you like better. And I don't think I'm going to get an answer that I like any better. So I'm not sure. It's a beautiful night out for a walk tonight. It's still 75 degrees. Oh, by the way, before I let you go, I'm going to be making a little mini-series on YouTube memberships and Patreon about making kombucha. I've been a little addicted. I don't want to spend as much, so I'm going to try and make it myself, and we'll see how that goes. But right now, go check out the BMW road trip series. I'm super proud of that. It was a really good time. That's all I got for you tonight. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and it's a little bit of a noisy one because we're walking alongside the road here at like 5:15. We're going over to Trivia, and today I'm going to talk about PeerTube. It's an alternative to YouTube. It's open source. Anyone can host it. I am not hosting it. I do not have the internet bandwidth at home to host it. I might be able to figure out hosting it on something like Amazon, but I have joined an instance called MakerTube, where I have started uploading my backlog, and I will be uploading all future videos. So if you want to kick Google, which is kind of ironic of me to say considering I'm posting this on YouTube, you can go over to, check out that squatted truck. I can't get it, it's too far. You can go over to PeerTube and watch my videos there if you don't want to watch them on YouTube. Currently I don't have ads to the channel, so it doesn't really affect me that way, but in the future, I will not make any ad revenue from you. So there is that downside for me, but I think there's a few upsides, such as screw Google. I think people that do go to PeerTube are more likely to donate directly, and so there is that. And I think that because there's less stuff available on PeerTube, there might be more of a chance of someone finding my content and enjoying it, and then maybe contributing some money. So I guess that's the ups and downs. They do actually, I was surprised to find that they do just support 4K, at least on MakerTube. I'm sure you can customize that based on your instance. this guy, I believe it's just one guy, hosts this instance here. So yeah, I don't know, I might consider contributing directly to him to help it keep running, because hardware is time, internet bandwidth, of course, all that's very expensive. So yeah, I've started uploading to PeerTube. It's sort of as a techie for me. I just wanted to kind of look into it, investigate it. I've always been that way kind of about YouTube. Obviously now I have been able to do that because I have a channel that's, I mean, in the top, like what, 20% now, which, hey, that's not bad. So it's been interesting to play with that. And then I also just wanted to play with PeerTube because it's new, it's cool, it's the techie thing. But yeah, it's just Joel Kalich on there. Just look up my name, just same as on here. Yeah, so coming out on Friday, tomorrow, is the finale to the BMW road trip. Of course, I'm excited to share that with you. We drive the car across the state, and I drag myself 4 miles up a mountain to visit a watchtower, so you're not gonna wanna miss that. We gotta go catch our bus here. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and there's a brand new geocache just down the road. We're gonna walk down there, we're gonna get it. I will be back with you in a second once we arrive at Ground Zero. Our destination approaches is just beyond that roundabout up there. So I wasn't just showing you that for no reason, this power pole here. I believe the cache is on one of those poles based on the coordinates. I'm gonna take a look around. I'll let you know what I find. I do see a few rocks over there, so I'm thinking it might be underneath one of those. We'll have to go take a look once the cars clear up here. All right, not too bad. Apparently that was that person's first hide ever, so good for them. Again, it was just back there on one of those posts. You might notice that I'm still walking in the same direction. I'm actually gonna walk into town, which you can kind of see in the distance over there. And I'm gonna grab myself maybe a kombucha or something and then catch the bus home. At least that's my plan. I need to check the bus schedule again. I promise, this is a shortcut. It might not look like it, but this is making the walk shorter, I promise. I mean, I've taken worse shortcuts that don't contain GT3, GT4 RSs, so, you know, I'm not complaining. It's a pretty good shortcut. We just have to scramble up this hill over here to get onto the overpass across the freeway. Yes, this is a completely reasonable and necessary shortcut. Oh my gosh. And we are on the pavement. Not too bad, not too bad. We got about 20 minutes till the bus leaves, and it leaves from over there. We're walking in the wrong direction, so we're gonna have to be quick inside of Oaks here. Decided to go with a nice light non-alcoholic because I didn't feel like drinking tonight, but tell me it's not a great night for a light beer. We gotta mosey on over to the bus stop now and get back home and crack one of these open. And another successful trip on the Spokane Transit Authority. We are just about home, and I'm looking forward to cracking one of these things open. All right. Never had one of these before. It tastes kind of a lot like Fremont's other non-alcoholic stuff. I have to say it's pretty good. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and that one was a little easier to open than they have been. Ah, man, tonight I want to talk about the BMW Z4 that I purchased. It was cheap, some things that are broken. I fixed a bunch of them. I'm going to try and go through everything I've fixed since I've gotten home that you haven't seen yet. If you haven't seen anything, go watch the full-length videos. There's 4 of them on the main channel. I did a bunch, including replacing the water pump in not my own shop, which is always fun. But as far as after I've gotten home, tonight I replaced the rear right side marker light, which in all of BMW's quality engineering genius, is a $70 part that you must replace instead of a $5 light bulb. This is because it's LED and it goes into the bumper, because unlike most other cars, for the design I assume, the side marker in the rear is not integrated into the taillight. I think that's a worthy trade-off. It's not that hard to replace. It's just, could have they please used a light bulb instead of a replacement module piece? However, while doing that, I realized the other side needed to be replaced as well, so I had to order that. So that's 140 bucks in a couple of pieces of plastic, and they were not much cheaper from eBay either. I also replaced the license plate lights with some cheapos from eBay. We'll see if those last. One of them had a rattle already. I replaced the badges on the turn signals. Those are a common failure point, or well, they just fade. What else? I replaced the washer fluid pump, which means the windshield washer now works. However, the heater nozzle, it was throwing a code, which is crazy to me. There's a heater in the nozzle. I replaced that, and that did not fix the code. I think I'm going to just choose to ignore that because it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to think of everything else. It's been a long time since I've gotten home, and I've just been working on it in my spare time. There's definitely other stuff I'm not sure I can remember right now. Yeah, so I don't know, that video, there's going to be 2 Crown Vic videos before that, and then that video should probably be up, though I might do one in between if I'm still waiting on parts, because I have at least 2 parts that I'd like to put on as part of this future video. As for what I'm drinking tonight, it is a Fremont light beer, non-alcoholic. I've just been feeling like having a beer lately, and I haven't been necessarily wanting to, have any alcohol. There's no shame in having a non-alcoholic beer, so you can still have the vibes without having the alcohol. That's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Cheers! Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today I really kind of wish this were alcoholic, because I've decided to take the initiative and learn React as well as TypeScript, and my brain hurts. Why have I done this? I have a website. If you go to joelkalich.com, spelled the same as my channel name, then you can see it in its current form. Right now it's just an HTML. That's it. And I want to make a nice, pretty reactive website. It is one of my favorite things that I get to do at work. But I've done it kind of with just janky thrown together methods. And so I kind of wanted to do it the quote unquote right way now. So I'm taking a course. It's called fullstackopen.com, I think. If you look up Full Stack Open, it'll probably come up. And so I'm going through that course, except I want to develop in TypeScript. And so I'm also having to basically translate the course from JavaScript to TypeScript for myself. So basically the difference between JavaScript and TypeScript is that TypeScript is typed. And what that means is that you have to tell the language what type of variable something is going to be. So if you're storing something as a string, some text, you have to be like, oh, hey, this is text. In JavaScript, you don't have to tell it what anything is. And so you can have a text variable and it'll be text. And then you can tell it, oh, actually this variable is a number. In TypeScript, you can't do that as much. And keep in mind, I might be wrong, I'm just learning. So yeah, I'm developing a website. Currently, the joelkalich.com is just basically a like a link tree. Just has some links, a little bio. I just wanted to get something up so I could have a place to tell people to go, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's very strange doing stuff like this in my free time, because I do so much of it at work. And so it's like, do I really want to spend more time sitting on my computer, typing and developing and debugging at home? And I guess the answer is apparently yes. Man, that's the big news for today. I was supposed to really be working on the Volvo's power steering, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. I'm still unsure if I want to put that old power steering right from the other car in there as compared to the one that's in my car right now. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about a very strange feature that I discovered on my new BMW Z4. I'd show it, but it's in that garage back there. So apparently, it has 2 extra lights on the back that are very rarely used. They're not the tail lights, they're not the turn signals, they're not the reverse lights, they're not, I don't know what other lights are back there. But anyways, these 2 lights are pretty bright, and apparently on the European models, one of them, the left one usually I think, when left-hand drive cars, is used as a rear fog light, which is just a really bright light that will illuminate on the rear of your car when you are in the fog, when you turn on your fog lights. That wasn't working for me, so I did some research and I found that there is another use for these lights, because I noticed mine had bulbs in them. And that use is they only illuminate under very heavy braking. And so I mounted the 360 camera to the back of my car, and I went out, got up to about 35, 40, and absolutely stomped on the brakes. And in reviewing the footage, which you'll see in the video in a few weeks, the lights, they lit up. Only under heavy braking, as they're supposed to. I've seen, obviously, the brakes that flash. The ones that flash when you do any braking, when you even touch the brake, those are stupid. And I believe they're also illegal. But the ones that flash when you're doing heavy braking, those I have seen too. They might also be illegal, but I'm not sure. And personally, I kind of think they're a good idea. The ones that flash every time you put on the brakes are just stupid, though. But in this car, apparently none of them flash. But when you stomp on the brakes, it just lights up a couple extra lights to make you, I guess, more visible. Kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know if it works. It's kind of weird. It's almost like they just had a couple extra lights on the back of the car, and they was like, what do we do with these? If you want to know more about the BMW, there are 4 videos out on it if you didn't know already. I think they're pretty darn good. In the first one we buy it, in the second one I try and daily drive it and it breaks. In the third one we daily drive a truck, and then I fix the BMW, an old white truck. It's quite the experience. And then in the 4th one we drive it back across the state, and I actually hike up to a fire lookout. As for this video that I'm making right now on it, it's going to be a while because I've just been having to order parts and wait on them. And the next 2 videos are actually going to be getting the Crown Vic fixed and taking it on a fire lookout adventure. So that's the schedule. So you won't see the BMW again for a while now. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work that needs done on the vehicles around here. We've got 2 vehicles over there, 2 vehicles in the garage behind me, and then 2 vehicles in this driveway over here, and plus a motorcycle. First of all, I rode the motorcycle today, and I thought I was going to have to bump start it because the starter button appears to be going out. So I guess I'll try to open up the little switch gear there and try to fix that. But it's a popular enough bike. It's an 85 Honda Shadow. It'll probably have parts available online. So that'll be something we got to do. I still have the new tires for that Honda Shadow, so I'll be having those put on at some point. I might try to put them on myself just for, kicks and giggles, but we'll see. I also need to get 2 tires mounted for the Crown Vic, so it has some spares. My friend Cooper, which you haven't met yet, but you will on Friday, he sent me a link to a Reddit thread where they use duct tape to clean out the radiators on the Crown Vic, the AC condenser specifically. And I might try doing that, though I don't really have high hopes. I might also just replace the radiator just to be safe, because it's fairly cheap and fairly easy, and it might fix it. Because the issue I've been having is the car doesn't cool very well when you're going up a hill. I think the main issue is the AC condenser's clogged, so but having a new radiator might help as well. So there's that. The Volvo, of course, still needs a power steering rack. Comment down below if you think I should put the well-used power steering rack from a 220,000 mile car in my 120,000 mile car. It doesn't look like it was leaking when they took it out from the same place that mine is, but of course, who knows? So yeah, let me know if you think that's a good idea. That's the main reason I haven't done it yet, is because I'm not sure it'll fix it. What else? Oh, the Subaru Loyale. I need to get that car back up and running. I love driving the thing. The rear diff has been making some terrible noises. So you can see that in the video where we took it up to Watchtowers recently. What else? The Oldsmobile still needs to be taken in. AC doesn't work, which is an issue this time of year. It has some other issues as well that I might like looked at. It might also need a new battery. That'd be a good opportunity to test out my battery tester. And I want to make a video scanning the codes on all of my vehicles, because I think that could be interesting, and I got the new code scanner. I think that's about everything major. I'm currently getting wet because I'm walking through the sprinkler. And as per usual, if you haven't seen the BMW Z4 videos, all 4 of them are out now, so you can watch the whole saga of me buying it, breaking, me fixing it, and me driving it home. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. I've been walking for 15 minutes or longer every single day for the past 6 months. Actually, about 6 months and 5 days now. And how do I feel? So this year I made a few dietary changes, as well as this goal to get outside and walk for at least 15 minutes every day, which isn't a lot, but I wanted it to be achievable so it would actually continue going on, unlike a lot of New Year's resolutions. And so far, so good. I missed a few days. I feel like I've more than made up for them. So do I feel better? Generally, on my day-to-day, I don't think I notice feeling much better at all. Though I want to say I do notice that I don't feel as lethargic generally. I don't know if heartburn's the right term for it. Sometimes I get a feeling in my chest. I think that's kind of gone away. And I guess I should also talk about the other changes I made, the dietary ones. I don't really eat pre-processed junk at home. So like if I want to go to the store, get myself chocolate chips and make cookies, that's fine. But I can't go to the store and grab a candy bar because that's too convenient. The goal is to make it less convenient for me to get those calories. And generally that works. However, I have noticed, if I make a batch of cookies, I'm going to eat the batch of cookies. So some improvement might be needed to that. I'll revisit that at the end of the year again. And I haven't had fast food. I haven't had fast food at all this year for 6 months now. So I don't know. It's definitely helping to be just eating a little healthier and getting outside for at least 15 minutes. It's not a lot, but I wanted something to get started. Maybe next year I'll change it to jogging for 15 minutes or something, or like maybe jogging for half of it. But I'm going to see it out just walking for the year and see how I feel. I do think it's a great initiative, and all the excuses you make for not getting out and exercising don't really apply, at least most of them, because the biggest one for me is that I didn't want to spend the time. And it's like 15 minutes. That's like a break at work. I can get out and walk for 15 minutes. 15 minutes, like if it was a video game, I would not hesitate to stay up an extra 15 minutes to finish the mission or whatever. And so I have no excuse to not walk 15 minutes. And that was the goal. Like no driving to the gym, no figuring out what weights I'm going to lift. Just get outside and walk. So yeah, it's working well for me. I encourage you to do it too, of course. So 6 months in, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk a little bit about tomorrow's video. Tomorrow we get the Crown Vic back up and running, which is kind of exciting for me. And there's a loud motorcycle coming, so get ready for that. But yeah, this car, I parked it like a year ago after the Gambler 500, and well, it stayed that way because I was procrastinating on getting it into a real shop. And well, I finally got it into a real shop, but don't think that means that we aren't doing any work of our own. So I think it's a really well put together adventure, to be honest, because I have to get to the shop. I don't know. I think you should tune in, but obviously I might be a little biased. So that's tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, and then a week from then we take the Crown Vic out on an adventure, and It doesn't go completely smoothly, but we did get home. Spoilers. I also wanted to talk about yesterday. I did a live stream. If you haven't seen it, you can go watch it. It was my first time ever really being live on the internet with anyone actually watching. I did the thing that a lot of young guys do when I was like in high school, early college. And I did do like a video game live stream a time or two, but no one watched those. And this time a few people tuned in, and I think my peak viewer count was like 14 or something. But then a few regular commenters and viewers, oh God, their names. I think one of them was Victor. I don't remember the other guy. I shouldn't have mentioned Victor because now it sounds like I'm picking favorites. Maybe there wasn't one named Victor, but anyways, I'm just terrible with names. Don't take it personally, please. But yeah, it went pretty well. They asked a few questions, the few people who stuck around. And I had a good time answering them. So I'm definitely going to do that again. I don't know how often, and if I do it again, I'm going to bring mics because audio quality is not a top preference for me. Top priority for me on these videos, but for the live streams, I think it would really help because the video quality is not very good. So yeah, I don't know. It was interesting. It was a little nerve-wracking for me, but I had a good time. Answered a few questions. If you want the answer to those, maybe I'll try and aim for like every other week or something. I don't want to overdo it. But yeah, make sure you tune in tomorrow for the Crown Vic revival. It had been sitting for about a year. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again Friday. Bye-bye. This is Menko. Check out how she lets me pick her up. She didn't like it much at first, but she accepts it now at best. But she is used to it. She doesn't try to escape or anything, or she knows what's going on. We are going to be bringing her on a camping trip soon here, so keep an eye out for that. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about, I've been doing this for over 6 months now, walking at least 15 minutes every day, and I want to talk about why I don't exercise better. I guess that's about it. I think it mainly comes down to like motivation, but not only motivation, it's just what am I trying to say? It's the knowing what to do. This is brainless. I just come out here, I walk, that's my exercise. It's a routine. I have to do it every day. If I don't do it, I won't make this video. There's a few people that'll hold me accountable, I hope, hold me accountable. But also it's just what I have to do. Whereas like going to the gym, that's a huge commitment. I have to drive 15 minutes. I have to figure out what weights I want to lift. I don't know how to use many of the machines. So getting started is a whole nother thing. Whereas I know how to walk. However, I think if I hired a personal trainer, I would love that. I would love to just be told what to do. But I am too cheap for that. I'd rather spend money on broken BMWs. So I guess that's sort of where I'm at. I do think that I'm going to keep doing this for the rest of the year, at least 15 minutes. And then I think I figured out, I've been thinking about my goals for this year and my goals for next year. And I think I've figured out what I want to do for next year for my exercise. I could start doing it now, but I don't want to. So I'm going to force myself to start doing it come next year. I think my plan is to run for 10 minutes in one direction and then walk home and record this while I'm out of breath, which I think will be entertaining. But I think that's my plan for next year. Obviously, we have just about another 6 months until that happens, but I've been thinking about it, especially because I've been doing this for so long. Man, it sure is a nice night out tonight. It's still 80 degrees out. I just finished watching the WAN show. I think Leah and I are going to finish the story mode of Grand Theft Auto 5 tonight. I've completed the story mode dozens of times, so many times. And I wanted to play it again before Grand Theft Auto 6, and I might go back and play GTA 4 too. But Leah has never done it, and so she's been enjoying it, getting to know the crazy characters. We took a big break, but we're now back on it. Oh yes, the video where I rejuvenated the Crown Vic is out today, so go check that out if you haven't seen it. I think it's a good one. It's kind of a well-rounded video, I think. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might be wondering why I'm wearing a bike helmet. Well, we're about to leave on the tandem to go down to a local brewery that I enjoy. So I don't film while I'm on the tandem because one, I find it a little harder to ride. I have to compensate. I'm on front and I have to compensate for Leah's movements. And two, it's a street bike, which I find a little harder. I'm used to driving bikes with more normal bars and wider tires. And so not really used to riding the street bike type thing. So between those two things, it really keeps me on my toes. Plus, if I wreck, I also wreck Leah. So I don't film while I'm riding, but I'll film here, and we're gonna go do this, I promise. This would be a hell of a setup if I was gonna just not go exercise now. There she is in our matching helmets. Yeah, I got the tires aired up. I got the flasher on the back here, so we don't get ran into. Hopefully, oh god, where is it? There it is. Now we're gonna go play some cards, have a few beers, ride home. Hopefully, stay upright. I'm looking forward to it. Today's been mostly a chill day. I did get the BMW's other side marker put in because both of the side markers were bad, and they are not just a bulb, they're a whole plastic module that costs like $60 or $70 each. So that's $120 to $140 I'll never get back. Yeah, I need to pull the wheels off of the Honda Shadow so I get the new tires on it, and I also need to go buy a welder because I need to make a mount for the spare tire on the trailer. That's how I'm planning to make that video a little interesting. Like, not only am I getting tires mounted and balanced, I'm getting my first taste of welding because I literally have never done it before. So I guess we'll get on the road here. It's about 2 miles each way. So yeah, see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. I hope you're enjoying that Crown Vic video. It's doing pretty well. And next week we are taking it out, and well, it doesn't go completely smoothly, but yeah, look forward to that. But I'm glad it's being enjoyed. All right, now I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm going to explain what every single one of those tires and wheels is doing in the back of my Subaru. So first things first, what I just did, I took the wheels off of the Honda Shadow, and we're getting new tires on that thing. The front tire on that bike is over 20 years old. So that's a little sketchy. So I bought some new, well-reviewed budget tires because I'm not like a crazy fast rider or anything. So they should be fine for me. And let's see what's up next. The Crown Vic. Now that it's running, I actually bought 2 brand new wheels for it. And I have 2 all-terrain tires. So it is going to be getting those tires mounted onto the new wheels. And then it will have 2 full-size spares. And you know what that means? It means that I'll probably never get a flat again because I'll be prepared for it. All right, up next, the trailer tire. The trailer tire is like 20 years old as well. This is just a spare, so it'd probably be fine to have an old tire on there, but I figured, hey, if I get a flat, I don't want to be worrying if the spare is okay. So we're gonna go get that mounted and balanced, and then I'm gonna buy a welder, and we're gonna see if we can learn how to weld, because I need to make a brace or whatever to mount it to the trailer. So that should be interesting. And then again, maybe I then also won't have a spare when I need it. All right, I think there's only one more wheel and tire in there, and that is the spare from the Crown Vic. It was actually a 16-inch wheel with a small tire on it. And we actually used it to save the trailer when we did get that flat with no spare. And it didn't destroy the tire, and I have no need for the wheel because all the rest of the wheels on the Crown Vic are 17 inches, so I'm just gonna get rid of that and get it out of here. And if you do the math, I have 11 wheel and or tire units. So that's counting stuff like the mounted and balanced tires as one, but also each new wheel and each new tire as one. And so the back of the Subaru is rather full. And the reason we're taking the Subaru, even though it's making those awful noises that you can hear for yourself if you go watch the recent fire lookout trip that I took with it, is to have those noises looked at by a professional. I'm just going to get the guy's opinion. I really would like to fix it myself because I do understand it. But I would like to see what he thinks, and hopefully the rear diff doesn't explode on the way there. Yeah, so that's the plan for tomorrow. I might have to take a few hours off of work. I'll just try and go when I get up. Oh, wow, that took the whole 3 minutes. I guess I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Crown Vic Watchtower trip. And yes, that means we had no spare tires on that trip. All right, bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about the BMW. I think I finished filming for the next video you're going to see on it, which is not going to be Friday, and it might be a week from Friday, but it might also be 2 weeks from Friday. But I wanted to go over what all I fixed and what still needs fixing. So I think the next step for that car, after we take it camping once, because I kind of like doing my videos, you work on the car, then you go use the car, like alternate, like not too much of one, because I think that gets boring. Let me know if you disagree or agree in the comments, but so yeah, I think next for working on the car after we take it camping once will be, I need to find a wrecked one. Not buy it, I do not want to deal with that. I don't have a trailer or anything, but find someone who's parting one out and go and pull some interior trim and all that stuff off of it, and honestly probably find multiple, because all the pieces I have issue with are common failure points. So I think that's the next step for working on it, as well as fixing the handbrake. That is the one remaining large issue. So yeah, look forward to that video, but it's going to be a week or two. Man, yeah, I don't know. I did so much on it. It's been like a month since I started filming that video because I've had to wait for parts. It was a bunch of little stuff. I didn't want to make a little tiny video. I've gotten a lot better at time management lately, and being able to more effectively create videos. At least I think I have. Maybe I've just been getting lucky. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I've had to work on the channel as much lately, which is good for my mental health. I could use that to make more videos. I'm not going to do that. You hear too many stories of people getting burnt out, that sort of thing. So yeah, weekly videos it is. Man, it is a nice day out for a walk. It's 70 degrees, overcast as you can see. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. That disco light down there is Menko the cat with her little harness on, and it has a light on it now, and this is a Top Cutter IPA from Bale Breaker. And I'm having this tonight because I just finished editing the video where we'd work a bunch on the new Z4. That's going to be out either a week from Friday or 2 weeks from Friday. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Oh, and I'm not just leaving Menko out there with no one to supervise her. Leo is standing right there. Oh, man, it is a beautiful night for a walk. Here, take a look at the sunset behind me. It's a little blown out because it's adjusting for my face, but it's a beautiful one. Yeah, I worked on the BMW for like a month. I made a whole short about it yesterday. I tried to cover all I did, but I really didn't. Editing the video, I realized just how much I missed out on in that short. But yeah, that's gonna be kind of a big one. It ended up being about 25 minutes long, so not too bad. Sorry about that gap. I don't like filming in front of people and someone was walking past on the sidewalk, especially when I'm doing the completely legal thing of drinking in public. But yeah, it's I've been really enjoying that car. It's been really good purchase. It's fun to drive. So far it's been fairly pleasant to work on, even if a few things are a little bit daft, but I feel like that's the case with like any vehicle brand. Like even Toyota, like some of the stuff on those is daft. The positive there is you have to touch it less because it's a Toyota. But yeah, I don't know. I did notice actually on that car, I noticed a little bit of a ticking. And it turns out they can just do that if you aren't driving them for long enough at a time, which a lot of times my commute's pretty short, so I don't end up driving them for that long. Man, feels good to have that video done. I am going to record a video. I obviously have the one where I'm going to do all the tires and welding, but I'm going to record one playing with my new code scanner. It's going to be a bit dry, I think, but I think it's going to be really helpful for me, and it's going to be related to my car, so I thought I'd film it. And we're just going to go around and scan the codes on every single vehicle and play with the battery tester as well, because I think the Oldsmobile's battery is getting a bit tired. Oh, it's going to be something. But I don't know, that might come out a week from Friday, and then the BMW stuff would be after that. I don't know yet. But like I've been mentioning recently, I've gotten a lot better at time management, I think. So I'm not like stressing. I'm not, editing videos the days before they go up, which I think is really good. And I hope it results in better videos. I don't know. All right, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and these are the Nothing Headphone 1. They are the new thing right now. I don't usually get the new thing. I thought I'd do a little review, talk about my thoughts on them and how they are. I got the black ones because I wanted them to be a little more subtle, and well, I'm happy with that decision. I don't really need people coming up to me in the coffee shop, but what I really wanted is on the back of this ear cup, those physical controls, which if you're into the tech space, if you know what these are, then you know that that's one of their big selling points. No touch, no swipe. This doesn't do anything. Just the scroll wheel on the back to adjust the volume. Press that to play pause. I have it set to hold to toggle noise cancellation modes. And then there's a little paddle that's for skipping tracks, that sort of thing. And then there's a mappable button as well. And then the power switch is on the bottom. I don't know if you can see it. It's a toggle switch, a physical toggle switch. No pressing and holding to turn them on. Nothing like that. I'm not going to talk too much about the audio. I'm no audiophile, if that's how you even pronounce that. But they sound great to my ears. I have applied the LTT audio tune to them, and that did actually make a noticeable improvement in my opinion. As for the transparency and noise cancellation, I am upgrading from some Soundcore headphones. I don't even remember which ones. I think they were a little under $100. So I would hope that these are better, and they definitely are. The transparency mode sounds very natural. My voice sounds a little weird, but other people and like the cars and environment around me right now sounds very natural. On the Soundcore, it just really didn't. Let's see, the mic. You are not listening to the mic right now. You're listening to my phone's mic, because it's tricky to get my phone to record with these mics for video. I've tried it. It's fine. It's not really why I bought them, obviously. Yeah, I don't know if I have much else to say. So far, I'm very happy with them. They sound great. They look great, in my opinion. I really like the unique look, but what am I trying to say? The unique look, but different. Unique look, but same vibe. I don't know. They kind of look like Apple headphones, except I didn't spend Apple headphone money on them, I guess. And they also work with my freaking device. Actually, I think I'll go this way today. I've never been down here. So I guess, yeah, that's my little mini review of the Headphone 1. Not really a review, just my thoughts. I hope you enjoyed it. It's not my usual stuff. I just don't usually get the high-tech, new, cool, hip thing or whatever. So I thought I'd talk about them and share my stoke for it. So I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. I mentioned earlier that I'm going to learn how to weld. Saying that might be a little generous. I'm just going to buy a welder and see what happens. Maybe watch a video. But yeah, I haven't gotten around to that yet. I've been fairly busy at work. And what else? What are my other excuses? I have a lot. Busy at work, and I just haven't gotten out of the tire shop to get the tire mounted, so I don't have any way to any need to weld it yet. Tonight is trivia, and this weekend we're going camping. I might be able to get over to the tire shop tomorrow, and oh boy, oh god, gotta love America. I might be able to get over to the tire shop tomorrow and get those tires mounted. I made a whole short on why I have like 15 tires and wheels in my trunk. But yeah, I might be able to get those mounted, and then I can buy a welder at the same trip. And I don't know, man. I don't even know where to go buy metal in this town. I might be able to use some scrap metal that I have lying around, but I'm not sure. I also maybe I'll look up some inspiration. I guess that's what you need to do when you're making something. Cause yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I guess, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm gonna be trying to weld a mount for my spare tire onto my trailer. I don't want to just, ratchet strap it somewhere. I want it to actually be properly mounted. So I'm going to be trying to do a little bit of fabrication, if you could even call it that. I don't know if that video is going to be next Friday or in like 3 weeks. I've mentioned I've gotten a bit better at time management, and part of that is having a few videos ready. So I could slot this one in first, or I could wait a little bit on it. We'll see if I can get it done in time or not. But I'm cautiously looking forward to it, though I'm sure I'm going to weld a terrible thing at first. And hopefully I don't lose my spare tire entirely. Entirely, right? Man, it's freaking hot today. It's 91 degrees. I actually went out and played the drums today. So I mean, my arm's tired actually holding the phone right now because I am really out of shape for drumming. But it's out. That drum set is outside in the shop, and I was dripping. I was dripping in sweat, man. Honestly, that probably could have qualified for my 15 minutes exercise today, but I don't know. I don't mind a walk. I got to get down to trivia though. I'm going to take the electric skateboard today. Just about as fast as driving, really. That's all I got for you today. See you again to tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the folding video, the Crown Vic adventure. Bye. Are you having fun in the box, Menko? You want out? No? Okay. You ready to come out yet? No? You gonna hang out? Be desensitized? Okay. You wanna come out yet? Oh, you're ready? Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I have an announcement. I am going to be lifting the XC70 further. Let me explain how and why. I guess that's about it. So how? Subframe spacers. That basically lifts the body up off the subframe, so it won't give me higher ground clearance like going over something like here, but it will give me better approach and departure angles and breakover angles, which actually has been a problem in the past. So I think it's a good idea. As for why, I need to replace the power steering rack, which involves at least partially dropping the front subframe. And so while I'm in there, might as well just put in some freaking spacers and lift the car a little further. That's about as far as my thought process goes. As far as the lift kit itself, I've spent about $50 on bolts and washers. Not for the lift, the washers are just for doing washer things, as well as about $30 or $40 on filament. Yes, it's also going to be 3D printed. Don't ask me when that video is going to come out. I'd like to get to it pretty soon. The benefit to this method is that now I'm really looking forward to getting the car lifted, and so hopefully the power steering will be fixed sooner. That's what I'm telling myself, at least. So yeah. So I am also trying to figure out how to make that into 2 videos, because it's going to be a hell of a lot of work, and it is 2 different things, because I will be fixing the power steering in one video and doing the lift in one video. That's like 2 different things, you know? And at some point, I also want to replace the front struts with XC90 front struts. Apparently they just bolt in, and then I would have more suspension travel in the front, which is good, because right now I just have spacers. So I think that would help improve the ride quality probably a little bit. Maybe not, I don't know. But it would mean that it's a little less sketchy, and we could also check in on the 3D printed lift, which is also a video I want to make. So I have like 3 or 4 videos planned on the XC70. I think I'd combine the check-in on how the lift is doing with the XC90 struts. So yeah, there's a lot coming for the Volvo. I wasn't expecting this. I kind of just decided on it like last night. So yeah, look forward to that. People do seem to be enjoying the Crown Vic adventure with Cooper that came out today. So if you haven't seen that, go catch it. We could hit up 2 watchtowers. Crown Vic kind of breaks. It's fine. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today we're camping with Menko the cat, and I'm gonna go swimming. All right, yep, we are out here. We brought the BMW Z4. This is our second choice campground because the other one was full, but we have made it. We've got camp set up, and this lake here is shockingly warm, and there is like a foot of mud under my feet right now. Jeez, I need to get out further. All right. The drive went flawlessly. The car worked great. My goodness, I can still touch. Look at how far away from shore we are. Oh, maybe that's a little better for lighting. I'm a professional YouTuber. I'm not. I don't get paid for this. I'm still touching though, and it's still very muddy. Oh, it is beautiful out here. I don't usually, this is a campground, by the way. I don't usually do campground camps, but when you're in a, low-slung sports car, you don't really have much of a choice. Off camera, probably once I put this down, I'll probably swim a little further out. But, yeah, we got a pretty good campsite. You'll, of course, see that in the video in a couple weeks, probably. Ooh, I think I'm finally out to where I can't touch. Hell yeah. Man, I'll bet you didn't have a swimming 15 minutes exercise in your bingo card. I'm still touching the lily pads and stuff, but I can't touch the bottom. Oh, yeah, Menko was pretty stressed for the first probably half hour of the ride. We had her in the carrier because I thought she wouldn't be happy in such a small cabin. But then after that, we just figured we might as well try and letting her out of the carrier. And she just settled down in Leah's footwell, and I don't know if she was napping, but she shut her eyes, and then she was pretty happy. And of course, once we're at camp, she loves being out here in the woods. We do have some noisy neighbors, unfortunately. That's why I don't like camping in campgrounds. I guess the other reason is I like to be noisy sometimes. Not that I always am, but I want to be if I can. Whew. All right. Man, it is nice out here. This is shockingly not that cold. I guess it is, July now or something? Yeah, it's the beginning of July. Or yeah, wait. Oh, it's the end of July. Well, all right, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I wanted to talk about the experience camping with that BMW Z4 behind me. We took it camping this weekend, and we also took a cat. So we had 2 people and a cat, and all the stuff for everyone stuffed into that BMW Z4. And I had to pack the trunk like Tetris. The car, it performed flawlessly. We did, because we had the cat, have to rock it with the top up the whole time, which was a little unfortunate because the weather was beautiful. Some guy in another convertible actually, put his arms up outside of his top, kind of as if to say, hey, what are you doing with your top up? Little did he know we were transporting a live animal. It was about 2 hours each way up to the campground and back down. And actually our first choice campground was full, and so we had to go explore a few others, and we did find what ended up being a pretty good spot. Of course, if you want to see the whole trip, see a bunch of video of the cutest cat that ever existed, Menko. I was gonna get hit by a car there. Then tune in, subscribe for the main channel video, and that's gonna be out probably in a couple weeks now. She did really well. At first we had her in the carrier because I thought in such a confined space she'd do better in there, but she was not having any of that. And once we let her out, she just settled down into Leah's footwell, and that went really well. Am I gonna get wet here? So Leah did not have much foot space because she was sharing it with a cat. And of course, once we got to camp, Menko loves being out in the woods. She wasn't so hot on the other people, but we had a pretty secluded camp. She got to see a lake for the first time. I went swimming, and she was very concerned. She's like, why, she gave me a look like, why on earth would someone go in the water? But it was a beautiful camping trip, just a lot more relaxed than what I usually do, which I think some people do like. So I hope that video is enjoyed. Speaking of enjoying videos, a little bit more of a fast-paced trip I took with a good friend of mine. That video went up on Friday, and it is a good one, and I'm gonna get wet in that sprinkler if I don't go walking the road. But yeah, we hit up 2 watchtowers, do a bunch of off-roading in the old Crown Vic. It breaks in multiple ways, but somehow makes it. And I guess something else to look forward to, man. I'm working on 3D printing all the parts for the stage 2 of the lift for the XC70. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I hacked a vacuum. I'm not, don't, it sounds boring. I'm not kidding. I hacked a vacuum. That's all I did today after work. There's this thing called Valetudo, and basically you can hack into your vacuum. They just run a modified version of, actually I'm not sure, I think it's Android, but it could be some sort of Linux. Man, I guess my knowledge is already failing me, but and you can root them. So I guess that would be Android, right? Or is root just a generic term for, man, I guess this is a good example of how easy they make the steps, because I mean, you do need to have some knowledge. I'm pretty experienced with this sort of thing, but relative to the guys who actually did it, I guess not that experienced, but their guide was really good and I had no issues. But yeah, I hacked my vacuum. It's now completely local. I connect to it. It connects to Home Assistant. They all talk. They're happy. It's a Dreamy L10S Ultra Pro Heat something. I don't know. But yeah, now it's not talking to Dreamy servers. In fact, it never talked to Dreamy servers. That's the first thing I did when I got it, which was sort of nerve-wracking because there is a non-zero chance you will brick the vacuum. But I didn't do that, so it's all good. Was a little nerve-wracking that I might brick a $500 brand new appliance. But I didn't. But now what that means is I really need to deep clean the house so it can do its initial mapping. So yeah, I guess I bought myself and spent an entire evening hacking this vacuum, all to give me a chore. How does that make sense? So yeah, that's what I'll be doing tomorrow after work, I guess. I also need to edit the BMW road trip video with Menko the cat. And speaking of road trip videos, if you haven't seen the Crown Vic video, I think that's a really good one. I went up with a friend of mine to visit some watchtowers, and it went mostly well. The Crown Vic did break a little bit, but it made it. Speaking of videos, if you are a fan of kombucha, might not be my typical audience, but I was spending way too much on it. I tried to brew my own. I made a few exclusive videos to Patreon and YouTube on that experience, including trying a banana kombucha, which, well, I'm not going to spoil the results there. But yeah, it's been an experience, and generally the results have been pretty good. Well, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for that BMW Z4. No, Friday's the repairs. So yeah, see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I've got this can of wasp poison, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to walk to a nearby geocache that has been getting logs saying there are wasps at ground zero, and well, we're going to try and take care of them. So I guess I'll walk over there and I'll get back to you when we're spraying some wasp killer. So the cache is up in this turn sign here, the one right here at the end. And I'm gonna look around for wasps to see if I can find them so I can spray them. We'll see how it goes. There is a huge nest right in there in between the two signs. We are gonna give it a good spray. I'm still seeing some bees escape, but I'm pretty sure the hive is dead. One more spray wouldn't hurt. I think that ought to do it. Let's head home. There was someone standing there looking a little menacingly at me, one of the homeowners nearby. I mean, I don't think killing a wasp's nest in a road sign is something that's illegal, but a little concerning. I gave him a wave and he did not wave back. I don't know. Some people can also be weird about poisons like this, but I don't know. It works pretty well to kill a wasp nest from a distance. All right, well, thanks for watching. By the way, the video on disassembling this motorcycle so I can get new tires on it is coming soon. The front tire on this thing was 20 years old, and the rear tire was 10 years old. And I rode this thing across the state not more than a year or two ago, so I can't believe I made it. But we're gonna get new tires on and actually also see if I can really tell the difference. I'm no like crazy fast race motorcycle driver. But it'll be interesting to see if it drives better to me, someone who's no expert, with some new decent budget tires. So that's going to be coming at some point soon. But first, we are going to be taking this thing, the BMW Z4, on a road trip with my partner Leah, so 2 people, as well as Menko the cat, so 2 people and a cat. I think that video is turning out really well. I'm editing it right now. At least when I'm not hacking a vacuum, that is. Speaking of hacking the vacuum, that is really cool. Today I had it do its first mapping pass. I've never had a robot vacuum with LiDAR. It went really quick, and then it's been doing a great job of vacuuming and cleaning, so I'm really happy with that. It's Valetudo, by the way. Yeah, that's been awesome. All right, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the video where we fix a bunch of stuff on that car. It was recorded over like a month or more, and so there's lots of good stuff in that video. See you then. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and just look at the sky behind me. Is that not beautiful? Today we are going to go grab a beer to celebrate the fact that I've finished yet another video. This one is the one where we take Menko, the BMW Z4, and Leah, I don't know why I listed her last, that's kind of rude, to a lake and go camping. And it's quite cramped, but we have a very good time. I still cannot get over how beautiful that is. We had a big storm and the power went out 4 times. Yeah, just briefly. And so I went and bought a UPS, so next time my computer won't turn off. But enough about that. I'm gonna go grab this beer and then I'll get back to you. The sunset is still gorgeous behind me, and I picked up something a little different, a Blue Moon Extra, which I've never had before. I used to drink Blue Moon a little bit, but I haven't recently, so let's see how the Extra is. I'm thinking it's going to be not good, but I like trying new things. That tastes really different from a Blue Moon. It tastes a lot more like, I think, orange. It's actually not bad. I don't know that I'd really do it again, but it just tastes like a, kind of a crap beer, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of heavy. Anyways, yeah, why there's such a beautiful sunset, maybe I changed my mind, is because we had a big old storm and it knocked the power out 4 times over the course of about 10 or 15 minutes. And yeah, my computer shut off, obviously. I don't have a UPS on my main computer. It's the computer that I edit videos with. So if it had happened while I was editing or rendering or uploading a video, that would have been a huge bummer. And so I did buy a UPS for it. And also for the Wi-Fi, the router, the modem, and my Home Assistant server. So that will be excellent to have. The robot vacuum that I hacked has been going incredibly well. I'm very happy with that. Been exploring the house, making everything clean. It's also just a lot newer than the one we had before. Oh, the video I finished, the BMW, the road trip. I guess I already mentioned that, but yeah, it's available now on Patreon and YouTube members. But look forward to that coming out a week from Friday. Guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I ran a bunch of automotive related errands, and so I'm going to try and list them all before I run out of time here. So first, I went to the transmission shop and differential shop to see if they could diagnose my Subaru Loyale. You'll remember it's making some terrible noises from the rear diff. They were on lunch, so I went to the tire shop to get a bunch of tires swapped over. they took 3 of my tires, but they don't do motorcycle tires. So then I had to call around to find a shop that would do motorcycle tires. So I left those 3 tires there, went back to the transmission shop, had him take a look at the Subaru. He couldn't tell, I mean, he knew there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was any more than I do. And so then I went over to the motorcycle shop to get them to do my tires. They fortunately had time. Dropped those off. They said it'd take a couple hours. I got a call that my tires were ready at the normal tire shop. So then I drove back over there and got my tires. And then I drove over to Harbor Freight to pick up a welder and a welding helmet. And then finally I went back to the motorcycle tire shop, or the motorcycle shop, to pick up my motorcycle tires. And I think I had about a half hour to kill there. So that was my day. I had to take a little time off of work for it, but I certainly was productive. Haven't got the motorcycle tires back on yet. I'll do that either probably this weekend. And then at some point in the future, I will have to take the rear differential out of the Subaru Loyale and see if I can take it apart and see what's wrong. Because like I said, that guy, the mechanic, also didn't have any idea. He just said it needs to be taken apart and looked at. And so actually the noise has gotten worse than what you heard in the video where we went and found watchtowers in it. It used to just be like a clunk or something, a metallic clunk. And now, after it does that metallic clunk, it'll also go dugga 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 and vibrate the whole car. And so it's gotten much worse. It might be totaled, which would be very unfortunate. So yeah, that's that. So the video where I learned how to weld a little bit and do all the tire stuff on the motorcycle, that'll be out in a few weeks now, I think. And then the video where I what's the next video? I guess I'm gonna be testing out my code scanner on all my cars, seeing what it can pull up that isn't showing. As for tomorrow, the video where I repair a bunch of stuff on the BMW is coming out. So if you like the BMW, then make sure to tune in for that. That's my BMW Z4. I get quite a bit done. It was recorded over like the course of a month, just because I was waiting for parts and working on other videos, that sort of stuff. So I think it turned out pretty well. It has quite a bit of stuff in it. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. And again, well, tomorrow for the main video. Goodbye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today is one of those days where I just about forgot. I was lying in bed, not quite undressed yet, and remembered I have to go do a walk. That is, you know, honestly, it's surprising I haven't forgotten about this more. I've only forgotten about it, I think, a couple of times, and both of those times I wasn't at home. And so every night that I've been at home, I actually have remembered before I go to bed to get out and do a walk. It is just after midnight now, and while I'm standing in the middle of a road right now, not a car in sight. I do love going on a walk. Love these nice peaceful evenings. The Crown Vic, nope, not that car. The BMW video where we got a bunch of work done went up today. So I hope that's being enjoyed, and if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's about like a month's worth of work, and all edited together into one video. And then next Friday, we're gonna be camping in it with the cat, which is very cramped. What else? What am I going to do this weekend? So, I think I mentioned in a previous walk that I took the Subaru to a transmission and diff shop and had a tech there take a look at it, or listen to it, and basically his conclusion was kind of what I had concluded, is that the car needs to be, the rear differential needs to be taken apart to figure out what's wrong. And so I could do that this weekend. I do need to put the new tires and the wheels back on the motorcycle, and so that's something that needs doing. That shouldn't take too long. Then I also have a crappy welder, so I could try to make the trailer tire mount for the trailer. I think I have enough scrap metal around to just do it with that, but I don't know, man. I think it's gonna go pretty poorly. I don't usually have the patience for stuff like that. I don't do much painting and body work because it requires a lot of patience and prep work, and I just do not possess that patience. And I kind of think welding's the same way. It requires a lot of prep work to make sure everything's prepped to be welded. but it is a good skill to have, and I just need to try it out and see how it goes. So yeah, I don't know. I also need to record the video where I do the code scanner on all of my vehicles. I think that's going to be a little bit of a dry one, but I need to do it, and I think it might be a little interesting. So, like, because I have different vehicles, see what the code scanner do on different vehicles, you know. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I got the wheels and tires, the new ones, well, the new tires at least, back onto the Honda Shadow. And in the process, I put a nice new dent in my grandpa's Oldsmobile. Well, it's my Oldsmobile now, so at least he's not mad at me, but that did not make me very happy. So it does have a few other blemishes, so it's not like it was pristine and now it's not, but yeah, oh well. I do have plans to take it into a body shop or something and have them do all the paint corrections and stuff at some point. But yeah, so no, it's annoying. It's inconvenient. Wish I hadn't done that. As for the new tires on the motorcycle, they do actually feel noticeably different. I think mostly just because there's a lot more tread on them, and that bike wasn't really ridden very hard, and so the tires were a little flat when you're straight upright, so it didn't really want to go into corners as much, and now it really does want to fall into corners, so that's nice. I haven't ridden it that much yet, but yeah, so that is good to have done. And then I unboxed my new welder that I have purchased now. I was gonna try putting down a bead or something, but it didn't come with any wire. It's just a flux core wire. Yeah, I know nothing, so I actually found a few YouTube playlists that I might watch tonight and tomorrow while I wait for the wire and the gloves to get in. If you have any suggestions, leave those down in the comments, of course. I am probably a little more nervous than I should be about getting started, but I've sort of like hyped it up in my head, I think, more than I should have. And at this point, it's like just this big thing. And what I really needed to do and what I've done here is just go buy a welder, get the stuff, and just mess around with it. So that's what I did, and that's what I'm going to do. I just needed to get started because that's the hardest part, I guess. We're actually walking to ice cream right now. So I'm looking forward to that. It's still 86 degrees out. My stupid camera kept overheating while filming today, even without being plugged in, so on battery. Very inconvenient. If you didn't catch the BMW Z4, all the repairs on that video came out on Friday. Go check that out. And then this coming Friday, we'll be camping with Menko the cat out of that BMW. So that should be interesting. Man, this person likes their lawn. They did a crisscross. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, I'm going to talk about the new rubber on my motorcycle and my experience welding. As you can see there, it's not great, but this is my first time ever laying my hands on a welder. So, you know, I think I did pretty good. I'm going to talk about that first, actually, because that's what I did today. And I just got the cheapest, well, not the cheapest, but a cheap welder, a Titanium 125 from Harbor Freight. And then watched some YouTube videos and read the instructions and had at it. I actually did cut the piece of metal that you saw me holding there in half and welded it back together, and I banged on it and the metal bent instead of my weld. So I'm pretty happy with that. It wasn't great or beautiful, but it was seemingly functional. So I mean, what more can you really ask for? I haven't gotten around to building the tire mount for the trailer, which is the main reason, well, kind of my first project, not the main reason necessarily that I got into this, but at some point I'll have to do that. I think I'm going to go to a local metal supply store that I see recommended a lot and just pick up a box or two of scrap metal and kind of mess around with sticking that together. Just kind of learn. So yeah, I guess it's a welder in a nutshell. If you are considering welding, go do what I did. Get some gloves, get a jacket, or maybe use a jacket you have, and go to Harbor Freight and buy a Titanium 125 and a welding helmet and call it a day. I was kind of overhyping it in my head, and there's no need to do that. It's conceptually simple. Perfecting it is difficult. If you have any tips on those welds that I was doing, throw them at me. That's for the motorcycle tires. This is my first time ever getting new motorcycle tires, and so I haven't experienced that before. And the biggest difference I noticed before and after is that the bike is much more willing to lean into corners now. And I think that's because a lot of the miles on this motorcycle were perfectly upright, not cornering. And so the tread in the center wore off a lot more quickly than the tread on the outside. So the tires were almost kind of flat in the middle. And so now with the new tires, with their full tread, it just corners a lot better. It's a lot more willing to drop into a corner. So that's been interesting. I need to ride it more to get the tires roughed up because apparently they're slippery until you do that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing a camping trip in that with Leah, which means the bike is going to be loaded down for bear. Speaking of camping trips, we're going camping with Leah and Menko. So all three of us in the BMW Z4. That thing is packed. I had to play Tetris in the trunk of it. So that's coming out on Friday. Make sure to subscribe so you can see that. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Is that comfy, kitty?
There is no relegation, but if you have bad seasons, you gotta pay the piper in Mexico.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I wanted to talk about my fancy code scanner. I spent about $800 on a code scanner, and well, I just used it on my BMW to diagnose the water pump when I first got it, but I took it and, well, you might be able to see I own a few vehicles, so I tried it out on all of them just to see what it could do. It is a code scanner that can read and write, so like it can tell the car to do things as well as just reading codes. So I checked it, and I actually was able to fix some things that I need to run. Oh God. Yeah, so I was able to fix a few things on my cars. The first thing was the Volvo. The auto up window on the passenger side has never worked. It would just go up and then come back down like it ran into a finger, so it needed to be calibrated. I tried all the tricks that I found online, but none of them worked. And the code scanner was just able to do it. I just told it to, and it worked. That was awesome. The second thing, I actually got the battery testing module. And so I played around with that, and I was able to determine that the Oldsmobile's battery was dead. I could kind of tell, which is why I checked, but it was working. I just had to jump it when it was cold. And then once it was warmed up and been running for a bit, the battery would have enough charge to where it would start the car. But the code scanner did tell me it was bad, so I went and replaced it. And the third thing is actually unrelated to the code scanner. The Subaru Loyale's engine light has been on forever, just about since I've had the car. And so I read online, it's OBD1, so this code scanner has no application to it. I read online that you can connect two pins, then it'll flash the engine light at you so you can read that code. So I thought I did that, but I think I connected a different connector and it just made the engine light go off. So I think the connector just been unplugged the whole time, and I just plugged it back in, and that was why there was an engine light. So yeah, that video is going to be out, I think, on Friday. Nope, a week from Friday. So look forwards to that. Just being able to see what you can do with different code scanners. I would rank the number of functions for my cars: Volvo XC70 P2 first, Ford Crown Victoria second, 2007 Kia Spectra 5 third, and actually my 2006 BMW Z4 last. It has very few functionalities with this code scanner. And then the other two cars are OBD1. So yeah, this Friday, make sure to catch the video where we take the BMW, the Cat, and my partner Leah up to go camping. It's a really good one. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're grabbing a brew because I am very happy I finished 2 videos today. Let me go grab that and I'll get right back to you. beer acquired. I just went for a Deschutes Fresh Squeezed IPA because last time I got a Blue Moon Extra and I did not care much for that. And so this time I wanted a safe bet. Oh, and that I got. I like Deschutes. Oh man, so what videos did I finish today? Oh, also the clouds behind me, not exposed for them right now, but you can see earlier, they're freaking crazy looking. But the videos I got done today, I got a video done where I try welding for the first time, as well as get new tires on the Honda Shadow. That one, I had fun editing it. I don't know that it's a little dry. Actually, both of these videos are a little dry, unfortunately. I tried my best, but the one I get the tires swapped over, I do drop the motorcycle into my grandpa's Oldsmobile that I inherited. So we talked about that in another short. That sucked. But the whole video, aside from that moment, is a little dry, but I'm happy with it. I like it. I watched it. I was entertained, which is usually my gauge for if I like a video. So that one's actually coming out 2 weeks from Friday. And then 1 week from Friday is going to be a video where I try that fancy new code scanner I got and use it on the BMW. Where I use that on all of the cars on the property. And like I mentioned in another recent short, I was actually able to fix some stuff with it just by pressing buttons on a computer, which, what a time to be alive. So those are both done today, and that's why we're celebrating the Deschutes here. Yeah. As for the videos going up this Friday, that's going to be camping with Menko the cat and Leah out of the BMW Z4. It's a great video. That one I'm really happy with. I don't think it's dry at all. Speaking of a cat, there's a cat sitting on the barbed wire. Is that a fake cat? Sorry to get derailed here. There she is on the fence back here. That was a real cat sitting on a barbed wire fence. Anyways, this got really derailed really quick. But yeah, the video where we camp with Menko, she was really stressed at first, but we figured out how to keep her calm, and it was a good trip. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I've been thinking about the Volvo's lift. That's right, I'm going to lift my Volvo XC70 again with 3D printed parts again. I lifted it a year and a half ago or something now with 3D printed parts, and well, it's still holding up, still lifted. And come this weekend, I think all the parts are here. I'm going to try and lift it another inch with a bunch more 3D printed parts, as well as replacing the power steering. So I am a little apprehensive about that because it involves dropping the subframe, and especially the power steering is just a lot of work to get that swapped out. And I am really not sure how that's going to go. I've really been procrastinating on it, and I actually have a deadline now because you'll probably see it mid-September, but I am going on a trip at the end of this month to visit a bunch of watchtowers. I'm thinking in southern Idaho because I have a week off of work, and so I'm trying to try and go to some further away watchtowers since I have more time. Speaking of going to things further away, I've been getting a huge itch to go on a good old American road trip. I did quite a few of them as a kid with my parents, and I've been getting the itch. It's been a long time since I've done one. It's been like probably a good 5 to 7 years or something, maybe longer. And in that vein, I've been considering building a camper onto my utility trailer. I've been reluctant to do so because it wouldn't be good for the off-road adventures, because trailers suck off-road, especially that one, as we saw in that one video where I camped at the aqueduct. But a good old American road trip is mostly on-road, and having a camper, just a place to be, especially if you're going to be gone for I think I'm going to have a month of vacation saved up. It's really nice, and it would make a lot of sense. And so I just been considering building a camper again, and none of the stuff off the shelf, at least the stuff that I can afford, I really like that much. And I just think building my own is the way to go. And I'm really nervous, but with learning to weld, I should also be able to make some of the frame steel to make it more sturdy, and then a lot of the frame wood to make it a little lighter. And I don't know, that's going to be a massive project, but maybe that'll be my big thing for the winter. I don't know. I really want to do it. The biggest issue I have is that trailer axle is 6 inches in front of the center of the bed. So getting tongue weight on that trailer is really hard, and I'll have to design the trailer around that. Anyways, that's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're starting inside because I just wanted to show you how ridiculous this thing is in my living room. I've never really done a live stream like this before, and I wasn't happy with the automated background removal, so I bought a green screen, and now it's set up, and tomorrow at I think 10 a.m. I might do 9 a.m. I'm going to do a live stream where I'm going to show you how I plan a route. If you watched my videos, even my shorts where I'm up at a watchtower, a fire lookout, then you might not know how I got there, how I found it, how I planned it. And so if you do want to know that, tune into the live stream. I'll be just planning a route. This is going to be a big one too. I don't know how long it's going to take, honestly, because it's going to be a week-long trip, and so I'm going to be planning for that entire week. So there's cars coming. But yeah, I spent quite a long time today after work making sure everything was all set up. It's going to be probably a lot more, well, I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm hoping it's going to be a little more professional than most people's first live stream. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if anyone's even going to tune in. But even if no one does, I think it'll make for a decent time lapse to put up somewhere of the route being formed, but maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting for me, and hopefully for people who want to watch. Yeah. Oh, and that's Pacific time, so 9 or 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning. What I really should be doing tomorrow morning is getting started working on the Volvo, because I need to swap out the power steering rack and install more 3D printed parts to lift it further. But instead, I'm going to be doing route planning just because it sounded like more fun. Yeah, we'll just have to see how that goes. I'm nervous, but excited, and I feel prepared after spending so much time on it today. Well, later tonight I gotta do laundry now, so we'll see. My watch is dead. I don't know what time it is, but it'd probably depend on what time I get to bed. Right now I have it planned for 10, but it might be nice to start it a little earlier at 9. Yeah, that's gonna be a great trip and make for quite a few good videos. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna go on the trip at the first week of next month, first week of September. And yeah. Oh, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might notice the XC70 is over here in the driveway, ready to be worked on tomorrow. I'm going to talk about that and my experience doing a 2-hour and 15-minute live stream today. That sounds boring. It kind of is, but you should stick around because it was actually really fun to set up, and it's kind of an interesting experience. So let's talk about the XC70 first, though. Today I did a lot. First, I did a live stream, which we'll talk about in a minute, but then I went to the pull and save and pulled the passenger side CV axle, as well as both front struts out of a P2 XC90. And that's for the second stage of the lift for the car. Yeah, that's about it. It took me quite a few hours. I was dehydrated, tired, hot. My arms are still sore from carrying all my tools as well as the parts, but I got them out, and unfortunately the driver's side CV axle was cooked, and so I had to pay the same amount that I paid for the other 3 components just for that CV axle. But we do have those. However, tomorrow, and the reason it's parked in the on deck spot there, I'm going to be fixing the power steering. I hope. God, I hope. At least that's the goal. Yeah, that's about all I got to say. It was going to the pull and save can be fun or it cannot be. Today it was mostly fun until I discovered that CV axle wasn't going to be good, and that was the only one they had in the lot. And I was really hoping I'd be able to get all the parts there, but I just wasn't. So the live stream. I did a live stream where I recorded myself, or streamed myself, planning a route on Gaia GPS. We were planning a week-long fire lookout trip. And I even bought a green screen for it, as you saw in yesterday's daily walk. And it went pretty well. I only doxed myself once. Don't go looking for it. I already edited it out, and there's a car coming. But yeah, it was fun. My partner Leah, obviously, she tuned in to see what was going on, and there was also one other, I believe, named Kinder that tuned in, and it was nice chatting with them. And I got the route planned, and I think it's a really good resource if you're looking to go out on an adventure and you want to see how. I'm no professional, but I do kind of know what I'm doing when it comes to planning a route, at least using Gaia. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. I think it came out pretty well. I don't know. Yeah, go check it out. Tell me what you think. So yeah, I was busy today, but I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about something I talk about a little less on the channel, but I have featured a few times, my electric skateboard. I have a Meepo Hurricane. It has pneumatic, aka air-filled tires, as well as it being belt-driven instead of hub-driven, which means the motor is in the wheel. Instead, the motor is mounted externally. That lets you generally have a bigger motor and fatter tires, so you get a more comfy ride. However, it's had a rough week. I was riding it to trivia last Thursday, and I hit a nail that was long enough and went in with enough force that it put 2 holes in my inner tube and embedded itself in the wheel. And then today I was riding it, and it snapped a belt, so that was most unfortunate. I did have a tube that had a small hole in it that I was able to swap in for the tube, but the belt, I did not have a spare, so I had to order some of those. And the skateboard is out of commission until those get in. But much like with the vehicles, I do fix that myself, of course. It's relatively easy compared to some of the stuff I do. Speaking of vehicles, yesterday I went to the junkyard, grabbed some parts for the XC70. However, I did not have a wheelbarrow, so I just carried all of my tools. And well, I've been doing this 15 minutes exercise every day. It doesn't involve a whole lot of upper body strength unless you count holding my phone. And my shoulders are sore. So I don't know, next year or something, I might need to implement some sort of upper body workout into this or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was supposed to fix the power steering on the Volvo today, and I just did not get to that. Sometimes it's good to have a day to relax. That's obviously very true. For some reason today didn't feel like that day, even though that is what I did today. So I don't know. It felt a little crappy, but it is what it is. But I do probably need to start on that tomorrow after work, because I only have, I believe, 2 more weekends until I need to take that thing on like a 3,000-mile road trip off-road and stuff, and it needs to be fixed by then. So I need to get started on that for sure. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get to the lift in time for that road trip. We'll have to see. But man, am I sore from yesterday. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, well, you can see it behind me, and it doesn't look quite as disassembled as it is because I'm not showing you the underside. Let's get out on the walk here, and I'll tell you a little more about how it's going so far. I'll give you a hint. It's going poorly. So yeah, today I started working on that thing. The goal here is to replace the power steering rack. That is the main goal. It is leaking. I found a video that did it while only dropping half of the subframe. I was going to try that method. I think I've come to the conclusion that I am trying to save time, and by trying to save time, I'm actually taking longer than if I just sucked it up and dropped the subframe. Plus, if I do lift it another inch or two, I'm going to need to drop the subframe at least a little bit anyways to get the lift in, to get the subframe spacers in. So that is what's happening now. I think I have pretty much everything disassembled except for a few more engine mounts, and I guess that's about it. Yeah, I also haven't gotten the steering column detached. I'm honestly pretty dejected at this point, and I'm wondering if I'm in over my head, but it's mostly disassembled. I got no choice but to keep going now. Yeah, so tomorrow I need to stop by Harbor Freight and pick up an engine support, which is a bar that goes across the top of the engine to support it. And I also need to go pick up another floor jack to support the subframe as it comes down. And I might have to call in a favor from a friend even to get it back in, and I'll just have to say, hey man, I owe you. Anytime you need me, I'm there for a day or whatever. But I don't know, we'll have to see if I can get it done by myself. I am pretty dejected at the moment, like I said. Yeah, and I do have a deadline for this. I need to have it put together, back on the road, ready to go on a freaking road trip in like 2 weeks. So by procrastinating, not only have I procrastinated a difficult job, but I've now given myself a deadline that I would not have had coming up quite as soon otherwise. Oh man. If you want to see the route we're going on, I did do a live stream, so go check that out. A live stream where I planned it. Then you'll know where we're going. I think that's all I got for you today. I'm actually going to turn around here, cut this a little short, because I think I got enough exercise wrenching on the car today. Trust me, that is real exercise. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today was a freaking wild one. I had to drive an hour round trip to get a support beam for the engine in the Volvo while I dropped the subframe, and that was because they didn't have it in stock at my Harbor Freight, and so I had to drive an hour round trip to the next closest one. So I spent $80 on that, and then I also spent $100 on a new floor jack because I wanted 2 of them to drop the subframe onto. So it was an expensive day, but I got back. I did get the old rack out and the new rack in place, but it was like almost 100 degrees out today, and I was just freaking exhausted. I could barely bring myself to even get it into place. So I did what I thought was the smart thing at the time and just went inside. Though I also am lifting the car again, and so I'm waiting upon parts for that, and so I can't really put it all the way back together until I have those parts. So it's a bit of a multifaceted issue, and I think I'm going to be cutting it much closer than I'd like to be on this lift for the road trip that I need to go on. It's gonna be a crazy one. I'm so nervous about whether I'm going to be able to get this thing back together. I think with the 2 jacks, I might be able to make it happen. It's just so tight behind the engine where the power steering rack is. Yes, you have to drop the subframe to get to the power steering rack. And I'm just taking, the way I'm lifting the car now is by with subframe spacers. So doing a body lift. So I can then do a more of a lift. You know how it works. You do a body lift so it's better on the CV axles. But that involves dropping the subframe, and so while I have the subframe partially dropped for the power steering, I figured might as well put the spacers in there and do the rest of the lift. Though I am waiting on parts because I'm going to get the XC90 CV axles. Oh, and fun story, I didn't know you could get a front-wheel drive XC90, and so I pulled the CV axle out of one in the junkyard, but it was off of a front-wheel drive model, so that's really inconvenient. The difference is the ones on the front-wheel drive model are longer because they go straight through the spot where the transfer case would be on an all-wheel drive model.
So I've had to order up a all-wheel drive one, so cost me about $300 in parts for that. This lift is about 10 times more expensive than the first 2 inches. I guess that's how it goes though, isn't it? That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the video where I try my fancy code scanner on all of my vehicles, Volvo included, and actually fix some things. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I did not actually get any more progress made on the Volvo. Mostly my fault. Well, kinda. It's my body's fault. I didn't sleep well last night, so instead I went grocery shopping because that needed to be done for the next couple of weeks, and actually took, you can kind of see it there, the BMW. And everything fit in the trunk that I needed to buy except for the toilet paper, which chilled out in the passenger seat. So I don't know. That car's been just such a joy so far. It's so usable generally. Obviously, when we took it on the camping trip, it was very cramped, but generally in day-to-day, it's very usable. And, you know, some sports cars, you couldn't do that at all unless you had a crazy light setup, and that setup was not even all that light, really. I wasn't going to have a drink tonight, but that shopping trip was kind of crazy. I went to, 3 stores. It was like 95 degrees out, and of course I had to rock with the top down, but that is a little more exhausting. And so I actually grabbed this, which is the Finnish long drink, and I actually got this marketed to me by Ken Block. And it's actually one of the only mixed, off-the-shelf mixed drinks that I buy and enjoy. It's like a grapefruit thing, and I do like grapefruit. But tomorrow, usually we go out for dinner and do trivia. I don't know, I really would like to get the Volvo finished by this weekend, though technically before I can get it finished, I do need to get a couple more parts. So I'm waiting on those. But I did label all my bolts. I took them out. So hopefully I can get that thing put back together. Yeah, actually I think I'm gonna go this way today. There's a person down there, to be completely honest. I don't like filming in front of people. Yeah, it's been a heck of a week working on the Volvo after work, and today going grocery shopping. It's been very busy, very busy. Very expensive too. Grocery shopping and buying new tools and buying new parts. I'm upgrading the front CV axles to XC90 CV axles, which are a better technology. And I actually got the wrong one off of a car in the junkyard. I didn't even know they made XC90s in front wheel drive, but apparently they do. And so I took a CV axle off of one of those. And obviously my car is all wheel drive, and so that isn't going to work. The front wheel drive one is longer because it just goes through the space there where the transfer case would be. Well, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I do enjoy the look of that car, the BMW Z4. Today I'm walking to trivia, so, well, I'm not walking the whole way there. I'm walking to catch the bus for trivia. And there's a very loud motorcycle behind me, isn't there? Yeah, I haven't gotten the Volvo back together yet. It is still in pieces, which is unfortunate, of course. But yesterday I was just too tired and got grocery shopping done, and today I gotta go to trivia, of course. So tomorrow will be the day, hopefully, when we get that back together. And it is a little less hot than it has been, which is nice. I think right now it's only 85, so I should be a little more comfortable. It has been miserable working out in the shop on that car in 95 degree weather. I can't wait until I can get a shop with a mini split in it, so I can have heating and cooling. At least the shop's cooled. I'd rather have heat if I can only pick one, you know. Man. What else I've been up to? I guess it's been a little slow. I haven't been working on cars or anything. I'm looking forward to that trip at the end of September, though, down to the fire lookouts in, Wyoming and South Dakota. That's going to be a heck of a trip.
and we're gonna have to see for a little bit there. I was thinking I might not lift the Volvo after all the second time. But the parts came in, the drive shafts from the XC90, which are supposed to bolt up to the XC70 with a few washers. And those are a different design, a different technology, so they should work better at larger angles. And then the subframe spacers, of course, plus I got the XC90 front struts. So all of that combined, and we're gonna have an extra like 4 inches of ground clearance in the center. It's gonna be crazy. I'm still not sure how it's gonna go. I'm really not. But I do think I've figured out how, because I wanted to make the power steering and the lift 2 different videos, and I think I have figured that out. Obviously you're gonna want to watch both of them if you like the XC70, but I really wanted to make a video doing the 3D printed lift for the second time, because obviously the first time I did that, the video did relatively well. That is a cool truck, but it is also very loud. All right, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I don't know if you can tell, but that's a power steering rack. And I guess you can't tell this, but that's not the one that was in it a few days ago. I haven't got anything bolted back together yet, but the fact that I got it out and back in is a huge accomplishment. Oh, and you can see behind me here as well, I had to order an engine support brace, as well as I had to buy a second floor jack to support the subframe. Anyways, let's get out on the walk now. I suppose I should probably turn off this light here. And then we'll get out walking and I'll talk about it and what the plan is. So, the plan is tomorrow for me to go to Spalding's, which is a junkyard, not a U-pull, but a one where they pull it for you, which is much more expensive. And honestly, these parts, they're not too hard to pull out, but the Pull and Save did not have them. So while they have the parts ready, I need to go pick them up. Those are the 2 front half shafts from an XC90, which is a better design, so they can do a bit more flex without braking. So I need to go pick those up tomorrow morning, and then I will get back. We will put in the power steering rack, hopefully get everything bolted together there. I will put in the subframe lift. I'll put in the new front coilovers, and I might need to go get bolts for those and weld them in, which I have the welder now, so I can hopefully do that myself. And then I will also put in the new half shafts, though I might need to go to the hardware store and get some washers for those as well. And then I can put it all back together, and then I get to do the rear, which is more spacers. And actually right now on the printer, if you go to my community posts, there's a photo of it printing. Spoilers. Actually, I won't tell you. You got to guess. There's a question in the comments there. What part is it? But there's a part printing right now that I need for the second stage of the lift, and I'm really excited. Maybe it's just the fact that I have let it sit for a day or 2 now. I've taken a break because on Wednesday I was super tired and Thursday is trivia. And so it's been a couple days since I've worked on it. So I guess maybe I'm feeling a little naively optimistic because I've forgotten how nightmarish it was. But I have all the bolts labeled. I do the trick where you stick it in cardboard and then you write on the cardboard to label the bolts. So hopefully we can get everything back together. Yeah, I guess that about sums it up. The Volvo is going to be lifted another 2 inches, and it's going to have more suspension travel in the front as part of that from the XC90 struts. I'm really excited. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Have you ever seen a cat that lays like this? She has her arm folded up and then her other one just sprawled out. I don't think I've ever seen a cat lay so flat. Big yawn. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and my motorcycle's currently parked right outside my front door instead of in the shop because I'm working on the Volvo, as if you've been watching my shorts, you all know. So today I went to Spalding's and got my CV axles.
Those are off of an XC90. As I mentioned, they're a better design, but I have not put them in yet because I could not get the old ones out today. So I ordered a new tool, which is basically a big old wedge, but it's U-shaped so it can go around the axle. And then you hammer it in and it pops the CV axle out. That's going to be here tomorrow morning. God, for how terrible Amazon is and how much I hate them, it sure is nice to be able to get stuff like tools and stuff you need like the next day. They actually even saved a 3D print by being able to get me more filament the next morning. So I don't know. I hate them, but man, having that commodity is so convenient. Anyways, rant out of the way. Man, I've seen a light over there. There's no sidewalk. Anyways, yeah, so hopefully I can get that done and put back together tomorrow. You're going to be seeing these videos on YouTube. Let's see, not this Friday, but a week from this Friday, this coming one. And then that's going to be the power steering. And then 2 weeks from this Friday is going to be the lift. So I'm hoping it goes well. This is the Hot Valley Stash Panda. I just wanted a nice variety pack, and they had a new flavor I hadn't tried, so this isn't it. But today I got frustrated a bit. Oh, and my watch called 911 like twice. So they were very understanding. I said, hey, I'm working under my car. My watch keeps dialing 911. I'm going to take it off, I promise. And they're like, okay, sorry. Okay, that's fine. But that was something that happened. And but then I did get the power steering rack mostly back in. And I got the struts out, and I went and got bolts, and I welded them on myself because I can do that now. If you remember from the first video where I lifted it, I had to go over to a friend's house and have him weld them. But this time I did it myself, and it went pretty well. I don't think the welds are as good as his, but he was also an amateur welder at the time, probably kind of still is. But the welds still weren't as good as his, but they're good enough to hold it together. All it needs to do is hold the bolt from spinning while I put in the struts. Oh, and in that video with the lift, we're also going to get an update on how the spacers and stuff we're doing. So, I don't know, I'm excited for tomorrow when I get my tool. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and I'm having this in memoriam of my sanity. I have a story for you about CV axles. It doesn't sound interesting, but it'll make me look like an idiot, so that'll be fun. So I am trying to put XC90 CV axles in my XC70. They're a different design, basically a U-joint as compared to a tri-roller, I think. And so they are better at doing larger angles, which I'm lifting it. So lifting it again, mind you, so that's good. I was unaware that the XC90s use a different bolt in the end. It's shorter and then it bottoms out, or it doesn't bottom out because it's shorter and the axles have less threads in them. On the XC70 axles, they have a lot more threads and the bolt is really long. And so I tried to put the XC70 bolt into the XC90 axle to pull it through the wheel hub, and it bottomed out and broke off in the axle. I bought an extractor kit. The extractor piece broke off in the axle. That axle end is toast. So I was like, well, I might be able to take the end off of the XC70 axle and put it on the XC90 axle. Which I got both of them off, tried to put the XC70 end onto the XC90 axle. I hope this isn't too confusing. And I just could not get that thing to pop on. I hammered on it for probably a good half hour. So, actually, I think that's about the whole story. I don't know. I hope it kind of made sense. Long story short, I need to buy another XC90 axle and use the correct bolt in it this time. I did get the one that I did not break the bolt off in. I got that one installed. And I did that by using a bunch of washers in the XC70 bolt to suck at the axle through the hub. And then I used the short bolt that's supposed to go in the XC90 axle, suck it the rest of the way and install it. However, the XC90 axles are a little bit longer, the ends are. And so you need some washers or something, a spacer, to make the ABS ring line up so it works. Someone sells this for 60 bucks online that I discovered. However, I didn't discover that until later today. So earlier today, I got some washers that you need to grind down, and that was not going well. So I ended up ordering the ring. So I had to wait for that as well. What else? So I need to go get a new XC90 axle, which hopefully the local junkyard has one. And I need to wait for that part to come in, that spacer. God, I hope that made at least some sense. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Cheers. Oh, I'm an idiot. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I'm going to walk down to the gas station, grab a beer, and then I'll get back to you on how the XC70 lift is going. I'll give you a hint, not well. All right, with that taken care of, let's get into the XC70 lift. So, just a quick little recap. I botched the install of the XC90 axle into my XC70, so I've now ordered a new one. It's not going to be here until later in the week, maybe Friday or something. That sucks. I also ordered the adapter. There's a little spacer that you need to put XC90 axles in an XC70. You can do it with washers. It takes a lot of work. You got to use a Dremel or something to widen them out. I was having trouble with that, and also it'll just be a lot nicer to have a proper product, and someone had started up a little small business where they sell these. So to support a small business and get a better end result, I ordered those up. I did ask them to ship them out ASAP, and I just got the notification before I went on this walk that they have been shipped, and they're just from Colorado, so they should be here within a few days. In the meanwhile, I just realized that I can get started on the rear lift. So in the rear, we are putting on top hat spacers, as well as lifting or dropping the subframe. So that I can do while I'm waiting for parts on the front, and then I can get a little bit ahead, hopefully. There's no messing around with CV axles in the back. Apparently they are fine with a 2 to 3 inch lift. So that's what I'm going to start on probably tomorrow after work. And to make all of this more difficult, I need to have this finished essentially by Sunday. And then I need to edit 2 videos, both the one for the power steering and the lift, before Thursday. And then I'm leaving for a trip basically 2 weeks from last Friday, so about a week and a half from now. And so I need to have everything put back together and tested by then. And it's a little bit, it's going to be taking an untested build on a 3,000 mile road trip with a lot of off-roading, which is nerve-wracking. I was hoping to get it done a little earlier and be able to test it, take it on a weekend camping trip, but it's really looking like that's not going to happen. So I guess for you as the viewer, that's good for more suspense in the video. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye, and cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might notice behind me that the Volvo's looking a little bit extra tall in the back, and that's because I got the rear portion of the lift done today, and it turned out excellent. Let's get out on the walk, and I'll tell you a little more about it and when you can expect the video. All right, so it went really well, actually. If reassembling, just the reassembly of the front part goes half as well as doing the rear lift today went, I will be stoked. Because I did it in just a few hours, and it was really pleasurable. I had a few issues. I did have to make a couple of trips to the hardware store to get some bolts and washers that I was missing, but all said and done, it was a pleasurable experience. Probably the fact that I had a little bit of experience doing it a year or two ago helped. But yeah, just a really good experience. Nothing like a pickup truck barreling down the freeway, or not the freeway. Well, they're treating it like it's a freeway. But yeah, it went really well, and I think the spacers were another inch. but I think maybe due to suspension geometry, it might have added another 2 inches. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but it's definitely tall. There is more wheel out of the wheel well than there is in the wheel well now. And the way that we did the lift, we added a top hat spacer as well as subframe spacers. So the subframe is lower. That means that laterally from the left to right, we do not have any more ground clearance, but from front to rear, and the approach and departure angle and the breakover, I guess that's what the front to rear is called, those are all going to be better. And of course, we still, that's pending the front lift, which I'm still waiting on parts for. But yeah, I'm really stoked on it so far. It looks kind of ridiculous. The car, it's still jacked up in the front because that's not finished, but right now it's almost as tall as I am at like 6 feet. So probably like 5. It's like an SUV basically, but it looks like a wagon, which honestly that's what I want. I want an SUV, but I don't want to be an SUV owner. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. As for the front, I think I mentioned yesterday, we are waiting on the driver's CV axle that I messed up, as well as some spacers that a little small shop in Colorado makes. So we're waiting on those before we get to the front together, and I really would I kind of need to have it done by Sunday because I need to edit the videos. So the first one can go up a week from Friday, and the second one can go up 2 weeks from Friday. I'm hoping to split them up into the power steering section and the lift section. So that's the plan. You'll see the power steering a week from Friday and the lift 2 weeks from Friday. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again Friday. Bye-bye. Then I'll just keep rambling a little bit and then start talking. Yeah, how about now? Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I've got a brewski. This is an Elysian. And let me read you the description if I can. It is a phase dust. Oh man, let me try it. You didn't see me dumping any on the ground. Nope, I can't read that in the dark. All right, well, it is obviously a play on there. Space dust as the, whatever I just said, the phase dust. And I like this. A little fruitier. Not too bad. What I'm actually going to talk about today is the Volvo XC70. If you saw my short from yesterday, then you'll know that I got the rear lifted. However, I still don't have the front lifted. I'm still waiting on 2 parts to get that put back together. One of the parts is a driver's side CV axle from Spalding's Auto Parts. And hopefully that's here by Friday. The other part is some washer-like things, spacers for the CV axle. And those are coming from a guy in Colorado, just some random guy who started up a store. And he actually shipped them out, I think 2 days ago. And I noticed that they weren't actually making any progress. And he also noticed this, so he actually reshipped them out today. And so I'm really appreciative of that. Hopefully they get here by this weekend. Yeah, no, I've been very impressed with his small business. Oh man, let me go. The video is going to get a bit worse. And now I just realized I might have been cut off while I changed apps. But yeah, Slab Motion Products. And one of his only products, I believe his products are cigarette Valston caps. But the one that I was interested in obviously was the spacers for the CV axles, for putting XC90 CV axles in an XC70. And hopefully those will be here by this weekend. And I cannot be more weekend. And I will be... Oh man, am I losing connection? I might be. I'll be able to put this over the weekend, and I will be able to go on my adventure in under 2 weeks now. I am cutting this very close. Yeah, I wish I'd been smarter about this and cut it a little less close. Hello to those just joining. I'm walking home from Trivia. Got a brewski from a gas station somewhere over in that direction. And I'm talking about my XC70 and the lift. I got the rear done, but I still have to put the front back together, which may or may not go well depending on when parts get here, because I need to have the vehicle on the road on an adventure a week Friday, which sounds crazy. And I need to have the vehicle hopefully put back together by Sunday, so I can have time to edit those videos. You can thank this church behind me for the lighting right now, by the way. They have some street lights put up. I'm not gonna lie, I am quite stressed about my hairline. No, I'm kidding. I'm quite stressed about the parts getting here in time and me having it back together. I'm just not sure they're gonna make it in time, and I'm not sure that I'm gonna be able to have it together in time for the road trip, in which case I honestly have probably have a couple options. I can either, no, I can't. See, that's the thing. I can't even put it back together as it is because I destroyed the OEM CV axle trying to transplant it to the new one. You'll see all that in the video. But yeah, considering I destroyed the C axle to try to transplant to the new one, which by the way failed. I don't even have that option. And yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, my other option, I guess, is to rent a Jeep or some stuff for this road trip. And I really don't want to do that. I guess I have a third option, which is to postpone it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully I can get the XC70 back together, because I know that's what subscribers to this channel wants, and that's what I want. I want to try. Dude, can you imagine how good of the video would be if I was driving an untested lifted XC70 across, you know, like 3,000 miles off-road? I'm very glad you got proposed to. I cannot say I relate, but good for you. And how's it going? It's going very good, if I do say so myself. I appreciate you all tuning in. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm gonna keep walking. It's about a 1.5 mile walk total, and I'm probably a quarter mile, half mile into it. So we're not too far. The night is going, it's going excellent. Actually, we got second place in trivia. We were doing trivia over at Emrys, which is in Liberty Lake. And I am terrible at trivia. My partner Leah is pretty decent. And so she carried us and we got second place, which was like $15 off. What's my content about? I mostly do camping. However, my cars break a lot, so I also work on my cars to fix them so I can go camping. It's sort of a cyclical type thing. Yeah, and these daily walks, as far as the go, I just go on a walk every day because that was a resolution of mine for 2025. But the long form content is usually working on cars, or god damn, that Nissan was hauling ass. But my long form content is usually working on cars or going camping. But yeah, the short form stuff is usually going on walks or Menko the cat. Yeah, and tonight I'm walking a little extra than. I call this series the 15 minutes of exercise because that was my minimum goal for 2025, is just to get out every day and do at least 15 minutes exercise. And a lot of times I do more, but every day I want to do at least 15 minutes. So yeah, dude, long walks, they're obviously great. I also, as you might be able to see, I love a long walk at night. Not to mention with a brewski, which in America isn't generally completely legal. So, oh, I appreciate your sub, Douglas. I have my DPI on my phone. Generally, when I'm not doing streaming, I like text to be pretty small. But so I have the DPI very small on my phone, so text is very small. But during this live stream, I'm really realizing that that might be a mistake because I can barely read the live chat. But I do appreciate your sub. Like, I'm having to do the old man thing of bringing my phone close to my face to read the chat. But yeah, right now I'm currently working on, as I mentioned, I think earlier in the stream when no one was watching, I'm working on the XC70. That's another thing I like doing. I like taking vehicles that don't really belong off-road. I have a 1993 Subaru Loyale that I've modified for off-road use, as well as a 2004 Crown Victoria that has been lifted with knobby tires. And currently I'm working on my 2007 Volvo XC70 to make it more off-road capable. So I guess I would say that's what makes my channel distinct from others. I'm not just taking your average Jeep out. I'm taking vehicles that probably shouldn't be out in the woods, which I find really fun. So yeah, I would be doing this whether I was making videos about it or not, but I also really enjoy making the videos. What state? So I live in Spokane. So I do anything in eastern, honestly, anything in Washington State and northern Idaho. But I do have a trip planned upcoming for northeastern Wyoming. Northeastern Wyoming and northwestern South Dakota. I love a good road trip, so we're gonna go. And honestly, that's another thing I do. I hit fire lookouts. So if your state has fire lookouts in it, I'm coming for you. But I find fire lookouts to be so interesting to go to because no matter which lookout you go to, you're getting a great view. There's a challenge to get up there. It's all the makings for a great experience as well as a great video. So that's what I love so much about fire lookouts. Plus, living in Spokane, Eastern Washington, there are just so many around here, though I am starting to have to branch out further, which is why I'm taking a week-long trip to South Dakota and Wyoming. But I appreciate the questions. They're good ones. And it gives me something to talk about. And also, sorry the lighting's so bad. But I do like a late night walk. Honestly, time for me to switch hands. Oh boy. Oh God. I'm gonna stop and grab the beer with my right hand. All right, we're good to go. Just switch hands here. I probably got like 3/4 of a mile to go. And yes, I understand if you're watching in metric units, that probably hurts to hear. And I wish we used metric units here, but I'm used to the standard stuff. It is a nice night out tonight. Let me see. You're not going to see me for a second, but I'm going to check the temperature. It is 72 out right now, so it is a great, great night for a walk. Man, I just realized thinking about the XC70 how stressed and excited I am for the road trip. Like, if I can get the XC70 done in time, I'm excited, but if I can't, well, either way, I'm stressed. The long form videos on the XC70 will be out not this Friday, but a week from this Friday. Oh God, I'm having to do the old man thing. Tent camping or camping style? I do tent camping almost exclusively, or hammock camping, because campers would not go to where I want to go. Though I will say, I don't know if I've really announced this on the channel, but I will say, I have been considering building a sort of trailer camper on my utility trailer. In my career, I'm allowed to work from home half the time. And so I think it would be neat to work from home out of my trailer half the time. But yeah, for now it's just tent camping and hammock camping, because hauling a trailer up to some of the places I go, just it doesn't work. It would not work, and there's no place to turn it around. A great example of that is the recent trip I took in the Crown Vic with a good friend of mine, Cooper, and yeah, that would not have worked with a trailer. The Volvo, though, it does tow trailers, and I really want to build or get an off-road trailer, but I still just don't know. I think it would be really limiting. So I don't know. I'm still conflicted. I am, however, getting the itch for a summer road trip come next summer. Not this summer, but next summer. And so over the winter, I could build a camper trailer up to my specifications. Plus, I just did learn how to weld, which I think that video is going to come out on Friday. So I could use my new skills as well as some woodworking to get myself together a frame for a camper on the old utility trailer. So that is tempting. I don't know if I'll actually have time or desire or whatever to get around to it, but I really would like to work out of that for a week, because I could basically take a week-long vacation without taking any time off work. And obviously I'd still have to work, but hell, working from a camper with a view, you know, outside, out of a mountain, you know, that's pretty crazy. And that sounds like something I'd enjoy being part of. A Camaro just drove past me, and it was not quiet. And yeah, I appreciate your support. Right on, man. Indeed. You know, as I approach home here, why don't I talk about why I started a YouTube channel? I'm assuming most people watching, all one of them, thanks, Douglas. Again, I need to make the text larger on my phone. Why did I start a YouTube channel? It's because I realized I was kind of doing some cool stuff. I was rebuilding some cars, going on some crazy camping trips in my Crown Vic. And I was like, you know, this stuff is interesting. I'm going to forget it if I don't keep track of it. And so maybe I should put some effort into making some videos. And, you know, if I'm going to make those videos, I might as well throw them up on YouTube. I guess that's about it. I made it sound like it was going to be a long-ass story, but, or I suppose long story, as the kids say nowadays. But it really isn't. It's just that simple. I wanted to be able to look back on my life and say, hey, this is what I was doing. I don't know if I'll ever have kids, but, you know, show them the videos if I ever do. But I am approaching home now, so at some point in the near future, I'd like to end the stream, but I will answer a few more questions. I don't know if that one's worth answering, but I appreciate you stopping by the stream. All right, it's getting really dark in this section, and I don't see any live viewers, so I appreciate you all stopping by. I'm about home. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Thanks, and bye.
Are you a little tangled in your toy, goofy cat? Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and that's Menko. I and my partner Leah is her owner, and I'm going to talk about, in case anyone's seeing this and they don't know who I am, talk about who I am, what I do, what I generally do on YouTube, because posting cat videos, while obvious and fun, is not what the majority of my stuff is. Usually I'm working on cars or going camping, going on adventures, and we do take Menko. So there was a recent one where we took her in the BMW Z4, so if you liked seeing her today, then
you can go watch that video to see a little more of her in a long form format. She is a pretty special kitty to us. And she is just absolutely crazy. More so, I think, than the average kitty by a little bit. But speaking of working on cars, right now I'm working on getting my Volvo XC70 lifted with 3D printed parts. So that's something. That is something. I am going to be cutting it so close to get that thing assembled and on the road before I take it on a 3,000 mile road trip. I don't know yet if Menko will be accompanying me on that. It depends on if Leah goes, and she injured herself recently, so she might not want to come. And if she doesn't, then, you know, it's kind of hard to manage the cat just all by yourself. Actually, I'm going to go this way. I guess the other thing, tomorrow's video. Tomorrow's video, it's the one where I put a dent in my grandpa's Oldsmobile, which is very lame and sucks a lot. It's also one where I learned how to weld a little bit, which actually came in handy on the Volvo lift. Because if you remember from the first 3D printed lift video, I had to have a friend weld on the studs. And in this one, obviously, I could just do it myself. So that was really nice to not have to drive over to his house and bother him. Yeah, that's coming out tomorrow at noon o'clock. And it doesn't sound that exciting, but I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, man, today, so we are a Linux household. There is not a Windows PC in the house except for my work laptop and now my desktop, because I just set it up with dual boot today finally, because I wanted to transfer my save over from the Microsoft Games Store, the Xbox Store on my PC, to Steam. So I had to get Windows installed for that. Now I'm back on Linux, of course. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the main channel video. Goodbye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and Menko the cat has gone. I mean, I think it's pretty viral at this point. There's no signs of it stopping, and I just want to thank everyone who is enjoying watching her be a weirdo as much as Leah and I do. Yeah, it's been an interesting experience for me to get all the comments and read all those, and it's been very enjoyable. So yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for enjoying Menko. I'm glad to share her. As far as what I did today, I went to the pull and save. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk more about what I normally do. These walks are just for me to kind of ramble about what's going on the channel, and normally I work on cars and go camping, so normally that's what I ramble about. We do take Menko the cat camping, so there's a few videos on that if you want to check those out. There is a playlist, I believe. But anyways, yeah, I went to the junkyard today to pick up my CV axle for the XC90. Nope, for the XC70, it's from an XC90. And I'm going to be putting that in partly and trying to get the subframe back up this weekend. And then the last part I need is supposed to get here on Monday, last I checked. And I'm hoping it gets here earlier, but I need to get the thing back together because we are going to be going on a week-long camping trip. It's still undetermined if Menko and Leah are going to come with me, but we're going to be taking this untested build on a week-long camping trip, doing off-roading about 3,000 plus miles. It's going to be one hell of an experience, and I need to have the car back together for that. So I'm going to do as much as I can without the parts that I'm missing, and then hopefully on Monday those come in and I'm able to get the thing back together. Oh, by the way, I always walk past this Porsche Cayenne in yellow. Those aren't too common. I love walking past it. I've seen it around town too. It always makes me happy. So yeah, that's the plan for this weekend. Man, I had a crazy drive in the BMW. I had to break some traffic laws to let a fire truck come through. Someone went and parked in the other lane. That was pretty interesting. It's kind of at the point where, like, well, the light's not turning green and I need to get out of the way. So I will just drive out of the way wherever there's room. So far I've been enjoying that car though. Another piece of interior trim broke today.
So I have to source that, and they're not cheap on eBay, I'll tell you that much. So I really need to find a wrecked car and go take parts off of it myself. But I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Thanks for watching. Bye. Today, I feel very well deserving of this guy right here, because if you're a Volvo XC70 enthusiast, you might notice that engine is lower than it should be. And that's because I performed a subframe drop today. So this engine, like I said, lower than it should be. However, down here, this stuff is still in shambles because, well, let me close the garage door and then I will explain here. Well, the part that I need to install the CV axles has not arrived. That is a spacer, so you can fit XC90 CV axles into an XC70. And there's just some guy with a small shop who started it up, and well, he tried his best. He shipped them via USPS the day after I ordered them, which is very acceptable. However, then they got lost in USPS, and he noticed, he was like checking the tracking, which props to him, and he reshipped them out, another set, via UPS 2-day. However, UPS has really failed me here, and instead of 2-day, it's looking like 4-day. So they aren't going to be here till Tuesday, which is when I'll be able to fully put it back together. And on Friday, I'm leaving on a 1-week-long off-roading adventure to visit fire lookouts in freaking South Dakota, so like a 12-hour drive away from here. And I need the car together. So I tried to get as much as I could together today, and then on Tuesday, I guess we'll put the rest of it together and try and thrash it a little bit and make sure it still runs and drives with the new lift. Yeah, that's about it. Oh man, I am nervous. I'm nervous if it's gonna make it. At least I didn't modify the general drivetrain, obviously the new CV axles and stuff, but those are less important than like the engine and transmission, which I did not touch. So hopefully we make it on the road trip. Yeah, I'm very nervous, but also deadlines is what gets me to get stuff done. So there is that, I guess. But yeah, also I have to edit 2 videos by Thursday night, I guess, which is freaking crazy. But we're gonna see if we can make it happen. It's gonna be cutting it close, man. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for hopefully that video that I get edited. We will see. Thanks for watching. Bye. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm kind of excited for tomorrow. Today I didn't do much. Tomorrow the spacers that I need should come in, and I'm going to be hopefully finishing the job on the XC70. It'll be lifted, ready to go, hopefully. But I'm so nervous because we're going to be taking it on a 4,000 mile road trip immediately after finishing it. Tomorrow's Monday, of course, and so I'm leaving on Friday for a massive fire lookout road trip. And also I need to edit the videos before we leave, so it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. There's not much more to say than that. I'm hoping to get, obviously I'll take it over to that little space like where you saw in the first lift video, and you also saw it in the Subaru locker video. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of thrashing on it there before we leave, maybe a little extra hard to make sure it doesn't break, because I'd much rather have it break in my backyard than 1,500 miles away from home with no support crew. So that's the plan. Get it put back together tomorrow, thrash on it a little bit. I have to see how it goes. Man, it's like, I guess worst case scenario, I just postpone my vacation a little bit.
But yeah, if I can't get the Volvo fixed, I don't really have a car that's capable. Because the Subaru is sort of out of commission right now. I guess what I could do is try and thrash to get that thing fixed. But I'll probably need parts, and they just won't have time to get here. So I guess maybe that's what I'd have to do, is have to delay the trip while I wait for parts to fix the Subaru, or the Volvo for that matter. But let's just hope it doesn't come to that, and we could just get the Volvo put back together tomorrow with the part that's going to come, and take it, and it's going to perform flawlessly and nothing's going to break. That said, I'm going to take all of my tools and any spare parts that I have, just in case, because we are going to be taking an untested build on a thousands of miles road trip, with a lot of off-roading and stuff. Oh man, I also have to align it. So yeah, tomorrow, fortunately I can do that at home. I don't need to make an appointment. But yeah, a lot of stuff to do. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And you might notice behind me, the Volvo is not in the shop. It is outside, lifted, and as near as I can tell, knock on wood, the power steering is no longer leaking. This is a huge deal. This has been a multi-week long process, and I am so happy for it to be done. And in a few minutes here, actually, maybe while I'm recording this or just before or after it goes up, this channel is going to reach 1,000 subscribers, which is huge. I had no idea I was going to reach that, and honestly, I say this channel will reach 1,000 subscribers because it's not thanks to me. It is thanks to Menko the cat, and of course everyone who is subscribed to see more of her. So thanks for subscribing, of course. I'm going to keep posting shorts of her if that's what you're here for, and I'll also keep doing the other normal stuff as well as the long form content with her in it, such as camping. Yeah, it is a weird feeling to almost be hitting 1,000 subscribers as I record this. Maybe by the time I get back, I will have hit it. But yeah, the Volvo lift, I got the parts in, put it back together. The biggest issue right now, I have a home alignment kit and I cannot get the thing to drive straight. I tried it like 3 times and got very similar numbers each time. So that means at least my measurements are consistent, but they're consistently wrong apparently. I'm going to call around and see if I can get into an alignment shop this week, but I kind of think that's unlikely. So I think we're just going to be taking it on the road trip without a perfect alignment, which hopefully it doesn't burn through my tires, because that would suck. But yeah, I guess those are the two things that how does the lift do? It's taller. That's what the point is. But also I took it off-roading, and yeah, it doesn't scrape very much. And it also is a little comfier because we actually gain an inch or two of suspension travel in the front from the XC90 coilovers. So I thought it was a little comfier, rode a little better, especially over like hard bumps. I think it was like kind of bottoming out pretty frequently with the old setup. But I'm still very nervous about taking it on a 3,000 mile road trip or more, with a lot of off-roading after doing about 0 testing. I mean, I'm going to daily drive it for this week and see if anything comes up, but that's all it's getting. Speaking of all that something's getting, this is all you're getting for tonight. Oh, great segue. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. And Friday is going to be the video about the power steering. If I can get it done in time, I got to start editing that and the lift video tomorrow. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I needed to get away because I am so stressed. Let me explain. So I got the XC70 lifted. Leah and I spent probably like 3 hours trying to get it aligned tonight. We really couldn't get it right. I couldn't get it right. And so I made an appointment at a professional shop for tomorrow, which sounds great. That's in time, except if they find anything that's wrong with it, like bad bushings, anything like that, they of course will not align it. And I don't have time. I mean, I'm gonna try, but that's gonna be taking it from cutting it close to cutting it razor thin, because the chances of me being able to get the part, swap it in, and get back over to the alignment shop if there's a bad part, they're not good. The chances are not good. So thanks to all that stress, I decided to come out here to, oh God, I forgot the name of it, but it's a natural area near me with a beautiful lake a beautiful view of the lake through the trees over there. And I think on my way home, I'm gonna grab some ice cream because I'd really want a beer, but I need to be at the top of my game for the rest of the week. The first beer will be had, if all goes well, I don't have to cancel. The first beer will be had on, Saturday night probably. Maybe even Friday night, maybe Sunday night, I don't know. That's hopefully when we'll Friday night will hopefully be somewhere in Montana. Saturday night will hopefully be somewhere in what's the state? South Dakota. That's the goal. But I'm just not sure. And what else was I gonna say? God, I guess I forgot. But yeah, I'm very stressed. I drove the car up here. I was gonna start the short while up there, but there's people in the parking lot. I don't like bothering people. Man, it is beautiful out tonight. Yeah, I just needed a break. I needed to get out, get away from home. I'll probably just, once I'm done recording this, sit on a rock and just try not to think for a little bit. That's the plan, and that's the plan for the rest of the week. I also, on top of all that, I need to do an oil change on the thing. So, I mean, at least I have the right tools. The first time I did an oil change, I did not, and it was difficult, but man, I'm, like I said, I'm stressed. I don't want to postpone the trip, but it might have to happen. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Oh, I was going to mention, go watch the live stream if you want to know the full trip itinerary. All right, see you later. That is my Volvo XC70. It has been lifted, I believe, about 4 inches. And if you watched yesterday's short, you know that I was very stressed because I wasn't sure it was going to be alignable. I thought it might have bad bushings. I had an alignment appointment today. Let me tell you how it went. So, I drop it off. They tell me all the stuff, like it's going to be $70 if they just inspect it and it needs stuff. They do find a bad part. It is a tie rod end. And that's something I can do in myself easily in probably 15 minutes or something. However, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to, get the car, drive it home, do the job, make another appointment, and then drive it back. So I just told them to take care of it. And they did. And they also got it aligned. And they squeezed the replacement of the part in and got me out of the door, obviously, today. So I am so incredibly excited about that. That means, and also they was able to be aligned. They got it dialed right in to perfect specs. And I'm so excited. It's not only is it drivable and it's not going to destroy my tires, it was able to be dialed in perfectly. So that means the trip is a go and I can relax right after I finish editing the videos and do the oil change. Well, in the other order, because I got to put the oil change in the video. I just briefly at the end. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so stressed. And I had my heart was, tight. My chest was tight all day. Because I was so worried that it was going to ruin my whole trip. I mean, worst case scenario is push it back a week, but still, I don't want to do that. I have plans, Take a breath with me. Oh. So I got the oil. I'm probably going to do that either tonight or tomorrow. You say, why wouldn't I just do it tonight? That's because I'm going to trivia because I believe I have time and I could use an adult beverage or two, man. I'm just so relieved. I'm so relieved. So I've got to get the oil change done, get packed, get out the door. Because we just did do this lift and stuff, I am going to take all my tools with me, but that's only cheap insurance because if I bring my tools, nothing will break, so I won't need to need them. I won't need to use them, right? So, oh my God, I just can't, I'm so relieved. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the power steering rack video, which that was a hell of a job as well. Whew. Well, you might be unaware, but that's what a Volvo XC70 that's been lifted 4 inches and is loaded for a week of camping looks like. We had to do it tonight because I got to work all day tomorrow. That might not have closed, and I want to leave as soon as I can after work. So it's got to be all packed. I haven't put the cold stuff in yet, but that's about it. So we should be able to get out of here. I can work. Gotta get up early tomorrow, and then I can work 7 to 3, and then we can get out of here probably by 4. But gotta lock it. But yeah, we're leaving tomorrow, taking 5 hours and then stopping and camping and then driving another 10 hours to our first fire lookout, and then making our way back throughout northwestern South Dakota. No, southwestern South Dakota and Wyoming, northeastern Wyoming. I think, I could be wrong. I know where I'm going, I promise. But everything is, is packed except for like the final stuff, like my camera gear that's still in the house charging, because it's good to keep batteries at like 50% charge state, so I don't usually charge them until like a night or two before I leave. So we are ready to go. I'm leaving tomorrow right after work, and this is going to be the longest solo camping trip I've ever been on. I don't know what the longest I've been on before is. It's probably one of the ones you've seen on this channel. Because before I started this channel, I didn't really do solo camping. And then I needed to make a video, and then I was like, wow, actually solo camping is pretty fun. You really got to learn a little bit about yourself, I guess. But yeah, so I think the longest trips I've been on solo before are probably about 6 hours of driving. And that's just one way to get, to college or back. So this is going to be a hell of an experience. 16 hours, 15 hours or something like that of driving one way, doing a bunch of off-roading, hitting fire lookouts, and then doing about the same amount of driving back. It's going to be crazy. We're knocking out a good chunk. If you haven't seen the live stream where I plan it, at least skip to the end and check out the summary if you want to know what's going on. I'm less nervous than I was a few days ago when the Volvo was still up in the air, but I'm definitely still a bit nervous about it. It's just a lot of stuff, a lot of planning, a lot of packing. What if I forget something, the usual. But I'm sort of used to that at this point. I've been on enough trips that you'll probably forget something, you'll have to problem solve. That it just happens. You might notice I'm sweaty. I was just packing, and it's kind of warm out here. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to yesterday's 15 minutes exercise, and look at where we are. We are in Montana, roughly 10 hours away from home. And this is yesterday's because yesterday was super busy. I didn't get into camp until like 11 o'clock, 11:30, and it just got away from me. I didn't have time. That's just how it is. I mean, I was working all day. It was kind of busy because I'm taking time off for the next week. And then once I got off work, I really needed to get packed to get out of there and just hammer out some miles. So I've just stopped here along the highway, as you can see back there, and I saw this cool bridge, and I was like, that looks like a nice new bridge. Let's go check it out. So that's what we're doing, checking out this beautiful bridge here. Maximum load limit, 20,000 pounds. I think we're under that. Oh, just going on a nice walk. I can't believe, what is this path doing here, right? It's like in the middle of nowhere, just a really nice paved, walkable path. I mean, it's right along the highway, which could be better, but not too bad. Here's our river here. I don't actually know what river this is. I didn't spot the sign. Oh, I could use a walk. I'm about probably halfway through the drive today. It's about 10 hours, 11 hours today, so getting out, stretching the legs a little bit. It doesn't hurt anything. There's the highway. Man, what a nice bridge. So the plan for today, I don't know if I'm going to get to the next fire lookout. I'm kind of doing the opposite of what I need to be doing by taking this walk right now. But yeah, I don't know. Because I got about, I think 4 or 5 hours left today. And that means we're probably going to be getting in around 6 to my camp. And I think it's like an hour and a half round trip to the lookout if I go to it today.
or I could hit it tomorrow, which is, you know, kind of out of my way. So I don't know. I guess you'll probably see another update when I get to camp if I have cell service, because I'll record this, but I don't know if I'll be able to upload it tonight. Man, it's just beautiful out here. I do always love driving through Montana. Hey, there's all these semis that I passed earlier. They're probably thinking, what the heck is this guy doing? Zipped past us just to stop and take a walk. Yes, I did. Man, this path it just keeps going. I'm gonna be able to walk the full distance on this, I think. But I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the 3D printed lift kit video, which so far is performing very, very well. See you then. Bye. Welcome to the top of this historic fire lookout and to today's 15 minutes exercise. We have hit one of 19 lookouts that we are going to hit on this trip. And this one is certainly a banger. It is in La Creek National Wildlife Refuge, which is especially known for their birds and wildlife. Of course, I mean, it is a wildlife refuge. That's a little redundant. But let me do a spin around here and show you what it looks like. And you might notice that I'm wearing a raincoat, and you might even be able to hear the thunder in the distance there. We might be getting wet again tonight, just like we got last night. I've got to head down out of here, and they actually don't allow camping on La Creek National Wildlife Refuge. The opening's a little small, so we've got to go up to a different wildlife area to camp, which is about 15 minutes away. So I've got to get up there. But first of all, I've got to climb down from here. Oh, man. I think this is one of 19. I'm so excited for this trip. Today I drove about probably 11 hours and only got one speeding ticket. I almost forgot to mention that. I got pulled over for going 77 and a 65. Usually I try to go 9 over, but I was trying to get around someone and there was a cop there that I ended up getting around. So that's gonna add to the expenses of the trip, but it wasn't too bad. He knocked it down to only 7 over. Man, it's just beautiful out here, and you can see a little speck in the background there. There's the Volvo, which has carried us all this way very valiantly. Even on these gravel roads you can see in the background, we were doing like 70 miles an hour, which is wild that that felt anywhere close to stable. Man, it's so nice out here. I wish I had more time to spend here at La Creek Wildlife Refuge. I did end up getting some drone shots that you'll see in the video, but usually that's not allowed on Wildlife Refuge, though I do have cell service here, and I scoured their website and found no mention of drones, so I tried to be quick about it in case it was not allowed. But I did my due diligence, and what more can you ask than that? Let me get down to the bottom here, and I'll show you the tower in all of its glory from the bottom. Oh, hopefully I don't fall. Here we go. Last flight. Okay. Here we go, and it's coming into view. It's a pretty big one. I might have to run for a while here. There it is. That's one heck of a tower. I have seen ones in this style before, but they're always impressive. And this one, I mean, the scenery, the plains of South Dakota here are pretty impressive. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and that right there is a radio antenna. That's a radio station. There's the Volvo down here, and we are overlanding it up to a fire lookout up there. I'll get back to you once I'm up there. Be right back. And we have made it. Unfortunately, as you can see, the stairs are missing from this one, so we can't quite go up, but we don't really need to. We're on the top of a butte. We already have just such an incredible view up here. This is the first of, I believe, 3 that we're visiting today. So that's good that it wasn't too far off the track. Tomorrow is the one where we have a big hike. We have to hike, I believe, about 6.6 miles round trip. But that isn't today. Yeah, this one didn't need to be very tall, of course. It's just on, you know, probably the highest point in miles and miles. As far as the trip so far, I might as well tell you how it's going. So the Volvo, obviously, it's doing fine. It's down there in the parking lot. Last night when we pulled into camp, it was pouring. The thunderstorm clouds that you saw in yesterday's short decided to open up. And I tried to set up the tent, but it just started raining harder. So I stuffed it back in the car and waited for it to subside. Then I got the tent set up.
And it actually stopped enough for me to make dinner, and stopped until I went to bed. And then I woke up probably around like 11 or midnight, and then again around 2 a.m. when it just really started dumping. And fortunately, the tent has kept me mostly dry. But everything is just kind of, moist and damp. It's not like soaked, but it's definitely moist. So I slept all right. I got my 8 hours today because I wasn't going to try and wake up early because I didn't have to drive 11 hours. But man, it's just beautiful up here. It's a different type of beauty from what we're used to seeing in the Spokane and Western Washington area, but just as enjoyable. I guess I'd better hike back down to the car and get on to the next one. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Volvo XC70 Stage 2 lift. It's up on Patreon right now if you want to see it now, but that's patreon.com/JoelKalich. But yeah, that'll be up on Friday, and tomorrow I should be at another lookout. And I don't know if I can upload this today. I think I'm on roaming right now, but we'll see if I can get it up. These might get uploaded in like clumps all at once or something when I get service. All right, that's all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. I already said that. I'll say it again. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today it's more like 4 hours of exercise because I'm hiking 6.6 miles round trip up to a fire lookout. So stick around to see what it looks like up there. I'm gonna knock out this hike. I might show you some views on the way, and then we'll get a gorgeous payoff view at the end. We are starting to see some views up here. About 0.2 of a mile to go. Well, we made it. I'm going to keep this short because there's a lot of people up here, but the views up here are insane. Take a look. All right, that's it for today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. This hike was definitely worth it, even if it is a little busy. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might know notice I'm not walking, but that's because I actually did a walk earlier, but it was really busy, and so I didn't feel comfortable recording. But I have made it to the next lookout. I think this is number 8, 9. I don't know. I visited a lot of them. This one even has an outhouse. A good view of the plains here in Wyoming. We can probably see South Dakota, I think, over there behind the lookout. Well, you can't, but I could. Yeah, I'm just here enjoying a VLT on this rock here for lunch, and then I'll get back on the road. Last night we had to hike another. So you saw the short where I hiked 6.6 miles round trip, but I had to hike another 4 miles to the next one, which was unplanned because there was a gate locked across the road. And then when I got up there, of course, there was a fence and security cameras, like actual security cameras. I saw them. So I couldn't actually climb up it or get very close to it, but we checked it off. I got as close as I could. And then I had to go find camp somewhere else because I was planning to camp at the top, but obviously that wasn't happening. So I just kind of took the first turnoff I took and drove down to the end of the road, and it turned out to be a pretty nice campsite. So that's where I hung out. I made steak, asparagus, and had some chips. And it was a nice evening, a nice relaxing evening. I just kind of vegetated because I was exhausted. I'm still feeling it today for sure. Though I would say these daily exercises are helping a little bit with the hiking. And over the 11 miles or whatever that I hiked, I actually still did not hike as much elevation as I did when I did the hike out of the BMW in Mount Rainier National Park. So I guess that's about that. Tonight, after this one, this is our second one of the day. We have one more to go look at, but it might be more of one of the ones that's like, it's kind of up, it's maybe not up, and it didn't look like it was really on a peak or anything, so I don't really know what to expect, but we're going to try and get close, and the goal is to camp there, though it looked like it might be Mosquito City, so we might keep moving. I don't know. I got to finish up this BLT and get back on the road. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the lift video. Here it is. It's all lifted. You get to watch the process on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today I am at the top of Warren Peak at this fire lookout. We're in Wyoming, and this is the first one of these that I've been able to climb in quite a while on this trip. I think this is like my 10th maybe on this trip. I don't know, I haven't been keeping track. But the views, they aren't They are not too shabby, even though it's a little foggy or smoky. It's just these lookouts have such a different view from the stuff I'm used to at home. Some would call it worse because they're not as high above the surrounding areas. But I like to consider it as different, and different is good. I'm gonna hop on down here. How's the road trip been going? Well, we've come to our first lookout that we might not be able to get to. It's on private property, so I knew it might be a problem. And they had no chill. They had so many signs up at every entrance, sometimes, they'll have a sign up at the main entrance, and then you'll just go kind of around and then find another entrance with no trespassing sign. And I consider that kind of a gray area. Well, the way I came in, there wasn't a trespassing sign, but every entrance I checked had a no trespassing sign, and I do tend to obey those. I don't want to get shot. But I'm going to take a look at the map here once I'm done recording this, and we might try to find it a different way. I did find a way that goes into the private property that's actually a labeled road. And sometimes roads, like proper roads, can have a right of way through the private property. So we'll have to see. Unfortunately, today is one of the days where we're kind of short on time because we're supposed to visit 4 lookouts. So this is the first one here. And now I'm going to try maybe to visit 5, which is a lot in one day. So, and I had to wait quite a while for the fog to clear off up here because it was really foggy this morning. But this is awesome. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again on Friday. Cheers. Bye. Cheers. I don't have a drink. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And that fire lookout that you can barely see up there, but it'll come into better view as I walk away from it. This is the coolest fire lookout I've been to, and that is saying something because I've been to a lot. I definitely did not climb up the stairs because it's closed, so I can't show you that, unfortunately, but I can hike up here and show you it's just up there perched on the rocks. And I also want to mention that this road was gnarly. I think some Jeepers would have been reluctant to go up it. But the trusty old Volvo XC70 somehow, using every single inch of ground clearance we've given it, made it up. And man, was it worth it. Because like I said, it's by far, well, not by far, but it is the coolest lookout I've been to. Just perched on the top of the rock up there. And speaking of being perched on the top of a rock, we are also about to be. Let me turn the camera around and show you the lookout. There it is off the distance. It's really just perched right up on a rock. Oh man, this is what we're doing for. I think I'm gonna camp here tonight because as you can see, I don't know if you can hear me because it's so windy, but as you can see, it's also very smoky. And so according to the forecast, it is supposed to clear up tomorrow. I'd really like to get the full effect of this view if possible. Plus, I also don't want to drive down this road today. I was so stressed out. All right, I made it back down to the Volvo. Almost ate shit once, but I didn't. We are also, I haven't mentioned this, we are at 8,000 feet in elevation, which I think might be the highest lookout I've been to so far. I'll have to fact check that for the long form main video that'll be out in a few weeks. Oh, but I'm feeling it while walking around here, man. Yeah, we are freaking high, but that peak looks higher. I don't know. All right, I guess that's it for me. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again, tomorrow as well for the main channel video where you see us lift the Volvo into its current form. And like I said, we needed every single inch of ground clearance that lift gave us. I scraped, I think, only twice, which honestly is impressive. And might have just been due to my impatience, but I could not believe it was dragging itself up there. If you like the videos where we took this thing to Moab, you are not going to want to miss the videos where we take it to Wyoming, which I didn't think was a big off-roading destination, but this trail was hell. All right, that's all I got. See you again tomorrow for the lift video and for another daily walk. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm up here with the Volvo at another fire lookout at 10,500 feet in elevation. And it might show as I walk up here to the lookout that I'm getting out of breath here, but unfortunately it is a little smoky, but the views are still pretty good. And this is, I think, the highest fire lookout I've been to yet. And it's not closed or anything. You can climb up it, so we're gonna do just that. But we're in Wyoming. If all goes well, we've got 2 more today. The XC70 has had a slight issue, but it was very slight. The front struts, they have 3D printed spacers on top. See, I'm getting out of breath. And they flex a little bit, and so they flexed and the bolts were loose, but I just cinched them down. Hopefully we hear a little less rattling. And just like that, we've made it up to the lookout. Let's climb up, take a look around. Oh boy, here we go. All right, let me show you around here. My favorite part is that this one's missing boards and it's still not closed to the public. I'm gonna try and keep this one a little shorter because yesterday it took like 8 hours to upload the daily walk, so hoping to avoid that. But pray that the XC70 doesn't fall apart any further and that the lift I installed still works. I do have just about all my tools, so Jesus, I am so out of breath already. So I do have all my tools, so if it really does break, we should be able to hopefully do something, but I don't like it rattling. All right, that's all for today. See you again tomorrow, and again on actually later today, because the Friday video is coming out at noon, and that's where we install this lift. So check back for the long form version of that, and I'll leave you here just with one final look of the XC70 from the distance. Doesn't it look majestic? All right, bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise part 2, and I just couldn't resist making another one of these because I am at 11,020 feet, roughly, give or take. And, well, I definitely feel in the exercise and the elevation because I had to hike up that trail from the car down there to get up here. And this is the highest lookout I've visited by, well, before today it was a pretty significant margin, but now it's not. And it is reservable. I don't have a reservation, but they aren't here yet, so I can go up on the catwalk here. But the views, even with the smokiness, are pretty darn good. My favorite one is just around this side over here of the lake with the smoky sun reflecting off of it. Of course, I don't have access to the lookout, but as you can see in here, there's a queen bed, a couple of twins. There's a little space heater right down there. There's your little kitchen. You have to bring your own propane, I was reading on the website. There is water that can be pumped from the tank down there, but I don't know. I don't think that's working. So there's a chance there's not that. And then over here, you get yourself a table and some chairs. And that's about it. I'll go back around to the non-windy side. I honestly almost bailed on this one. You'll see it when the videos come out. But I'm glad I didn't. The road, as you can see down here, was a little tricky to get up. That's the road right up to the car right there. And I got crossed up and the traction control wouldn't do it, so I had to take a different line. But it was nowhere near as much off-roading as I did this morning to get out and yesterday to get into that lookout that you saw yesterday. All right, that's all I got for today. I hope you're enjoying the video where I lift that car. And next week, I will be home. I will edit the first installment of this epic road trip. That's all I got. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. How do I deal with 3+ terabytes of footage when I get home from a week of filming and driving and adventuring? So, first step, I got home yesterday. So yeah, the Volvo made it home, by the way. I drove 14 hours yesterday, got home at 8 p.m. Left at 7 a.m. You might think that's 13 hours, but no, I crossed the time zone. So, yeah, Volvo made it home. I started dumping the footage last night after I got home. I got probably about a terabyte of it dumped, and then I dumped the other 2 terabytes today. Overall, that probably took about 12 hours. Obviously, I wasn't attending it the whole time, but yeah. So the footage is all dumped. I have a couple things I need to do. Actually, I believe about 3 things I need to do before I can start editing. First 2 things are making the night lapses. So in my videos, you'll often see some stars going across the sky very nicely. That is generated with a GoPro that takes automatic long exposure shots. And those are all saved as images. I had about 75 to 80,000 images. And just when you're dealing with that number of files, even if each individual file, even if the sum of all the files aren't that big, that many individual files is difficult to deal with. But I managed to generate those today. It took me probably a few hours. The other thing I need to do is I film with a 360 camera, and that footage needs to be stitched together into a 360 video. And that is a very complicated computational process. And so I had to start that today. It's probably about halfway done right now. It's going on as I walk. Hopefully it'll be done by tomorrow morning, when I can then start the third process, which is transcoding AAC audio to WAV audio, which is mandatory for editing with DaVinci Resolve on Linux. And so hopefully I can start that tomorrow before I go to work, get home from work, and be ready to edit. And then I have to edit the first part. I'm hoping to make this into 4 or 5 parts. 4 would be really nice and concise. 5 would also not be too bad, because I believe it was a 10-night trip. It might have been 9, but considering I usually make a video out of a 1-night camping adventure, fitting 3 nights into one video is kind of a lot. So we'll have to see how that goes in the edit. I'm not trying to be greedy with making a bajillion videos out of a short amount of trip, but a lot happened. This was a breakneck speed trip. You're not going to want to miss it. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Hopefully I get the video done in time. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about how I got pulled over in the XC70. I can't believe I forgot to talk about it, but you know how it is on a road trip. You're just on to the next thing and you forget about it, and well, I got pulled over. I was doing, I think he said 77 in a 65. Usually I try to go 9 over the speed limit, but I was trying to accelerate to get out of the way of a motorcyclist, so he didn't have to get stuck behind someone. And well, I happened to be spotted by an officer of the law in South Dakota. If you're unaware, I went on a fire lookout road trip recently, so that's what I'm talking about. That's why I was in South Dakota. But yeah, he was fairly friendly. He dropped it down to, I think, going 7 over instead of 13 over. I think at that point he just figures this guy's from out of state. He's probably not going to bother contesting it, so it's basically $117 in free revenue. I haven't decided if I'm going to contest it yet. I need to check prices of stuff like Ticket Clinic, because I'm pretty sure they could get it removed. And it would be good for it to not go on my record. And I'd rather pay $117 to a lawyer than to the state of South Dakota. So I'll have to check that. Usually I'd at least just go in person and check it, but you of course had to show up in person, and I'm not driving to South Dakota for that. That is something that I think COVID really helped a lot, because I got tickets. I got a couple tickets during COVID, and I was able to attend both of those courts via remotely. And I think for stuff like minor infractions for whatever are they called, I forget what they're called, but non-criminal stuff, I think that makes a lot of sense to be able to attend court remotely. But I guess we haven't figured that out yet. So yeah, I'd have to hire something like Ticket Clinic or something to get me out of that, have a lawyer locally. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I also might just pay it, though I think I've gotten a ticket within the past 3 years, so it might make my insurance go up, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. I haven't yet. I've been busy editing. which is going well. I do want to put up maps for these videos, which I'm just so freaking bad at. Please actually leave your tips in the comments for making graphics maps. I use DaVinci Resolve. So yeah, I'd be interested in learning how to get better at that. I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the video I'm editing right now of the road trip. Bye-bye. Welcome to another 15 minutes of exercise, and today I got the Volvo unloaded, but I also absolutely thrashed yesterday night and tonight to get the XC70 road trip. The first part, it is done. It will be up on Patreon and YouTube memberships tonight, and it'll be up for everyone else on Friday. I am so excited for this. The first one ended up being mostly a road trip because I had to drive about 16 hours to get to the first fire lookout. And so that's most of what we ended up covering in the first episode. I'm just kind of editing these vibe by vibe, just go until I think it's a good stopping point in the episode, and it's about 20-30 minutes. But that does mean that this might be like a 5-parter trip, because I was gone for like 9 or 10 days. Actually, it was 8 or 9. So that would mean that, because this first one was like a day and a half. I don't know. We'll have to see how it comes out, but I'm excited about it. I think it turned out really well for what it is, though I do think subsequent episodes will be much more exciting. So that's where that's at. If you want to see it tonight, you can go to Patreon or YouTube memberships, or wait till Friday to see it here, like I said. As for a beverage, tonight I am enjoying a Sofa King Sunny by Piet Brewing Co. And I like this thing a lot. It's really drinkable. And I'm glad to have the Volvo unloaded, though I did notice on the trip that with all my gear in there, it sat pretty low in the back. Like, it kind of negated the whole 2 inches of lift that we just did. So it's kind of back to the original 2-inch lift height. Basically, it had 2 inches of lift instead of 4 when it was all loaded. Man, I look a little crazy tonight. That's not any better. But yeah, so there does exist heavy-duty springs for the rear of the Volvo. Those might be in our future. I guess that's all I got to say on that. I think that would be really nice, though, for the ride quality off-road, though, because the XC90 front struts, they do have bigger springs, and that means that when you hit a big bump, it's much less likely to bottom out the springs and the shocks, which was kind of a problem before then, because the car is really designed to be a really soft and comfy ride, not an off-roading machine. So that's the plan. I was really happy with the car on the road trip, but it's fun to get through the footage. The first video, I think, turned out really well, and I'm really excited to get into editing the next videos. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Cheers. A little bit, as a lot of times, not actually live for a little bit. All right, I'm live now. Tonight I have an Arizona Cowboy Cocktail Watermelon, which I wanted something a little sweeter tonight, so that's what I got. And oh boy, oh god, it's a big can, hard to open. Let's see how it is before anyone tunes in. It's kind of weird. It tastes like brown sugar. I don't hate it. It is very sweet, which is, like I said, it's kind of what I wanted right now, but very sweet brown sugar. I like it. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I haven't actually had anything hard from Arizona before. But anyways, the title of the live stream. I went on a 3,000-mile road trip where I did a bunch of off-roading, probably well over 500 miles of that 3,000 was on gravel or actual serious off-road trails in my Volvo XC70. And I thought I'd do this little live stream, see if anyone tuned in to ask some questions about that. The first video, the first part, that is a very nice Subaru. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. The first part will be up on Friday. It's up now on Patreon and YouTube memberships. And I'm working on the second part, and that'll be obviously up on
a week from Friday. I guess maybe that's not obvious, but yeah, I'm really excited about it. It went really well. The Volvo did break a little bit. I guess we'll talk about that for a second. I believe, I haven't looked at it yet. I meant to do that tonight, but I didn't get time. I believe one of the camber bolts that we put in the lift video that was out last Friday, I believe one of those failed. And so the driver's side front tire has a bunch of negative camber. I don't mind sharing that at all, because at the time I get home from this trip, I'm still not sure what it is. So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm going to definitely do a XC70 rundown video at some point after the trip is over, and after all the videos are uploaded, I mean. And it also might include some upgrades, because I noticed a few things. You know, when you drive a car 3,000 miles, you can sometimes notice things that you'd like to be better or whatever. So I noticed a couple things that I want to make better, so we'll see if I get around to that. Oh. Overall, I would say the car did an excellent job, though. I just need to fix a couple of things, and I think it'll be ready for its next trip. And I also, I guess another thing I could mention is that I slept in it one night, which is something I don't usually like to do. However, it went really well, and I might actually consider building out the car in the future. We'll see. For like overnight camps. Do I invest? I invest only in unreliable vehicles that will never provide a good return. Is that quite what you meant? No, I don't really invest. I have like retirement and shit, but not much. I don't manage any of that. I don't have the mental capacity. But yeah, the Volvo did really well, and I think I want to more modifications to it, make it more livable. My dad, it would be a lot of work for him to punch my leg right now. He lives about 6 hours away, so that'd be quite a drive. But no, fortunately, I am able to walk, no problem. I like it. I've gotten really used to the daily walks, and this was a 2025 resolution, and I'm gonna do that as a yearly series, my goals. So that there will be another goals video come 2026, and we're gonna ramp up the daily exercise. So I'm kind of enjoying leisurely walks while I can for the rest of the year. The lifted XC70 is such a good vehicle. I wish, honestly, considering the fact that it was able to be aligned perfectly, I think this is how Volvo should have sold it from the factory. It's basically an SUV, but in wagon form. So it's less top heavy, it handles better, it looks cooler because it's a wagon. I'm really in love with the car in its current form. But once we get it fixed, because it's making some terrible noises right now. So I gotta pull the wheel off at some point and do a little investigation. But yeah, the road trip went really well, aside from the terrible noises it was making. Yeah. And I don't know, I honestly, the alignment shop, I'm gonna have to talk to them once I figure out what's wrong. Hey, I look exactly like your boss. I mean, welcome to being a white dude with a beard. Does your boss also have a bun? Jay, both of our names start with a J. Jay is not that common of a name, to be honest. Okay, the bun is a little bit of a different thing. I guess, yeah, show me to him and make sure he subscribes, right? I am actually not ginger. That's just because I'm dark. It's dark out. My beard is a bit ginger, but my hair is actually super blonde. But you just can't tell because it's dark right now. Maybe there's a car coming? I don't know. I wasn't looking at the phone, but maybe you could see my real hair color with the car going past. Yeah, my beard is pretty ginger, but the hair is very blonde, even though I'm 27 years old now. My sister's hair went brown a long time ago. I feel like it represents our comparable maturities. Her hair matured just as she did. My hair did not mature just as I did. Oh boy, crossing the road. Crosswalk, welcome to America. Oh, that's probably showing off my massive forehead. My glasses were slipping, and they got a drink in my other hand. It is quite a nice night. I would tell you the weather, but I don't know. It is probably 75 or so. I'm actually just walking home from trivia at a local bar, and so my partner Leah took the car, and I'm on foot because got to do my daily walk anyways. Might as well stop and grab one of these guys, which I was in the mood for a sweet drink, but well, and this one's very sweet, but actually I quite like it. But yeah, the XC70 here. I guess I'll share the few upgrades that might be coming its way. I noticed that with all my camping gear and my tools in the back, it wasn't quite as lifted as I would have liked, especially in the rear, because the front springs, the front struts are XC90 front struts now, as you would have seen if you watched the video last week. And that means the front ride's a lot stiffer. It's really good at taking bigger bumps. One thing I noticed with the car during the stage 2 lift, or the stage 1 lift, one thing I noticed with the car during the stage 1 lift is that if I hit a big bump, the front struts would really bottom out. And with the XC90 struts, it really feels a lot more comfortable hitting large bumps without, you know, diving quite so much. But the rear is still the stock suspension. It just has spacers in it. And so when you hit a big bump, it really still does dive quite a bit and it's quite warbly, especially when it's loaded. And there are some companies that make bigger springs that go over your stock struts. And I'm thinking about purchasing some of those. Why am I purple? Plus, thanks Color Balance. Plus the, God, what was I talking about? Plus the OEM springs, they have like 120,000 miles on them, so they're probably getting a little tired. So that might be in the future upcoming rundown, post-road trip rundown video. I don't obviously just kind of want to do a rundown and that's it. I would much prefer to do a, actually do some upgrades in the video, you know. I do notice there are 4 people watching. If you didn't see the title, I recently went on a 3,000 mile road trip with probably 500 to 1,000 miles of that being off-road. I took my Volvo XC70, the P2, so like 01 to 07 or something. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions. What went wrong? What went good? I mean, overall, it went really well. But yeah, I really am loving that car at the moment. I also love my 93 Subaru Loyale, but it's, what, 15 years older? It's a little hard to justify keeping both of them because they're both 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive wagons. And the Volvo is so much newer. And at this point, with the lift, it's probably just about as capable, though. If I can get the rear locker and the Subaru working, that would mean it would essentially have 3-wheel drive, and the Volvo would basically has 2-wheel drive with the fancy traction control. I don't know. They probably both have their place. I like wagons a lot. I probably have space in my stable for 2 wagons. Dude, the purple is tripping me out. This walk is probably about 2.5 miles, 2 miles, something like that. And I think I'm probably about halfway through it. Yeah, you're not allowed another wagon. I have a front wheel drive wagon in the Subaru Loyale that I can switch to be a 4-wheel drive wagon. I also have an all-wheel drive wagon. I don't have a rear-wheel drive wagon. I think there is space for one more. I could have a rear-wheel drive wagon. And I think the most logical rear-wheel drive wagon is a BMW or maybe a Mercedes. But it is a little redundant. That car is hauling ass. Speaking of BMWs, I guess. There was actually a BMW wagon I saw on Cars and Bids that had been manual swapped a while ago that I put in a bid or two on, but as do a lot of cars on Cars and Bids, went for more than I was willing to spend. But Mercedes actually would probably make more sense because now I do have a BMW, my first German car. So, yeah, Mercedes would probably make more sense. They do make some good wagons. A lot of them these days, I think, are all-wheel drive, but probably the stuff that I would be able to afford would be rear-wheel drive. Now more expensive German, and then I should buy a more expensive German car. The BMW is the most expensive car I own. Does it get more expensive than $5,000? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It gets much more expensive than $5,000. For me, maybe not. But I don't know. As you might know, I am saving up for a house at the moment. So while I could drop a considerable amount of money on a car, I find that I have just as much fun with cheap cars, and then I can save for a house. Mercedes would be more expensive. You know, if you could find like one of the old diesel Mercedes, like one of the ones from like the 90s or even the 80s. I mean, depends on what one you find, like how good a shape it's in, but it probably wouldn't be that much more expensive, but also it might be very, very, very slow. It would be very, very, very slow. I actually don't know if Mercedes did much with wagons in the 2000s. They must have. Yeah, they did, but I don't know if they did much with cheap wagons. I'm not sure. The old school Mercedes wagon and would be sick, and the BMWs. I also love the BMWs. I mean, just wagons are cool, man. That's why I owned 3 at one point, and now I still own 2. And I mean, even at one point, I owned 3 wagons and a hatchback. And of course, my partner Leah has a hatchback, so they're just good cars. Why would you have a sedan? You get less storage, roughly the same gas mileage. All for what? So you don't look like a mother driving their kids to school in the 1970s or 1960s even. Like, it's just such a good car format, hatchbacks and wagons. I mean, it's amazing. Like, I have the Crown Vic, which is off-road capable. I loaded up with all the same gear as the Volvo, and it is crammed. On some trips, even to the roof in the back seat. In the Volvo, it's just like, I can see out the rear window fine. Even and in the Subaru, which is a smaller car than the Crown Vic and the Volvo, it's very small. And I can see out the back fine. Like, wagons are just the superior, they're the superior car. So, a Woody wagon. And I do have a little trouble picturing the Woodies. They're just so old at this point. They are, they're almost kind of like an SUV, like I want to say a Subaru Forester, but lowered a little bit. For my case, wagons make sense. What do you mean by my case? for my case, I don't need to own a car. I could bike to work and whatever. SUVs, I feel like these days, I mean, they do make a lot of sense, and that's why so many people have them. But also at this point, they're mainstream. And I like weird stuff. No, SUVs do make a lot of sense. Alex, Rails No Guard is my partner, Leah. She's being a good partner in chat, I suppose. But I appreciate her keeping it lively here. I was hoping a few more people might tune in and ask questions about the road trip, but I know that at least a few hundred people will enjoy watching it when it releases on Friday. I really am looking forward to releasing these videos. I think they're going to be some of the best that I've made. So, I mean, hey, maybe that's not saying much, but I actually took the time. I really need a better workflow for putting maps in my videos, to show where I've been and such. But because right now I just screen cap myself scrolling around on Gaia or Google Maps, and it's really kind of clunky and doesn't look slick. I know there's plugins for After Effects, which is an Adobe product, and they refuse to give Adobe a dime, instead opting to use DaVinci Resolve. So I just haven't figured out a good solution for maps yet. Just scrolling around and screen capping seems to be the best that I have found. So if anyone has any advice on that with a DaVinci Resolve workflow, I would be all ears. That was a cop, and I got this bad boy right here. I guess I should be keeping an eye on potential bushes to chuck it in. Honestly, in my opinion, I'll say it. Consuming alcohol in public should not be illegal. However, being intoxicated in public, that probably should be. Just being a nuisance in general should be illegal, I guess, but I'm just walking, enjoying an adult beverage. That shouldn't be illegal. But I'm getting close to home here, so I'm going to end the stream at some point in the near future. I don't know if I got much else to say on the Volvo. It served me really well. I just need to pop off that wheel. It's got a minor suspension issue from all the off-roading. See, now I'm paranoid that cop's going to pull back up behind me, but I think he's long gone. Yeah, it's got that minor suspension issue, but I think that should be fairly easily fixed. Especially if it's just the camber bolt that I think it is. Honestly, I might just put back in the original bolts, because they're obviously a lot more robust. If you saw the video, you kind of know how camber bolts work. They're a lot skinnier. So I'll have to see how that goes. And if I pull the wheel off, maybe the alignment shop will honor their alignment and realign that portion for free and really cinch down the camber bolt this time. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if it's the camber bolt that went bad. So I got to figure that out. But I'm like halfway through the edit of part 2 of the road trip, and so I kind of just want to do that. I do notice that that's kind of how it goes. I just work on a video for like until it's done, and in the meantime my cars don't get any love, and Like they'll sit for a week or two at a time while I'm editing. And then they get a lot of love all at once while I'm trying to film a video. I guess for the 8 people watching, what the stream is about is any questions you have about taking my Volvo XC70 about 3,000 miles from Spokane, Washington to South Dakota. Basically, the south central portion of South Dakota was the furthest part I went. And then I kind of zigzagged my way back, visiting fire lookouts, because that's kind of my thing. And I make long form videos on the experience of that. So that's kind of my thing. And of course, if you have any questions, you know where the chat is. But overall, it went really well. The Volvo XC70 did a good job. And a lot of these fire lookouts, if you're unaware, they don't have roads up to them. They are not that easy to get to. And the Volvo went places that I would say might make a Jeeper apprehensive. But yeah, I think I ended up, oh, that's kind of spoilers. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet. I don't think I have. I'm going to leave that for the main videos. You don't even know what I'm talking about. I guess I'm sorry, but I am going to leave that for the main video reveal. But I will say the intent was to visit 19 fire lookouts, which I wanted to make it 20, but by the time I'd visited half of them, I was exhausted and just trying to make it to the rest of them. Don't boo me. I feel like I'm getting booed by the one person that came up to my stand-up comedy show. You know, it happens. You bomb. Well, I'm getting pretty close to home now. I'm gonna end the stream. Of course, if you want to see more behind the scenes stuff, subscribe for the shorts. And if you want to see the full-length videos, then subscribe and pay attention to your subscriptions feed for the full-length stuff. Yeah, I guess that's about it. I will see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and I think I have armchair diagnosed the issue with my Volvo XC70, though I haven't had the time yet to actually pull it into the shop, pop off a wheel, and check it out. I think the issue it's having is that one of the camber bolts I installed in the video where I lifted it further, I believe the driver's one has failed and come loose in some manner, and therefore the camber is just stanced, brother. Like I said, I still have to check it, but I also suppose I will announce in this short that there are more upgrades coming to the XC70, because I noticed a few things that that could be better while I was on the road trip. With the XC90 front struts, those worked really well. Obviously to give it the extra lift, but also I like the added stiffness, because when you hit a big bump or something, the nose didn't dive quite so far, so you're less likely to bottom out if you hit a big dip, which was a problem before. Like, I would hit a dip and the shocks would bottom out and then I would scrape, whereas now it's a lot more difficult to scrape in the front. However, the rear still has the stock suspension, so when going over a bump, the front goes like bonk, and then the rear goes like boom boom. It's very bouncy and not good. So there are HD heavy duty springs for the XC70. I've seen kind of mixed reviews on them, but they're kind of the only thing out there. So I ordered those up. You cannot just do XC90 suspension into the XC70 in the rear. Apparently those are different according to my research. And then also I noticed while I was driving at like 80 down a gravel road, which was so much fun. I felt like I'm not a rally driver, let me clarify, but I felt like one. I noticed that I was chucking rocks like twice as high up as the car behind me. And considering, I believe in the rear, probably especially after the HD springs, the tires are actually more out of the wheel well than they are in the wheel well. And so in order to remedy that issue, I ordered some universal mud flaps. We will have to see how they work. Because
I'm not sure. Obviously, they're universal. And honestly, for how much lift this car has, they might be too small. We'll have to see. But those are the upgrades. So the next video with the XC70, you'll see me install those things. Maybe do some more lifting and stuff, like to make sure it's level. And also the mud flaps. And also, of course, fixing what we broke on the road trip. I guess that's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again on Friday for the first road trip video. I'm excited about it. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, the first part of the 3,000 plus mile off-road trip. Off-road trip, get it? It's a road trip with off-road. Anyways, it went out. The video went out. And I'm really happy that it is doing relatively well for this channel. Obviously, I put a lot of work into it between planning it. Obviously, there's that live stream, paying for the campsite, paying for the fuel, and then obviously driving 15, 16 hours down. Oh, well, and paying for the speeding ticket that I got if you watched the video. So there's a lot of work, and I'm glad that that's paying off to some extent. Speaking of a lot of work, Menko the cat, she has almost paid for her next bag of food in YouTube AdSense, which is wild. I told Leah that, and she said, well, yeah, but she's still got a lot of debt to pay off, so I'm glad that everyone is enjoying her. So I have put in my 2 weeks. No, I'm kidding. That would be probably not be smart. Maybe on the top 10 dumbest things I could have done. But I'm really happy that the videos are doing well. I enjoy making them. I enjoy the final result especially. And I don't know, maybe this is sad or whatever, but I do like to go back and watch the videos and reminisce a little bit. Though I don't know if it is that sad, because that's kind of why I made them, is because I forget what I do. I have a terrible memory, and I wanted to be able to remember. And obviously, I'm really glad that there are people that are enjoying them as well, and I want to make the videos as good as possible. Both for other people, but also for me when I go back and watch them, and I'm like, oh, hey, this is entertaining to me as well. Not just because it's my past, but because it's a good video. Anyways, that's not really what I intended to talk about, but that's where we ended up. I still haven't had a minute to check out the XC70. However, hopefully this weekend, but though I am going to probably just spend most of my time editing. Maybe I'll stop editing for a little bit and then go out there. Maybe I'll get tired of editing and go pull off the wheel. I'm pretty sure it's the camber bolt. The question is if it's the camber bolt, but if it is the camber bolt, the question is the nut still here? Do we still have the nut? And then the next question would be, will the alignment shop honor their work, I guess, because obviously they tightened that nut and it came loose. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. It's been a good day. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I mowed the lawns with the gate shut. Oh God, do I know how to operate the gate? I don't know. Today I finished part 2 of the XC70 3,000 mile road trip, and I think it's really good. We actually hit 6 lookouts in this one. In the first one we drove for like 1,000 miles and then hit 1 lookout. In this one we've gotten into the thick of them, so in this episode we hit 6, and that does also include 11 miles of walking, which is a lot, and I don't like it. But that's finished. It'll be up on Patreon and YouTube memberships later tonight once it finishes uploading. Have I mentioned that I can only get 40 megabit up where I live, even though I live, arguably in a town? It's ridiculous. But yeah, that's finished. My goal for this weekend is to finish that, which is done. Mow the lawn, that's done. Do my laundry, that's not done. Finish part 3, which is also not done. So if you're a Patreon subscriber, you should have access to part 3 by Monday. And then hopefully part 4 by the end of the week. And then my other goal is to do the initial investigation on the Volvo, which I'm hoping to do tomorrow. But honestly, that's probably the lowest priority because I got other cars, if you can believe it. but it's been a good day. I got a little tired of editing this episode, but I still think it came out well. It's a little more chaotic than the previous one, I would say. But it's just so much happens, and it's so hard to condense it down. I probably could have done one episode per day for this trip. Aside from, I think the first episode I would have kept it how it is, because the first day was hardly a day. But from there on, I definitely could have just done one episode per day, because just so much happens every day of this trip. Like I said, I visit 6 lookouts in the next episode. That's 4 on the first day and 2 on the second day that I have to hike to. And then in the next episode, I think I'm visiting, oh God, is it another 6? I don't even remember, man. I visited a lot of fire lookouts. So I'm really happy with that. I'm hoping to get it done by this week, and then I can work on filming the next few videos, because I need to take the differential in the Subaru Loyale apart still. And of course, I need to figure out what's wrong with the Volvo, and if it was my fault or the alignment shop's fault, and see if they'll honor their work. If it was their fault, we'll have to see. But I don't know. It's gone well. It's a kind of an at-home weekend this weekend. That's all I got for you. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 2. I'm super excited, and I'm really glad that people, if you stayed this long, I'm glad that you're enjoying part 1. All right, that's all I got. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I was very productive, and I got a little burnt out, to be honest. I think it's short term, but yeah, I spent a lot of time editing videos, and I also took a look at the Volvo. It is sitting right here. I pulled it into the shop, of course, and tried to find out what was making that awful noise, and could not. So I have to bring it into the alignment shop anyways, as they didn't have time to straighten out the steering wheel. And I'm going to have them take a look at the noise that it's making. It's making like a clunking noise when you like turn, especially if you're going to like slow speeds. So that's that. But otherwise, today I've been thinking about 2026 goals. I've never been a New Year's resolution type of person. That Mercedes is hauling ass. But I've never been a, New Year's resolution type of person, and that changed in 2025. However, instead of calling them resolutions, I call them goals for the year. And actually, Lewis Spears, a comedian, inspired me to do this. And so far this year, I mean, I'm walking right now, aren't I? I mean, yes, I'm having one of these, but I'm also walking. But, yeah, so they're working out for me. And so I have been thinking about what I might try to improve on come 2026. And I guess I'll give you a little taste here. There is a video, a long form video on my channel from a while ago called, actually I don't know what it was called, but it should be obvious if you scroll back in my history. And so for 2026, I'm thinking to lump booze into my junk food regulations as well as energy drinks. And that basically means I won't have them while at home. There's also a bunch of vehicle goals. I'm going to not spoil those here. I kind of want those to be a little bit of a surprise. And I'm also going to up my exercise stuff. This walk that I'm doing right now is going to turn into a run. And I've also noticed in a recent video intro, 10 points to whoever can figure out which one, I realized my upper body strength has atrophied. So I'm going to try and improve that. There's some other things as well, but you'll have to subscribe to see the video. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I don't know if you can tell, but this marks a moment in the year. It is the first time I've felt the need to wear a sweatshirt since summer started. Just a week ago here in Spokane, it was 96-degree highs. It was freaking hot out, and now it just all of a sudden changed to feeling like fall. But it is still a nice night out. I haven't gotten an appointment for the Volvo at the alignment shop yet, though I am gonna get that done hopefully tomorrow, and then they can straighten out my steering wheel and maybe tell me where the clunking that I started hearing. I am partway through editing part 3 of the road trip, and it happened somewhere around the end of part 2, beginning of part 3 is when the noise started, and I'm not sure why. But yeah, I am just about done with part 3 finally. I really wanted to have it done on the weekend, but I just got completely burnt out of editing and just had to take a break. But today I watched an old video. Twas the one where we went camping with Menko for the first time. So I watched that, and that gave me a little bit of inspiration, I guess, from my past self, and just obviously taking a break from it for a whole work day, and last night was good. So I'm still kind of hoping to have part 4, which should be the last part done by this weekend, and then I'll be, I think, 2 weeks ahead, which is just so good for my mental health. I don't have to stress about what video I'm going to film and then edit the week after. Yeah. So that's where I'm at with that. And then, of course, I need to just throw together the full cut, because a little behind the scenes is that I edit and upload the full cut of a road trip. For example, the BMW road trip and the XC70 road trip from last year. Those are already edited and ready to go. So like when I'm gone for Thanksgiving, I think you should see the full cut of the XC70 road trip. It just makes it a lot easier for me. So yeah, it's been a good day, productive, and not too what's the word I'm looking for? Not too stressful or anything. Yeah, I've just realized that I like so much more the weekend of working and then the week of editing. Just being able to alternate more frequently is so much nicer. But Heather, I mean, I gotta go on the big trips, don't I? Guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 2. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I'm excited because I'm just about done with part 3 of the video, so I'm going to book it down to the gas station, grab a celebratory beverage to enjoy while I do the final review. I'll get back to you once I have that beverage in hand. Alright, Elysian Space Dust acquired and opened. Yeah, no, the video, I mentioned in yesterday's short that I was getting a little bit of burnt out from editing. Specifically, not from doing YouTube, but when it comes together like this video is, it does feel pretty good, and I think it's a good video. It is just so packed full of the trip, if that makes sense. But like, it is just so jam-packed. It is longer than the previous 2, longer than the first one by 20 minutes, then the last one was 40, and it's 47 minutes. So, but I felt like I cut out just about everything I could. It's, you know, visiting 5 more fire lookouts, doing off-roading this time. It's quite a bit of driving as well compared to the last one that you haven't seen yet. It comes out on Friday or on Patreon right now. But it is just satisfying when it comes together. And to be honest, all that said, I think the finale, the 4th video, the 4th part is going to be even longer because it is basically 3 full days, though of course the final day is just driving about 14 hours home. But still, 3 full days, so. And that one also has a bunch of off-roading. Though, no, we visit the same amount of lookouts, so I don't know, I haven't gotten into it yet. I'm hoping to have it done by Friday, and then it'll be 2 weeks ahead on the videos. I don't know how I'm going to do the trip next time. I don't know what changes I would make, because I feel like the videos are coming out great, but I don't feel like it's my best filming work. And I think that's because I was just so rushed. So it's a really raw feeling video, which I think is good. But I do, of course, always like to up my film quality and stuff if I can. And I just don't feel like I had the time. So I guess the solution to that would just be planning a slower paced trip. So maybe I'll take that into account next time. Maybe I'll even plan in some basically downtime completely where I just hang out at a campground. But we'll have to see.
I'm getting to the part where I actually, spoilers, I decided to sleep in the Volvo because it was so windy and cold. And I think I do want to build it out. I don't know how hard I want to go though, so maybe look forwards to that, the XC70 overlanding camper build. But I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 2 of the adventure. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I finally finished part 3 of the XC70 road trip. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there are a bunch of shorts on it, and part 1 is out now. But that was a kind of a brutal edit. I think it started about 50 minutes, 47 minutes last night, and I got it down to like 43 minutes today, which is still a little longer than I wanted it to be, but just cutting stuff, you know, it's always hard, so. But I think I'm pretty happy with how it came out. It took just a lot longer than I thought it would. I went back in last night. I made a short where I went and grabbed a beer and was going to enjoy that alongside the final review. And I got like halfway through watching it for the last time, and I was just like, man, I just need fresh eyes on this. So I went to bed, and there's a cop in front of me that just drove past. But I went to bed, and then after work today, I put some fresh eyes on it and managed to cut out about 5 more minutes and stuff, and I think it flows a little better. It's just so hard. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's fun, but when you're the 3 videos deep on that's gonna probably be a hour and a half, 2 hour long video, split up into 4 parts, of course, and it's just, you get a little blind. You kind of have trouble, I think, making judgment calls. I don't know, but just 1 part left to go, and then I can get back on with my life. I don't know how I'm gonna make this easier on future road trips. I think I'm always learning how to film better, so editing Joel likes me more, because some of the film practices, especially when I'm starting, even now, are just really annoying to deal with in the editing den. It's my living room. But so I'm gonna try and do better about that. And I think I just need to remember to take time to film. The point of these trips is to have fun. Like, I don't want to go and do stuff that I don't enjoy doing, but it's also to make a video. And I need to remember that, because on this trip I was so much in a hurry that I didn't stop to film often enough, I don't think. Like, get exterior shots of the car, that sort of thing. So I just need to be in less of a hurry, which I think has to do with my planning. So probably plan a slower paced trip. I don't know. Always a learning process when you're not professionally trained. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. And again on Friday. Oh, go watch the video early on Patreon. Parts 2 and 3 are out now. They'll be out here on YouTube soon. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about my plans for the near future. Of course, I've been working on editing the road trip, which, man, editing takes a long time. I'd probably be done with it by now if I didn't also have a full-time job. But that's how it is. But I need to call up the alignment shop for the Volvo tomorrow and see what we can do there. So after the road trip, which is going to finish the first Friday of October is when the last road trip video is going to go up. And then after that, if I have the XC70 done by then, which I don't think I will, because some of the parts I ordered are on back order, I believe, then that would go up. But like I said, I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's more likely is that it'll just be another camping video. Usually I like to work on a car and then take it camping, but man, I've just been in the editing. I've been sitting in front of my computer too much. I need to go out and go camping. And Leah recently, my partner, injured herself playing soccer. Plus it's coming to the end of the season. Not that I care, but she might. But anyways, so her surgery is like coming up in October, so we only have this coming weekend, so tomorrow, and a week from then to go camping. with her before she gets her surgery, which will put her out of commission for, I think it's 6 weeks on crutches potentially. So we want to go camping. We want to go camping with her before she can't really for a while. Because right now she doesn't have surgery and she can kind of hobble around pretty well at this point. She's been going to physical therapy, but after surgery it's going to be much worse before it gets better, of course. So that's the plan. I actually have quite a bit mapped out, which is something I've tried to do better. Creators like Scott Kramer, he says he maps out all those videos at the beginning of the year. I can't quite do that because my videos are based on what I do in real life. It's not like based on a topic, so it's more difficult. I'm sure Scott also fudges it, but planning out a few months in advance I think is totally doable for me, because it's like, oh hey, this is going to be a vacation, I'll block out this time to work on the car, and then I'll go on a road trip with the car, because that's kind of my thing. I like working on the car, fixing it, and taking it to do something. Like we did with the XC70, though that was cutting it way too close. But yeah, I'm hoping to get that thing back up, and I mean it works right now, but it makes some bad noises. All right, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. Again, tomorrow actually, for the part 2 video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I got a little bit done on the video, the finale, but most of the time I just spent working and then going actually hanging out with some friends I hadn't seen in quite a while, mostly probably because I've been busy with YouTube and haven't put in the effort, but thankfully they reached out and I went and hung out with them, and that was good. And I am hoping my creative juices are refreshed for tomorrow, and did I say that right? I think I did. And I can go finish part 4, the finale of the road trip. Speaking of the road trip, for some reason, this one isn't performing as well on the YouTubes. I think most of the people who are subscribed are probably enjoying it, but I just couldn't figure out a good way. Like the first one, it was kind of obvious. It was like rainy road trip to visit a fire lookout. And this one, it's kind of like, we're visiting a bunch of fire lookouts in a couple of days. But I'm happy with the video, so there's that. You can just tap down below the short to go watch it if you so desire, or go watch part 1 for that matter. It has just been a nice day. It's actually really nice. We took the BMW to this person's house, and it's about a half hour each way, so that was nice, driving with the convertible top down both ways, even though, you know, got home around midnight just now. But the heat was enough, and we did have the windows up, and we stayed warm enough. If I had had a sweatshirt, I would have been perfect, but I did not. I think that car, honestly, it might be coming soon. Another video on it. And that video, I think, is going to consist of finding people on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist with wrecked examples that I can pull a bunch of plastic trim out of and that sort of thing. And then, of course, also fixing the handbrake. And eventually, I would dread replacing the convertible top. It's about $600 for a replacement top. And apparently a hell of a lot of work. So that would be a video in itself, just replacing the convertible top. But it is possible, but that's a ways out. I think it works fine. I drive it most of the time with the top down. I also might just not do it. I might I mean, what have I got to lose? I might try a hacky patch on it first and see if it holds better than whatever the previous owner did. But yeah, if you haven't, go and watch part 2 of the road trip, and part 3 is up on Patreon, and part 4 will be up there on Patreon soon. So there is that. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. Oh God, I'm flubbing it. And I just realized my convertible is still out here. Hopefully it doesn't rain. But today I spent all day, well, not all day, I spent most of the day editing. I spent the first few hours, as I'd often, well, not too often anymore, geez, but as I sometimes do on a Saturday, I spent the first few hours gaming and relaxing and watching YouTube, as I like to do, and then
I got into editing and I probably spent 6 hours at least today, which isn't a full day's work, sure, but sure was a long time. And the unfortunate thing is I don't feel like I did anything, because sitting at my computer doesn't really feel like work, and I'm not making money from it, or at least not very much. So, but it was enjoyable. I made quite a bit of progress. I was kind of hoping to finish the video today, but it was still so far from being finished. That was sort of a pipe dream. I did finish the extra rough cut, and now I'm going through making the rough cut, and then I'll go through and make the slightly rough cut, and then I'll have to go through final touches. So I should have that done for after this weekend. I was kind of hoping to be done with this by today, like I said, but oh well. I'll have to finish it up tomorrow, and I probably won't have time to work on any automobiles. But I am looking forward to getting back out of the shop, because after these big trips, I just spend so much time editing, like a solid 2 weeks of most of my free time spent just editing. But it did seem that taking a night off and going to a friend's barbecue was really productive for my mental health. Shocker. But I was feeling it today, so I did enjoy it. But it takes so much time. Of course, especially probably if you're not a professional like myself. No, I was trying to say that I'm not a professional, so it takes time. But, and there's a car coming. I do think this is going to be, the finale is going to be one of the better episodes. There's just so much off-roading, a bit of drama, and we make it home. Spoilers, I guess. That is another thing I've been wondering about with these shorts. Like, it means I can't surprise people who watch the channel, so, because I'm too open. Maybe I should make more of an effort to keep stuff a secret so viewers are surprised. But I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 3. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and unfortunately today I still did not finish part 4 of the finale. It is a lot of work, and to be fair, I also got distracted a little bit. I am going to make some of the Raw 360 videos available to patrons on Patreon, and that means that you can like pan around and stuff. I don't know if you ever watched a 360 video on YouTube, but I think that'll be a little cool because you can actually watch the whole trip up and down some of the gnarlier mountains where I'm off-roading. And of course, I just have to pick the best shots for the main channel video, but there's a lot of good off-roading that had to be cut. A lot of beautiful off-roading. Some of these sunrises that are going to be seen in the finale are just incredible. But yeah, I've got to finish that this week. Man, it is so much work. I don't know if I'm ever going to attempt to trip. I will, because I like doing it, but I might try to do less on it so I don't have quite so much to edit on the back end of it. I don't know. It is so much work. I can't wait. I guess, yeah, that's a positive. I can't wait now to get out in the shop and actually work on the cars. I still need to figure out what's wrong with the Volvo. It's just when I get back from these trips, I feel like I'm just stuck in the house, for weeks. And I don't really know what to do to fix that. I have thrown around the idea of buying a laptop for editing on the go, so then I have to buy solar, battery power, Starlink, all that stuff, so I don't know. Very expensive. But it is, I do enjoy the finished product. I honestly think the finale is going to be probably the best video out of the series. It has some of the best off-roading I've done on the XC70, though I will say it's not filmed the best because Leah didn't go with me, so but I think it is going to come out really well once I finally finish it. But I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday for part 3.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today we're doing a little bit of a celebration here on the walk because I have finished the edits for part 4 as well as the complete cut of the XC70 road trip. And these things, they really took it out of me, man. It was even more work than I expected. I've done week-long road trips before and edited them, but this one was just so jam-packed with action. It had the 4 parts, and I wanted to put the maps on it. That just took a long time. Oh, that's good. I did mention the complete cut, so I think I've only actually released 1 complete cut on the channel, and that's the complete cut of the Bowron Lake circuit, which has 2 parts, or originally had 2 parts. And a little bit of behind the scenes is that I actually edit the complete cut at the same time that I edit the parts. And then I just have that in the catalog. And if I'm ever out of town for any reason, I can just throw it up. So this year, while I'm out of town for Thanksgiving, the complete cut of the XC70 Moab road trip will go up. So that's what that means. And I just have to do all the chapters. I still have to do the thumbnails for part 4. So I'm not done yet. And it still has to render and I still have to upload it. But we are close, and then I can move on to the next thing, which is going to be working on cars. The Subaru needs work. The Volvo, of course, needs work, but I hope not that much. And the BMW needs work. I just need to find some parts cars for it, some cars that people are parting out, and go through a bunch of them until I find most or all of the trim pieces I need, because trim pieces for that car, they all broke, so they're not cheap. I am drinking tonight a Yakima Pale from Bale Breaker. It is a nice evening, actually. But I think part 4 of the road trip is my favorite of all 4 of them. There's some tension in it because I genuinely nearly gave up and went home early. And there's also a bunch of off-roading in it. I wish I could have filmed it better, but I was in such a hurry and stressed about it that I didn't take the time to, even though I should have. And Leah was not on the trip with me to assist with filming. But it still is impressive what that car did. There is another short on my channel right now, actually, that you can go check out of it off-roading if you scroll down a bit. But I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 3. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I am finally done editing the XC70 road trip. I do have a little more work to do because I promised patrons and YouTube members raw 360 footage of the XC70 off-roading and that sort of thing, but that's basically a set and forget, upload it, and I mean, it'll take some time, but not too bad. All the mental work, at least, or at least most of it, is done. Of course, if you can't wait, if you can wait, it'll be out the next 2 Fridays. It'll be part 3 and 4, and then, but if you can't wait, it is available now on Patreon and YouTube memberships. I'm really happy with the 4th episode. It is my favorite of the 4. I think the most happens. I do actually nearly quit and go home early, and it's the most off-roading I've done in the XC70, most extreme stuff. I do really wish that I wish I had taken more time to film it better. I think I did an okay job, but it could have been better. Some of the shots are crazy, but I also was missing when we went to Moab. I had Leah with me, and so she could hop out and hold the phone and record for me and walk and stuff, but because she was injured, she didn't come with me on this trip, and so I didn't have a film person. Even if she had come with me, she would have been injured. So, but some of the things that the XC70 climbed up were just ridiculous. Now what I'm looking forward to, I'm going to sell the Crown Vic. I'd be happy if I got a couple $3,000 out of it. I think I paid $2,200 for it, and of course I've put probably a couple thousand into it between the tires costing $1,000 and the lift costing $750 to $1,000. So I don't know. I'm not going to make money on it, but we'll see what it gets.
It's also been used and abused a lot since I bought it. So, but I still need to work on the Subaru, and of course the XC70 has some minor issues that I need to get taken care of, because that car really is the workhorse of my fleet, or at least it should be. But I'm just really excited to be done with the project. I much prefer the weekend schedule where I film something on the weekend and then edit it during the week after work, as compared to going on a really long trip and then spending the next, as it turned out, I think like 2.5 weeks editing. So I'll have to think about that when I do future trips. Maybe I'll purchase some sort of laptop so I can edit on the go or something. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But I guess, well, the issue with that is that I'm taking vacation, so it's like, can't really just stop and edit on the go. I'm losing time. But anyways, I don't know. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 3. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I have these springs, and I want you to guess, let me leave those there out in the shop, and I want you to guess what car they are for. I will give you a hint. They are very heavy. But yeah, I'm gonna hopefully install those in a video coming soon here. And I'm really excited for it, because I definitely noticed a deficiency in this automobile that I wanted to resolve. I've also got a bale breaker. What does it say there? Whatever it says there, pale something. And I actually don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I am very excited for the modifications coming to that car. Oh, speaking of cars, there's one coming right now. Here we go. Tonight was Tadivia, so yeah, no, I'm excited to do that work. I'm excited to be done with the XC70 road trip editing and get into the next project. It is a very nice night out tonight. I am uploading right now the 360 clips that will be exclusive to patrons. And even the free tier, I'll get one. I'm thinking I'm going to release the best one to the free tier, and then all the others will be locked behind a paywall. So if you do want to see the Volvo uncut off-roading up a massive mountain, doing probably some stuff a Volvo hasn't done before, and that'll be for free on patreon.com/JoelKalich. But otherwise, the rest of those will be behind a paywall. But I think that's a really good perk that I can offer to paying members without really taking anything away from regular viewers. And those are really cool to pan around and look around in, because you can actually point the camera wherever you want to, and I think they're really cool. I might watch some myself, actually. I mean, I already kind of did when I edited, but oh, and if you want a better guess as to what those coils might be for, actually, it might be in part 2. But I don't know, guess the comments. But yeah, it might be in part 2 that I mentioned them. Oh, shoot. I think I just gave it away. Well, still leave a comment if you know what those coils are for. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for part 3. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today was another one of those days where I was laying in bed, bare-ass naked, and I had to get up and come on this walk. Thankfully, Leah reminded me. Man, this is, yeah, definitely one of the more reluctant walks I've gone on this year. I'm just kind of relaxing still from the, I want to say high, but it wasn't really a high, but from the struggle of putting so much of my time, energy, and effort into the road trip, the editing of that. Yeah, I've just been relaxing for that. Leah and I are going to go camping this weekend, so that'll probably be the next video after those are done. But I also need to get started on the Crown Vic video. There's going to be one final video where, spoilers, I sell the car. I'll tell you why in the video, and I'll tell you what there's a few things I want to do to it before I sell it to hopefully make it sell for a bit more. I don't know. We'll see. And I need to get to work on the Volvo. I've got some new parts for it, and I need to get it fixed because it's making that awful crunching noise that you will maybe hear a little bit of in the finale that comes out a week from tomorrow. Oh, and part 3 comes out tomorrow here on YouTube. So that's somewhat exciting. But yeah, it is surprisingly peaceful out tonight. I do, once I get out here, I like going on the walks. I have been thinking more and more about goals for next year, and this is going to turn into a 1-mile run. What I'm thinking I'll do is spend the first... I was wondering how I'd keep making these, because I do want to do that. I think they're a cool way for me to do something every day for the channel, and also it's something like, oh, if I don't make this, then I'm behind and I have to explain. Even if there aren't a lot of people watching them, there's a few people who might notice. So it's a good way to keep me honest. But I think I'll do a 3-minute warm-up while I record this video, and then I'll go on my jog after that. Or vice versa, maybe I'll go on the jog. And actually, that'd probably be better, because anyways, something like that, that's my plan. And I'm also planning to play the drums. I think I'm going to make it 5 days a week starting next year, because I noticed my upper body strength was waning when I tried to do an intro a while back hanging from the rafters. So that car has their signal on, and they are not turning. But yeah, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again, well, tomorrow for part 3 on the main channel. Well, this is the main channel on the full-length videos later. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I made a breakthrough on diagnosing the Volvo. If you watched part 3 of the road trip near the end, you might have noticed some clunking coming from it. And today I got under it and had Leah shake it around, adjust the suspension, and I was able to get it to make the noise pretty consistently, and it took me a while, but eventually I just started putting my hands on things and tried to see what was vibrating, because I could feel a little vibration in the subframe, and eventually I touched the sway bar. And it turns out the sway bar end links are shot. At least that's what I think. So we're going to do that, as well as a few other repairs. I'm not sure when that'll come out, but at some point, surely. So yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to now that I'm pretty sure I know what the issue there is. Always nice when it's a small fix as well. And man, I am actually kind of shivering. I wore shorts today because it's kind of warm, but now it's 50 out. So I've got a jacket on. It truly is becoming the fall season. It is like right now midnight. And we are actually going camping tomorrow. So just a campground camp, I think. We'll just have to see how it goes. Because the Volvo's out of commission, the Subaru's out of commission. You could kind of take the Crown Vic, but I'm kind of done with that car. I need to get it listed already. And so we're going to I haven't decided on the Oldsmobile or the little Kia yet, Leah's car. But the place we're going, we will have to drive on some gravel roads. And honestly, the Oldsmobile is probably a little better off-road. Just, it's older, body on frame. But I don't know what we'll do. I haven't taken the Olds camping yet, so that could be fun. Although it is not the most reliable automobile in the world. Leah's little Kia would definitely be more reliable. We're only going about an hour and a half, so. But I am looking forward to it after spending the past few weekends just editing. But it's going to be a chilly one, man. It's going to be chilly. Of course, we're bringing Menko with us. I don't know if burn bans are off yet. I need to look into that. I'm just so unprepared. I don't know. I've had my mind on other things. But yeah, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Good night. Good night. Good morning. It's midnight. Goodbye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I was having a pretty decent day until about, an hour ago when Leah and I wanted to watch a movie which would use my locally hosted media using a Jellyfin server. However, when we went to do that, the Jellyfin server was down. So I was just like, oh, quick reboot. But no, I've been messing with it the other day, and a new service I'd set up had filled up the boot drive, which is very not good. I cleared out some stuff that wasn't needed anymore, completely unrelated to Jellyfin, and Jellyfin still wouldn't start it. In fact, I still haven't gotten it fixed. And on top of that, I feel like I'm coming down with some sort of sickness, so we'll see. We'll see if I'm any more productive tomorrow. I don't know. It has been smoky around here, but it's not been that smoky. Like, the air quality index was like 50 to 60. So I don't think it was that, but I also have a little headache behind my eyes here, and that's enough of me talking about being sick. I got plans for the weekend. I have a couple things to do on the Volvo that I want to get taken care of. A few other things, I don't know. It'll all honestly depend on how I'm feeling tomorrow morning when I wake up. If this thing I have is blown over or if it's still going on. It's honestly very much up in my nose right here. So, and I got a little bit of a sore throat. Like I said, enough about me talking about being sick. I'm going to keep doing the daily walks unless I really can't, in which case I might post some sort of short update video. I hadn't really considered when I made this challenge for 2025 being sick. I don't get sick too often, fortunately. But I figured we'd cross that bridge when we came to it, and we might be coming to it. We'll have to see. I am really hoping to get some work done on the Volvo. I woke up today, I played games for a bit, and then I felt productive. And then I wanted to play a different game, and I suppressed the feeling of productiveness, and then I wasn't productive all day. So maybe I should have taken advantage of my desire to be productive. But it is good to have a day off and relax, and that's what I did. That's what I did. So for better or for worse, we'll have to see again how I feel tomorrow, if I can actually get some work done on the Volvo, or if I'm just going to be vegetating. Oh, we were supposed to be camping right now. I almost didn't mention that. We decided to push that back till next weekend. So that's that. See you again tomorrow. And again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You might notice that there's a bunch of cinder blocks, about 200 pounds of sand in the Volvo there. And that's because, well, we're doing more modifications to it. And this time, unlike the last lift, I actually remembered to take before and after pictures. So the specific mod, if you didn't guess from all the weight in the trunk there in the boot, is heavy duty rear coils. And I noticed after the most recent lift, it was about 2 more inches, that once I had it loaded up with all my camping gear and such, it was basically back to the original 2 inches of lift. So I lifted it again, it was 4 inches, and then that took it back down to about 2 inches of lift. So I believe some company in Sweden, I forget the name right now, they make some heavy duty coils, and they just swap into the rear, and we're gonna do that. I imagine it'll make it ride pretty stiff, but actually another thing I noticed on the road trip is that it has XC90 front struts, which have a beefier coil. And so when I would hit a bump, it would really, like if I hit a big bump, it would really help a lot with it bottoming out the front, and then the front wouldn't bottom out and then the rear would. And so I'm hoping that is the same. It probably won't be as comfortable when you're just cruising, but when you hit a big bump, it'll probably help to not bottom out. But also I wanted to take before and after measurements with no load and with a bunch of weight in the back. And from all that weight, it dropped about an inch. That's from the tire to the wheel well. And then the hitch actually dropped down almost 2 inches. So I've got to swap in the rear coils, which the first time it was kind of a nightmare. The second time I had the subframe down, so it was pretty easy. And this will be the third time, and I'm not dropping the subframe, so it's going to be kind of tricky. And I also have, I figured out what was wrong with the clunking, so I'm waiting for those parts, so I hope I can do that. And unfortunately, looks like the timeline here means that I will actually be
behind on video. Well, not behind, but making them the weekend and releasing them the week after. So that's a little unfortunate. I like being a week ahead now. But it is what it is. I'm still sick. I think it's a sinus infection because I had a lot of soreness here and in my forehead. But it could be worse. It could be worse. It could be COVID or a flu or some crap like that. So I'm hoping it doesn't take me out too hard. And of course, like I said, I think in yesterday's short, we're moving the camping trip up to next weekend. So hopefully I'm all good by then. I think we're going to take the Olds, which we haven't done yet. I don't know yet, though. If the Volvo's fixed, we might take it. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. Again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And I'm realizing maybe I should have done this during the daylight, but that Volvo back there, it is now roughly 1 inch taller when unloaded in the rear, as I just installed heavy-duty rear coils. They do also, of course, they'll help even more when I'm loaded down with camping gear, which was my main concern. I basically lost all of the lift that I just did. Lost about 2 inches, maybe an inch or two when I was loaded down with camping gear. So I wanted to fix that. And even though I'm still kind of sick right now, I'm not very sick, but sorta, I did take care of that today. And it was a lot of work for my sick old body. I didn't like that. I don't know why. I do have a little bit of a wild story here that I'm going to try and tell real quick. So Menko, our cat, a short of her went viral. It's got about 4.5 million views right now. It was reposted blatantly, not even changed. YouTube's copyright system caught it. I said, hey, yeah, that is my video. You're right. And it was taken down. And I just got to notice that they appealed that channel. It's called Cat Pro. I have no issues shaming bad stealing channels. Cat Pro replied and said, hey, yeah, we licensed. We have an agreement. We have written paperwork with Joel Kalich that that he said we could use this video like this, which is not true. I've never heard of this channel in my life until they stole my Menko's video. And so YouTube's like, hey, you got 10 days to provide legal documents. And so I guess I have to look up how to deal with this bullshit. I fucking hate people who steal content for their own profit. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I guess if you see this, go shame Cat Pro. Maybe I should have opened with that. It just happened as I was leaving the house to go on this walk. But I'm incredibly salty. For good reason, I think. But yeah, the Volvo, the next video you're going to see on it, of course, is going to include those coil installs, and you'll see the difference before and after. I actually measured this time, and also a bunch of other stuff that some of it's done, some of it's not, such as fixing the clunking I was hearing. It is a beautiful night for a stroll. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today the plot thickens. Menko's viral short was stolen a few weeks back. I claimed it and had it taken down. Just recently now, the person who re-uploaded it, unchanged might I add, claimed that I had it wrongfully taken down, and even claimed that I had given them permission to re-upload it and that they could prove it, which obviously they can't. But due to how YouTube's copyright system and the United States copyright system works, it is upon me now to prove that it is my content, that it needs to be taken down, that it can't just be re-uploaded. That's because if they don't agree to take it down willingly, then YouTube is not, any sort of legal power. They can't be like, okay, we make the judgment call. An actual judge has to decide if I own it or if they own it. And that costs money. So I went down a rabbit hole of research last night, and the correct way to do this is I need to officially register my work, Menko's viral short, in the US federal copyright database or whatever. That costs $65, I believe. I then need to go through the CCB, the Copyright Claims Bureau, something like that. It's for small claims for copyright related issues, and that costs $40 to do.
And I think it could cost up to $60 more, so $100 under some other circumstances. So essentially, it would cost me $105 to $165 to correctly have this video taken down. That's just how the system works. It is broken. Of course, Tom Scott made a brilliant video on this. Though another interesting development, someone with the same first name, by the way, I have not confirmed this, joined as a YouTube member. They have a different last name, but it's too much of a coincidence that they have the same first name, in my opinion. However, if that is you and you joined the channel, thank you for your support. Though this person that joined also did not watch any of the videos that I would expect someone joining my channel for the perks to watch, like the early access videos or the exclusive behind the scenes videos or any of that stuff. So I think this person stole my content. I threatened them with legal action, and they joined my channel for $7, $10, and I get 7 of that, to try and placate me. It's very strange behavior. I'm not sure. I think honestly the video is probably just going to go back up. What a pain in the ass though, and a stressful time for me. That's all I got. See you tomorrow. Again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today I'm just opening a beer, but today I caught up with a good friend from college. It's with all the YouTube stuff and just life in general, I guess it's been hard to reach out and maintain friendships, as I'm sure many adults can relate to, but he reached out and said, hey, you're going to help me fix my car. And I was like, because I got a lot of cars to fix myself, right? But he came over and it wasn't as bad. I thought it was going to be a worse job, but it wasn't too bad. And well, mostly, honestly, he did most of the work. I just let my tools and a little bit of expertise. I say expertise, but it was just, I think spark plug. Yeah, spark plugs. Oh, 2 sensors. So I just helped out a little bit, and it was a good time, and I should do that more often for friends and such. But yeah, then we went to trivia, and I got 2nd place. It was a new system at the place I'm going to right now, and I liked it, I think. But yeah, it's a good day. It is currently very wet out, but not currently raining. It smells very, it's that good rain smell. And I am enjoying one of the items of payment for helping that my friend brought with him when I worked on his car. It was a 2012 Ford Focus, and it had OEM spark plugs in it, 132,000 miles, and honestly, they didn't look bad. If you know my channel, you know I replaced the spark plugs in my Volvo XC70 after about the same amount of mileage, and they were nubs. They were not looking good. And then there was an upstream O2 sensor that had gone bad. At least it seems the engine code could still come back. But the first preliminary drive, it stayed gone, so it's probably fixed. And tomorrow, some more parts, hopefully to fix the clunking in the Volvo, come in. So that's what I'll be spending my time doing. Oh, and you might be saying, if you watch every one of these, hey Joel, you're sick. Why'd you have a friend over? Well, I think it's a sinus infection. I'm not sure it's contagious yet. I told him, I warned him. And we just did decide to go to trivia, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not COVID. I don't got a fever or nothing, so it's not the awful one. The disease was pretty, the sickness was pretty mild. It didn't slow me down much. I did the coils in the Volvo while I had it. So I hope I didn't get anyone too sick. But I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again on Friday for part 4 of the XC70 road trip. Cheers. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I did not fix the Volvo. I had Leah shake it while I laid under it to try and figure out what was crunching in the suspension. I determined the sway bar end links, like I could feel it vibrating pretty significantly. And so I was like, oh, the end links are bad, which maybe they were. They probably were. But I replaced them, and it still crunches while you go around corners and stuff. I might need to get it professionally diagnosed. I'll probably have Leah shake it back and forth while I lay under it again. But I just don't know. I mean, I'll see if I can find anything, but also did the rear brake pads. Only the outside pad was worn. The inside pad against the piston was not. If you know why that happens, let me know in the comments. But it's a cheap replacement. I didn't want to have to replace the rotors too, so I did that. And then I also did the cabin air filter, which was a freaking nightmare. It was the worst job of the 3 because it didn't fit. I'm going to try getting an OEM Volvo one, which costs like 2 or 3 times as much. But if it goes in, if it fits, that's worth it. That's what I'll do next time. I did manage to trim it and cram it in. Anyways, completely changing topics, but sort of related. On the road trip, I noticed that I went to bed on time and I didn't have to try. I just wanted to go to bed. And I've really been trying to figure out all the elements that came into play there, and what's different from at home. And I just haven't been able to figure it out yet, because I had my phone with me. It's not necessarily electronics, because I could have stayed up till 3 a.m. watching YouTube if I wanted. I had videos downloaded, just so I could do that just like I can at home, but I didn't. I wanted to go to bed. I mean, it's probably because I was doing a lot more physically, but also I was sitting in the car some days, like all day, which is still like mentally draining. But I mean, I work hard at work and that's mentally draining too. So I'm just not sure what caused me to want to go to bed on time. And I've been trying to figure out and see if I could distill that down to my home life, because right now it's 12:30. That's why I'm talking about this. 12:30 in the morning, if you couldn't tell by the darkness. Speaking of the road trip though, part 4 comes out tomorrow for everyone. It's been up on Patreon for a while now, but it's my favorite part of the 4. It's the longest. It has a little bit of drama, has a bunch of off-roading, the most of any part, and some of the most extreme off-roading the Volvo's done. So I'm really excited for that to go out, and I hope you all enjoy it. Yeah, all that said, I'll see you again tomorrow for this and for the long form video tomorrow. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today is very exciting because if you've been keeping up, they took the Volvo on a road trip. Some stuff broke. It was making some real bad noises. I thought it was the sway bar end links. I replaced the sway bar end links. It was still making bad noises, though not as bad, so that was an issue, but it was not the issue. And so now I have fixed the issue. I was going to rescue a friend today. He listened to it. He suggested, hey, you know what? Maybe that's the sway bar, or no, that's the subframe. And I was like, you know what? I haven't actually checked that. I didn't put an impact on it. I touched it. The bolts didn't feel loose, but maybe they just shift as you're driving, even though they're not completely loose. So got under there with an impact, cinched them down. Sure enough, they were loose. In fact, I must have touched the wrong ones because 2 of them were just about to fall out, like not even tight at all. Got those cinched down. No more crunching. Of course, that means I need another alignment, and I'll probably just check on them periodically. Because those are 3D printed parts in there, they're not as durable as something like metal, so they just compressed over time. I noticed this with the top hat spacers as well. They don't seem to have fully failed, just like the top hat spacers, though. They just kind of formed themselves to the subframe seats, just like the top hat spacers formed themselves to the top hats. So that's taken care of. The car needs an alignment. A couple more things I want to do. I want to try a trim restore on the outside, and I want to try my hand at restoring the headlights again. And then I think that car will kind of be done for now, though I have big plans for it. I don't want to confirm anything. It might not happen. There might be a Volvo XC70 camper build. And again, I don't want to confirm anything, but there are $2,000, $2,200 worth of electronics for making an off-grid setup with, just 800 watts of solar and 2,500 watt hours of batteries, completely DIY. So again, I feel like I've already shared too much, so I'm just going to shut up. But maybe selling the Crown Vic, which I plan to do. That'll be a video coming soon for sure. Maybe the Crown Vic's money can go towards the Volvo. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to confirm anything. Speaking of the Volvo, though, of course, part 4 of that road trip I was talking about earlier, that came out today. So go check that out if you haven't yet. It's my favorite part of the 4. A lot of off-roading, some drama. I nearly go home. It's my favorite, one of the favorite videos I've ever made, honestly. So I guess that's about it. I think you're up to date. I've spoiled probably a little too much. Make sure to subscribe if you want to see anything I talked about, of course. I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today this little cutie came camping with me in the Oldsmobile. While I'm on my walk, I'm gonna just close her in there and she can hang out while a little exercise in. Brought the Oldsmobile, the old tent, and she's decided that she likes to hang out in the Oldsmobile, which, I mean, who can blame her? I like hanging out in the Oldsmobile. We're gonna walk down this little hill here to another road, and there is a good view that I will show you in a minute. So, actually here, I think if I walk backwards, you can kind of see it behind me. It's pretty freaking nice. This campground's a little busy. Honestly, I was hoping it'd be kind of secluded and abandoned, and I have actually debated moving to a dry camp location, which I don't know if that's allowed in this state park. I think it is. I've done it before, but that was in the middle of the winter. But it's just a little busy up here, and I don't think these people are going to be noisy, but I like being secluded, man. And I could get to secluded places in this Oldsmobile. Though, of course, the views would not be quite as good. Let me flip the camera around and show them to you. Well, I might have flipped the camera around at the wrong time, but trust me, they're pretty good. Menko did pretty well in the car. She always complains for the first little bit. I think it was about the first half hour this time, and then she settled down in the rear foot while I left all my jackets back there, so she'd have something to lay on top of, and she seemed to enjoy that. But yeah, it's kind of nice. I'm honestly kind of bored today. We got into camp. Well, I left at like 11, but of course we got into camp at like 1 or something. So, you know, it was only like a hour and a half drive. The Oldsmobile did pretty well. It's been shifting a little weird, as in, like, if you're going up a hill, it won't always want to shift down, but hey, it made it up here, didn't it? Did some gravel roads. Yeah, it did well overall. It's just really comfortable and enjoyable to drive. If I was going to take any car across the state and reliability wasn't a concern, it'd be the Oldsmobile. And honestly, maybe I should be less concerned about reliability. It's generally pretty reliable. It's just an old American car. But yeah, it's been a good day. Good relaxing, nice day. I guess that's about all I got to say. I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today I'm just going wherever this one goes. We've been walking for a little bit now. The car is actually out of sight behind us, but I'm not getting too much exercise, but it's good for her to look around. It's been peaceful up here so far. We're going to take this trail, kitty. So far, no ATVs, which she doesn't like. I'm kind of worried that one of those will show up, but I guess we'll handle that if we ever get there. Yeah, she's just taking me down this trail here. How about we turn around, kitty? I didn't close the door on the car. Come on. Yeah, we'll go the other way. That's a good girl. She's gotten really good at using the leash here. She kind of understands that, hey, when she reaches the end of the leash, it's time to turn around and go somewhere else. We'll probably head back up to the car here, get back on the road for home, be home within an hour and a half or so. You're such a cutie. See, all it took was a little tug on the leash, and she's like, well, I guess it's time to go back to the car. This is a different campground than the one we stayed at last night. This is a mountain, Iron Mountain, I believe. And honestly, the views up here, they're a little better, I think. But campground's a little smaller, which I guess could be a plus. She's been doing good. She still isn't a huge fan of the car, but
I think she's a huge fan of being out here walking, and maybe that's worth it to her. We'll see. Come on. Yeah. Absolutely adorable, isn't it? I haven't really gotten any comments on having a cat with me, you know. I figured being in the Oldsmobile and having a cat, people would be interested and be like, what the heck is that guy doing? But not so much. Menko, we aren't going to go look at their trailer. That's their trailer. Yeah, like I said, just a little tug, and she's like, well, I guess I'll go look some other way. I guess that's all I got for you today. You can look forward to the full-length video of this in, I think, a couple of weeks. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today was completely taken up with Leah's surgery. Leah is my partner, if you're unaware, and she injured herself playing soccer a few months back now, and today she got her, oh God, I'm forgetting what it was, but she got her knee repaired. It's the really common knee injury. I'm terrible at names of parts of the body, just as terrible as I am with people's names. But that's what we did. We left at like 9 o'clock in the morning, and then didn't get back until like 6 at night. It was really an all-day ordeal. Fortunately, I had the Steam Deck, and I could play Tokyo Extreme Racer, and I played probably a good three or more hours of that, as well as doing other stuff like watching YouTube, that sort of thing. But I did have enough time when we got home, and Leah got settled into being bedridden or whatever for a while. I get time to put together the rough cut of the first part of the Volvo video. I'm going to try and have that up on Friday, which means I'm going to have to cut it close because the alignment is not scheduled until Wednesday. So I'm editing the first part, and then I'll go get it aligned, and then I'll edit the rest on Thursday and have it up on Friday. I don't like cutting it that close at all. I also can edit of course, the Oldsmobile video, the Oldsmobile camping trip with Menko, so that'll be going up the week following. So that's the plan. Then I'll hopefully be a week ahead. I think up next, once I'm done with those videos, is taking the differential out of the Subaru. I want to get that car back on the road for winter. With the snow chains on it, it's probably my most capable winter car. So that's the goal for that. Oh, man. Yeah, so I gotta do the headlights on the Volvo still. Polish those. I get them clear again, give them a clear coat. That's hopefully tomorrow. And then I also have some trim restoration that I want to try out on the plastics on it. So gotta do that tomorrow. Hopefully do the job and edit it, and then Wednesday will be the alignment. I'm also going to cinch down the subframe bolts one more time with the impact, just to make sure they're really tight for the alignment. And I think that's about it for the rest of the week. I'm going to be cutting it a little close, so yeah. But yeah, Leah, she seems to be recovering all right. I mean, it's only been a few hours now, but wish her the best, of course. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're looking at my Volvo's headlight because, if you might notice, it's a little clearer than it used to be, though you might also notice that it's not perfect. I got one of those headlight restoration kits. I've tried to do this before. I tried to do it the lazy way, and shocker, didn't work. That part of the channel's history is somewhere in the history. But yeah, I did it again today. It sucked. The kit, I think I had messed them up by doing it badly, and so the kit did not come with enough sandpaper to sand off my bad job and the yellowed headlight. So I ended up sort of half-assing it again. But it is much better, and I'll probably leave it like that because I hate sanding. Have I mentioned that I hate sanding? But anyways, that's what I did for not most of the night. Most of the night I spent editing the Oldsmobile and Menko the cat camping trip.
And then I was able to get out and do that. And that camping trip, even though it's, I think, finished now, it's not going to come out until a week from Friday, because on Friday I want to get out the Volvo video. So you guys know what all happened after I got home to make it roadworthy again, I guess. So that will be, I mean, good gravy. I thought there was a Lime scooter. It was just a shadow. I thought there was a Lime scooter in the middle of the walkway. But yeah, so I want to get that Volvo video out Friday, so y'all know what's going on with that after the road trip. And then after that will be the camping trip, which I'm really excited about. It was a really fun trip, a good video. I think it came out really good. And if you're a subscriber because of Menko the cat, then you'll be happy to see her out and about. But yeah, I also need to tomorrow. I got some trim restoration stuff. And as you might know, the XC70, the P2, has a lot of plastic cladding. So I'm going to try and apply that to it and see if it makes it look any better. I don't know. I don't think the cladding on the XC70 was ever black. It was like a dark gray. But what is a dark gray if not black? So hopefully it's close enough and the trim restoration works on it. But I was hoping to do that tonight, but I didn't have time after I spent probably an hour sanding when the whole process was supposed to take like 40 minutes. At least it's better. It is better. I was strongly considering spending $800 on a new pair of headlights, but I didn't do it. Well, I'm excited for y'all to see the next couple of videos, the camping trip and the XC70 repairs. But that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might notice the XC70 is looking just a little bit better. The headlights are a little clearer, and I also applied some of that back to black stuff. I don't know if that's the brand or anything. I just used some stuff I found, and it's looking a little newer. It's looking good. It's not looking great because it never was going to look great because it was in a wreck. That's how I got it for cheap at the time. Since then they've dropped in price and I'm probably way upside down on it, but hey, it's a great car and I'm having fun with it. But yeah, the headlight restoration, like I talked about last night, was a nightmare. I didn't have enough sandpaper and they're fine. I'll probably leave them like that for a year or two. I'm thinking I'll keep the car that long, so I'll probably leave them like that for a year or two and then do the restoration again and use proper clear coat and get extra sandpaper and that sort of thing. But the back to black, it went on really easy. It was actually kind of satisfying to install. Because as you went to course, it was very obvious. That's what my least favorite part about sanding is. You can't really tell you're making much progress. It's not, I wanted instant gratification before Gen Z was a thing, so. But yeah, you can't really see your progress that well when you're sanding. But with the back to black stuff, it just rubbed on and you could immediately see the trim transform from like a gray to a nice dark gray. So that was fun. I'm considering taking it through the car wash before I take it to the alignment, because the alignment is in about an hour and it'll still be wet at that point. You're supposed to wipe it off after you're done, which I did, but I don't know. I mean, they are mechanics, so they're used to getting dirty, but it feels kind of rude to bring in a car that has this stuff on it. So maybe after the car wash, it'll look a little different. Also, I think a touch car wash would be good for the car because it's just so dirty and grimy. It could really use it. I'm just so bad at I hate that sort of thing. I want to use the car. I want to upgrade the car. I want to fix the car to make it work. I don't want to make it look pretty. So even spending the time I did on the headlights and the trim restoration was a lot for me. But yeah, if I ever make it, if I ever get huge, if I ever get a lot of money, I'm going to be spending it on a lot of it on detailing, I think. Because some people do like tourist sport, do that, and I can respect that. I understand it. It just isn't me. Yeah, I'm just taking this walk because I had a chance before I took off for the alignment and I could show you the car in its new form in the daylight. Of course, if you want to see me suffer through sanding, then you'll have to subscribe and catch the video later. That'll be out on Friday, so in a few days here. I guess that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that video. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today
I got the Volvo video done, the one where I work on it and fix the things that broke on the road trip, as well as do a few upgrades. It's coming out tomorrow for free. Of course, it's available now on Patreon, so I'm really happy with it. I think it came out great. The upgrades are really good. We freshened it up a little bit on the outside. It looks better. And also get the things fixed. Like I said, I think it came together really well. It's a nice little grab bag of Volvo stuff. And the Oldsmobile video where we go camping with Menko the cat in the 1984 Oldsmobile Delta Royale. No, Delta 88 Royale. That's finished and also up on Patreon. It'll be out here for free a week from tomorrow. So, oh God, I'm gonna get wet. Gotta love sprinklers. So I'm excited about both of those. And I'm also a week ahead now. This weekend, I think I'm gonna work on the Crown Vic, try and get it really ready for sale. And I might get around to dropping the Subaru's rear diff. That's needed to happen for a long time, but obviously been busy with other stuff. So that's the plan for the weekend and the video uploads. But, oh, what was I gonna say? I guess I do want to talk about this. Last night on a freaking Wednesday, I consumed way too much alcohol. I'm not going to go into details, but that's what happened. And that's college bullshit. That you can't be doing that when you're nearly 28. I do have a history of issues with alcohol in my family. My grandpa, he had to quit drinking, and he was sober for most of the time I knew him, thankfully. So being aware of that. Obviously, there's that option, the nuclear option, go sober. I'm not sure I'm ready to do that. Maybe I could first trial just a self-imposed 1 drink maximum or something. I think I would have that self-control, but I'm not sure. So like I said, it'd be a trial basically. And if there's any problems, then it would be the nuclear option. So I'm just thinking about that. I do make a video every year, only one so far, but there'll be one coming in December, about my goals for the year. Like this past year, I haven't eaten junk food at home. That's been really successful. I'm definitely going to add alcohol into that, but I might even need to go further than that. We will see. But yeah, you'll hear about my plans for that in that video. But yeah, this is a little personal, but I don't know. I did want to talk about it because I'm still feeling it. Trust me. That's all I got for you today. See you tomorrow. And again, tomorrow for the Volvo work video. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I got the video up where I worked on the XC70 after taking on a 3,000-mile road trip with an untested 3D printed lift. We found some things wrong with it. And what I want to talk about here is some of the comments that I got on the video. If you commented, of course, if you're watching this, thank you. I appreciate comments, and you're very correct that I should have torqued it to spec with a torque wrench. However, another commenter made the also very good point that with plastic parts in there, it probably isn't really torqueable. However, all that said, I'm going to get out there tomorrow and put the torque wrench on it and see what it is currently torqued at. If it's below spec, then obviously I'll cinch her down. And if it's already torqued to spec, then I think the key is just going to be getting out there with the impact every 500 miles or so and making sure that it's still torqued. Or maybe even just taking the torque wrench out there and making sure it's still torqued every 500 miles. Either way, I need to check on it frequently. But yeah, that's the XC70. Again, I'm glad people are enjoying that. The video is performing pretty well, and thanks for watching and commenting on it. Next week, as I teased at the end of that video, I took the Oldsmobile and Menko camping, which was really good, and I'm excited to share that as well. But this weekend, as far as I go, I gotta try to reattach the skid plates. I'm missing a couple of nuts, so I need to acquire that hardware to reattach the skid plates to the Crown Vic, and I think put a little transmission fluid in it, and then it should be good to go. But yeah, that's the Crown Vic, and then I gotta list it for sale, take some photos. I don't know when that video will be out because I want to wait for it to actually sell so I can talk about what I spent on it and what I got back from it. I'm not sure what Crown Vics are going for right now. Of course, I'm not in a huge hurry, so I'll probably list it pretty high and bring it down over time. I don't know, maybe start at like at 3,000 or 4,000 even, but I'm not sure about that. Actually, it has a lot of miles, probably closer to 2 or 3. I think I paid like 22 for it when I got it. But yeah, additionally, I need to get the rear differential dropped out of the Subaru Loyale and disassembled and inspected. That's been a long time coming. It's been a long time needed. And I miss not being able to use the car, and I really want to be able to use it in the snow this winter. I got tire chains for it and everything. We'll be going anywhere if it works. Especially with the rear locker, which is what I believe has caused these issues. So yeah, there's that. So I got lots to do this weekend. I'll be keeping busy. But that's all I got for you for today. For now, thanks for watching the XC70 work video. Glad you're enjoying that. Make sure to subscribe to see the Oldsmobile road trip with Menko the Cat next Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and that back there is my BMW Z4. It's a little wet out, as you might be able to see, and I've been thinking about it today as well as driving it. I'm kind of preparing for its next stage. Of course, I still haven't done anything to figure out what's wrong with the handbrake. If you know any common handbrake failures on those cars, then let me know, please. It just doesn't work at all. But aside from that, I have been... Dude, there's a piece of interior trim that I found on a forum. It used to cost like $58. And now the cheapest one I found, I don't even know if it was new, was $300. $300. And I don't want to pay that. So what my plan is I just need to hit up every single person on Facebook Marketplace who has one listed for parts and go check it out, see if they have that part, because most of the times they aren't willing to like say, oh yeah, I got this part, and this part. You just kind of got to show up and find out. But I have ordered a few parts to patch. I mean, you can't really repair a convertible top, so. But I got 2 different methods, and I think that'll be a little interesting. I got the what do you call it? The tenacious tape, as well as rubber cement, and what's the other thing called? Oh, and just some canvas fabric. So that'll be interesting. But I've also been just looking around for plastic. I just wish I'm gonna 3D print some of the parts, but for a lot of the parts, including the one that costs $300, the 3D models just don't exist, and they're complicated. For this one part, I'm thinking I'm just going to try to repair what I have, which is going to mean actually fabricating stuff from scratch, because I don't have all the little plastic bits that broke, unfortunately. It's going to be, so that's, I mean, it's either that or find one off of a wrecked car, so one of those 2 things. But yeah, I'm so annoyed that they cost so much. They should not cost that much. I did find a group buy site, but they are out of stock, and they were still $160, which at this point I probably would have just paid for. Man, it's such a poorly designed interior of that car. Also, before I restore it, I probably want to fix the handbrakes. I'm probably going to take it apart again. But yeah, I just wish they'd made the interior better, because like the car still feels solid, but you touch anything on the interior, yikes. But that is all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Oldsmobile and Menko the Cat camping video. Bye-bye. Welcome to this incredibly wet, though not my wettest, 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm going to talk about what I did this weekend. And I've got to be honest, it's a whole lot of not much, but stick around and I guess I'll tell you why I wasn't that accomplished this weekend. So I was planning / hoping to get the Crown Vic ready to be sold. There's just a couple things I want to do to it before I sell it. And I didn't get around to those. And that's unfortunate. At some point here, I'm just going to have to list it and, you know, take the loss of whatever the couple things are that I want to do to it. But yeah, I didn't get around to that. Then the other thing was I thought I might drop the Subaru Loyale's differential out and get started on that, which I really need to do. But again, I just didn't. I think part of the reason I didn't want to work on either car is because it's freaking raining a lot today. But that's honestly just an excuse, because right now both cars are out in the rain, and I would have to pull them into the shop. And get all wet laying under them, which isn't very fun. And actually, I don't have to experience that too often when I'm working on cars here in Spokane, because most of the time, like, we don't get all that much precipitation here. We get some snow in the winter, and we get some lots of sun in the summer, but not a lot of rain like I'm used to in the Pacific Northwest, where I grew up. But yeah, I didn't get that done. So what did I actually do? I actually started playing Pacific Drive, which is maybe part of, but not most of the reason that I think I didn't do anything this weekend. But it's been a good time. I'm also taking care of Leah right now as she recovers from surgery. So that's another excuse. I have a lot of excuses. I don't think any of them are really good, but I do have them, so I'll share them. I've been taking care of Leah, started playing Pacific Drive. I did get some stuff taken care of with my smart home at Home Assistant, so that's good. But this comes to the real reason, and honestly, I'm putting it here at the end of the video because it's a little embarrassing to me, but I think it's because on Wednesday, yes, that's right, Wednesday, I consumed too much alcohol, and I have made the decision to make a permanent life change. For now, at least it's going to be 1 drink maximum per night, and if I can't stick to it, I'm quitting entirely. So putting that out there. But I think I'm not really recovering anymore, but just my mental state, I just wasn't feeling ambitious enough. So and I think I needed some me time just to chill. I don't know how it works. Alcohol affects your mental state in weird ways. But that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and you join me on this very dark night, and I'm wearing a hat for the first time. For the first time this year, that is. Today, I did not... Well, no, I did some stuff. I actually had at least an average or above a day at work. Was productive, got some stuff done, which I've been struggling with recently. I've been having to learn a new language, not English, or not a speaking language, a new coding language. So that's always mentally taxing, but rewarding when you get it right. But beyond that, I, of course, usually it's Leah's job to do the dishes. I take care of the bathrooms. You can judge whether that's a fair deal or not. But since she's had surgery, I've been doing the dishes, so I got that done today. Man, I guess, yeah, I don't have much news. I'm sharing that I did the dishes. I've still been playing Pacific Drive. I think it's a flawed game, but I've still been enjoying it. I seem to most enjoy it when I just sit down and go for a run. You know, I'd almost describe it like an extraction shooter, but for people who don't really care for multiplayer or shooters, which is kind of me. So that has been enjoyable, but it feels like it has more potential, but it is still good. Anyways, what else? I definitely have something else today. Oh yeah, we took the Volvo. I took the Volvo and the BMW out on 2 different trips. Leah had an appointment for something, and so we took the Volvo for that, and then I had to go grab her a prescription from that appointment. I took the BMW for that, and I got new wiper blades. Hey, if you got a BMW Z4 and you made it 1 minute and 50 seconds into some guy's short, let me know, does your passenger windshield wiper actually sit flush against the windshield on the far passenger side? Mine doesn't really, and it kind of bothers me. I got some of the frameless ones. Maybe framed ones are better for the Z4. But yeah, I need to start working on some car because, of course, I've got the Oldsmobile and Menco camping trip coming out on Friday, but I've got nothing really planned for after that, which is a little concerning. I was supposed to work on a car this past weekend and at least get started on a video, but I don't know. I might have to scramble to come up with something. But for now, you can look forward to the Oldsmobile and Menco camping trip. I mean, hey, if I really got nothing, I can just go camping. I've been thinking, you know, it'd be fun to do maybe a weeknight camp or something. Just something really quick, but fun. But I've also been wanting to try stealth camping, but I haven't found a good spot for my first one. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that Oldsmobile camping trip. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you join me out here in the dark with the Crown Vic, hoping that this battery tender here on repair mode can fix the battery, because apparently the battery on my Crown Vic over the past probably few months, I've driven it off and on. I'm not going to say I treated it the best, but it was brand new, I believe, in July. I don't know, whenever that video went up where I got the Crown Vic working again, it was a functional battery, and now I can't even, it's not even continuous. Like, the car is not even running on its, like, it's on its own, which either means the battery's dead and the alternator's dead, or the battery is dead and the battery is dead, which seems to be the case. So I'm trying to run that repair cycle on my battery tender to see if it can at least make it continuous. You know what I'm trying to say, if it at least make it do that again. But I don't know, it does have a 1-year warranty from Walmart. And honestly, I've abused batteries much worse than this, and they've come back. The only thing I could find, well, I did have it running earlier because I did get it started just on the jumper pack, and then once the jumper pack kicked off, it died. The light bar was on. Not the light bar, the switch. The switch has a little tiny LED in it, and that was on. And I can't imagine that was enough to, but I mean, maybe. But this is part of me starting to get ready to sell that thing. I might get the battery swapped out and just kick it out the door for whatever I can get for it. I'm just, it's always so much not fun to work on a car when it's not for you and it's for someone else. I actually have a little bit of a personal rule that I don't really work on cars for other people, even for like family members. I don't like working on cars for other people, especially if money gets involved, and like I'm not a professional. I don't have a shop or whatever, so I mean, I'll help someone out if they need some help, but like actually they call me over to do a job, I'm like, man, I'll come help you. But anyways, yeah, so the Crown Vic, I got to get that stupid thing figured out. Hopefully Walmart, if that battery really is bad and unsavable, which it kind of seems like it will be, it's behaving like that last battery I had in there, where I let it sit for 9 months and it was behaving the same. And I've only let the car sit for maybe a month since I drove it last. Maybe a little longer, but not 9. But anyways, yeah, the last battery I set for 9 months. And after 1 or 2 repair cycles on the tender, it was back. But this one seemed to be harder to save. So I'll keep your eye out for that video. Of course, on Friday, it's going to be Menko the cat and I in the Oldsmobile camping, which I think it's a really good trip, and it came out as a really good video. That's all I got for you. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and it is very dark and chilly, but we're still doing the daily walk series, of course. I want to talk about the tools that Patreon and YouTube give creators like myself to allow our audiences to financially support us directly, and why Patreon is so much better for me as a creator in just about every way. It's easier to use. I get a larger cut, and specifically that second part, me getting a larger cut is what I'm talking about today, because I just didn't realize how much of a larger cut. Someone actually joined on YouTube, and I got 56% of their contribution, which was surprisingly low. On Patreon, it would be roughly 90%. So I wanted to adjust the prices on YouTube to compensate for this. However, you cannot adjust your pricing and grandfather existing members into the current pricing. You have to basically unsubscribe them. They get a full refund, which is better than adjusting the prices without notice, but it's worse than just grandfathering them into the current prices. So that's what I did. I additionally offered the one member who has joined on YouTube memberships a free month over on Patreon to compensate them for their inconvenience and show my appreciation for them. But the benefit to me getting all this stuff set up before I'll realistically, acquire a significant amount of income from it is that I can work out the kinks like this before it affects a large number of people. So I guess the current member is a beta tester for me, but that is essentially it in a nutshell. It allows me to work out the kinks before things become a larger issue, make changes to my tiers and all that stuff before it affects a large number of people. And it is so dark.
I just had to flip you around there a bit so I could see. But additionally, this is part of my philosophy that I just need to fake it till I make it. I've been releasing weekly videos, even though, especially at first, they were not good quality. Now I'm pretty proud of them. But, you know, I just faked it till I made it. Well, I still haven't made it, but you know what I'm saying, I think. And additionally, part of setting up Patreon and YouTube memberships so early is so that we can work out these kinks. I can work out these kinks without affecting a large number of audience members. I hope that makes sense. Additionally, no, I guess that's about it. I guess that's all I got for you today. It was very wordy. I'll see you again tomorrow. And again on Friday for the Oldsmobile camping trip with Menko the cat. I'm really proud of that one. You should definitely catch it. All right. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and today you might notice I'm up here in the Mackenzie Natural area with the Crown Vic, the one that I've lifted and put big old tires on. And today I listed it for sale. It's a little bittersweet, but again, driving it up here, I remembered why it's got to go. The Volvo just does everything that it does, but better. And like, for example, the Crown Vic is less comfortable, it's slower, it gets similar fuel economy that doesn't need premium, so I guess it's cheaper to run, but it doesn't have cruise control, it doesn't have near as many creature comforts, it's less capable off-road, it's just worse in every way. And I've had my fun with it, I've had my experience, and I have fallen out of love with it, so it's gotta go. It's listed. I'm definitely gonna make a video on it, but I don't know how good of a video it's gonna be because I have not been able to get myself motivated to actually work on it and fix the couple of things that are wrong before I get rid of it. It's the old project car trope or whatever, where you just want it gone. I don't know if that's a trope, but I just want it gone. And I'd rather spend time, I'd rather take a little bit of a loss on it compared to what I could get than spend time repairing it. I'd rather spend time on other vehicles like the Subaru. It's getting to be winter now. See, I'm in a jacket and a hat. And I just wanted to come out here today because I was feeling a little cooped up. So it's nice to get out. I'm gonna shut up for a minute here and climb up the rest of this steep hill, and I'll show you some of the views up here. It's just about dusk now. I'll be right back. We made it up to the top, and I always just like to hang out here for a bit. We get to enjoy the beautiful sunset and just kind of decompress. It is just gorgeous. All right, well, I guess it's time to get back on the trail. This is definitely more than 15 minutes exercise. When I come out here and do this loop, it's probably closer to 20 to a half hour. But it is just really nice to hike, you know, not through a neighborhood, get to enjoy some views and the sunset. Man, getting rid of the Crown Vic is bittersweet, but I know it's the right decision. Definitely the right decision. Speaking of videos, I don't know what I'm going to release this Friday. Or this Friday is fine, next Friday is the one that's an issue. But that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I still don't know what video is going to come out a week from today. If you have any ideas or anything you'd want to see, please leave it in the comments down below. With that shout out, with that plea for help out of the way, yeah, it's a brisk evening out here, apparently about 45 degrees. I mentioned yesterday I got the Crown Vic for sale, and no one watched that short, so apparently people don't care much about the Crown Vic. It has not been a big part of the channel. There's been like one video that people seem to like with it when Cooper and I took it up to the fire lookout. I think that was an exceptional. That's one of my favorite thumbnails I've made. I really need to put more effort into those. Because if you're a subscriber and you like my stuff, you'll know it's pretty good, but hey, it ain't presented the best. But man, I'm always thinking of so much on trips like that it's like, man, when do I take a thumbnail? I can never
can never think of it. I also guess I'm a little lacking for creativity on taking the thumbnails. It's hard. Let's see, what else? Oh, I got some stuff in for the BMW today. I'm going to do something that I think is a little interesting. The top, you'll know, has a couple of holes in it. And I'm going to try to patch the holes. One of them on one side with tenacious tape and one of them on the other side with some canvas I found and some rubber cement. I am predicting the rubber cement will last better, but tenacious tape is pretty well. I mean, it's in the name, tenacious. So I think that'll be interesting to see. Is it worth the extra cost as well as hassle of doing the rubber cement solution? Though also my hole in my convertible is large enough that the tenacious tape doesn't really come in a size big enough. So I'm not sure about that. But I am sure that, well, I'm not that sure, but I'll try and get to that this weekend. Man, it's been a pretty good week. I've gotten back into Pacific Drive, which I think is a great but flawed video game. Maybe that's why I don't have a video. No, it's a lack of creativity. I just couldn't think of anything to do. We'll see. Maybe I'll sell the Crown Vic over the weekend, and then that'll be the video. We'll see. That should be nice, but I'm still in the phase of listing it for higher than I'd actually take and see if anyone wants it. You know, just feeling it out. I'll drop the price over the coming weeks. But anyways, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's very wet 15 minutes exercise. I'm going to pause a minute, listen to the rain. It's a wet one, and it's about midnight. I'm in the raincoat. Today was a pretty good day. We went to the, not quite the final day, but one of the final days. One of our favorite breweries will ever be open. So that's a little bittersweet, but we have found a place that we like going to that's actually closer to home, and honestly, we like the food a little better, but it is still definitely bittersweet. It's a cool place, but more importantly, I patched the convertible top on the BMW today, and I'm actually looking forward to sharing that. Though I have no idea when that's going to come out, because this is going to be a video that just takes a long time to get all the parts for. It's probably going to be filmed over like a month or two, which is really not how I like to do videos, but there's no real way to avoid it, because getting these parts without paying hundreds of dollars is impossible. But I'm going to try and do it, because I don't like spending money. So that's where that is. But in the meanwhile, hopefully the convertible top is a little less porous. It is a nasty one out tonight. We took the Oldsmobile into town about probably 40 minutes, 50 minutes round trip, and it did well. I just enjoyed driving that car. It's gone from being a brand new luxury car that was kind of outdated when it came out to being an old POS that you could pick up for $1,000 to actually being really cool again. I don't know what it's worth and don't intend to find out. Speaking of the Oldsmobile, yesterday the Oldsmobile video went up and it wasn't performing as well as I had hoped. And so what I did, you might have noticed this if you're a fan of Menko the Cat, I made a bunch of Menko the Cat shorts and linked back to that video because it features her. And it actually seems to have worked pretty well. The video is performing much better now. So I guess in that way the system works. But that was a little interesting, a little experiment. I wish I could feature her in every video, but I don't think she'd appreciate hanging out in the shop too much now, would she? But I think I'm going to get out camping, hopefully next weekend, rain or shine. I don't know what vehicle I'm going to take or where I'm going to go, but it'd be nice to get out there. And I still have no idea what video is going to go up this Friday. I'm going to have to scramble to get something together. I've just been a void for ideas. So again, if you got any ideas, let me know in the comments down below. But all right, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for who knows what. Bye.
Welcome to today's 50 minutes exercise, and that big old patch you see right there is one of the 2 patches that I made to the convertible top on my BMW Z4, and I tried 2 different methods. Whenever that video comes out, which again I don't know when it's going to be, that is going to be revealed which of those patches is better. Yeah, that's about it. That one I've actually had the top up and down a couple of times now, and it seems to be holding. That might kind of spoil it. Shoot. Well, yeah, I don't know when that video is going to come up though, because it's so hard to find parts in this car. Like the stuff that breaks in the interior, they stopped making the interior stuff, and it's just impossible to get. So I just need to do that over time, accumulate parts, and then I'll be able to make a video where I put all of it on, and it's just going to be a long process. Today I spent most of my day filming and editing Friday's video, which, I'll be honest, I mean, you should go watch it. I think it's good information, though I do think it's very dry, good information. I tried my best to do a few things to make it interesting, but it is a scripted video, and I have 0 practice doing scripted videos, and I didn't take the time to memorize the script, and I don't have a teleprompter, so a lot of it, I'm just looking at my phone. So that's a little unfortunate, but it is good information, and I just needed something, and I kind of need something easy, and this was kind of easy. I guess it's about that. I guess I could share what the premise is if you're still here. It's basically my 2-year anniversary video. It's no big celebration or anything, but it's just sharing all the stuff I've learned, which, is a lot. My videos have gotten a lot better. It also reveals exactly how much money I've lost doing YouTube, which is more than I thought. I knew I hadn't made money, obviously, because I bought all the camera gear. But the camera gear is more expensive than I remembered. So, there's that. I think in a week it'll be a camping video again, but I'm really not sure. I need to figure it out. I've said, one of the things I say in the video is that I've gotten a lot better at scheduling, but right now apparently I'm struggling with scheduling just due to coming up with ideas and parts and all that stuff. But yeah, it was an all right day. I'm gonna go home and relax after this. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I got a little bit done on the BMW, and by a little bit done on the BMW, I mean I got nothing done on the BMW. That was a hell of a sentence, but let me explain here. I read online that it's possible for the handbrake on these cars to get out of adjustment. Man, look at the sky behind me. Anyways, so I went out and I was like adjusting the handbrake, and still nothing. My BMW, my Z4, has never had anything in the handbrake. It's just always gone straight to the top. Nothing. And so I tried adjusting it, still nothing. Almost certainly means the cable must have snapped. Maybe both of them even. I'm not entirely sure. It has 2 cables that come from the cockpit, from the handbrake back to the rear wheels. And I've never had to adjust or mess with a handbrake before. And so this has been very much a learning experience. But after that experience, I went on the internet, and I discovered that the parts that I wanted would be about $350 to do a complete handbrake overhaul, so I threw that money at the car. $100 of that was the cables, $50 was the pads, which it probably didn't need, another like 15 for the springs, a few other bucks here and there, and you're up to $350. However, also a common issue on the E85 Z4 is the ratchet mechanism. Everyone else figured out how to make metal strong enough that the ratchet wouldn't wear off, but BMW, they had not. So the ratchet, it just shears off and you can't lock your handbrake in place. So I had to buy a new one of those too. That was about, I think, $100 used, which is a screaming deal. We'll see if it actually has all of its teeth, because the seller did not post any pictures. Thankfully, eBay's seller or buyer protections are very good. Additionally, the interior trims are a huge issue in that car. The plastics they used were just not up to lasting the test of time. FCP Euro had a bit of a sale on one of the larger, more expensive pieces I wanted, but it was still $260 for an interior piece of plastic, which is freaking wild. However, my piece is so broken, and that's like the best deal I've seen. I just decided to go for it. So I spent that plus another $50 on some seatbelt retention things and another $50 on another piece that I broke. And I don't blame myself for that. I blame the old plastic. So all in all, I spent roughly $700 today on BMW parts, and you can expect to see that video at some point in the nearish future. We'll see when the parts come in. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm going to share a little story as well as set the record straight. But first, I want to tell you why I'm laughing. There was a guy out here in a car that was very loud, and he stalled it not once, but twice before he got out of the driveway. I guess he must be learning. They're also being rowdy and loud. But anyways, into the story. So a while back, Menko's viral short, it's got about 4.4 million views right now. But I mean, who's counting? It was stolen and re-uploaded to a different account. Coincidentally, the name of this account, I got their email when they claimed it. Their name was redacted. And coincidentally, soon after that, someone with the name redacted became a member on YouTube memberships. And so I was like connecting the dots. I was like, are they trying to pay me off? But I no longer believe that to be the case. So I guess that's me setting the record straight. So recently I changed the pricing of my YouTube memberships tiers to account for the larger cut that YouTube takes as compared to Patreon. In doing this, I had to cancel the one member I had. Redacted. I'm probably butchering that. I now know they're Swedish, and let me explain why. I noticed that this person's membership who I had to cancel was also a member on Patreon at the free tier. So I emailed him. Patreon gives creators access to your email if you didn't know this. And so I was like, man, that's kind of weird. But I was like, well, it'd be nice to, let them know why. And also I wanted to offer him a free month of Patreon at the same price because the Patreon pricing didn't change. And so I did send out an email, and well, they got back to me today. And like I said, this is how I know they're Swedish. And they were glad that I'd emailed them and let them know why their membership was canceled for seemingly no reason. And I guess that was just a really nice story. Obviously I get some love in the comments, but I don't know, talking directly to a fan who appreciated viewing my videos enough to support me directly like that is just, it means a lot, I guess. I guess that's all I got to say about that.
So that was a lie.
Yeah, it was touching, I guess. They mentioned that they liked seeing Menko. They also have a Volvo XC70, which of course is where a lot of my subscriber base comes from. At least the people that are here for the long form content. Most of my subscriber base is here for Menko. But they mentioned they also have a Volvo XC70, and I don't know, it was just nice to hear from them, and I wanted to share that little story, and it kind of made my evening. All right, I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I got a story for you like yesterday, but I'm just going to talk a little bit of inside baseball. Firstly, today I had to go fix some issues with the video that's supposed to go up on Friday. Still on schedule to go up on Friday, of course. Just had to fix a couple of issues. I left a swear word in there. Oh no. And I also forgot to put up some text on screen when I said I would. So between that and the swear word, I was like, I'll fix it. And then while I was in there, I also touched it up a little bit, made it a little bit nicer. Added in some music, which I'd kind of forgotten to do, but it's not one of my usual videos, so no music wasn't a big deal initially. But hey, I was back in there ads. Anyways, that's Friday's video. Both versions are up on Patreon and YouTube memberships, including the old version. So if you wanted to, you could play Spot the Difference. But what else did I do? Oh God, I got my first YouTube check today. That should have been the headline thing. I got my first YouTube check today, which was like $250. And to be clear, I mean a direct deposit, but still, it's really cool. I don't know. It's just cool. It's
It's nice. And also, on Friday, I should get my first contributions from LibraPay, from the one member who found me on PeerTube and subscribed through that. So that'll be nice as well. It means so much that people are supporting me directly, especially, but also that they're watching my videos and I'm getting that AdSense. It's not much compared to my real job, but it's just cool. Did I mention the amount? It was like $250, I think, for the AdSense, and 150 or 160 of that was from Menko's Singular viral short. So, speaking of inside baseball, the video on Friday is actually going to be very inside baseball-y, and I scripted it, and you can tell that I don't usually do scripted videos. I'm staring at my phone most of the time for that matter, because I wasn't going to buy a teleprompter for one video. And in the video I mean, not tonight. I guess I kind of am. I could. Oh man, what else? Today, I had to, of course, fix that video. But I also got some stuff done around the house, which was nice. Oh, and we voted. Go vote if you haven't already. Yeah, we voted and got the kitchen clean, and I've honestly been thinking of making a video just where I go fix stuff around the house, because that'll motivate me to do it, and I think I could make it a little interesting, kind of like the shop tidy video. But I don't know how I'd package it and market it, because that one was a great title and thumbnail or whatever. Maybe not a thumbnail, it was a great title. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for that video I was talking about. Bye-bye.
To today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about live streaming a little bit and why I think the ideas that I have for it are excellent. So previously I have done a route planning live stream before the big 4-video XC70 road trip in South Dakota and Wyoming. I did a planning live stream, and we actually stuck pretty close to that route, and I think that's really good because obviously the casual or even semi-casual, like more than casual viewers are just still going to be interested in the videos. But if you're really interested in what I'm doing, then you can come and see the thought process behind the road trips. Of course, ask me questions, maybe even help me plan the route, especially if a viewer is local to the area where I'm planning, which would be pretty nuts. But obviously right now I don't have a large enough viewership for all of that to be true, but I still think it's a really fun format. And as I mentioned in tomorrow's video, which is about what I've learned over the past couple of years, I believe pretty strongly in faking it until you make it on YouTube. I haven't made it yet, so I can't say that it'll work for me, but definitely faking it. So I do think that's a good thing to be doing, though I don't know if I'll have time before I go camping this weekend, because tomorrow after work I am planning on going to see a comedian, but that's not until 9, so I could squeeze it in between after work and that, but I don't know. There's the other issue. I need to troubleshoot my setup a little bit because I've only used it once, and I don't know if it would be still functional. I'd have to make sure it's all working, which takes quite a while because like I don't use it a lot. And in addition to that, I do want to get live streaming set up on PeerTube. I just didn't have time last time. Essentially what you have to do for that is you have to host a server, which I could do on my own hardware. And basically I would stream from my PC to that server, and then that server would restream to PeerTube and to Twitch. It kind of like splits it, I guess. And that's a little bit of faff that I just didn't have time to set up last time, but I would like to get set up in the future. There's another idea I had for a live stream, which is the fact that my shop it's not as bad as it was when I cleaned it in that video, where I lived in it, but it's getting pretty messy again. So I am wondering maybe I could encourage myself to get it clean if I do a little live stream while I clean it. It probably wouldn't be all that interesting, but I don't know, it might be. So I guess let me know if you want to see either of those things in the comments here. Yeah, I really would like to get streaming set up on PeerTube because that's super neat. But I don't know, that's all I got for you today. I guess I'll see you again tomorrow, and as well tomorrow for the full-length video, celebrating my 2 years of being on YouTube.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today, well, last night actually, after my walk, I got live streaming set up to YouTube and PeerTube, as well as Twitch. I actually streamed a couple of times way back in college or whatever, you know, like every gamer seems like they do it. But I streamed and I repurposed that old account I had and renamed the username and everything to match Joel Kalich, and I was able to get a live stream going up there and YouTube as well as PeerTube, and I might eventually do some stuff with the vertical platforms as well. I don't know how that works when you're streaming from streaming software like OBS though, so I'm not sure. I do know that with TikTok, we love TikTok here. I upload these to TikTok actually, if you didn't know, if you're not watching on TikTok. We all love TikTok, of course, it's flawless, but anyways, it doesn't give you a stream key, so you can't just live stream unless you have like a certain number of subscribers, and then you have to like contact support or something. It's very strange, but I don't know if it's worth getting the vertical stuff set up. I might play around with it just for fun though. But the live stream itself went pretty well. Also, check that out. That's pretty nifty. Anyways, it went pretty well, and I got my route planned. Actually, it probably only took me about 15 minutes to plan the route, and then I kind of just talked some behind the scenes, and then near the end, one of my more loyal subscribers tuned in and asked some questions and stuff, and it was nice. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I like live streaming as a format. In fact, in a little bit here, the WAN show should go live, and I'm gonna go catch that. And I think the way that this format of doing it, where I plan a route so you can kind of get a sneak peek, plus a little behind the scenes, is a really good way to do it. Not to toot my own horn here. Man, I hate. This is one of the reasons I don't do the walks in the daytime. There's people out. I look like an idiot. But yeah, it went well. I kind of got a finishing touches on it last minute, but I did get it working, and it worked well for the duration of the stream, which was good. Yeah, I like doing that, so I'm definitely gonna keep doing that, and hopefully, if I do it more frequently, I will be able to get better at it. Mostly like just getting the setup to be more smooth and faster, so it's easier. But anyways, yeah, that live stream's up. You can go check it out if you want to. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again a week from today. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today her and I are going up to a fire lookout at the top of this hill here. It's only about 1,000 feet from the car, which is just right back through the trees right there. But I'm gonna have to carry her a little further. Cats aren't the best at healing, if you can believe it. I'll get back to you once we're up at the fire lookout. She's doing a little bit of the walking on her own. Just before I started filming, she was making good progress. Come on, kitty. Come on. Now she's not at all about it. We're just about there, though, so be right back. Well, you might notice I'm wearing a raincoat, and Menko the cat is not with me. That's because there was just supposed to be a crow's nest up there. It wasn't there. We're probably doing the same thing again now, in the fact that we're just hiking up to look for a crow's nest that we aren't going to find, but hey, we got to at least check it out. And by the end of this short, we will have gotten to a fire lookout, I promise. Well, as predicted, I did not find a crow's nest up there. I just found some rain. So on to the next tower, which I'm pretty sure is a proper tower, and I'm pretty sure it's actually there. It actually exists. I will catch up to you when we're either close or actually at that tower. And hopefully I don't get too much wetter. I'll be right back again. Of course, when I got back from my hike there, I'm very wet, but Menko is in here nice and cozy and dry in the passenger footwell, on top of all my jackets that I left there for her. That's a good girl. Right, I'm not sure if you can hear, but it actually is pouring right now. We're gonna head up to the next one, and I really hope I don't have to hike to it. Yeah, you guessed it. We're hiking again. At least the rain's let up a little bit, but there was a gate across this beautiful road here that I could just be cruising up, but no, we got to hike it because there was a gate. So that's what we're doing. So I do have it on good authority again that there actually is a tower up here, so let's cross our fingers. About 1 3/4 miles of a hike round trip. I'll get back to you when we're up there, hopefully. There's the car, and here's where we are, about halfway there. Well, as you can see, we have reached the fog, but at least we'll be able to see if there's actually a tower up here, so we can know if we should come back when it's not quite so foggy. We are just about there. Let's see if there's a tower. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. This is another crow's nest that's been abandoned. At least we got out of the fog, as you can see, and so we do have a little bit of a view. But it's getting close to dark. I got to get back down to the car and find camp. And so, unfortunately, I'm really sorry. I really thought there was going to be a lookout in today's short, but you'll have to subscribe for tomorrow's to see the lookout, because there is one, the final one, the fourth one. I am sure that it actually exists. And tomorrow we're going to go up there, but it just got too late. I got to find camp before it gets too terribly dark. I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're up at this fire lookout with Menko the cat. It's very windy and very cold, but she's having a look around, and the door's open in the car if she ever wants to go back. Yesterday I tried to get to 3 lookouts and none of them were actually lookouts, but today we have finally made it to one. I don't know why you're wanting to be out here, Menko. It's freaking cold. Where are we going? Oh, man, I had a bit of a chilly sleep last night, but I stayed warm enough, and Menko, of course, it was cold enough she curled up in the sleeping bag with me, which is, of course, incredibly cozy. Oh, you just wanted a snack. You wanted to eat some grass? She is a good girl. She has not complained at all in the car today. She's actually sat right behind me on the rear seats there and just looked out the front. She's been my little co-pilot. Is it time to go back, kitty? Come on, let's go. Yeah.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And have you ever wondered how fast your car goes 0 to 60 but not known how to measure it? Well, I have a solution, and I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just trying to brag about saving $60 on a 25 hertz, that's 25 times per second GPS sensor. You might have heard of these if you're into cars and you think they're crazy expensive, but they've come down in price a lot since I last checked. You can get the out-of-the-box solution for a couple $100, and what I did cost about $140. There's a Racebox Mini, which is the $200 thing, and it comes, ready to run. But I got the Racebox Micro, which was $125, and it comes with just the GPS sensor, no battery, no charger, nothing, not even a USB-C port to power it. And so what I did is I bought a little circuit board off of AliExpress for $5, and I also got an 18350 battery, and wired it all together, and now I have a Racebox for $140 instead of $200. It's not quite as polished, obviously, but it's damn good. The 3D model and all the info is on, I believe, printables.com/Joel Kalich. If you just search for Racebox, I don't think there's too many things for it on Printables, so it's on there if you're curious. But I was really proud with that, and I tested the Volvo's 0 to 60 today, and it did it in 8.38 seconds, which is, I believe, about 0.8 seconds slower than times I was reading on the internet, which is probably due to the 20 years and 133,000 miles, as well as the lift and big tires. But hey, not too bad, not too bad. There's a video for that that's going to be up on Patreon later tonight. So if you're curious on how that went, and I might have tested a little beyond 60. I'm not going to say anything else about that. I definitely went down to Mexico. It was a long drive, but it was worth it. But really happy with that thing. And additionally, before I let you go here, I also got the video. I worked pretty hard on it after work today and yesterday.
I got the video of camping in the XC70 with Menko the cat done and edited. That's going to be up on Patreon tonight as well, and up on YouTube on Friday. And if you do want to know how the race box works and everything, I'm going to be releasing a video on that at some point. I'm not quite sure when yet. We're going to be running all the cars 0 to 60. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I think today we're going to be doing a pretty relaxed walk. Today was a pretty good day. I got some good stuff done at work. I was happy about that. Not that I don't do that every day if my manager is watching, but no, today was just a more productive than usual day. Not to say I'm not productive on other day anyways. It was a good day, and then I got off work and I had to fix the Friday's upload because it got corrupted in the rendering process somehow. And I went grocery shopping, which I always hate doing, but once I get out there, it's usually kind of fun. It's like a puzzle. You gotta go around the store, check off all the things on the list. Then I got home, made thumbnails, which if you're still watching at this point, I'd appreciate you go to my profile, check out the posts, and vote for your favorite thumbnail, because I made like 7 of them and I hate them all. I hate making thumbnails. It's just the absolute worst. Making thumbnails and titles, it can affect how your video performs more than anything else, actually. I mean, you can't have a bad video, but if you don't have a good thumbnail and title, it won't go anywhere, and I'm still not good at making them. So I hate that. But yeah, there's a poll if you want to go vote in it. But that's done, and I also made a Patreon exclusive yesterday with that new little race box where I took the Volvo and tested it 0 to 60. There will be a full video coming out with that at some point. I obviously haven't made it yet, but I'm going to, because that's one of the reasons I wanted it to play with it just to know, but I also wanted it to make a video with it. And don't be thinking here that my video I make on it'll pay for the $140 of the device. It'll probably make a few bucks if I'm lucky. I think I'm under $20 on my long form content overall still, and most of Menko's income is still from her one viral short. But I have been enjoying the creation process recently. I think I got a little burnt out after doing the Volvo road trip. It just took so long to edit, and I really like the weekly production schedule where I film something and then edit it and then release it. It's a good routine, and when I go on a long trip and then have to edit for weeks and weeks, I don't enjoy it as much. I still enjoy making the videos, but my brain just gets fried. It is a beautiful but chilly night out tonight. I love the fall and the winter. I like the variety of the seasons. That's why I live here in Spokane. We get hot summers, cold winters. Anyways, that's enough of me rambling. I'll see you tomorrow, and again on Friday for the XC70 trip with Menko. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I want to talk TikTok. Say that 3 times fast. So for those unaware, I post these videos to YouTube, TikTok, and PeerTube. PeerTube's obviously neat. You probably haven't heard of that one, but TikTok and YouTube, of course, you have. But mostly what I wanted to talk about is why, if you're a TikTok viewer, you might not have noticed me replying to comments or anything. I love replying to comments on YouTube, but on TikTok, I just don't really. And there's a decent reason for that. And that reason is that I just don't want to get sucked in. On YouTube, I actually use custom YouTube apps such as GrayJ and Revanced to completely disable YouTube Shorts. So I can't get sucked in at all, really. I have a couple of creators that make shorts that I like to watch, and I go find their channel and watch the shorts from there. But other than that, I don't get sucked into the endless scroll. On TikTok, of course, you open the app, you're on the page. And there's not really a way around that. And I just don't want to be on TikTok because that's all it offers. On YouTube, there's other stuff that I do want to watch, the long form content that I like. And to be clear, I have scrolled before. I hello, yes, fellow kids. But I have done that. And while there are some gems, of course, in the creators who do short form content, there are there's a lot of garbage, and I just come out of it feeling like I've seen more garbage than actual good creations, and it makes me not feel good. So I've taken the steps to prevent that, and so I don't open the TikTok app except to upload my video. If you do want me to reply to a comment, you can head over to YouTube or PeerTube and make it there. I guess I'm kind of sorry about that. Like I said, I like replying to comments, and I occasionally catch a glimpse of a comment on TikTok. I'm like, oh, that's funny, and I want to reply, but then I'm like, I'm just not going to. I'm gonna close the app before anything happens. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I think I wanted to provide some sort of explanation for why you don't see me replying on TikTok. I'm basically just there, I guess, to get a little exposure, which I know the conversion rate from TikTok to long form content is not great, but it's like no problem. Just upload there too, generally. So I guess that's that. I hope you found this a little interesting, a little sight into my brain hole. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for Camping with Menko and visiting fire lookouts. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to tell you a little story that I kind of resolved today, and I'm pretty happy about that. It's been going on for quite a while, this issue, and the issue is that I tried to build a battery pack for a custom electric skateboard, about, what is it, like 5? Oh man, I'm getting old. About 5 years ago now or something, and I never finished that project. And those battery cells, they were just 18650s. They have just sat in my shop. It's a miracle it hasn't burnt down. They just sat in my shop, degrading. I think they were charged pretty close to. Also, there's a Hummer. Anyways, I'm pretty sure they charged or they were sitting pretty close to their nominal voltage. Yeah, there's a Hummer, but that is really disappointing to me. That project was hung over my head. I tried to build an electric skateboard, a DIY one, when I was in college, and I just never achieved that. And you might be thinking, oh, hey, he finally got his electric skateboard put together. No, that is not what happened. This started with an Ember mug. My Ember mug, this stopped holding a charge, and so I took it apart. It just has a couple of 18650s in it. I took them out, and I'm going to reuse them in something else because for some reason they weren't working for the Ember mug. I was like, you know what? I have about 48 other 18650s out in the shop. Maybe I'll finally reclaim those and use them for something else. And so that's exactly what I did. I took the pack apart, and so far I've only tried to charge 6 of them, and I'm doing a capacity test on 2 of them. But so far those 6 have taken a charge. And that makes me really glad that they're not completely garbage, because I don't like wasting things, obviously. But they are taking a charge, and I bought a 40 18650 battery bank off of AliExpress. So we'll see how that goes. But if the batteries have anywhere close to their capacity from when they were new, it'll be about a 400 watt-hour battery bank. And at least those cells will be doing something other than just sitting. But yeah, that's, I guess, my little story about when I tried to build an electric skateboard and failed. Maybe I'll go into the details of the electric skateboard build a different day, but I was just really happy to get to finally reclaiming those batteries and actually using them for something, because they've just sat. Oh, and also I tried to make a solder battery pack. I should have mentioned that earlier. Don't do that. Get a spot welder. Just stupid stuff. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. Again, I guess tomorrow for the full-length video where we go camping with Menko to visit fire lookouts. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and happy Halloween. Today we went to our usual trivia hunt. They were doing a little bit of an event, though if I'm honest, it wasn't that much. They had a couple of, let's call them what they were, kids games set up, and but the beer was good and the food was good as always. So yeah, it was fun, something to do. Leah actually put in some effort, as you can see me. I'm not dressed any different. I suggested I come as a lumberjack. I got the flannel, I got the beard, but Leah said I couldn't bring an axe to the bar, so, you know, what can you do?
Man, otherwise today I got the other patch installed on the BMW. I am a little worried about those because when I put the first one on, it's right on the crease, so when you fold it, it didn't really want to fold all the way down. I'm really hoping it doesn't cause issues, but if it does, I'll probably just rock it with the top up 100% of the time until I can get the time and money to replace the top. Currently, a new top for the BMW would be over my budget, my theoretical budget. I go over it a lot, but just the top alone would be over my theoretical budget for cars for a month alone. So we'll see how that goes. What else did I do today? I mentioned I took apart that battery pack. I'm still working on charging all the cells up. Oh god, I definitely had something else. Oh, I had to boot up the shop heater for the first time so the rubber cement would adhere for the convertible patch. God, I swear there was something else. I just can't remember. You don't want to hear me talk about something that I did that I can't remember, so... What else? The weather tonight is actually quite excellent. It's 43 degrees. We took the Oldsmobile over to the brewery. That was really nice. I was like driving the Oldsmobile. Oh, I got self-hosted calendar set up. So that's the one thing that I've still been using Google for, and I finally got that transferred over to my own servers, and so far so good. There's a few nice to haves that aren't quite as good, but I think it's going to work good enough, and it's really nice to have it on my own stuff, and it really is the whole day. I just got back from the brewery where we went for Halloween, and I'm still in my kind of nice clothes. I got my nice shoes on. I guess there you go. I just dressed up nice. That was my costume. See, I think my issue with costumes is that I don't have the foresight nor the creativity. So between that, by the time it's really close to the costume time, I don't have the time. I don't know. I have lots of excuses, but ultimately I just didn't think to dress up. But I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Goodbye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might notice that you're actually able to see the floor in this room. And that was not the case about probably 6 or 7 hours ago. There was probably half of a 20-gallon recycling can. 20 gallons, is that the right measurement? I don't know. So there was probably half of one of those just in the room in cardboard from packaging, from filament and the likes, and a bunch of other stuff that needed to be put away and organized, and it was a mess. You could not walk around in the room. And for the most part, I think I've gotten a lot better at being tidy. We obviously did the shop video a while ago where I lived in the shop until it was clean. But that office there, it's just the place where, it's like the one place that's not tidy. If I don't have a place for something, I just chuck it in there. I'm trying to fix that, obviously, but today I finally got it tidy. I had the time to do that. I also cleaned up a lot of the rest of the house, which was, of course, a good thing. I did not get to cleaning the shop, which the shop does need a tidy. Hopefully I can get to that tomorrow. And I also need to record tomorrow's video. Speaking of tomorrow, oh, there's a raccoon over there. I don't know if you can see it. There's just straight up a raccoon right there. Right there. That's something I didn't expect to happen on my walk. Anyways, Friday's video. Friday's video is going to be the 0 to 60 testing of all my cars. I got a new 25 hertz GPS. If you were unaware, there is a little Patreon exclusive up where I play with it on the Volvo and make sure it works. But I'm going to be doing that with all my cars, hopefully tomorrow when it's not going to be wet, because I wanted to do it today, but it was too rainy, so instead I had to be productive. Let's see, I guess I'm running out of things to talk about, but I got one more. I've always wondered what the hell the difference is and what is my favorite style of popcorn. So I bought all 5 of the different varieties from Pop Secret, and I'm going to be putting them through a bracket, actually. And that's going to be a short that'll be coming out in a bit once I try them all, because I couldn't have 5 bags of popcorn in a night, so I made a bracket. I'm a normal person, I swear.
But yeah, it is nice to have that office space back. I think I might actually even work in there because I work from home most of the time. So I might even work in there next week. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm printing something right now as you saw, so I don't know. Anyways, I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for 0 to 60 testing all of my vehicles. Bye-bye. Welcome to yesterday's 15 minutes exercise. And yes, I said yesterday on purpose because I forgot to go on my 15 minutes exercise yesterday for the first time while at home. I have forgotten before, but I had good excuses, such as, you know, being on vacation, visiting with my parents. But yesterday I just spaced, and I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner, honestly. We made it all the way to November. As punishment, I'm walking here in the rain about 2.5 miles into town, and then if the bus is on schedule, I'll catch it home. And if it isn't, then I'll walk home as well. I might do a live stream a little bit later, but I'm not sure. As for what I'm doing to fix this in the future, I have an automation that runs when I go to bed. It turns off the lights, starts my music playlist, does some other stuff. And now, before I can run that automation, my phone will ask me, "Hey man, you gone on your walk?" And so I should not be able to forget. But that's definitely annoying. And I was planning, actually when I first started this, I was like, oh, what if I forget? What'll be my punishment? And I was thinking of something kind of like this, walking into town. And so I kind of decided to do that today when I realized I'd forgotten yesterday. But I didn't realize it'd be raining, so it really is a punishment, eh? The parts for the BMW came in today, not yesterday. So those are going to be able to go on soon. What else? I forget. I don't know if there was anything else. But I'm getting wet. Man, there was something else I wanted to say. I just can't think of it. I got a new network card for my computer. I had a 10 gig card before, but it wasn't very reliable. We'll have to see if this one ends up being reliable. Oh, I was going to say that what I really need to be doing right now after work is editing Friday's video. It's Monday right now as I'm filming this, and I still haven't edited. I stayed up till like 9:30 last night doing the recording of it, and I should be editing it today, but alas. Well, I guess that's about all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Goodbye. Well, again, actually later today, I guess. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And today, you might notice I'm out here in the rain, and the background isn't quite what it usually is, and that's because I'm walking quite a bit further than usual, because yesterday I completely spaced and forgot. I've done this a few times over the years, over just the 1 year. However, this time it was at home. No excuse. I wasn't on vacation. I wasn't visiting family. Forcing myself to walk like 2.5 miles, which is about a time and a half what I usually do, all the way into town. And if there's a good bus for the way home, I'll probably take that. Otherwise, I'll just be hoofing it still. It is a weekday at least, so I got that going for me. And now, I was thinking of this as I'm walking over here. You might notice it's flipping dark. I hate standard time. I go to work in an office. I don't need to have it be light in the morning. I might as well start work at like 4 in the morning, and then I'll get actually daylight when I get home. So I'm just irritated that it's already dark out. I much prefer standard time, where I get an extra hour of light in the evening where it actually matters to me. Otherwise, I'd actually upload a short for yesterday, right before this, live. While that was uploading, I made it probably about a mile, probably about 1.5 miles or 2. And now I'm doing this. And on that short, I did mention that I did make a little bit of a change, so I hopefully will not forget again, which is to
and it's all the cars here. Audio is probably awesome. And that change is to, I have an automation that I run every night. Before I go to bed, it turns off the lights, that sort of thing. And so now it'll remind me to go on my walk, which would have saved me last night if I didn't use that button. But instead, here we are. I'm walking 2.5 miles to the grocery store. Why the grocery store? I don't know. I just like going to the grocery store. It'll be a good place to chill while I wait for the next bus. But yeah, walking 2.5 miles is punishment for my failure to walk a mile yesterday. And it's very wet. I should actually be at home, as I mentioned in that other short, doing the edit for Friday's video where I got a new GPS module, a GPS unit. Those things are cheap now, by the way. A 25 hertz GPS is like $140, which lets you do like 0 to 60 testing and other track performance related stuff. But anyways, I used that to 0 to 60 test all 7 vehicles and the 2 skateboards as well, though they don't go 60. I just did a 0 to 20 test with them. But I need to be editing that. It took so freaking long. It took I did the math, and the loop I was driving to get the 0 to 60 readings was 84 miles, which equates to probably about 1.5 hours of just driving to get nowhere. So it took me like 6 hours to film that yesterday, like a whole day, pretty much. It got quite dark. It was very nice. Yeah, I should be home editing that. However, that's not what's happening. I do only have probably about 3/4 of a mile to go now. Hello, Noble. Is it a little warm where you are by chance? What is it here right now? Oh, I'd tell you my watch is dead. It can't be more than 40 degrees though. Oh, gonna have to turn off the chat replay on this one, aren't I? Oh boy. But I haven't figured out what next week's video is gonna be quite yet. Maybe I'll go camping in this beautiful, beautiful weather here. Oh, actually, it might be the BMW. I got a bunch of parts in for the BMW, so might be able to get some work done on that. I just got those in today, which was really nice. Specifically the handbrake. That's the big thing, but as well as some other interior plastic pieces that cost just as much as the handbrake, because why not? The bearing seat does not ring any bells to me. I don't know. I'm probably not going to keep this going on too much further. Just got to go across the freeway here. There's actually a nice little pedestrian bridge in Liberty Lake here. Hello. I can't read the messages very well because of my glasses. Hello, Starburst. It's rather damp. Yeah, there's actually in Liberty Lake there for British tourism town. They're working on the walking and transit infrastructure to some extent. I think it's mostly for golf carts, because there's it's a rich white person town. It's mostly for golf carts. But at least people like me who like to walk and bike and skateboard and stuff get the benefit of it. It drives me nuts when I'm walking and a golf cart blasts past at 15 miles an hour. It scares the crap out of me. Can I braid my beard? I definitely cannot, as I don't know how to braid. But my partner Leah might be able to. I don't know if it's quite long enough yet. It'd be a pretty short braid. That is a bright ass headlight. It is, I do like the rain, though, to be clear. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. And of course, we get a lot of rain there. We don't get quite as much here in Spokane, which we don't live in the area. I prefer to call Spokane and the surrounding area the Inland Northwest, because it's just a completely different climate. You grew up in the Pacific Northwest too? Nice. I assume that's what you're applying to do. Now we get to a great point. I got to cross the road in a roundabout. I'm just going to go for it. Hope people stop. All right. I also hate being the streamer in public because people like that have a bad rap. And people didn't run me over, so we're good here. But we do fortunately have, thanks by the way for telling me to be safe. We do fortunately have an pedestrian overpass here, so I got to be separated from the cars for a little bit. It is a little bit of a longer walk, annoyingly. Pedestrian infrastructure, we're on foot. So we should be walking less than cars, right? It's easier to drive further in a car. But no, pedestrians have to walk further, which isn't great. I think Guns and Gaming sent a gift. I'm not used to live streaming and short form content. Thank you, I guess. I'm not entirely sure what that means or how much it's worth, but I appreciate it. Why am I in the rain? There's a good story behind that. I've been trying to walk every day for at least 15 minutes for the past year. And I've missed a few days, but they've always been understandable. Like I was visiting parents and just forgot. But yesterday I had no excuse. I forgot. And so today I'm going for a 2.5-mile walk in the rain as punishment for forgetting yesterday. And to be clear, I do understand that a 15-minute walk isn't going to do much for my fitness, but it is more about building a habit. I promise you, if I take off the hat, I don't look like Walter White. I got long blonde locks, but I'm not going to do that because it's very, very cold. I appreciate the sub. I appreciate you all joining me on this walk. I haven't done one of these as a live stream in quite a while now. As we come up over this pedestrian bridge here, once we get to the other side, I'll probably end the stream because I need to start looking for the next bus back home, or else I'll have to walk. I actually just finished patching the convertible top on my BMW the other day, and I got to test it out today because I took it out for an appointment, and it started raining. Van life is something I'm very interested in. I haven't done it yet. I think I'm going to try it out in my Volvo XC70 because a lot of people that watch the channel really like that car, and I think it'd be a good way to just start out, build a place for me to sleep and work. And I already have the car. It'd be pretty cheap to buy the plywood and build it out. It's not quite a van, and I probably only live in it for like a week or so at a time because I have the luxury of being able to work remotely. But that is something I really want to pursue at some point. But up next are the BMW and the Subaru Loyale, and those they're broken. They need to be fixed before I can work on that. You're about to live in a van, be in a van headed south. Nice. I love a good road trip. Are you doing it like permanently, or are you just taking a vacation? Need to watch the new laws. I can't say I'm aware of new laws in the South. By the way, it's very loud up here. I am on top of the freeway. It's very unpleasant. Permanent, nice. I don't know if I can commit to that. Honestly, I love the people who do it. I watch quite a few van life creators, especially Foresty Forest is one of my favorites. But I don't know if I can do it permanently. I like my toys. What are you trying to say? Rails no guard? You can't van life in the snow? Van lifing in the snow, I feel like, is one of the big perks. I am getting down to the bottom of this ramp here. I got a big, long, handicap accessible ramp. If only it were like this on the other side. Oh yeah, I would not go south. I might go a little bit like it, maybe in the summers I'd be up further north and then I'd come further south down to Washington in the winters. Maybe I'd do that. But I mean, and hell, you're in a van. Maybe I'd go south one summer. You can do different stuff every year. That's very fair. Not everyone's like me. I like the cold. I've been really happy with the Spokane climate. It gets up to be in the hundreds in the summer and then down into the tens in the winter. I like variety, but I definitely understand people not liking the cold. Oh boy, we're coming up to the big intersection. I'll probably get across here and then call it a walk. I have no idea when the next bus is. Hello, I believe Martin. Again, I can't read too good. It's a little rainy. Oh boy. Let's hit my button here. And then I gotta wait and be the stupid live streamer in public. Him edits. Here is a shout out, as requested. Yeah, the glasses, they're good. They're really helping right now. I probably should have left them at home. I'm from Spokane. Oh yeah, I missed your message, Micah. I like Spokane a lot. I've just been here for probably, 5 years now? So, I don't know, I'm liking it. I like the weather. It could be a little less car-centric, but hey, it seems to be getting a little better. All right, we're making it across the road and we aren't getting hit, at least so far. All right, I have made it. I think I'm gonna call that a live stream. I'm gonna head over. Actually, I'll show you the store I'm going to. I'm going up to a Spokane local store called Yokes. And it's kind of like Safeway, but just local, and I like local stuff better, and I like Yokes because all Safeways are the same, all Walmarts are the same, whereas Yokes, they're different each store, so it's a little more unique, and I like that. It doesn't feel like you're teleporting to the same Safeway every time you walk inside. So I'm gonna head over here, probably grab like a kombucha or something, maybe a brewski, but probably not. And then I'm gonna see when the bus is coming, and hey, I might end up walking home. Hey, there's a truck from a company that I used to work for. I had a summer job there. Hello, Michael. That was a weird way to pronounce that name, but hello. I'm just about to the store. It's just about Envision, and then we're going to cut it off. Oh, I'm looking forward to sitting on a nice dry bus on the way home. Let's hope there is one. Public transit here is pretty extensive, but it's not terribly frequent, so I might have to wait like up to an hour. Hey, here's a cop. Hello, officer. I don't think it's illegal to live stream in public, just, highly suspicious. I will say he is stopping in the middle of the road. I don't know what he's up to, but I would grab you Doritos and then I eat them all myself, but I've been off of potato chips while at home this year. I have them when I'm camping and stuff, but I don't have them while I'm at home. Yeah, Doritos for chat, quote unquote. I do like Doritos though, specifically I've become over the past few years a huge fan of chili lime. Doritos are corn chips. Whatever. I mean, technically, yes. Okay, the sign's in the background. At least it is now. Right there. That is Yokes. And I'm going to grab myself a stack and then try to hit the bus. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This was fun. Yeah, people are asking questions near the end of the live stream. Ask them in the comments on the VOD maybe, and I'll get to them. All right, bye-bye. I gotta walk inside now, and I'm not streaming inside. Oh boy, I gotta figure out how to quit it. Here we go. Quitting it now. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I believe it just started to rain. Fortunately, not as badly as yesterday where I walked to town. Today, I wanted to talk about a few things, namely the BMW's parts came in, and so I should be able to take care of that job at some point in the near future. It's mostly the handbrake, a few plastic trims. There's definitely something else that I'm forgetting right now, but that video should be able to come out at some point soon, I hope. The other thing, of course, is I need to get the differential in the Subaru dropped out and cracked open just to see what's going on in there. And finally, I finished the video on 0 to 60 testing all of my cars. I think it came out pretty good. It is, I think it's just unfortunately a way of how that video is. It's just slightly dry. Because I did do 3 runs in every car, and I kind of wanted to include all of them. But there's leaves blowing around. I thought it was a bicyclist. But so there are, it is like almost 30 minutes long, and though there are 9 things that we do 0 to 60 in, well, 2 of them will do 0 to 20. But anyways, I'm happy with how that came out. I think it's pretty good. Let me know if you watch it in the comments. It comes out on Friday here. Patreon right now for free, of course. Nope, not for free. Patreon costs money. Comes out Friday for free. But I tried a thing with the music where every time I run the numbers, I kind of play the same song. And I kind of like it. It's kind of like we go out, we do this exciting stuff, and then we come back and it's just some nice piano music and we're crunching some numbers. I feel like it helps add to the feeling of structure to the video. I've been watching a guy recently. I'm not going to say who because I actually don't remember the channel name. But not stuff I usually watch. He's a food critic. No, not really a critic, but he goes and tries food. And I was just noticing how much and how frequently he changes the music track in his videos, and I was like, I could probably do a little more with music if I wanted to, so I don't know if I want to change it as much as he does in his videos, but I was like, you know, maybe I'll do a little more. As for what I'm going to do once I'm done going on this walk, I'm going to go home and relax and play some Pacific Drive. I am looking forward to it. I've been enjoying that game quite a lot. It's kind of like a extraction shooter for people who don't like multiplayer games or shooters, which is me, and for people who do like cars. So I'm going to go play that, have a good time. I hope you have a good night as well. I really enjoyed doing the live stream yesterday, by the way. Thanks to all the people who tuned into that, of course. I don't know when I'm going to do that again, but at some point, surely. See you tomorrow, and again on Friday for the 0 to 60 video. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I want to talk about how I've been struggling to get ahead a little bit. There was a period there over the early summer where I was about a week ahead on videos, which means I would finish a video, a previous video would go up on Friday, and then that video I finished would go up the following Friday. And that hasn't been the case really since I got back from the XC70 road trip. Those videos were just such a beast to edit, for me at least, that I wasn't able to get all of them edited within a couple of weeks and then be a couple of weeks ahead. And it just hasn't so happened that I've gotten ahead again. And hopefully I can get back ahead again. However, one of the parts I ordered for my BMW is on back order and it won't be here till December. So that's unfortunate. I guess I can get that video 95% of the way done. But yeah, that's just unfortunate. Otherwise, I also have the Subaru that I need to work on, so I can hopefully get that video done. And of course, knocking out a camping video is relatively easy. Though it does take up, you know, pretty much a whole weekend. So I don't know. This weekend I was thinking about going out, but I don't know where I'd go. I'm really feeling like it'd just be nice to stay home and work on the BMW. So maybe I should do that after work tomorrow. I'm not sure. One thing about having so many vehicles, currently I have 6, I believe, including the motorcycle, is that the urgency to repair any of them
is so low because I have 5 other vehicles I could drive if one of them isn't functional, like the Subaru. Whereas if the Subaru Loyale was my only vehicle, I would have it fixed by now because I would need it to get around. And while I do enjoy having multiple vehicles, it's fun, I really do miss the urgency that comes with depending on a car. I don't think you build as much of an attachment to a vehicle when you aren't fully dependent on it. Which there's positive and negative things to be said about that. Some people don't want to have to depend on a vehicle, which is incredibly fair. But there is something to be said for it. But all of that said, I just need to get to work. It's so hard for me to remember to have multiple frying pans in the fire at once. I really like to serial work. I actually talked about this in the video where I went over what I learned over the past few years, and I still struggle with doing parallel work instead of serial work. I don't know, that's enough of me rambling. I guess I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the 0 to 60 video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and while I'm on this walk, I have a very important decision to make. Okay, maybe not that important, but I've got to decide if I want to get changed into my grubbies and go get started on the BMW tonight, or if I want to play Pacific Drive, because I've been wanting to play that lately and I really just haven't gotten around to it. Like I said, it's a pretty big decision. Just like this decision to run through traffic. Oh boy. Yeah, I just got to figure that out. I'm not sure. The BMW is obviously the thing I should do, because I have most parts for that. There is a couple of parts that aren't going to be here till like December. Unfortunately, they're on back order. So not only did these things cost me a fortune, but they're on back order, so that's really nice. But I need to get started on that because there's a project I want to do. I want to build the Volvo into a little bit of a camper, but I can't do that in good conscience until I've gotten all my cars working and running, you know, which includes the BMW and the Subaru. So that's the dilemma. But also, hey, I really want to play Pacific Drive, so I don't know. I want to finish that game. You know, when I was a kid, I mean, I still kind of feel like a kid, but when I was really a kid, I was like, oh, I'll never get tired of playing video games, and I haven't gotten tired of it. It's just, as you grow up, other things take precedence. I think that's generally the case with how that goes. People don't just get old and be like, oh, I'm going to stop playing video games because I'm old. It's they got other stuff to do. And then I still like video games, obviously. I just, you know, I can go play with cars in real life instead of driving them in Forza. Plus I of course have the videos scheduled that I set for myself, so there's that as well. So I don't know. It's obviously going to be nice to have that car working better. Be able to leave it running, leave it idling without me in it, because one of the things that's broken is the handbrake. So I should get out there. But I don't know, I got the rest of this walk after I turn off the camera to make up my mind. One of the things I have enjoyed about doing these walks this year is that it gives me just some time to think about stuff. Which of course is always good. And usually I do them late at night, so sometimes, hey, don't call me crazy, but sometimes I'll even talk to myself a little bit and hope that no one sneaks up onto me and thinks I'm actually a crazy man. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely good for the old mental health going on the walks. On that note, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the 0 to 60 video. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today, as you might be able to tell back there, the BMW is in pieces and I'm going to talk about it. So I'm calling it quits right now, hence me leaving the shop, turning off the lights. But I was trying to fix the handbrake. The handbrake on that car has never worked under my ownership. And I was pretty sure it was the cables, so I ordered all the parts for that. I did get it apart. It was not the cables, it was actually the lever itself. It was not only stripped, like they so often are on these cars, the pivot point had broken, and so it wasn't pivoting where it should have been, so it couldn't do any leverage. However, even though I've got it fixed, I know the problem, I'm ready to put it back together, I can't for about another 10 days. That's because I'm waiting for exhaust gaskets. I just forgot that. I mean, I knew I was going to be taking off the exhaust, but I forgot that means that I need new gaskets because you aren't supposed to reuse gaskets on exhaust. And so I could have easily thrown those in with my original order from FCP Aero, but I didn't. And so they get more of my money and I had to pay shipping, and it's going to take 10 days to get here. I'm really bummed about that. If it weren't for that, I'd probably have the car back together, up and running by tomorrow. But instead, it's another 10 days. Maybe I'll back the Oldsmobile out of the other bay and get started on the Loyals differential this weekend. Or heck, maybe I'll go camping. I don't know. It's pretty chilly. I kind of just want to relax, but of course I need a video for Friday, you know. And I do need to get started on the Loyal. I want to have it for snow season. Whew, it's chilly. I didn't really put on any extra outerwear, and my hands, well, they're very dirty, but they're also cold. Yeah, it is a nice night out, though. What temperature is it? It's apparently 36. No wonder I'm kind of chilly. I'm looking forward to having that car completely working. After the work I'm doing on it and the next video you're going to see on it, it should be 100% functional. Currently, the issues are the handbrake, obviously, which I'm taking care of, as well as the one of the turn signals in the front. The actual housing is somewhat broken. I'm hoping to be able to kind of jerry-rig that back together. A friend in the first video I had with it, a friend, you saw him actually get it to be fixed, and that fix lasted for about 4 months before it broke again. So once I take the bumper off, it shouldn't be any problem to get that working again, without having to buy any new parts, hopefully. And I think that's just about all the issues on it. I also got some new trim, which of course is just nice to have, but man, is it expensive for that car. But yeah, exciting stuff. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's brisk 15 minutes exercise. And today I got a couple of interesting things to talk about. I made some more progress on the BMW and my AliExpress battery banks with bring your own 18650s. They came in. So the brief of the story there, let's start with the battery banks, is that I tried to make a DIY skateboard about 5 years ago. And those 18650s, I believe 48 of them have just been sitting out in the shop ever since, which is not good to let batteries sit like that. I'm lucky the shop didn't burn down. But anyways, I ordered some battery banks off of AliExpress where you bring your own 18650s and plug them in there, and no soldering or anything, as they just, you know, sit in there, so they're easy to swap. Which is what excites me. If these cells ever go bad, I can just swap them out. But anyways, the bank came in today, and I finished capacity testing all of the 18650s, and most of them, actually all of them were good. I didn't find a single bad cell, which is shocking. But anyways, I put them in, and the battery bank, it works. I'm going to run a test on it to see how much power, how much capacity it has, but it works. I also got a smaller battery bank that takes 8 18650s. So the big one takes 40 18650s and the small one takes 8. And I'm capacity testing the one that takes 8 right now, and it seems a little low, so I'm going to disassemble it and remove and test the batteries that are in it to make sure they're actually making good connection, because obviously that's something that can happen with the ones where you have to plug in the cells and you don't solder them or anything. They could not be making a good connection. But overall, this use of old 18650s seems to be a complete success. I'll probably be picking up more of these battery packs, at least one more, to put old low capacity 18650s in. It's just a good use where, like, if you have some power, that's better than no power. Like, the capacity doesn't matter like it would for something that you're actually trying to use. I mean, obviously it matters to some extent, but anyways, onto the BMW. So today I got out there, I put back together what I could. I'm still waiting. I need to wait about 10 days for the exhaust gaskets before I can put it back together all the way. But additionally, it came with the little lower grill piece. When I bought it, it came with that. However, it is the piece for the facelifted model, which my car should be. However, my car, because it's 2006, that's when the facelift happened. However, my car has a pre-facelift bumper. So I'm thinking it got into like a little minor front-end collision. Someone put a different bumper on it when they could find for cheap, and that happened to be the pre-facelift. But anyways, I've got to wait for that piece to ship, just the lower bumper grill.
And that's where we're at there. So the BMW is shelved for now. I'll figure out if I want to work on the Subaru tomorrow or what I want to do. But I guess that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I've got one of my high power flashlights. This is a Sofirn Q8, and I'm going to go explore a trail that I've been meaning to explore for a while now. I came across it on a previous walk, and I didn't go down it because it wasn't in the direction I was going. But while I'm walking there, I don't think there's any parking near this trail, because why would you have parking near well, actually, that's a good point. Why would you have parking near a footpath? Anyways, I did actually quite a bit today. For my birthday, my parents wanted to get me a hand truck, and they picked one out that was on sale at Harbor Freight, and they were just going to have me go grab it. They admitted it was not the most exciting way to get a gift, but it made more sense than me having to haul it back across the state, because I'm about 6 hours away from them. And I never did that. I was kind of busy at the time. I have lots of excuses, none of them great, but I never got around to it. However, in a more expensive model, went on sale for the same price as the cheaper models when it was on sale. So I went and grabbed that today. So there was the Franklin 4-in-1 from Harbor Freight, and pretty happy about that. And honestly, more excitingly, I should have led with this. I got a generator today. I've been wanting to try out Van Life Lite for a while. And what I mean by that is I've been wanting to take my Volvo and go work out of it and live out of it for a week. Because I have a 50-50 work from home agreement, and honestly, the work, my employer is generally okay with me working from home more. Of course, as long as it doesn't impact my work, which it doesn't. So I've been wanting to do that for a long time, and I put together a package of batteries and solar panels and controllers and everything, and it was going to be like $2,000. And that's a lot to spend on something that you're not sure if you even want to do. And so by buying a generator for that, I can try it out. Generators are loud and awful, but I can give it a try and see if I like it. And then if I do, I can invest in the solar and batteries and all that, and keep the generator around for if the power goes out or the heat goes out, anything like that. So I think that's a pretty good solution. Oh, and I forgot the best part. I paid $400 for this generator used. That is $800 new. It is a 3,500 watt Predator, so the Harbor Freight brand. And Consumer Reports rates them almost as good as Honda. Of course, the biggest question is longevity. So anyways, I had kind of a big day, exciting day for me at least. I'm pretty excited about it. It was productive, though. I still don't have a video for Friday, so I guess I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that mysterious video that I don't have any ideas for yet. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're talking some inside baseball. By that, I just mean channel stuff that's going on behind the scenes. So I mentioned in a short day or two ago or whatever that I got nothing for Friday. I think I did, at least. Maybe I didn't, but I still got nothing, and it's Monday, and that means I got to scramble. And scrambling in this case means I'm releasing the road trip video. I went on a road trip in Moab last year, and when I do these big road trips, such as the XC71 where we went to fire lookouts recently, I also edit the full cut while I'm editing the rest of them. So when I'm away on vacation, such as a road trip, I have something to upload while I'm gone. I was planning to upload the one from Moab on Thanksgiving while I was gone, but instead it's going up on Friday, and what's going up during Thanksgiving is going to be another off-roading compilation with the XC70. I think that's fitting because that's what I released last year on Thanksgiving. So look forwards to both of those things. And what I'm going to work on, why? Because I don't have to develop a video this week. Develop, is that the right word? I don't think so. But because I don't have to create a video this week, what I'm going to be working on is the XC70 camper build. I don't know when it's going to come out. I'm really excited for it. The first rendition of this build is going to be incredibly basic. It's just going to basically be a plywood floor with desk setup so I can sleep and work out of the XC70. I just need to get something in there so I can see if I even like working out of the XC70 for a week at a time, or even a few days at first. But I got the generator and I've just been itching to get out there and work out of the XC70. So that's exactly what we're going to do. But I do need to build it out just a little bit to make it possible, especially in the winter. Of course, we'll have to have the generator running so I can run heat in the XC70 as well as my work laptop. And I'm not investing in Starlink yet, that's for sure. So we'll have to go somewhere with cell service. But at some point in the future, there will be the XC70 build, and that'll come out the week before we take it out and adventure in it. But I have no idea when any of that's going to be. I guess there was something else. Oh, the BMW. And that video will be out soon as well. They're working on the BMW, fixing some more stuff, such as the handbrake. I don't know if I mentioned, but the handbrake works now on the BMW. It was not the fix that I thought it'd be. So look forward to that, I guess. I think that's all the inside baseball I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the complete cut of the XC70 road trip. I just finished rewatching it just to make sure it was all good to go, and it's a good one. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. We're going to start today a little differently because it is unbelievably foggy out right now. Let me flip the camera around real quick. That's pretty foggy. I mean, we get some fog around here sometimes, but not near as much as where I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. I'm in Spokane, which is the inland Northwest, even though to those of you on the East Coast or in a different country, it's all the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, today, man, it's trippy crossing the road here with cars in the distance. Today, I kind of wanted to get started on the Volvo's trunk build, or camper build, micro camper as I'm calling it. But I wasn't able to do that because, well, the main reason is because I wanted to play Pacific Drive, but the other reason is because it's actually my 4-year anniversary dating Leah, so it's been a goddamn long time. So we went out to dinner. It was a nice time. I went to a place that we don't usually go because it's pretty expensive, but oddly enough in a gas station. So you're sitting there in a nice environment paying quite a bit for food, and then you look out the windows and you see people pumping their gas. It's a neat little place. I do have a bit of a prototype in my head for the desk. So let me describe the camper a little bit. The bed is going to be on the passenger side, of course, in the trunk in the rear. And the desk is going to be in the rear driver's seat, the rear driver's side seat. And so somehow I need a way to move the desk out of the way when I'm driving so I can put my seat back, and then when I park I can put my seat forwards and then put the desk in the space that the seat usually occupies. And so I'm really trying to figure out some sort of clever mechanism, and it's looking like I might be able to fit a 2.5 by 2 foot desk there somehow, but I'm just not sure. I have some ideas, but nothing really concrete yet. I think my next step is just I need to go get the plywood, and I need to cut it down to perfectly fit into the Volvo using some cardboard aided design, and then go from there. I'm not sure how I'm going to make it work. Maybe I'll just go for something that hangs off the headrest. I mean, that'd be the simple thing, but I really want to have a nice setup in there with multiple monitors. So I got to get it figured out. But first steps first. You got to do one step at a time, and I need to cut that plywood out. All right, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And no, I've done it again. It is 1 a.m. You might notice the Volvo sitting there behind me in the driveway. That's because I have the plywood for the base of the micro camper build. I'm hoping to start on that tomorrow after work. I need to get a bunch of cardboard and make a little template, trace it out onto the plywood, and I'll get the jigsaw and get to work. It's going to be interesting. I don't have much experience with that, so... Oh man, I do love going on a walk at 1, 2 in the morning. It's just so peaceful out here. Anyways, I suppose I should share reasoning for why I'm up this late. In a nutshell, Pacific Drive. It has got to be my favorite game I've played in quite a while now. For context, it is a game based in the Pacific Northwest, where I grew up, and it features an off-road capable wagon, of which you might know I own 2. It's also kind of like an extraction shooter for people who don't like shooters or online PvP games. And all of these things that I've just said have me thinking, was this game developed specifically for me? I just had so much fun with that game, so I was close to completing it, or at least I thought I was, and I was right. And I completed it, and I actually spent quite a while writing a review on Steam just because I enjoyed it so much. I do have a few notes, of course, as you do with just about any game you love, but all in all, just incredible. Anyways, what else could I talk about? Oh, I went to Lowe's with the Volvo, of course, in the trailer, and I learned that the 4x8 trailer does not fit a 4x8 sheet of plywood. So that was interesting. I still managed to get it home all in one piece, of course, but I don't know. I'm excited for that video. I'm excited to try out the camper. It is going to be so incredibly cramped in there because the cooler I have is just incredibly large, but I also do want to be able to work off-grid for up to a week at a time, so I probably do need a cooler of that size. Eventually I might upgrade to a fridge if I ever do go for the power system, but that's not for stage 1 of the camper. I do have some ideas for the desk, which is going to be the most complex part of the camper, at least at this stage. I'm really hoping the ideas I have work out. I'm 3D printing some mock-ups right now. Anyways, that's all I got for today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 50 minutes exercise, and today I failed to install wireless remote start on my new generator. I got a Predator 3500, and it's a common modification because these have electric start to install a remote starter, so you can start from the comfort of your car. For me, I intend to use it mostly as a work from home generator, so I'll be working out of the back of my car. And it'd be nice, because I'm working off of a laptop, it has a battery. It'd be nice to just not have to listen to the generator all day, turn it off for an hour or two, work off battery, and turn it back on, charge up the laptop, and repeat. And then I don't have to listen to it all the time. However, it did not go smoothly. The lock actuator I bought was bum. I had to return it, get a replacement. And also the first video that I watched on how to do this, the mounting point that they suggested is not very good. The better mounting point that I found in a different video makes a lot more sense to me, but it does require disassembling much more of the generator. Plus I have to wait for the lock actuator. So all that said, my generator has not yet started itself remotely, which is disappointing, but I was going to make a video on this, but in looking up the correct place to mount it today on YouTube, there are already so many videos on this. And I don't like to create videos that are just retreading the same stuff if I can help it. Sometimes I end up doing that just because that's what I want to do, but for this, it just doesn't feel like a whole video. I think what I'm going to do is throw it up onto Patreon, just to show off the generator, because I like to put a video on there when I spend money on something, but also just because I don't think it's a good enough video for YouTube. So, I think that's where I'm at there. It'll be up on Patreon, my install experience, which was quite frustrating. Hopefully I actually am able to complete it once that new part comes in. And that'll be really nice, just to be able to start it and kill it from the comfort of the car. But yeah, so I guess, I mean, if you want to see that, go over to Patreon, or just go watch one of the other many existing videos from other people. So, but that'll be really nice to have. What I really need to be working on is cutting that sheet of plywood that I bought to size, so I can stick it in the back of the car so I can sleep and start mounting my desk. I do have parts 3D printing for the desk to prototype it. Obviously they're not going to be final because I need more strength. I'm going to try and use extruded aluminum. But anyways, that's where I'm at. Tomorrow, the full-length video is the complete cut
of the XC70 Moab road trip from last year. So make sure you don't miss that. And I'll see you, of course, as well for this walk tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And today the Crown Vic is gone. I sold it. And I am so happy about that because while I loved owning the car, while I loved it while I had it, I had just lost interest in it over the past couple of years. And when you lose interest in a car, it's time to let it go. It was a couple of younger guys, which I think just saying that makes me about 10 years older, which is probably accurate because I think they were in high school and I'm about 10 years older than that. Jesus Christ. Anyways, they were enthusiastic about it. They seemed excited to fix it up, do the things that needed doing that I didn't have the enthusiasm to complete before I sold it. So I'm really glad that it went to a good home. And here I want to provide a little bit of advice on selling your car and what's worked really well for me. I am incredibly detailed in my listing. I probably take an hour or more to write up a listing, including all of the little flaws, all of the positives. Just I try to be really detailed. And in that way, I have found that I don't get any bullshit. I get minimal bullshit at least. For example, I've sold 3 cars in my adult life. I've sold my RSX, which I think I had one person come look at it. And lo and behold, that person ended up being the buyer. With the Subaru Outback that I sold, I had a few people come look at it because it's more of a Decano box. But eventually some guy came up and he needed something all-wheel drive and didn't care that it was rebuilt. He was a handy guy and he took it home for full price for what I was asking. So that was really excellent. And with the Crown Vic, it's been up for probably 3-4 weeks now. And eventually these guys, they saw it, they came, looked at it, and that's the only person I had to show the car to. It was the first people that came to buy it. And obviously this is a small sample size with really cheap cars generally, but just be upfront, provide a lot of information. You won't have to deal with all of the hagglers. Like, you can't complain about people haggling and being, you know, messing around with you if your listing is crap. Like so many listings, it is a pet peeve of mine. I can't stand how inattentive people are to their listings on public seller marketplaces. Anyways, that's my advice. Be thorough in your listing and you won't have to deal with all the BS that these marketplace sites are known for. The issue is not the sites, the issue is you. I'm not salty, you are. So anyways, expect a full-length video on the sale of the Crown Vic, more about why I sold it, as well as in the future I'm going to put together a compilation video of it, just because I think that's a nice tribute. But for today, that's all I got. I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that video where I go over the sale of it. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I officially started on the XC70 micro camper build. I basically just got the floor cut out, the floor insert. The next steps are to 3D print a bracket to mount some legs to it because one of, I believe, the 3 main purposes for this floor insert is to extend the bed, as I am slightly longer than the XC70's cargo area. And so I have to move the passenger seat forwards a little bit and put a piece of plywood in to extend the bed. So I got that piece of plywood cut out, and I also cut out the 2x4s that are going to support it. And I need to 3D print some brackets so they can be bolted on. I probably could do it with woodworking, and I did consider it. But I think just actually the 3D printed brackets will be stronger. So that's what I've kind of decided to go with. I also need to get some hardware for them so I can actually model them. But that'll be, it's just kind of a slow process. You gotta 3D model, wait for the print to finish, make sure it fits, and repeat. So just takes time. The other reason for having the floor insert is so I can bolt stuff to it. So that'll be nice. And then the other main reason is so I can bolt my desk to it, because there's going to be a full, I believe, roughly 2 foot by 2.5 foot desk in the rear passenger seat and the rear driver's seat of this car. So that should be really nice. And I have a solution made up for it because it's going to have to slide out of the way.
So I can, because my desk space is going to be bigger, I have the seat has memory settings, so it can scoot forwards out of the way to make the desk space bigger, but it needs to scoot back while I'm driving, so the desk needs to move out of the way. So it's going to be on sliders, which is going to, of course, complicate everything. But I am hoping that the solution I have works out. I've been 3D printing some stuff to try to test it, so we'll see. As for why I'm walking at past 1 a.m. today, we had a bit of a hangout with some friends and Jackbox night mostly, and we did that until just before 11:30, and at 11:30 it's SNL. SNL, of course, comes on at 11:30 Eastern time, and that's 8:30 our time. But if you miss it, then it's always on at 11:30 again. So that's what we did. I just finished. Now I'm out on my walk. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Crown Vic sale video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I've really got no excuse for being up this late. Yesterday I was hanging out with friends and playing Jackbox and watching SNL. The day before I was seeing Melissa Villaseñor, and today I was editing the Crown Vic sale video, and actually I think it came out really damn well. I don't know why, but I put a little extra effort into editing it, and just a little, like, few editing effects. I don't they're not real, like, they're not great, but just a little extra effort, and I think I'm pretty happy with it. So that's going to come out on Friday. If you want to see a little compilation of the Crown Vic off-roading and just hear my thoughts on selling it in a more long-form format. It's under 10 minutes actually, so not that long, but that'll be up on Friday. I think I also want to put together a off-roading compilation, kind of similar to what I do with the Volvo, and then just save that for a rainy day. And by a rainy day, I mean someday I'm out of town or something. It'd be nice to have in my back pocket. But I'm not going to get to that because the BMW, all the parts, I should have them tomorrow. I have all the parts I ordered, but to get the bumper thing on, you got to have some clips, and they didn't come with the bumper or the grill. So I had to order those. Speaking of the grill, you remember how when I got the BMW in the first place and had to replace the water pump, I got 4 water pumps instead of 1 and had to send back 3 of them? I got 2 front grills and I'm having to send 1 back. And honestly, it's shocking to me that these companies, it's been FCP Euro and Turner Motorsport, they don't have a protocol for when you get sent extra stuff. In my opinion, I could have kept that stuff. I didn't, because it's not the right thing to do. I could have resold it though and made, in the case of the water pumps, like $1,000. But I didn't. I returned it, and the company's thanks for that, in both cases with FCP Euro and Turner Motorsport, there was no thanks, aside from maybe the representative saying thank you. I think it should basically be like a standard 5% store credit, or even just 5% cash back, like cold hard cash. I am surprised that that's not how it works. It seems like that would encourage people to be honest. The fact that they actually get a little bit of a reward, so. But it's the right thing to do, so that's what I did, and I'm sending it back. So that's that. The BMW should be back up and running tomorrow after work. That's what I'm hoping to work on it. That's all I got for today. I'm woefully underdressed for the weather. It is very damp and rainy, but not that cold. It's 48 degrees out, so not too bad. Anyways, see you again tomorrow, again Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're in town grabbing something from the store, and today I'm gonna go to bed a little earlier. I don't know, it's just, I think Luke of the LTT show, the WAN show, and other fame put it best. I just struggle to change directions, so if I'm up editing a video or something, I really struggle to put that down and come back to it the next day, and so I'm gonna really, I really need to work on that. It's all fun and games until it's actually causing issues. And obviously there's worse things you can do than staying up late or whatever, but it's just, it needs to be manageable.
Yeah, I'm in town today, gonna grab a soda or something. I'm gonna head home, take a shower, and go to bed. At least that's the plan. It also helped today that I really did not feel like editing because I edited the Crown Vic video yesterday, so putting off the BMW video for another day. Speaking of the BMW, I will be, or actually no, I already did. I did finish putting it back together. There is a complication. As anyone with a BMW E85 who's worked on the handbrake might tell you, the sensor that tells the car if the handbrake's on or off is very sensitive, and mine got bent when I put it back in. I don't necessarily have to take the whole car apart again, but I can reach it with maybe I ordered some super long needle nose pliers to see if I can bend it back into place. I just wish they'd use stronger metal for the bracket, but they did not. So here we are. But it's actually quite a nice evening. It was pouring a bit ago, but now it's nice. I'm just in a flannel here and grab myself some soda. Ever since I've cut back on drinking soda and anything carbonated, I've just been drinking a lot more of. I just like to have something fizzy. But it has been, of course, nice to not have the hangovers. And I've also been more productive at night because I'm not drunk. Shocking. So yeah, hopefully I'll have the BMW functional tomorrow. And all the lights off on the dash, we'll see. I'm hoping to get that video edited before I leave for Thanksgiving on Saturday, but I'm just not sure. The Crown Vic video is coming up on Friday though, and I'm really happy with how that came out. I thought I did a really good job, putting a little bit extra effort, so subscribe to see that. That's the one when I sell the Crown Vic. So I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for that Crown Vic video. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today I have good and bad news. The good news is that the BMW is working again. The handbrake is fixed. It's back down on the ground, driving. Everything's working great. The bad news is that everything is not working great. The handbrake light, I was having an issue with it, where the car would always think the handbrake was on. I was able to get that bracket bent back into place, but the yellow brake light is on, which indicates some sort of issue with the braking system unrelated to the handbrake. That was on before. I was hoping fixing the handbrake would fix it, but apparently it didn't. My best bet at this point, my best idea, because there's not a lot of information about the handbrake light being yellow on these cars. My best guess is that it's something to do with the hill assist system, which I couldn't care about, except I really like the light to go away, but my code scanner doesn't pick up any issues, and it's like not a cheap one. It's a nice code scanner. So I'm not sure what could be going on there. But I'm glad to have the car back and the handbrake actually working, because that was really the last thing on that car that was making it somewhat undrivable, as well as the turn signal hyper flash. That was really annoying. It's like you pull up in this kind of nice car and then your turn signal's out. But I'm happy to have the car back. I'll drive it for a bit and then have to figure out what's wrong with that. So, yeah, the BMW is doing well. I'm hoping to edit the video. I'm trying to do better with my bed schedule, so I'm going to go to bed after I get back from this walk. But I'm going to edit the video hopefully before we leave for the west side on Saturday, so I can have that all ready to go, not have to worry about it. But obviously there will be at least one more video where I work on the damn car. I'm trying to fix that hill assist or whatever, which I had, of course, had no idea the car had. But it's been a pretty productive day. What else? I really want to get back into Pacific Drive. I've been putting it to the side for other projects like this BMW and the XC70 micro camper, which has sort of stalled for the moment. I'm 3D printing some parts, and I just need to keep printing so I can test things. But I also haven't had time, so I don't know. I don't know if I'll even have any time to work on it before I leave for the west side. That vacation really is gonna put a kink in my plans. It always does. It's always worth it. It's always good to be over there, but it always disrupts your routine. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Crown Vic send-off. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I have a neighbor cat friend with me. He's desiring some pets, but Kitty, we've got to get going on a walk. Sorry, I'll see you later. He's trying to get under my feet now. Well, tonight, the Oldsmobile gave us a little bit of a scare. It's just parked out in the driveway right here because there's stuff going on in the shop, but it was, yeah, I hear you. He's walking with me a little bit. But it just about didn't start to get us home. But it did eventually. I eventually got it started, and it drove home just fine. And then, like, when I got home, I turned it off, and again, it did the same thing. It almost sounded like it was like seized. It didn't want to crank. And I checked the battery; it was 12.5 volts, and then the alternator was putting out the 14.5, and it's just been replaced, so it should be good. But I don't know. And then I came out probably about an hour later just to see if it would start right up, and sure enough, it did. So I really don't know what's going on there. I also, this is going to be up on Patreon, but I'm basically going to tell the whole story here. So a while back, I tested the code scanner on all of the vehicles, including my partner's Kia, which had a TPMS issue at the moment. And I said I could reprogram TPMS sensors with the scanner. And tomorrow we're going to go get her winter tires thrown on. I am, at least. And so I programmed the sensors tonight, and it worked. And the TPMS light is gone. The sensors are working. Of course, the car thinks all the tires are flat, but that should be fixed tomorrow when the winter tires are thrown on, and I have them swap out the sensors. So that's really nice, because this tire shop I go to will not program them for you. So I would have had to go to some other shop to have them programmed, and that probably would have cost me, I mean, it didn't take more than like 15 minutes, but it would have probably charged an hour's worth of labor, $80 or something. I don't know. If you know what they would have charged, leave a comment down below. But the scanner's saving me money already. I'll be in the positive in no time. I don't know about that, but it's a good tool to have, that's for sure. I feel like in today's age, you just about have to have it in your toolbox. What else? Oh, I don't remember if I mentioned yesterday, but I got the BMW handbrake switch fixed. I got some really long needle nose pliers and was able to get down there and bend it into position, so now the car knows when the handbrake is off. And I'm working on editing that video right now. I'm hoping to have it done by Friday, at which point it'll go up on Patreon, and then it'll come up here on YouTube for free on, I think, the 5th. I'm quite a ways ahead right now because I'm going to be out of town for Thanksgiving. But I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today was fairly productive. I spent most of my time that wasn't working on editing the BMW video, which is just going to be a bunch of working on the BMW. So if you like the videos in the shop, well, this one's going to be for you. I think it came up pretty well. It's a bit dry, as I say some of my videos are. It's a lot of small things, which is just, I mean, how it is sometimes. So I don't know, but like I said, I'm happy with the video. I'm happy with how the video came out. I speak more smoothly in the video. Trust me. I better run. There's a car right there. But I'm even more proud, honestly, of the video that's coming out tomorrow. It's the video sending off my Crown Vic. There's a little edit near the end. It's kind of structured almost. But yeah, I like the musical edit of all the pretty footage of the Crown Vic. I think one of these days here, I'll edit together a Crown Vic off-roading compilation, kind of similar to what I did with the Volvo, and that's going to come up. The Volvo's one, this Volvo's second, part 2, volume 2 is going to come up, I'll go up on Thanksgiving. But I might do something similar for the Crown Vic for some rainy day where I'm out of town or whatever. But I thought the video was a nice way to send it off. I used some fancy, I learned beginner editor discovers magic mask in DaVinci Resolve, basically. I only used it a couple of times, but I had fun with it. Anyways, I really want to order the parts for the desk in the XC70 before I leave for Thanksgiving, which we're doing that on Saturday. And I think I'm 3D printing the last parts that I need to 3D print. And
Actually, no, I'm not. I need to do another one tomorrow. The current print's going to be done in the early morning, and so I'll start the other print, and it's going to be almost like a 20-hour print or something. And so then I'm going to have to wait for that to finish on Saturday morning and try it out and make sure everything works. And then leave Saturday afternoon is the plan. And of course, there'll be a video on the Thanksgiving road trip. We're just going to be taking the old Econobox, Leah's Kia, because we aren't doing anything special this time. So we do want to upgrade the Kia, upgrade the Econobox to a Chevy Volt, and then basically Leah's commute would be free. And then when we go on road trips, we get really good gas mileage. But I don't know when or if that's going to happen. Of course, I only want to afford one of the older ones, so not all the fancy features like radar, cruise control. But anyways, that's a little bit of a tangent. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again tomorrow for the full-length Crown Vic send-off. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I wanted to talk about how I can't really surprise you, the viewer, here on this channel, because I talk about all my projects before the full-length video is out in these little shorts. Obviously, that's just meant to be a teaser, but like I said, it means I can't surprise you. And where this is stemming from is the fact that Grindhard Plumbing Co. Absolutely surprised me today, as a fan of theirs, with a diesel swap Ferrari video, which I had no idea they were going to be attempting that project. So with me talking about all my stuff on here, I can't really do that on my channel. So I've been thinking about maybe talking a little more personal, a little less projects, but I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I can absolutely not keep a secret. And plus, on the flip side, talking about projects before they happen can help to build hype, that sort of thing. I know that at least one person is excited for the XC70 camper build, so there is the flip side, so I'm just not sure. But I have been thinking about that today, so I wanted to talk about it. I do also want to talk about something else, the XC70 camper build. Speaking of spoiling projects, the last 3D print I need to finish testing the desk setup, because I'm going for a fairly complicated desk setup to try and maximize desk space. And I just really want it to work out because it's going to be about $400 or $500 worth of parts and extruded aluminum. So testing with 3D printed parts first makes sense, even though I don't really like wasting plastic like that. But the last of those parts are finishing printing right now, and they'll be done in the morning. So before I leave tomorrow, I forgot to mention the Thanksgiving trip, of course, every year. But before we leave tomorrow, I would like to get that tested and order those parts if I can, because I'm getting custom cut extruded aluminum, and that's going to take about 10 days to get here, I believe. So it'd be nice to get that tested and ordered. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the desk works. I think it will. I think it will. So far, what I have is promising. But I got to do that tomorrow morning before we leave. And then we also are going to try to get up to Hat Trick Brewing, which I believe is somewhere in North Spokane, and pick up Menko's beer labels from that contest that she was a part of a while back. So it's going to be a busy day. We're hoping to get out of town around noon. We'll get down to the Portland area around, 6, maybe a little earlier. I got a friend I'm going to visit, and of course that's where Leah's family is. So that's the plan for tomorrow. It's going to be a busy one. I don't know how it's going to go. Hopefully I can get those parts ordered. But I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the XC70 off-roading compilation. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, you might notice I'm not at home. I'm here with Cooper in his town of domicile. And we're walking over to a brewery. This is the start of the Thanksgiving road trip. We just took the little Kia because it's efficient, and drove about probably 6 hours today. And tomorrow Menko and I are staying with Cooper here, and Leah's with her parents. And then tomorrow we're gonna head up to the cabin and spend a week there. I'm gonna be working from home a little bit, and then, of course, you get Thanksgiving off. So that's the plan. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to spending a little time in a city with a brewery we can walk to. It's always nice. I like cars, but hey, I also like walking.
Yeah, everything went pretty smoothly. We almost ran out of fuel once, but that was all right. Menko was less than stoked to visit Cooper's apartment. Once she got up there, she was fine, but she does not like being carried too much when she's stressed, it would seem. So the big city vibes were not for her. I don't really know how to train her better for that, so
You do it a lot.
yeah, just more exposure. Which, what am I supposed to like drive her down to Spokane and just to let her out on the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but she did do really well in the car. She was complaining a little bit for maybe a half hour, which is sort of typical, but a lot less than previously. And then after that, she settled down. She actually burrowed into our bedding. We brought some sheets and a blanket for using at the cabin, and so she burrowed in there and was napping, and then she napped in some adorable spots with just her head poking out so she could breathe. But she did really well. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'm gonna go enjoy a beer or two. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. I'm hanging out with my good friend Cooper. We're walking around downtown Portland here, and just killing some time, hanging out until we head up to the cabin later today. We're heading to, oh god, what's the place? I don't know, some place that apparently is pretty good for board games. We visited Powell's, as you do when you're in Portland. But it's very nice to have all of the walkability options and transit options of Portland, as I'm sure people are aware. But we haven't gotten to ride on the train, which is my main complaint. It just didn't work out for where we were trying to go. Yeah, we could go out of our way to do it. It probably wouldn't cost us any extra. We already rode the bus a time or two. But I'm gonna keep this one short because I don't like filming in public, if you can believe it. So I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the XC70 off-roading compilation. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And after spending yesterday in Portland and driving a little bit, and the day before that driving a lot, we have made it to the cabin property. I think I have a full playlist of shorts of me doing this walk that I'm going to be doing every day this week. So you can go check that out if you want to see my walk. But this week I'm just going to be doing the normal and talking about what I've been up to, that sort of thing. Today I've been working, and I spent not an insignificant amount of money today. So the technology for charging has gotten better. I don't bring my laptop's built-in charger, default charger, with me because it can charge via USB-C, and so I just bring a USB-C brick that can do anything USB-C. However, back when I bought this brick, there wasn't really the level of power delivery that my work laptop desires through a USB-C brick, a generic one. The laptop could be charged via USB-C with the official dock, but of course that's big and bulky and just worse than bringing the original charger. But since I bought this brick, a new one has come out that can do, I believe, up to 240 watts over one USB-C port. And so I ordered that, and that'll be really nice to have away from home because it's just a massive brick of power that I can use to charge up all of the devices at once. Like even if we're in an airport ever, just stop, charge everything up while we're in the airport. It'll charge everything super quick. So that'll be nice to have. And I think it cost actually less than I paid for the other one. By the way, it is absolutely gorgeous. Let me flip the camera around. Check this out. The sunset tonight with all the fog is just beautiful. I cannot get over it. Anyways, so yeah, I ordered that new brick that should be really nice, and I'll just have to bring the one massive brick that can do my work laptop and everything else that I need. The other thing I spent money on was for the Volvo micro camper, and that is the some power stuff again. I bought a little mini power bank because what I'm intending to use is the generator, and then I'll turn that on for about an hour or whatever it takes to charge up my work laptop. Then I can turn it off and work off of the laptop. However, I just bought a little mini power bank. It was like $150. It's a little under 300 watt hours, and it should let me work for about 3 hours without the generator being on, which will just be really nice.
And I also ordered just a little solar panel, mostly because I've always been wanting to play with solar panels, not necessarily because it'll actually be practical. But that's what I've been, aside from working, that's what I've been spending the day doing. So that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday. Bye-bye. And here's a little reward if you stuck around to the end. Look at this view over the valley with the fog and the sunset in the background. Oh my goodness. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. It's a little bit wet as it is up here in the Pacific Northwest. We're leaving from the old quad shelter, and it's very muddy on this path because ATVs use it. So if I fall and eat it, at least it'll be on camera. But today was I would say an above average day at work. I had a good time. But now I'm not at work, and I'm just gonna walk down to the shop and see. I believe my dad's down there doing some stuff. Actually, I guess that's something I could talk about. My parents, they recently retired. And they I know my dad. Oh, hey, there's my mom. She's on her walk. Where is she? There she is. But they recently retired, and so they moved out here permanently, actually. So they're out here all week, which is nice, of course. They've got a place built, but yeah, I know my dad was pretty heavy into saving, and so they were able to retire relatively early. I think they're in their late 50s, is it? I'm not sure, but I guess I think he's actually still on the payroll because he saved up all his vacation too. So, but he's been retired for a few weeks now, so I assume he's enjoying that. I guess I'll have to go down and see what he's up to. He's a industrious guy, so I'm sure there's going to be lots of improvements over here at the property. They do want to go vacationing full time, but they haven't quite started that yet. I don't know when. I think they're going to start that in January. They're going to start their first vacation. So they also eventually maybe want to buy an RV, but haven't made any moves on that really yet, except for doing a little research. So they're, but you know, while my dad's out here, there's always going to be improvements being made because he likes to keep busy. And so it's going to be interesting. Today we're going into Frosty's for Taco Tuesday with my grandma, and I got her a cock and balls from Voodoo Donuts down in Portland, so I'm gonna present that to her. She kind of has I think she has a love-hate relationship with dirty humor like that, so she should find it funny. Well, 5 of us that are out here are gonna pile into the car and head in, and Taco Tuesday is always good. It's a thing that we like to do every week. We're out here. It's a good excuse to see grandma. The food's pretty good. Enjoy a beer, that sort of thing. But I guess that's all I got for you today. It's very wet out here in the Pacific Northwest. I will see you tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise. And today you join me with a deer here out at the cabin property. Kind of nifty. We, of course, have lots of deer around here, but today is one of those days where I forgot to go on my walk until I was hopping into bed, and I was like, oh crap, I haven't done that today. So here we are in the dark at 11:30 at night. Today I actually have quite a bit to talk about. So they have a fair bit of networking out here to get internet, you know, where it needs to be on the property. So we have someone renting from us who has internet, and we actually borrow internet from them and then blast it wirelessly, probably about, a half mile maybe, down to our shop. And then we have internet down at the shop. And my uncle, who, to be fair, it was working. He set it all up, but there was some issues with it, such as he did not set an IP address for all of the access points, and so you couldn't actually get back into them to reconfigure them. And also he had the routers set up to do subnets instead of to just be access points. So there was 2 extra subnets on the network that didn't need to be there. So between that stuff, also the SSIDs were all different, and so as you walked around, you would disconnect and reconnect to various networks instead of just it all being one network when you're on the property. So
today my dad and I went around and we had to reset all of the devices and set them up from scratch, and it was kind of fun. It was doing, you know, tech work, but out in the wilderness, out in the field. Had the laptop and the Ethernet cable, go around, plug into devices, run some stuff, do some things, configure them, and we got them all set up. It took, of course, a lot longer than it should have, but that's just always how it goes. But we did get it done, and now everything's on the same network, and if anything, the speeds are a little bit better. There's a couple more things we need to do, but largely it's done. So that was a nice project to have today. It was fun for me, at least. I'm no expert at networking, but obviously I can find my way around. My uncle, he's you know, a pretty smart guy. He just is not, and he'll tell you this too, he's not very detail oriented. And so things get overlooked. And of course he's not, and you know, he's not into tech or whatever. He just uses it to, you know, he's not bad, but he's not an quote unquote enthusiast or whatever. But everything's all set up good now, and going on my walk at 11:30 with my really, really bright flashlight. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday, for the Volvo off-roading compilation. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I've been stranded in this field here next to this deer blind, and I'm gonna be walking back to the cabin. I'm gonna talk for a little bit here, and then I'll stop, and then I'll show you the most interesting stuff on the way home. So recently, they did just clear cut on the edge of our property, which is where I'm walking here. And so we've got our field here, of course, and then we were setting up a camera actually on that deer blind because way back there's a shop that has blasting Wi-Fi all the way across the field, which is pretty nifty. But yeah, I guess that's all I got to say right now. I'll get back to you probably when we're crossing the creek. All right, I've been walking for about 5 or 10 minutes here, and we're just coming up to the creek that runs across the property. If you're a long-time viewer of the channel, you remember that I actually did my first hammock camp right here next to the creek. And so my family built this little ATV bridge out of an old steel trailer frame. And as you can see, it goes across the creek that runs through our property. This is just really nice because it means that we have more than one place to cross the creek on ATVs. So you don't always have to be like, oh, am I going to ride the ATV on this side of the creek, or do I need to go back to the main road to cross the creek? You can just come down here and cross on the bridge. So I guess that's the first most interesting thing on this walk, and honestly it might be the most interesting thing on this walk. Well, that's a neat looking fungus. I don't know what that is. Let me know in the comments. So we do call this property the Kalich Swamp, and well, I think it's evident why. There's just so much lowlands here where a lot of water collects, and we actually have cut some drainage channels to help it drain better that I'll show you here just in a second once I get a little further through all of these puddles. And you'll be surprised how much water is still on these trails in the puddles, considering how much water is flowing out of these fields down this little drainage ditch. And so my family has cut a few channels across these fields over that way, and then they all drain down through this little shallow drainage channel over here. And it's pretty nifty. I mean, look at the amount of water that's flowing through here. It's not insignificant. But I'm just about back to the cabin now, so I guess I'll keep walking. We do have this little wide open field area here, which you won't be surprised to see a deer in. So the ditch we just came from is just up behind that puddle, and then there's also another ditch here that I completely forgot about that also drains off in that direction. And if I jumped in right there, I would be well over my boots. So we're gonna kind of tiptoe and jump over. All right, we just got a little further back up to the cabin this way. And we've made it back to the cabin. I'll see you again tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And as you can see behind me, it is very, very foggy tonight. So that's why the camera looks like this. But we're going on a walk down to the shop here. And today was pretty productive. It was sort of the productive / relaxing day after Thanksgiving, because of course it's Friday. And today, my dad needed to replace the wheel bearing on the ATV. So I helped a little bit with that, but he mostly did that while I did a little bit of Christmas shopping. And then we also searched for a leak in his pickup. His 2018 Chevy had a leak, and it was just getting puddled, like gallons of water in the floor. And he couldn't figure it out, but I got lucky and I just happened to grab onto the A-pillar while I was looking at the roof trying to figure out where it was coming in from. He's tried to fix it a couple times now, and I felt water on the A-pillar, on the trim, the fabric trim on the interior of the A-pillar. And I was like, man, it's a little wet right here. And we got to looking a little more, and sure enough, it was the windshield. It's always the windshield. He checked the windshield first, but couldn't find anything. But I got lucky and felt the wetness today, so good to hopefully have that fixed. He just threw some caulk on it, which probably isn't the correct way, but good enough. I mean, he's fairly precise. You can hardly tell. So that was today's activities. And my grandpa came out. We played some pinochle, as well as some other games. And we didn't sleep very well last night because Menko, the little menace that she is, woke us up much earlier than we wanted to be woken up, because we forgot that she needs food at 8 a.m., which means we can't really sleep in until 9 or 10 a.m. like we wanted to after staying up until 2 or 2:30. So we're tired. I'm going to get done with this walk at, what is it now, 9 o'clock, and go straight to sleep. So I'm excited for that. But I guess here, let me spend the last minute here talking about this flashlight that I'm carrying. Let me turn it off. I won't be able to see, but this is it. It's an MSR D12.1, I believe. That's indicated by the 12 LEDs around the outside and the one big LED in the middle. And this is probably my favorite flashlight that I own. It's comfortable to carry, and it's incredibly powerful in a relatively decently sized package. And it has a really throwy LED in the middle and a bunch of floody ones in the circle. So it's really versatile as well. I guess that's all I got to say about the flashlight. Tomorrow we're heading home. And that should be a fun little drive. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I got very wet and I was inside, which is not something you usually wanted to happen unless you're in the shower. And I was not in the shower. So what happened on this lovely rental you can see me walking away from here, the hot water valve for the clothes washer got stuck open. I was just replacing the hose, and I took off the hose. It started gushing, and the hose popped off, and I couldn't get it back on because it was gushing scalding hot water at me. And so, in a panic, I hollered at Leah to get a bucket, and she ran bucket brigade while I figured out what the hell to do. My first thought was to run back to the hot water heater and turn off the water there, because there was no problem with the cold water, just hot water. And that was inside, easy to get to. That didn't work. I was panicking. I did what every person does. Well, maybe not every person, but a lot of people do when they're having an issue like that. I called up my dad. He picked up and he said, go turn it off at the meter. I went out to the meter. It's in the front yard. I didn't know where it was, but they didn't have a valve for me to turn. So then I remembered there's a place they always go to do the sprinklers out back to the house. I went back there, tried all the valves, just closed all of them if I could get to them, and finally found one that shut off the water to the house, the main valve. At which point I was able to reconnect the washer up and turn the water back on. So we have water to the house, and that seems to be working. Of course, I'm renting, so I texted the landlord and say, hey, it's not urgent. It doesn't appear to be currently leaking, but it definitely was, and that will need to be replaced. The good part about renting, I guess, but oh man, what a pain. Other than that, we drove back across the state today from over on the west side of Washington to the east side in Spokane here, and the drive went perfect, went flawlessly. I kind of like driving in the snow, so I was kind of hoping we'd get some snow up in White Pass, but no dice. So, the roads were bare and dry the whole way, which was, of course, good for safety, but no good for me having fun. But we got home, got the car unloaded, all that stuff, dumped footage, and we're having a pretty decent night until I decided to tackle that little project that became a much larger annoyance. To pull the washer and dryer out and dry everything out, get the fans going. What a mess. Wish me luck with that. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And as you can see behind me, I took the time to put up Christmas lights today. My favorite portion of this is always the shop with the one type of lights around the doors. But then, of course, we also have all of the other stuff, including the speed limit sign decorated. But I just love Christmas. I love everything lights, and Christmas lights happen to produce lights. So I like Christmas lights. And even though it's just a rental, I do finally have a house that I can put them up on. And additionally, I live in town. I grew up in the country at the end of a 8th-mile driveway, so no one else could see the lights. But living here, of course, this right here I'm walking onto right here is a main road, so other people get to enjoy them, which of course is fun. I just mostly actually got these lights from, I think, a Big Lots going out of business sale, and just hand-me-downs and stuff. Actually, quite a few strands. Even some of the new ones failed this year, which is of course frustrating. I should actually just buy some, but they're expensive for like good lights, so I don't know. That is a very loud Dodge Durango. Anyways, it was good. Today I was also just kind of catching up on stuff. I had to finish the advent calendar. I had to make a little custom box for it. And this is something that Leah and I do for each other. We make each other advent calendars, so that's fun. The one I'm most excited for is the one that I already completed. I did she watches these sometimes, and I don't feel uncomfortable saying this, but I made her a 1,000 piece puzzle that I then took apart in a specific order so she can assemble part of it each day, though there is a little twist that she will discover tomorrow that I'm really proud of, that I will not disclose on here, at least not yet, because she might watch this. So yeah, I guess it's past Thanksgiving now. Christmas is in the air, as they say. But actually what I'm feeling in the air is just a lot of chilliness. It's 30 degrees out right now. I'm really hoping we get some snow soon. I love snow. Love driving in it. Love dealing with it. I actually like shoveling. It's one of my favorite chores. But that said, we don't get that much snow here in Spokane. I don't know how much would be too much, but I would honestly take a little bit more. It's a nice evening tonight. I'm trying to get to bed sort of on time. Trying to be better about that. I'm partway through editing the Thanksgiving road trip video, but I'll hopefully be able to finish that tomorrow after work. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for working on the BMW Z4, baby. Oh man, that's a video. It took a while to put together. All right, bye-bye. Yesterday, I showed you my Christmas lights, and today they're looking a little bit different. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and yes, we got snow. I love snow. It's currently still snowing. I'm a very happy person right now. I think that's about all I got to say. I'm really happy. Let's go for a walk in the snow and talk about what I did today. It also makes the Christmas lights look oh so good. They're a little blown out on the camera here, but you know, hey, that'll happen. Especially when it's all white out. Look at the Volvo blending in its natural habitat. I like the snow. I like the snow. But yeah, the roads, as you can see behind me, are also a little bit covered. Unfortunately for me, this is not going to last long. It's supposed to melt, I think, by the end of the week. Today is, of course, Monday, and it's supposed to melt by, I think, like Thursday or Friday, if it doesn't melt sooner, honestly. Anyways, I guess I can't really run across the road here. I will eat it. But today, I finished editing the Thanksgiving road trip, and I was honestly kind of worried it was going to be boring, but I'm really happy with how it came out. So I'm going to do a skid here. Nope, I guess not. But I was kind of nervous it was going to be boring, because like we were just taking the Kia. It's a reliable car, and we were just doing family stuff. But actually, I think it came out really well. It's just kind of fly. I don't know if I've ever used this word before, but fly on the wall. Just watching us, you know, go on vacation, and I think I put it together really well. I'm really proud of it. So make sure to subscribe if you want to see that. But that's what I've been up to today after work, at least, and tomorrow I gotta go grocery shopping. But yeah, I'm really happy with it. I think it came out great.
Just a good old road trip, you know? Just a good road trip. That is a lot of cars. All the way down. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I actually had a little bit of an idea for a video, a short. I was noticing that as I walk, a lot of people have their Christmas lights up. And I thought it'd be entertaining to do a little mini review on all the Christmas lights. And I was going to do that today, but I decided the snow took precedence. So the Christmas lights will still be here tomorrow. And it should still be snowy. We will find out. Oh my goodness. Is that a Celica? That thing's a 6 snow vehicle. But yeah, I've been thinking about taking a BMW out, but I think I'm going to try to use my judgment and not do that. I'd probably bin it really fast, even though it has all, especially because it has all seasons. All right, that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Speaking of the BMW, we're going to be fixing it up on Friday. All right, bye-bye. Today, I'm going to be rating my neighbor's Christmas lights. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Now, starting with mine here, obvious 10 out of 10. On to the next Christmas lights. First up, we have this house. Just a few Christmas lights, not a lot of effort, but it does look quite cute. I do like it. And just across the street, we have these, which just have the classic lights across the eaves, though they do get deducted points for having the projector. On this house, we've just got one strand put up, and over here, we are just doing a bit of a white theme, though they do have some cool white lights, which really clash with their warm whites, which I don't appreciate. Oh man, well, I do appreciate it more than nothing. I am not a fan of the projection Christmas lights. See, this house over here has the same vibe, but it just looks so much better because it's actually real Christmas lights. Yet another, hey, it's better than nothing, right? Hey, those are for Halloween. Now, turning from that street onto this street, as you might be able to see down the road here, these people have coordinated to do their trees in red and green, which I do appreciate, so we'll be pointing that out as we walk. The first house here has red and green on their house as well. Now this house is just nice. It just has the line above the garage, the wreath, and then the little animal, dog, rabbit. I'm not sure. Correct me in the comments. This tree is just, it hurts my eyes, honestly, but I kind of dig it. And bonus points for decorating their tree in red and green. It's simple, but I do kind of like it. I will say I'm not a huge fan of the icicle lights along the eaves. They're kind of plasticky, I guess, because they are, well, very plasticky. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Blue LED isn't my favorite, but at least they have a theme and I like their big snowflake. Plus, they decorated their tree. Now, as you can see, we still have some red and green trees down this street, but this side street, they decided to defect. We've got a red and white, we've got an RGB, we've got a couple of trees down here that are flashing all sorts of different colors. Now, continuing on down here, we actually come to one of my favorite houses. Red and green along the eaves, as well as white around the windows, and you can really tell they took the time to, you know, get the lights standing up straight and consistent, do all the stuff that I really don't have the patience for. And actually, this is a good little stretch here because we also come up to this house, which this is a little more chaotic than the one next door. And I will say I really dig it. Even though none of their neighbors did anything, this house did a pretty good job here, though. Again, I will say points down for the projector. I'm just not a fan. There's that last house we looked at, and we are actually turning here onto the main road, and that makes this the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed joining me while I looked at my neighbor's Christmas lights. I will see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Oh, I lied. We've got some down this side street right here. Just a few small amounts of decoration. A pretty decent job down there at the end of the street. I love to see it. And effort was made. I mean, barely, but it was made. And we've made it back home to the chaos that is my Christmas lights display. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. Today, I want to talk about the XC70 camper build a little bit more. More specifically, the electronics that are going to be on board. Here's the car. We're walking right past it right now. I'm going to build a little micro camper into the rear there, full with a desk that I can work at. So the electronics, I'm going to be using my phone for internet, so I'm going to have to stick to places with cell service, unfortunately, because I cannot justify another subscription to Starlink, not to mention the hardware. So welcome to today's 15 minutes of exercise, and welcome to the Christmas light rant. So we have a little mini Christmas tree because we ain't got a lot of room inside, and it's just not a real one, obviously, but half the lights on it were out this year. So I spent a little bit swapping out bulbs, couldn't figure out which one was bad.
And so I looked it up. You're supposed to get a voltage detector that you put up to the wires, and it'll tell you if there's voltage running through them, because if a light's out, that breaks the circuit, and therefore voltage is not running through the circuit. So I ordered them. I ordered one. Good tool to have, right? So I get to testing this thing. I'm following all the instructions, and I was having trouble. And Leah and I probably spent 2 hours messing with this strand of lights. We did get it fixed, but the reason I was having so much trouble is because there was like 20 lights out on this strand. And apparently when a bulb fails, it's supposed to connect across to basically short itself, so the strand still works. But the more lights that fail, the harder it is on the rest of the strand because they have a higher voltage. I think that's how it works. Or maybe a higher amperage. No, it'd be a higher voltage. So I was like struggling to figure out which ones were bad. But eventually we just were like, man, we just got to start replacing them. We got out the voltmeter. So Leah was on checking to make sure if light bulbs were good duty. I was using the voltage detector to go down the strand and figure out when they were bad. And so I'd pull out a bulb, I'd have Leah ensure, double check that it was bad. And if it was, we'd replace it and then continue down the strand. And I swear light bulbs were popping as we replaced them, because I would have voltage halfway down the strand and I'd be like, oh, then I'd go to the next one and there wouldn't be. So I'd replace that one. And then I would have to go halfway back down the strand the other way. Oh, man, it was a rough night. I wanted to get my remote start generator set up today. I have the, the door lock solenoid and other stuff to make that work. And that was my plan for this evening. But instead, Leah and I spent a long time learning how to figure out which light is bad in a strand of Christmas lights, which I'm really happy we did, because it is a good skill to have. Now I really know what I'm doing when I'm trying to find a bad bulb. And it should make it a lot easier in the future. The hardest part was this was on a Christmas tree. So I didn't try to do it on the Christmas tree. I did pull the strand off of the tree, and we kind of haphazardly threw it back on the tree when we were done. Which it means it also wasn't a standard strand of Christmas lights, so it was a little bit different even than, the guides on the internet. It really was not a good strand to start with, but I did get it figured out in the end. I guess that's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm going to rant about installing remote start on my generator. So, it cost me about $40 for the components, and it was a pain in the ass to wire up. Now, there is a solution you could buy off the shelf. It includes all the wiring. It actually has a little wiring harness, so you don't have to do any soldering or anything to the factory harness on your generator. I paid $40 for the components. They include a few extra components that would be like nice to haves, but they're just, like connectors and little steel cables, stuff like that. Guess what they sell it for? They sell it for $144 right now on sale. They claim it's usually worth $200. That's a markup of 300%. It's insane. Now, I do understand that this is a small volume thing. It's specifically for this one generator. It's a popular generator, but it is just one generator. And so they aren't selling a ton of these, but a 300% markup. And I don't think it would take me more than about an hour to put this together. If you've done a few of them, probably maybe a half hour. And so you're getting paid like, what, 75 to 150 bucks an hour to put this thing together. Now, there's obviously more cost than that, but still, it is an absolutely insane price. Now, keep in mind that I also only paid 400 bucks for my generator, so spending another 150, like, come on, you can get a whole generator for that used. So I did seemingly get it working. I have had a few issues. I think the module I have, the wire, because this is remote start, so I think the little remote I have might be a little weak on the signal. And I might have also gotten a connection loose, which I would have to go back in there and try to reconnect, but they don't give you a lot of extra wire, of course, from the factory, so that's what this kit that you can buy does for you. But that was a really frustrating experience, not dealing with the company. I didn't bother with them at all when I saw their pricing. But wiring it up myself was a really frustrating experience. So I can see why this product exists. Like, it would be really nice. It's just priced
completely out of this world from what I can tell, as someone who bought the same components, hold a few connectors. Crazy. But I did seemingly get it working, so it'll be nice to stick that outside of the Volvo while I'm camping. And then if I get cold or whatever, because that's going to be my source of heat, is electric heat, I can just hit a button on the key fob, turn on the heater. I will need to do a little more than that because you aren't supposed to start the generator or stop the generator with a load on it. So I'll need like a remote switch or something, but that's not too hard. All right, that's the rant. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I want to talk a little bit about Patreon, not because I want to plug it or anything. Don't subscribe to it if you don't want to, but because that's kind of what I worked on today a little bit. Obviously, we were out of town for a while for Thanksgiving, but we came back recently. I had a couple of stuff in the backlog, and oh man, actually what's way more exciting, no, I talked about that yesterday, yeah, the generator. So that was a Patreon exclusive video where I got the generator remote start set up. And that's just because people have done that before. I would have put it on the main channel if it was new, but it wasn't. There was like many videos of other people putting that together, so it's not like you're missing out on information if I don't release my video to the public. That's my justification, at least. But I edited that today. I took probably a couple hours or so, threw that up, and then I also made a little behind the scenes video showing a little preview of the XC70 camper, as I have most of my parts. Right now, the plan is to go get it finished on Monday, hopefully, and then go camping, leave on Tuesday night, and go to just a known campground that we've been to before that has cell service, because I'm going to be working from home, or not home. I'm going to be working out of this thing, and so that's the plan. We'll have to see if it works out. I'll probably let my manager know, hey, I'm going to be working remotely tomorrow, so that's why if I don't show up, that's why. I'm fortunate to have the flexibility to be able to do that, of course. But yeah, that's the plan, is to hopefully get it finished on Monday and then go camping on Tuesday night. And then those videos all used to be up on Patreon first, but then they'll be released for free here on YouTube. A week from this coming Friday will be the build, and then a week after that will be the adventure. I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope it works well, which I think it will. I did a little test with the electronics inside, and it went pretty well. Also, oh man, I could go for another camping trip on the weekend after, and it might be snowy, which would be pretty neat. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I go camping on like Sunday night, and then work remotely Monday again. We'll have to see how it goes. See how it goes. But I am so unbelievably excited. But I guess that's all I got for you today. A little update on the things I was up to. I'll see you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the Thanksgiving road trip. I'm actually really happy with how that video came out. I thought it was going to be boring. I don't think it has any such problems. All right, see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might notice that there's a little tiny convertible there in the driveway outside in the rain, and so we're going to find out shortly if my roof patches worked. The main reason, of course, that it's not in the garage is because the Subaru is, well, I wish I could say I was working on it over the past day here, but I haven't. I had some trouble getting motivated today. I did do some productive stuff, just not the productive thing that I needed to do. I seem to just really struggle to get started on a weekend. Of course, on a weekday, I'm like forced to go to work and get started. Then honestly, sometimes it's even easier just to, come home from work or get off of work and then continue working just on my own projects, because I'm already in the mindset of working. I don't know. I'm probably not alone in that. If anyone has any suggestions on how to get going on a weekend, let me know. How to be productive. I'm sure my dad would have tips, and those tips would be just do it. But let's see, what did I accomplish today? Yeah, not a whole lot. I
we use a Cat Genie for Menko. She kind of hates it, but it was complaining, so I think I got that thing fixed for now. That's a little automated litter box. So we got that fixed, hopefully. And then, oh geez, what else? Yeah, I didn't do much. I didn't even like do any productive playing video games, you know? I mean, I played some Roller Coaster Tycoon with Leah. That's pretty much as productive as it gets, spending quality time. Oh man, what I should have done is tidy the shop again. I don't have any excuse today for not being productive. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what I can do to help myself with that. It might just be that I need to create a rule that that I'm not allowed to be on the computer before like 2 o'clock on the weekend or something. I'm not sure, because that seems to be the issue. I sit down on the computer and then it's just hard to get my butt out of that chair. I don't know. I just need to throw on grubbies when I get up and go out there and get started maybe. Something needs to change, because I mean, you also do need to relax sometimes, but I did that yesterday. I don't know. So it is nice to have a weekend off though as well. So maybe it's fine that I do this, but I kind of needed to be productive, you know? I don't know. That's, I guess that's all I got for today. Just a little bit of a, unproductivity crisis. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday for the Thanksgiving road trip. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I finished the Volvo XC70 micro camper build. At least stage 1 of it. You'll have to subscribe to see what it looks like. I debated showing it on here, but I just think it'll be, I just want to reveal it with the whole build. I think that'll be more fun. I share too much on here sometimes, but I'm so excited for this thing. It works so well from what I can tell. Obviously, I'm going to go out and test it later this week, and I'm actually going to leave on, I believe, Thursday, maybe Thursday morning or Thursday after work, and then work from home on Thursday or on Friday, and maybe Thursday. And by work from home, I mean work out of the car and go camping, and it's going to be freaking awesome. I hope. Of course, I'll message my manager and be like, hey, if I don't show up, I probably don't have cell service. But I am just so excited for that. It turned out so good. There's a few quirks to be worked out, but that's why I'm doing this camper build in stages. It's not to milk the algorithm or whatever the crap. Though with my weekly upload schedule, I can't really do a full camper build in one video. But it's also, the main reason is because people always say that when you're building out a van or anything to live in, you should go kind of as you go, and as you learn that you need more stuff. And so I just wanted to get the basic things working, like a desk for me to work at and a bed for me to sleep in, and then go from there, go out and try it and see what I want changed. And so that's exactly what I'm going to do later this week. And I am so excited. I might also leave. Yeah, I'm going to leave on, I think I'll probably leave on Thursday after work and then spend 2 nights camping, a full day working. And I'm so excited. Annoyingly, so I wanted a van. I wanted a 4-wheel drive van or a 4-wheel drive ambulance. I think an ambulance is the best camper build out there. They're not massive like a bus or something, but they're also not tiny like a van. Like, they're a good in between. And some of them also come with a high box. You can also find them with 4-wheel drive. Anyways, one of them came for sale, and I might have bought it if I hadn't just put a camper in my XC70. There's also multiple Astro vans, which is another really good van that's on the smaller side. And those came with all-wheel drive, and they're pretty capable off-road. So there's a couple of those for really cheap near me. And so now I'm kind of kicking myself for doing the camper build, but I'm still so excited about it. I know the car is liked on this channel, so it's also it's freaking windy tonight. But the car's liked on the channel, so I'm happy to modify it more, of course. Anyways, that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and I just can't resist. I got to show you the XC70 camper. At least I'll just pop the door open here, and that's the view you get. There's the camper. I also want to announce that the video is live on Patreon. No pressure to go over there. It'll be up for free on the 19th to everyone here on YouTube. But I'm just so excited. This has got to be one of the favorite videos that I've made in the past quite a while now. By the way, the BMW is back there getting its roof weather tested as well because I had to use the shop. But anyways, I'm so excited for this video. Make sure to check it out on the 19th or head over to Patreon right now. It's $5 to access it early. That's all my videos early, of course. Oh man, it was a good day. It was a good day. Editing that video was really fun. Man, it is wet out. Another thing I wanted to talk about. I got hit by I nearly got hit by a car, sorry. A truck, actually, because of course it was a truck driver. Not that I have anything against trucks, it's just they're drivers. They tend to fit a certain stereotype. But anyways, I nearly got hit by a truck. And the driver had the audacity to victim blame me. And as a straight white man, I'm not used to being victim blamed, so that was unique. You know, women, they have to deal with it all the time. Other minorities as well. But I don't usually have to, but I was victim blamed. He hollered out the window and said, "Hey, wear a little more black, why don't you?" And I was like, actually told him, "Hey, F you, man." Because I wasn't feeling witty enough at the moment, as it usually goes. But it's like, come on, man. I've been doing this same route for like almost an entire year now. And you're the first person to nearly hit me. Like, come on. Of course, if I had been witty, I would have told him, "Hey, why don't you wear some more glasses, man?" Or something along those lines. But that's how it goes. You can never think of the clever retort in the moment. I just wasn't expecting him to holler at me, of course, because that's kind of crazy to victim blame the person you nearly hit with your 4,000-pound vehicle. Like, I shouldn't have to wear high vis to go on a walk in a freaking suburb. Absolutely insane behavior. Oh man, I'm so happy. I'm living on the high of the XC70 video, the camper. And of course, later this week I get to go camp in it. I'm so excited. I get to go use it. I'm gonna leave on Thursday after work and drive down to a campground I've been before that I know has okay cell service, because that's what I'm gonna be using. I'm not gonna pay $165 a month for Starlink. And then I'm gonna work out of it on Friday, and then camp another night on Saturday, and then on Friday night, and then come home on Saturday. Anyways, I'm so excited. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm gonna talk a little more about the camper. And by camper, I just mean my Volvo XC70. It might look stock on the outside, but of course, if you follow the channel, you know it's got a 4-inch lift, and as of very recently, that video, the full length one hasn't gone out yet, but I've been talking about it on these shorts. It has a full sleeping and desk setup in the back. So I can take it and basically go work from home out of it. I'm really excited about it, and I'm gonna be leaving tomorrow after work to take it on its maiden test voyage on Friday. And so that should be really exciting. I'm so excited for it. I get to test out the power setup. Here, actually, I guess I'll go over that really quick if you're curious. So I've got a 288 watt-hour battery that'll charge at 100 watts. That means it'll take about 3 hours to go from empty to full. I also have a 200-watt solar panel that I've noticed in weather like we get right now in the winter, even during the daytime, it only gets up to about 10 watts. And my laptop consumes about 55 watts. So you might be thinking, that's not enough for the whole day, 288 watt hours. I've also got a generator, so after the 3, 4, 5 hours that it takes to deplete the batteries, I can kick that on, charge everything back up in a couple, 3 hours, and be good to go. And realistically, I'll have to kick it on more frequently because the generator will also be powering my space heater, and so I'll probably just kick it on whenever I'm feeling a little chilly, heat it up in there, charge up my electronics while I'm at it, and then kick it back off. I think this is going to work really well, and the main reason I'm doing this is because the generator cost $400, and the power setup I want to implement eventually costs between $1,500 and $2,000. So I do want to upgrade that eventually, but the generator is a good stopgap, and once I'm done with the generator, I can keep it at home in case the power goes out, or in case I really want to go like glamping or something. I don't know. Generally, I don't like having generators camping, but most of the time I camp, completely alone. I won't be bothering anyone. And usually people will also be hopefully doing other stuff during the day, so I won't be bothering with the generator. But
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to go to a known campground. This is the one I actually took Menko the cat and the Oldsmobile to, because I'm also going to be working off of my cell service. And I believe I had some cell service there. So eventually I might invest in Starlink, but if you're unaware, for unlimited data, it is $165 a month. So I am considering actually canceling our home internet and just going straight up to Starlink. But that would still be much more expensive. I don't know. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're out taking the Volvo camper for a test ride. I've learned a few things. I'm going to go over those in a minute, but holy crap, it is freaking foggy tonight. It is just so... The visibility's awful. It's still really cold, and I'm just getting misted constantly, but that's better than the rain it was earlier. I am staying in a campground tonight, so there is the facilities right here, which I actually am going to use on my way back. But man, it is just spooky. I can, even with this incredibly high power flashlight, I just cannot see much. I mean, look at that. It's just, I cannot see a lot. I did not think about the fact, let's get into my issues today. I did not think about the fact that there would be a bunch of downed trees because it's been incredibly stormy and windy in Spokane recently. And so I did not bring the chainsaw. I've brought that stupid thing on so many trips where I haven't needed it, and then I don't bring it tonight when I might need it. Fortunately, I did not need it. Also, by the way, there's no one else in this campground because it's a Thursday in winter. But that was the first issue, though thankfully it did not become a problem, though we could have trouble getting out of here. The second issue is that at home, I was able to get full speed 300 megabits from my cell phone. Here, on my cell phone, on my work laptop, I can get 300 megabits on my work laptop from my cell phone. Here, my cell phone gets 20 megabits, which is great. I thought that would be fine. I connected it to my work laptop and it got throttled. I don't know why that happens here and not when I'm at home, but it does. I know a workaround. There's an app that you can use to get unlimited self-spot. So I'm going to use that to work tomorrow. So fortunately I have that, but also I caved. I ordered Starlink. I didn't want to. It's insanely expensive, but the truth is they've got no competition, so they can charge what they want. The other issue is that I did not think how I'd be running cables out of the car because I need to get the power from the generator and the solar panel inside. And the generator cable I just got today in the mail, and it's a 30 amp cable, 120 volt 30 amp, and it's really thick, and I almost couldn't route it outside. But I did manage to. I'm going to have to do something different in the future. I'm not entirely sure. Man, this has been an exciting trip. It's been really fun, except for the internet issues. And I need internet because I'm going to be working from home tomorrow. So it's not an option. That's why I ended up going for Starlink. Anyways, that's all I got for today. See you again tomorrow. And again tomorrow for the Thanksgiving road trip. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm here in an Idaho State Park working from home. Well, I'm done working now, but I was working from home today. And now I'm going to try to stay warm by lighting a fire just after this walk. That tree, unfortunately, completely took out that picnic table. The view up here was better just a few minutes ago, but it is so windy that just new clouds, blew in incredibly quickly. As you can see possibly behind me there, look at those clouds go. We're out here camping out of the Volvo. Built a full bed. Well, not a full bed, more like a twin bed, like a extra small twin. But a bed as well as a desk that I can work out of. And so that's what I did today. I worked from here off of my cell service. However, no more than about an hour or two into working, I ordered Starlink because at home I was able to use my cell service unthrottled on my work laptop. Here, for some reason, it's throttled down to half a meg, even though I get 10 to 20 on the phone itself. Fortunately, I know a workaround for that, which I used, so I didn't have to take the day off. And it was nice to work out of the car, except for a few issues that we're going to have to troubleshoot. the space heater that I brought with me. I brought the generator, and I've been using the space heater. Look at these views, even with the clouds. But the space heater, it's a 1500 watt heater. However, I learned that in the space that's so confined as the car, without much air circulation, it has an over temperature protection where it kicks down to 750 watts automatically. And in the car, that happens after about probably a minute of running, which is really, really annoying because that basically meant I had to run the generator most of the day, when otherwise I wouldn't have needed to. So that's annoying, obviously. I think sooner than later here I'll be investing in a battery setup, so I won't have to bring the generator at all, but we'll see. Other than that, it went pretty smoothly. A few internet issues, of course, but that's why I have Starlink in the mail. I really didn't want to have to pay for it, but here we are. Oh, man, it is chilly. I'm looking forward to getting that fire started. Oh, I haven't seen another soul up here, not even on an ATV. I thought I might, considering it's Friday now. But anyways, I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday for the build of this Volvo camper. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today we're still out here camping, and as you can see, it has cleared up, the wind is gone, and it is absolutely beautiful. So I thought I'd go on my walk here before we get home. We're gonna leave for home here shortly. This is the third little day of this excursion. I left on Thursday after work, got in after dark, as you saw, and then Friday I worked from here off of my self-service, caved and bought Starlink while I was here. Ordered it, I obviously couldn't use it. And then today is Saturday, and we're just gonna head home. Now, the camper. I have so many things that need to improve with it before I think I want to take it out again. I think the desk, I think the basic mechanism is probably okay, but other than that, the whole thing needs to be reworked. The size of it needs to be reworked to make it actually a little bit smaller. It needs to fold more so I can get out of it and into bed more easily. There's just a bunch of other stuff, like I don't really have anywhere to put anything. Like, it just all gets piled in the car, and even after just a day or two, it was an absolute mess in there. So we just need more organization. The work setup itself was okay, but like I said, the desk just needs to be reworked. I need to figure out the space heater situation, because that space heater that I brought, it should be 1500 watts. It has some sort of internal safety mechanism, I believe, that kicks it down to 750 watts if it detects overheating. I'm not entirely sure, but it was basically running at 750 watts the whole time, which meant I needed to run the generator a lot more. And additionally, something that made me need to run the generator a lot more is the lack of insulation. So I don't think we're taking this thing out without insulation again. I thought I would just be able to, we'll just run the heater more, but even 750 watts of heat couldn't keep it warm in there. Man, it is just beautiful out here. Look at this. Now this is what it's all about. This is, of course, making me want to purchase a larger vehicle. A really popular vehicle for this sort of thing is a Chevy Astro van, but there's also an ambulance for sale in my area, so that would be really cool. That's what I think is the perfect build. It's not massive like a school bus or something, but it's not small like a minivan or even a full-size van. It's like a little bigger than that. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for the build of that XC70. Bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today we're going to go over all the issues I found on my XC70 camper build on the first maiden voyage. So first of all, 750 watts of heat was not enough to keep it warm in there, which is ridiculous. So we need some insulation. I kind of knew that, but I was hoping I'd get away without it, but we really do need it. The desk is too low, making it difficult to get in and out of the car. It also makes it difficult to get from the desk to the bed. The desk needs to be basically completely reworked. Hopefully the hinge mechanism or the sliding mechanism is okay.
But I'm not even sure about that. I did notice it creaking, so I will need to investigate why it's creaking and see if we can resolve that. So that's number 2. Number 3, internet. That's going to be resolved by Starlink. My cell service, I get full 300 megabits when sharing via my hotspot here, but when I was out there, I did not get the full 20 megabits that I was seeing on my phone on my work laptop, so that's an issue. But let's see what else. Man, there are so many things, I just can't think of them right now. Oh, well, no, that's still the desk, needs to be reworked. The cooler, it's way too big. I need to get a little 12-volt fridge. And I got to figure out how I'm going to mount it, because I want it to be, the big issue I'm having with this build is that I want everything to be removable really easily. I don't really want to modify the car. And I also want to be able to access everything from both inside and outside of the vehicle. So that makes it really difficult, because like if it's rainy, I don't want to have to get out and get all wet and then get back in. And if it's nice out, I want to be able to be outside and grab stuff from outside. And so figuring all that stuff out, especially accessing stuff like the cooler, that sort of thing. Oh, another big one is storage. I think I need to just grab everything that I need to take camping with me on a regular basis and lay it out, and then find a place for everything. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but after like 1 or 2 nights, it looked like a bomb had gone off in there. So storage is huge. I also need to figure out how to get stuff out of the car. So I have a diesel heater now. I don't even know when I'm going to tackle the project of installing it. But it obviously needs to exhaust out of the car, because it runs on diesel. I also need to get the extension cables and all that stuff out of the car. And I don't know, I might end up having to drill a dang hole in the thing. I'm just not sure. We'll have to see. But there's many other issues. I tried to take a list of notes as I was out there camping, so I got a lot of work to do. It's almost discouraging, but it was really fun aside from all the issues. So it just needs, perfecting, I guess. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow, and again on Friday for this camper build, stage 1. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm going to say I have a little bit of a renewed vigor for the XC70 camper build. Not going to lie, I was a bit discouraged after taking it out. I took it out, spent 2 nights in it, worked for a full work day. But I think there's just so many issues to resolve. I talked about those, I think, in yesterday's walk, but I basically have to redo almost everything. The platform is okay, and I believe the desk mechanism is okay, though I do believe I heard it creaking, so we might have to tweak it. But I do need to redo the desk surface. I need to elevate the desk more, so the desk mounting needs to be modified. Man, it is windy up tonight. It is very breezy, as I'm sure you can hear. But I also need to insulate the car, which is going to be an undertaking. I have a diesel heater now, and getting that thing up and running, especially in a car without that, I really don't want to modify the car. That's going to be really challenging. I might have to give up on that desire and drill a hole in the floor or something to get the exhaust for the diesel heater. Also have a 12-volt fridge on order that I'm really excited about. I really wanted a fridge that was smaller than the cooler I have, because that cooler was huge. I have thoughts of where I want to put it. It is an overwhelming amount of work to continue to do, even though it's such a small space. But after watching myself have so much fun out camping, and knowing that if I just make some changes, it could be much better, I have a renewed enthusiasm for it. So I need to finish editing the video, obviously, which I should be able to do tomorrow. And then we're going to be gone for Christmas, so it'll have to wait till January or something. I might try to drop out the Subaru's differential before we leave. I don't know, but it's going to be, I got a lot of work to do on the camper. I knew it was going to be a lot of work, but it's even more work than, of course, I anticipated. So that's usually how that goes. But I think I do have a renewed enthusiasm for it. And plus, now I'll be spending $165 a month on Starlink,
which will mean that I need to get out there and use that. I need to make that worth something to me. So, yeah, I really will have to make sure I use it. I think the next priority is probably getting the desk fixed. I don't know. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, I just needed, it's one of those days you need to get out of the house. You know what I'm saying? So I did just that. I'm out of the house, walking around in Liberty Lake here. So I want to talk a little bit. I've been feeling, I don't know, that feeling of wanting to get out of the house. I think it's just because at the moment I'm just a little bit overwhelmed, I guess. And so I just have been feeling really, oh, I'm gonna go. I've just been feeling like, oh God, like I need to do something. My shop, especially right now, is an absolute mess. I don't see why I can't walk here. The light screen. Okay. The shop is an absolute mess. I really need to clean it up. The Volvo project, the camper has quickly gotten a little out of hand. And I think these are also feelings of potential burnout of doing YouTube. Don't worry, not going anywhere yet. But the it's just, and I knew this, everyone should know this when they go into YouTube these days, that it's going to be a lot of work with little appreciation, a little reward. Obviously, there are a few people on here who really do appreciate and watch the videos, and that honestly makes this worth doing. But I mean, I even have a few people who contribute and support me financially, which is even more appreciated. But even so, it's a lot of work for not a lot of return and appreciation. So I've just been thinking about things. I've also been thinking about how I like living in town. I think really my dream is to live just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, work remotely, make the YouTube videos, something like that. Though, like I said, I also love the conveniences of living in the city. So I don't know, I'm very torn. I just need 2 houses, right? Easy. I have even been thinking about going back to doing bi-weekly videos every other week, but I don't think that would even be any less work. Like, I feel like it would let me have more free time, but I really don't, because what I would end up doing is making videos that take twice as much effort. And so I think it would help a little bit, but by and large, not really. Like, I would just work on the BMW twice as much in a video, that sort of thing. So I don't know. This is a very rambly and inconclusive video I'm recording here, but I don't know. Sometimes you just need to get out of the house, go for a walk. That's probably been the biggest benefit of walking daily. See you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. You like my hat? Today was a pretty good day. I got some work done at work, of course, and but then I just kind of relaxed. I have the videos for the next 3 weeks done now, actually. We've got the Volvo XC70 camper build coming out on Friday, and the Volvo XC70 camp in the camper build coming out a week after that, and then my 2026 goals video coming out on the 2nd. After that, I'm not sure what comes next. I'm hoping to take some time the rest of this week, since I don't have to edit, to either work some more on the Volvo camper. Mainly I need to clean the shop. That's #1 priority. I don't know if it's as bad as it was when I did the living in my shop until it's clean video, but it's getting close. So that's #1 priority. And then after that, I need to either drop the diff out of the Subaru finally, or continue work on the Volvo camper. So that's the plan. But I don't know when the next video on the Volvo camper is coming out, because I think I have a lot to do before I want to do that again. We'll see. The main things are insulation. I might try to set up a diesel heater. We'll see. It's just so hard to do that without cutting holes in the side of your car, you know? So insulation, and what else? Oh, the rebuilding the desk. The desk wasn't great. I want to get some sort of mattress. I think those are the 3 big things.
But I know there's other things that I'm forgetting right now. So there's just, you know, quite a bit of stuff to do before I want to release the stage 2 build. And honestly, it might be a 3-stage build at this point, I think I'm willing to say. I think stage 2 is going to be making it usable, and then stage 3 is going to be doing nice to haves like shelving and such. And honestly, there might come a point where I'm like, screw it, we're drilling holes in the car. We'll see. We'll have to see how it goes. The diesel heater, just honestly, you know, see people talking about how easy they are. I got it in my hands and I'm like, this is kind of overwhelming. So I don't know. We'll see. But a lot of improvements need to be made before I want to work out of it again. Though, of course, we do have the internet now. So, well, I guess I might not have announced that yet. I did freaking pay the crazy amounts of money for Starlink. And so I will have high-speed internet. It's really annoying to me that that's the only business in town, but it really is. You pay for Starlink or you don't have internet remotely, generally. All right, that's all I got for you today. Hope you're looking forward to those videos. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday for the camper build. Bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I went to look at a Toyota Dolphin, and that is not any spoilers for the channel because I did not buy it. For those unaware, a Toyota Dolphin is not a sea creature. It is a RV. RV from like the 80s that Toyota made based on their Toyota pickup, I believe. And if you know the Toyota pickup, you know those are already slow. And so adding a bunch more weight does not make them any faster. But if you know me, you know that I love my Subaru Leal, which is the slowest car in my fleet. And I don't mind a little slowness. It adds excitement. Like if you can barely get up to speed on the on-ramp, that's exciting, man. Also, by the way, it's very, very windy tonight and stormy. Oh my goodness. But I went and looked at this thing. It looked pretty good in the photos, as they often do. But then I went and looked at it, and I got them to accept $5,000. And honestly, on a Toyota Dolphin, $5,000. This is a 40-year-old camper, but $5,000 is pretty good. But for me, I don't need a camper right now. I've wanted one of these for a long time, but I really do not need a camper right now. And so it needed to be basically ready to run, really good shape for me to take it. It sounded to me from the guy it had been sitting for a while, which could be fine. But we got there. There was a little bit of mold under the bed, as well as some other issues. And I just was looking at it and I was like, I don't need another project. I needed this thing to be kind of ready to go. So I didn't pick it up, but man, I love those things. They're so cool. And this one was a manual transmission, which was the other main reason I went and looked at it. I don't know how many speeds it had, but I didn't drive it because I could tell from the camper that I didn't want it. But the manual, it came with either a 3-speed automatic or the manual. So I don't know. It probably was a 4 or 5 speed. But you saw most of the times I see them with a 3-speed automatic. But yeah, that's my Toyota Dolphin experience today. Just looked around. It was fine. If I'd been looking for a project, I might have bought it, but I really wasn't. You might notice I'm wearing a baseball cap, even though there's no sun out, and I've forgotten that a baseball cap can help keep the rain off your glasses, so I thought I'd try that tonight. Because it is actually really raining very hard and very windy. My phone screen is very wet right now. You might be able to see if I get the right angle. Maybe it rolled off, but there was a rain droplet causing reflections. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. And again, tomorrow for the XC70 camper build. Make sure not to miss that. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And it's been a while since we've done one of these at 2 a.m. But alas, it is 2 a.m. The past hour I spent on support with Insta360 support. I'll talk about that a bit more in a bit. But before that, I was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon with Leah. We're at the expert maps of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 at this point, so they take a bit. And before that, I was doing a live stream where I cleaned my shop, which I think went pretty well. Except for the first hour of the stream, I didn't realize that chat just disappears. It doesn't stay on the screen when you're streaming from your phone.
So there was people leaving chat messages that I never saw because I would just glance over at it occasionally. So that was neat. But after I learned that, it went smoothly. And the Volvo XC70 camper build went out today, and it's been performing pretty well for me. So I'm happy about that. I was really excited about that one. I thought it was a great video. I actually put quite a lot of effort into the thumbnail, so, which is something I hate doing. I hate thumbnails because it's so much of your video's success rides on the thumbnail and the title, and it's my least favorite part of the creation process for sure. But I put some effort in and I think it paid off. Anyways, that video is doing well. I'm happy about that. The live stream was fun. Insta360 support. My Ace Pro 2, the gyroscope seemed to go out. It wouldn't be able to tell which way it was up. It wouldn't start recording. It's under warranty until January or February, so I sent it in to the repair center, and they finally got around to taking a look at it, and they discovered that yes, the gyroscope is out, needs a new motherboard, but also there's a scratch on the front screen, not even the main screen, the one that shows you like a timestamp. And so they want $40 to replace that, and the rest of the repair is covered. And so I of course had to contact support and say, hey, it's an action camera. I don't really care if there's a little tiny scratch on the front cover screen. And they were unable to confirm or deny whether they can actually remove just that one item from the repair order. So I guess I just got to play the waiting game now and see if they remove it, is what it sounded like. But yeah, that's kind of frustrating. I assume they're just trying to make a buck on a otherwise incredibly unprofitable repair order. But I just want my camera back, because until then, like on this Christmas trip, we're going to be filming on my phone and Leah's phone, as well as the 360 camera. So going to be a lot more work in the editing den. Anyways, that's all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow. Again, next Friday for the XC70 camping trip in the camper. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today I'm in a good mood because tomorrow is a little mini Christmas for Leah and I. We always have our Christmas over here before we head over to the west side of the mountains to have Christmas with the family, because there's no point in dragging all of our gifts for each other across the state just to, you know, bring them back over when we come back. So it's a nice little tradition we've got going, and I'm really happy with it. So we're gonna do that tomorrow morning and then drive across the state. It's gonna be great. But today we had a little pre-Christmas. We do advent calendars for each other every year. And so, of course, since we're leaving early, we aren't going to bring the advent calendars with us. We finished those out. Additionally, today I finally finished a video I've been working on for just about a month or two now. I tried all 5 different types of Pop Secret popcorn, see which one I like the best. And oddly enough, YouTube didn't show it to anyone. I don't know how YouTube's algorithm decides. Sometimes when I upload a short, this is a short to be clear, it just doesn't show it to anyone. 0 views. Like, how can the algorithm know that no one wants to watch it if it doesn't show it to anyone? So that doesn't make any sense to me, but that's how that's going down. So that's a little bit disappointing, because I put a lot of work into that video, obviously, over quite a few months. But if you, I mean, I did link it down below. You can see that button there, so if you want to go check it out. But anyways, yeah, so today was sort of a down day before we have the chaos of the holidays. And I don't mean like a downer day. I mean just like a day of calm before the storm. We took care of a bunch of chores, just kind of relaxed. It was a very, very nice day. I'm glad I got the shop tidied yesterday because I didn't have to do that today. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to be out of town for a week. You can expect that video in probably second week of January, second Friday. I think that's my plan. But this coming Friday, of course, is the Volvo XC70 camping trip. So look forwards to that. That's going to come out the day after Christmas. Man, it's been a good day. Been a good day. I wrapped the last few gifts, loaded them up into the car. You know, I like Christmas. It's fun to give gifts, fun to receive them, of course. I don't know. As I get older, I like a little less, but still a good time. Still a good time. This will be actually the first Christmas where we're having it at my parents' new place, which is going to be interesting because previously we've always had it at the same place. So anyways, I guess it's enough of me rambling. I'll let you go. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and we've made it across Washington State once again in the trusty old Kia Spectra 5. I almost forgot to make this one tonight. I gotta go on my daily walk. This is in Western Washington, so we have lots and lots of water. As you might have heard or might not have heard, there's been serious flooding in the area. I believe record-setting flooding. So there is actually a creek that runs through the property here, and it did wash away some stuff, and my dad had to do some maintenance to get it fixed. But all in all, not too bad. It's been raining all night except for right now, so at least I got that in going for me, even though I'm walking really late. Today, yeah, we drove across. I think I talked about this yesterday. We got this little tradition where Leah and I have a little mini Christmas. Before we leave, we open gifts from each other and that sort of thing. And we did that this morning, finished up our advent calendars, and then loaded up the cat, loaded up ourselves, and hopped in the car and drove over here with all of our gifts for everyone else. Because that's why we do our little mini Christmas. There's no point in driving gifts that you're just going to give to each other all the way across the state just to open them up here and then take them back home. So that's what we did, and it went very well. Stopped, I think, only once after we got out of Spokane. We had a lunch/breakfast at a local burger joint and had to stop for fuel and had to stop to deposit the cash I'd withdrawn to try and buy the Toyota Dolphin. But once we got on the road, we drove straight through to about 4 hours, and then we grabbed a little bit of a snack in the restroom and then drove the rest of the way here. And man, I tell you what, it is a little foggy tonight. A little foggy. Man, that's what it is over here, and it's this wet. But we're gonna be here for the week, probably go back home on Saturday, maybe Sunday, maybe Friday, I don't know, but probably not Friday. You can expect a video pretty similar to the Thanksgiving road trip to come out, probably on the 9th, I believe, of January. And then the week after that, I'm thinking to possibly do the 2025 recap. And before that, on the 2nd, is going to be the 2026 goals. And then, before even that, on the 26th of December, it's going to be the XC70 camping trip with the fresh camper build. So you're not going to want to miss that. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And today, we're out here at the cabin, and that probably made you dizzy. But I think I heard heavy machinery. So I'm going to go down. I'm going to walk down there and see what my dad's up to. He's now retired, as I mentioned last time we were here for Thanksgiving. And so he has no problem keeping himself busy. That was never an issue for him. So there was also all the flooding here, so we had to deal with that. But he's currently... Oh, we also got an excavator out here, so he might be playing around with that, digging a ditch. I don't know. I just ran somewhere for no reason, so that's oh, hey, speaking of running somewhere for no reason, here's a little spoiler. One of my goals in 2026, every year I do a long form video on my goals. This is the second year of that. One of my goals for 2026 is to run every day, about a mile. I've been doing this walking thing every day all year, and now I'm going to start running every day. Well, not now, but come the 1st. And I went shopping today. So in Spokane, obviously we get snow. No one shovels their walk, and then it turns into ice. So I bought some traction devices, as well as last year when I was doing winter camping, I think that was my first season of actually going out and getting out there in the winter. My feet, even in wool socks, were constantly freezing. So I finally bought some winter boots. I found some for $60 off at REI.
So I got some of those, and they should give me good traction, but more importantly, more warmth. So I'm excited about that. It looks like I see tracks here. There's coming out of the field down there, and then there's tracks coming through here. I think those are fresh. I'm gonna wander down here and see if I can find him. I'll be right back. I hear him. We're catching up. I wonder what he's up to. Oh, there he is. Let me flip the camera around. What you been doing? Sounds like fun. Okay. Yep. Well, I guess that answers our question about what he was up to. He was clearing some tree. Guy with the quad, the chainsaw, the trailer, haul it out of here. That's all I got for you today. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's another day where I forgot completely about this walk. I got into the shower, I took a shower, I got out of the shower, then I got undressed. No, I was already undressed, but then I remembered I needed to get dressed again and come out here and do this. Today, I recorded a video that took a lot of time, probably because I was stressing unnecessarily about it, but it was the 2025 recap video. I don't know why I just stress about this video every year. Maybe I just shouldn't even make one. But last year, it took me like 3 times to record it. At least I did find a format I liked last year, so I could kind of imitate my own format again. But just actually doing it. And I wanted to, one-up it, of course. I didn't want to do exactly the same thing. And so setting up the whole thing and getting ready for it and filming it all took like, I think I started around like 6 and I didn't finish until like 11. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 5 to 6 hours. It just took forever. And of course I do have to go to work tomorrow. So I just dumped all the footage, or got it started dumping, and then tried to go to bed before remembering I had to do this. At least I do love an evening walk, But also, there's another piece of content that I have in mind for the future. I think it'd be fun to do a, I don't know how long it'd have to be, a 24-hour live stream where I just watch all of my videos from the previous year, or maybe from a couple years ago, straight through. And I think that'd be a fun tradition to start. But the lengths of my videos are kind of long, and like say I average a half hour times 52 is 26 hours. And so that would be a long live stream. So that's the biggest issue there, I guess. Well, the other issue is that I don't have that many viewers really. And so I would just be watching my own videos on my own. So that's just an idea for future content. If more people ever become a fan of my content and me myself. So I don't know. It's always a little weird reminiscing on old videos, but I think it's good. I mean, that's part of the reason I create them. I create videos so I can remember what I get up to. So I don't know. Look forward to that video coming out. I think it's Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's another day where I forgot completely about this walk. I got into the shower, I took a shower, I got out of the shower, then I got undressed. No, I was already undressed, but then I remembered I needed to get dressed again and come out here and do this. Today, I recorded a video that took a lot of time, probably because I was stressing unnecessarily about it, but it was the 2025 recap video. I don't know why I just stress about this video every year. Maybe I just shouldn't even make one. But last year, it took me like 3 times to record it. At least I did find a format I liked last year, so I could kind of imitate my own format again. But just actually doing it. And I wanted to, one-up it, of course. I didn't want to do exactly the same thing. And so setting up the whole thing and getting ready for it and filming it all took like, I think I started around like 6 and I didn't finish until like 11. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 5 to 6 hours. It just took forever. And of course, I do have to go to work tomorrow, so I just dumped all the footage, or got it started dumping, and then tried to go to bed before remembering I had to do this. At least I do love an evening walk, you know. But also, there's another piece of content that I have in mind for the future. I think it'd be fun to do a like, I don't know how long it'd have to be, a 24-hour live stream where I just watch all of my videos from the previous year, or maybe from a couple years ago straight through. And I think that'd be a fun tradition to start. But the lengths of my videos are kind of long, and like, say I average a half hour times 52 is 26 hours. And so that would be a long live stream. So that's the biggest issue there, I guess. Well, the other issue is that I don't have that many viewers really. And so I would just be watching my own videos on my own. So that's just an idea for future content if people ever become, or if more people ever become a fan of my content and me myself. So I don't know. It's always a little weird reminiscing on old videos, but I think it's good. I mean, that's part of the reason I create them. I create videos so I can remember what I get up to. So I don't know. Look forward to that video coming out. I think it's going to come out not this Friday, not the next Friday, but the one after that. I'm a little ahead right now, which is always a nice feeling. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. And again on Friday, I'm going to go climb into a nice. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's another day where I forgot completely about this walk. I got into the shower, I took a shower, I got out of the shower, then I got undressed. No, I was already undressed, but then I remembered I needed to get dressed again and come out here and do this. Today, I recorded a video that took a lot of time, probably because I was stressing unnecessarily about it, but it was the 2025 recap video. I don't know why I just stress about this video every year. Maybe I just shouldn't even make one. But last year, it took me like 3 times to record it. At least I did find a format I liked last year, so I could kind of imitate my own format again. But just actually doing it. And I wanted to, one-up it, of course. I didn't want to do exactly the same thing. And so setting up the whole thing and getting ready for it and filming it all took like, I think I started around like 6 and I didn't finish until like 11. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 5 to 6 hours. It just took forever. And of course, I do have to go to work tomorrow. So I just dumped all the footage, or got it started dumping, and then tried to go to bed before remembering I had to do this. At least I do love an evening walk, you know. But also, there's another piece of content that I have in mind for the future. I think it'd be fun to do a like, I don't know how long it'd have to be, a 24-hour live stream where I just watch all of my videos from the previous year, or maybe from a couple years ago straight through. And I think that'd be a fun tradition to start. But the lengths of my videos are kind of long, and like, say I average a half hour times 52 is 26 hours. And so that would be a long live stream. So that's the biggest issue there, I guess. Well, the other issue is that I don't have that many viewers really. And so I would just be watching my own videos on my own. So that's just an idea for future content if people ever become, or if more people ever become a fan of my content and me myself. So I don't know. It's always a little weird reminiscing on old videos, but I think it's good. I mean, that's part of the reason I create them. I create videos so I can remember what I get up to. So I don't know. Look forward to that video coming out. I think it's going to come out not this Friday, not the next Friday, but the one after that. I'm a little ahead right now, which is always a nice feeling. That's all I got. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And if you've been keeping up, there's a little mini series going on right now where I talk about why I missed my daily walks for the past few days. However, this short is for today. For my walk today, I'm going to talk about our drive back over the mountain pass and how it went.
So we go through a mountain pass. It's on a 2-lane road. It was quite snowy, but we were able to maintain. We took Leah's car, the little Kia. It's a front-wheel drive hatchback, but it has, I believe, Michelin X-Ice tires on it, so really good tires. So we were able to maintain still about 40, 45 miles an hour through the snow stuff, and people were pulling over, being really friendly, which is unusual for America. There was no issues. We got across the pass just fine. It was no problem, and there wasn't a lot of traffic. Most of the traffic was coming down from the pass towards the west side. All the skiers and stuff. So it was absolutely no problem. So after we went through the pass, we drove quite a bit further until we got actually just outside of Spokane. And at that point, we found probably about a 45 minutes to a half hour to maybe an hour out of Spokane. We found ice. And Menko, by the way, this whole time, the cat, was very well behaved. She was just curling up, going to sleep, taking a nap. Such a good girl. I'm so happy that we've been able to train her to be such a good car traveler. But anyways, we hit ice. I did a lane change, and it almost felt to me like one of the rear tires had blown because it was a little squirrely. So I had to take a leak, so we pulled off at the next exit and took a look, and none of the tires were blown. I emptied my bladder, and we got back on the freeway, being very much more cautious. And then we made it home no problem. It took us probably, I don't know, it took us probably an extra half hour, maybe an hour due to the snow, and we made quite a few stops. But I wasn't in any hurry because we were coming home a day early because Leah was sick, and I didn't want to catch her sickness and then have to drive home because I'm not feeling sick yet. So we figured we'd come home a day early. Plus, it's no fun for her to sit out there, excluded from the family, feeling miserable. It's much more enjoyable to be miserable at home. And so between those things, we left a day early. There also wasn't much going on at the cabin, so we just figured we weren't missing out on much, and Leah would be more comfortable being sick at home, and I didn't want to drive across the state while sick. So that was the plan. So I'm going to hopefully be doing a live stream tomorrow if I'm still not sick to make up for missing all those days of walks. I'll see you again tomorrow, again on Friday. Bye-bye. Exercise, and today I'm going to be walking about 5 miles on this very live stream that you're watching right now. It should take probably about, a half hour, 45 minutes. I'm going to grab a nice adult beverage once we get to town, all while on live stream, which makes me nervous, and then return home. Oh, man, I do have quite a bit to talk about, I suppose. Of course, the chat is open for questions. Though also, I really have no idea how to moderate it, at least on my phone, so hopefully Leah's back at home doing just that. And hopefully you can hear me. I'm using my little external mics here, so hopefully the sound quality is a little bit better than past live streams. So today I'm also, this walk is also testing my new boots, which you probably can't see. But last winter when I was doing snow camping, I noticed I really struggled to stay warm by the campfire with my tennis shoes, even with some really thick wool socks. So these boots have insulation, and hopefully that'll keep my feet nice and toasty. Now, I really would have liked to get to this earlier in the day, this live stream, but that obviously did not happen. When you're an adult, a lot of the Christmas gifts you get, they're not immediately playable with. You need to return home to play with them. And so Leah and I got home late last night, and today I've been playing with some of my gifts. One of them was a water kettle that actually pulls 1500 watts, unlike our old one that was just 1200 watts. So that's been nice. I tested with 750 mil of water, and it heated it about 1 minute faster than the old kettle. Now let's see. I should probably double check that I'm actually live. I will do that here really quick, and then I will continue. All right. I texted the partner
She's going to check if I actually made this thing public or if I failed to do that. My largest gift this year was actually a vise, which you'll see in videos to come. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to probably have to build a workbench for it to go on. Leah got back to me and said, ADGE, A-D-G-E. I don't know if that means I'm live or what. But I did see one viewer pop in, so I'm guessing I am. But yeah, Vice, I really needed one. You've seen me struggle without one in multiple videos. Hey, there's Leah. That must mean I'm live. She's in the chat. Hello. So yeah, I've got the Vice, which people don't sell Vices on used marketplaces. I thought I was just gonna get one, you know, used, save a few bucks, but people don't list them, and when they do list them, they are freaking expensive. They cost, you know, like what? Just about what a new one costs, because they think they've got something because it's like old and vintage, which maybe they do, but this one that my parents got for me will probably work just fine for me. So I'm looking forward to installing that, building a workbench for it. I'm not sure if the workbench will be one video or if maybe that'll just be a Patreon exclusive or something, and I'll mention it in a main channel video. I'm not sure. Hey, you can thank the cars driving past for the lighting right now. That's really convenient. If only people had their brights on more in town, you know? Man, it is chilly out today. What does my watch say it is? It says it's 23 out. I do have these heated gloves, but they do not have thumb covers, so my thumb is getting rather chilly already. Let me try to readjust here. Also, I don't know if my phone's battery will last for the whole time. I didn't think about that. So hopefully it does. If it doesn't, I'll obviously have to end early, but I do have the OnePlus 13, which has like a 6,000, 7,000 milliamp hour battery. And it was not quite fully charged. I never fully charged it. It was charged up to 80% before I left, which is what I limit it to because the battery's so big, I never run out even when limiting it to 80%. Oh. And it is definitely chilly. I'm looking forward to that adult beverage that we're going to get and have on our way home. I guess it's less of a punishment day. But, I guess the walk is the punishment. We're also getting to find out if these boots will work for me long term. What other stuff did I get for Christmas? I got a self-heating mug. Oh boy, a delivery driver's pulling over here in front of me. I hate live streaming in public. I forget there's notorious people who do live streaming in public that cause issues. I want to be one of those people. But I got one of the. They will keep your coffee warm, but the smart functionality, the app, it is not now. Coffee into your mug, it'll notify you when it's dropped down to your preferred drinking temperature. That would be really nice. You're like, oh, now I can drink this. That would be nice, but it just doesn't work. The mug does not connect to the app. I've tried it with LG Wing, OnePlus 6, my OnePlus 13, my partner's Pixel. I don't remember, maybe a Pixel 8 is what she has, but it doesn't work with any of them. One thing I'm noticing already about these boots is that they are rated for use in cold weather, which that doesn't really mean much because it's rated by the manufacturer. But they actually, because I got a pair of Helly Hansen boots that were rated for cold weather, and that they did not work in the ice. They were worse than my tennis shoes. But these ones seem to be working pretty well, getting a little bit better grip. But anyways, the mug that I asked for was a new addition to Costco. Well, Costco sells it, but it is the New Wave, and it has no smart functionality. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that working either. And so it's just touch functionality to tell it how to heat and stuff. But having that, that actually works, is better than having a smart mug that doesn't work. So I'm happy with it so far. Let's see. Oh, I also got, on the theme of coffee stuff, I got an AeroPress Clear. I've always kind of wanted 2 AeroPresses. They're pretty cheap. And this way I can just leave one with the camping stuff. And I don't have to pack my AeroPress every time. One less thing to remember, you know. I'm wearing a down jacket right now, and I'm actually getting kind of warm. I think I'm gonna have to switch hands here that I'm holding the phone in. My thumb is getting properly cold. Oh, yeah, that's nice and chilly. All right. We've gone probably about, what is this, like a half mile so far? Maybe 3/4. Actually, we might have gone a mile. I know the 2-mile mark, and we're about halfway there, so I don't know. We're getting there. Oh. Oh man, it's nice. We did get a little snow while we were gone for Thanksgiving, or not Thanksgiving, the other holiday, Christmas. There's a little bit of snow and some freezing, and so the ground is all frozen and icy here. Maybe you can take a look behind me here as I walk. I don't know how good you can see that, but yeah, nice and wintry out, though not quite as wintry as I would like it. Now I'm wondering if the Christmas lights are still up. They always put Christmas lights up in this park over here, and it looks like they are. I'm walking past. I'll turn the camera around. But I also have to make sure I don't get hit by a car. Always good. Yeah, see, there's a park with a bunch of Christmas lights in it down there. And here comes a car. Please don't hit me. And they are slowing down. Always good to see. Man, I do like where I live here on the hill up here. I don't know if you can see it in the background. All the rich people houses. I don't know why I like that. I shouldn't like rich people houses. But they just always look so pretty on the hill up there, even if I don't have a chance of living in one. I don't really want to live in one. I'd rather live out in the country or something. Have property instead of a 10,000 square foot house, you know? Oh. Let's see, going down the list of things received for Christmas. I already talked about the Vice, all the coffee stuff, I think. Oh, Leah got me, you'll see this on the channel, actually. There's 2 camping things that you'll see on the channel. Leah got me was it a Viper? God, I can't remember. I think it's a Viper hammock. Maybe she'll correct me in the chat. I asked for it specifically because I've seen Steve Wallace use it, and he seems to really like it. There's a Q&A sticker I can add. Anyways, he seemed to really like those hammocks, and I wanted to try one of them. The innovation they brought to the table, I guess, is that they're a square piece of fabric, and then they're hung kitty corner, and so you're more easily able to lie flat because you lie kitty corner the other way. And additionally, they also have a bug screen, which is always important. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unzip my jacket a little bit here. Getting pretty toasty. But I'm excited to use that. I don't know when I'll get around to using it because my underquilt isn't really rated to these temperatures. I'd probably have to use the underquilt in addition to my sleeping pad, something like that. But I might. If I don't get to it this winter, I'll get to it in the spring. And the other thing is, my sister got me I believe an REI 3-man tent, and so that'll just be our newest and nicest tent, especially for backpacking, which I don't do much of, but I do want to get more into. I really do like the REI, I think it's like a 4-man tent that we have. It was a hand-me-down from my Uncle Clint, but as you saw in the Volvo road trip recently, well, a little less recently now, back in September, that tent kept me dry in some really gnarly weather. And what I really like about it is that you can put the Rainfly on and you can still see out of it and get good ventilation. A lot of tents with the Rainfly on, that's a little more tricky. And so we're going to keep that tent. It'll probably be the de facto car camping tent still. Though with the Volvo, I won't need to bring a tent as long as I'm solo camping. And maybe with the changes that I'm planning to that build, I'll be able to also take Leo with me. But I don't know, it would definitely be tight. Okay, now we're definitely halfway to town, which means we're about a quarter of the way done with the walk. How long are we going? About 12 minutes. So say we're a quarter of the way done. It'll be a 45-minute Live stream, not too bad. Quick maths. Oh. All right. Some Christmas lights still up down this side street. Again, let's make sure I don't get hit by a car. That is a Dodge with a light bar. I didn't know Dodge pickups had a light bar. Interesting. Man, let's see what else. We went over the camping gear, the coffee gear. Most of what I got is camping and coffee, which I guess makes sense. But what else is there? I'm trying to think. Someone's probably watching this right now thinking, hey, you forgot the gift I gave you. There was a popcorn machine. I've kind of wanted an air popper for a while. Camping and coffee and cars. New YouTube channel title, yeah. Pretty much. I don't know if I got anything related to the old automobiles. I don't know if I asked for anything. The old fleets, you know, it's generally pretty good right now. Needs some work, but I'm really happy with it. Man, what is next for the fleet? I obviously want to continue on the Volvo camper. I'm really excited to get out there and go camping and working out of it again. It needs quite a bit of work before I want to take it out again. Though the next time we take it out, it should be in the snow. I want to insulate it. I've come up with a solution for the heaters. Oh yeah, I got brake clean. I always need more brake clean. But I've come up with a solution for the heaters. I'm just going to bring 2 of them because if you remember in the video that came out last Friday, the heater kept kicking down to 750 watts to half power, even though I had it set to 1500 watts. And so I'm just going to bring 2 heaters and I'll run them both on low. And that should get me plenty of heat. And also I can put them in 2 different locations so they're less likely to overheat. So I'm excited for that. Insulation, I'm going to go grab, I think, some 2-inch foam board, which has an R value of 10. And I think I'm going to put that in both of the rear windows as well as the hatch window. I think I might use Velcro to hold it in, but we'll see. And so that's the insulation plan. I also have a fridge, a 12-volt fridge now that you'll see in the next build video. And I'm going to mount that on a slide so I can put shelving above it, but then still slide it out to use it. And I want it to be accessible from inside and outside of the car in case the weather's really nasty. And so if you remember the camper build, it's going to slide out. It's going to slide out onto the bed. And so I'm really excited for that. Oh, here's some good ice I can test out my new boots on. They're not great, but they're okay. I bought some traction devices as I'm going to start running in 2026. And I'm going to definitely need them because no one shovels their damn sidewalk around here. But I bought some traction devices so I can use them on these boots as well if I feel I need more traction. Of course, but they'll of course mostly be on my running shoes. But anyways, further modification to the Volvo. I need to insulate it. That's a big one. I think I also need to find some sort of insulated blanket to put, because I don't want to have to insulate all the front windows. I want to just be able to put up a blanket. So I don't know how that's going to go. I got to see what's available, get some really thick fabric and hang it up. I am not going to be insulating the rear passenger windows, as part of the point of working from anywhere is the excellent views. Working in such a beautiful space out in the wilderness. Of course, the desk needs to be rebuilt. I want to get a mattress. I'm not sure what type of mattress I want yet. I really have my eye on those Japanese style mattresses that are just like a really flat piece of foam. So because I like them because they're really thin and I don't have a lot of headroom in the camper. And they should also be durable. My biggest concern at the moment, of course, is insulation, heat. Because I'm not sure if they're designed to be used in cold temperatures, though it does get cold in Japan, so possibly. So I'll have to figure that out and cut one to custom size. But that should be that should be not very much fun, to be completely honest. I am not looking forwards to upholstery work. Hey, the bus is running, so I guess I could get the bus home, but I'm planning on walking. Speaking of walking, there's actually a little bit of a shortcut we can take here. Going through some car dealerships. Maybe we can look at some of the Porsches. But the table needs to be redone. I'm going to organize my power setup to hopefully make it a little bit less of a wad of cables. I might need to drill a hole in the car to get the power cables out, or something, because the power cables are really hard to get out, as you might remember. I need to get across the road here, and there's no crosswalk, of course. Is that? No, I thought that might have been a friend of mine driving there. Let's go across and let's not slip on the ice and eat crap. We've made it safely, but I'm looking forward to the Volvo build. I was kind of down on it after, you know, so much stuff went wrong the first time. But you know, that's just how it goes. You gotta, you know, make improvements, which is what we're gonna be doing. Let's go down this hill here. Oh, that's slippery. That might not be a shortcut. Never mind. We'll walk around. But I'm really excited for it again. I got the roof rack mount for the Starlink, so that can just chill out up there. I don't know. Like I said, I'm really excited. I think we have snow now as well, pretty much everywhere. I don't know if you can hear that. I just walked across ice. We have snow pretty much everywhere, especially if you go up any elevation. So I might be able to do a snow camp, and that would be really fun. Yeah, these boots are way better on ice. That's the ones I tried. And my feet are nice and toasty as well. Well, of course, I'm walking, but my feet are honestly too warm. And I don't even have my heaviest wool socks on. Man, it is. You love a nice late night winter walk. Let me change hands here. Need to get like a chest mount. I can just hold my phone in front of me here. Go into the store and they'll think I'm some sort of idiot, which they aren't entirely wrong. Okay, YouTube keeps asking me to. Oh, a Q&A. No, I'm not going to start a Q&A. Okay. I just had to see what that was. It kept asking me if I wanted to add like a Q&A sticker. Nah. Though, of course, if you want to ask anything, go right ahead. What else am I doing right now, you know? Just punishing myself for being such a flake and not and missing 3 days of walking. I guess I could talk about, I did buy myself some Christmas gifts. I got a new keyboard. Maybe did I already talk about that? I don't know. I'll talk about it again. I hear like the crosswalk is making noise, even though there's like no traffic on this road ever. I got myself a keyboard. It's a Keychron 70% or 75%, I can't remember, and it has the magnetic switches, so I'm hoping to use that in my winter car, which is coming out soon. Because while it's better to drive in my winter car and my summer car with a controller, it's a lot better to do everything else with the mouse and keyboard, and I don't feel like switching. So I am hoping I can map that to make some sense there. But we'll see. And then it'll give me a little more control over the car in the winter. Really looking forward to that game. It's supposed to be out by the end of the year. We'll see. Man, I did talk about being sick yesterday, or potentially getting sick, because Leah has been sick. And I definitely am feeling a little bit of congestion, but I was feeling good enough to go out here and do this, I guess. It didn't seem like a terrible sickness. Like, it wasn't good. No, not being sick isn't good, but Leah mostly there was no fever. We tested for COVID. It wasn't that, so that's good. Just like kind of a runny nose, congestion, maybe a headache. I don't remember all the symptoms she listed. But definitely not fun, but I felt okay enough to do this walk, of course. What are we at now? 22 minutes? Yeah, I think we're going to hit, well, that means we're going to hit more than 45, doesn't it? Yeah, because we aren't even there yet. We're probably going to be at least an hour. what does that mean I'm walking at? If it's 5 miles round trip, that'd be about a 10-minute, a little over a 10-minute mile, which sounds about right. I'm not trying to walk really fast here. Oh, we are walking past the Kia dealership. There's a sign somewhere, a big one. I don't know how I'm missing it in the frame. Actually, I really don't know. But trust me, there's a Kia dealership. These are the exciting cars. God, yeah, my being out here in the cold is definitely not helping my congestion. Although, yeah, Leah chimed in chat to say, yeah, just mostly snotty, which I'm generally pretty used to because I have allergies. So being snotty is something I can generally deal with pretty well. Weird little bug, I guess. Usually you expect to have a headache, be achy, something like that. Oh, there's a Porsche. Check this thing out. Dang, that's nice. A couple other Porsches over there. Yeah, there's the Porsche Mercedes dealerships over here. Oh man, I don't know if this shortcut's gonna work anymore. There's a new building over here. Man, I am dripping in sweat. Unzip my jacket the rest of the way. I think my mic's still good. Leah said she had a headache, so. Oh man, see, here's the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Oh yes, a nice breeze, please. Man, I'm not usually this hot while walking. There's a retention pond here. Let's not trip into that. I don't know if this shortcut's gonna work still. They built it. This used to be gravel as well, I believe. Now it's all paved. This is where they park all the Mercedes-Benz vans for service and such. I gotta switch hands. My arm's getting tired. I knew that was gonna be. Oh, there's some cool Porsches over here. I remember them being here last time I came through. That's right. Oh, we're almost there. I'll show you them. I sound good. Well, I would hope so. I thought you've been listening for the past 25 minutes. Oh, I guess I moved my jacket. That's right. Okay, here's some cool Porsches. I'll flip the camera around. There's a, God, I don't know my Porsches. I assume it's a 911. They all look the freaking same. Got an icicle coming off of it. That might be a Carrera. There's a convertible, so probably a Boxster. That looks like a 911 to me. That one's brand new. Man, that thing's nice. Could that be a GT2 or something? I don't know. Cool Porsches. Okay, so we are coming up. This is gonna get dark. You're not gonna be able to see me too well. I'm walking through. This appears to be some sort of building where they work on the Mercedes vans. So maybe it's an extension to the Mercedes dealership. Oh wait, this might be like a custom camper builder. Look at this. This says Integra, which if someone looks that up, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm assuming it is some sort, like just from the looks of it, it looks like a camper. So could this be a place where they build campers? I don't know. It might just be the Mercedes dealership and not the Mercedes camper, so it comes to the Mercedes dealership. Yeah, this was all gravel and undeveloped before. I hope they didn't put up a new fence or something to keep me from taking this shortcut. I hear noise. I don't know. Is there a vehicle idling? Oh yeah, there's an RV with their generator on. Let's see. We got to go down this little hill here, around the dumpsters, and then we've got to go over here. Yep, they didn't put up a new fence. And I got to climb up a really steep hill over here in the dark. Let's see. Nothing like overlanding. I do like overlanding, so let's see. Where's the fence in? There's a fence up here, I know. Here, let me flip the camera on. You might be able to see the cliff. There we are. Oh, yeah, you can see it pretty well. Okay. Let's try to get up. Here we go. Okay. And now we have made it to the overpass. the pedestrian overpass. Man, maybe I should be using my, I guess that I couldn't see chat. I'm gonna say maybe I should use my external camera, rear camera, but you really would not be able to. I wouldn't be able to see chat, so it would be a lot better because I noticed, especially when I was looking at that cliff there, I was finding a lot more light just because it's a bigger sensor. Mini Cooper sounding kind of nice back there. Oh, and I am simultaneously looking forwards to and not looking forwards to turning this daily walk into a daily run. I mean, I've been building the habit all year. This was kind of the ultimate goal, was to build a good habit and eventually turn it into a even better habit. But it's going to be brutal. I hear from people who run, it's brutal for probably like the first 3 months. And knowing people who run, it's probably going to be brutal for the first 4 to 6 months. So that is going to suck, but it's going to be good for me, of course, unless I get hit by a truck or something. Oh, man. Oh, boy, the bridge is extra icy. Gonna test out the boots, I guess. Whew. We're almost to town, though. Here, let me turn around here and I'll show you. Town is just right across the bridge. All those lights over there. We are getting close. Oh boy, I just slipped. Boots are definitely better than some, but they aren't magical. I'm just gonna head to the gas station, so I don't have to walk through the whole grocery store. And I'm also gonna be lowering the phone down so I'm not a nuisance. While I check out, you'll just get a look right up my nose. So if that isn't for you, you might want to tune out once I get to the gas station. I also realized I had to hold this cold drink, though I'm really hot right now, so maybe that'll be good. Stick it under my armpit. Man. Well, how's the audio now, by the way? I'm walking over a freeway. Let me flip the camera around. Yeah, I'm walking over a freeway, and this is really loud to me, but in the past, I have yelled when it's been loud. And these mics that I have, they work pretty well. And so when I yell, they just end up peaking. And you don't hear any of the background noise. You just hear me yelling. I don't know. The audio is pretty bad. Well, I guess they aren't that as magical as I was hoping. Welcome to whatchamacallit. Hello, my screen is very dim. I can't read your name, but hello, welcome to the live stream. I'm just about to get to a gas station here where we're gonna grab an adult beverage before walking another 2.5 miles home. Actually, let me see if I can up my brightness. There we go. Maybe I'll try to, oh, hey, now you can see me better too. Maybe I'll try to remember to turn that down before I get into the store so I don't come in there walking with a bright phone. Sarah Miller, you're not new. I believe you. I'm terrible with names. How was your evening, I suppose? And yes, the highway is just very loud. But we are beyond it for the most part. We're just going over to, here, let me just flip the camera around. We're going over to the Nom Nom over there. Yeah, see, this camera is so much better quality, but then I couldn't read chat. Maybe I'll just leave it flipped around so you have something better to look at than my ugly mug. To the Nom Nom, we gotta cross this. This is the worst intersection for pedestrians. It's like, what, 4 lanes in each direction? No, 2 lanes in each direction plus a turn lane, and the light just takes forever to change when you're sitting here in the cold. At least it feels like it. All right, I'm probably pretty well lit now. Flip the camera back around. Been on call with your boyfriend all day. Very nice. I remember those days. Now I live with my girlfriend. I don't have to call her. Push both the buttons. Hope I can cross here. What drink am I gonna get? That's a good question. I really haven't decided yet. I'm gonna try and make it quick, so I'm not just hanging out in the gas station forever. But I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I don't know if I want a beer or something sweet yet. A lot of the beers you get in singles are really, really, really heavy and dense, and I don't really like them that much. Long distance is definitely hard. Oh, I got a walk light. Let's go. Long distance is hard. Well, actually, I did do that for about 1/4 of college before I got dumped. So that's my experience with long distance. And now I got to hit the other button. This is just a real-time demonstration of how long it takes to get through this darn intersection. When I would ride my bike or skateboard to work, this one always irritated me. It like doubled my commute just about. Yeah, we are just about there, just across this road, and then we'll be there. Obviously not going to be talking to y'all while I'm in there. I got a walk sign. Let's go. Check both ways for people trying to make a right. On this intersection, I was so angry at myself. I made a free right turn on red and nearly hit a bicyclist directly in front of a cop with expired tabs. So obviously I got pulled over, and they were like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I was like, it has happened to me." So I was like, "I'm a bicyclist. That has nearly happened to me." But they let me off with a warning, I believe. So that was nice of them. But that was so stupid. And I was so angry with myself because as a bicyclist, I get pissed off at people doing that. Anyways, we are here at the Nom Nom. And so I am going to put the phone down like this. Just hold it like I'm answering a text. We're going to walk in. And I'm going to stop talking about right now so I don't look like a psychopath. Decisions are hard. Yeah, that'll do it. Yes, I do. I can get it out of here. There's that. All right. Yes, they are. Actually, well, this one's not anymore. It used to be heated. It ran out of battery. Yeah, they're nice for, using the phone while you're walking. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a good night. Mission success. White Claw time, as if. As if. Let's get across the freeway here and I'll crack this. Or not across the freeway, but across the main road here, and I'll crack that open. Man, if you can believe it, there's no one watching anymore except for Leah. Almost like that's terrible for retention. Putting your phone face down on the counter. All right. Well, we're about at the halfway point now, and it's what, 37? So this is going to be like a hour and 15-minute live stream, it seems. Unless I pick up the pace. Taking our time, I guess. White Claw time. I keep seeing that chat message. Honestly, I do prefer White Claws to Trulies. I will say that. All right, tap the button. I guess I should tap both buttons. I need to go both ways. V corner. And now we wait. Looks like the turn lane's going. I have this light cycle memorized. Turn lane's going, and now it should be my turn to cross this way. Yep. Make sure I don't get hit by a car. Always good. And now we got to do the whole same walk over again. And now this time it's going to be even worse because I'm out of stuff to talk about. Maybe something exciting will happen. Maybe I'll get hit by a car. You never know. The other button and wait 15 million minutes. That Hummer doesn't sound too good. Sounded a little bit like the Oldsmobile, except less V8 noises. So it probably does have a V8. Turning yellow. I gotta wait for the turn lane first, though. Then we'll be allowed to go. I do love myself a nighttime winter walk. And the turn lane's done. It's our turn. Let's make sure we don't get hit. And let's cross 5.5 lanes of traffic and then one more. And I got to put my flaps back on my glove. Fingers are getting cold. Oh, this minivan stopping for me. That's nice. Give them a little wave. And they're holding up traffic. Appreciate it though, of course. Oh God, now I got to bring my finger back out of my gloves to open this beer. All right, let's get it out. It's in my pocket. I went with the No Lie Cascade Fog. A little lighter. It just sounded a lot better than those hazy IPAs. Let's see. Let's get a crack. Oh God, it's a little fizzy. Now it's on my gloves. I gotta. This is gonna be too inappropriate. I gotta bend the tab back with my mouth. There we go. Let's have a sip. Oh yeah, that's good. That hits the spot. That's exactly what I was looking for. All right. 2.5 miles back home, holding a nice cold beer in 20-degree weather. What more could you want? What time is it getting to be? I actually don't have my clock up. And I'm holding a beer, so if I check my watch, I'll pour my beer out. Man. Get ready for the audio to get worse as I walk over the bridge. A hot cocoa? Are you trying to tell me that would be more appropriate than a Cascade Fog? It probably would be. Maybe I'll have one of those in my new self-heating mug when I get home. Or maybe I'll make some decaf coffee. Be nice. Yes, you are telling me that hot cocoa will be more appropriate. I gotta get my finger back in my glove, or else I'm gonna freeze. There we go. And as you might have heard me say in the store there, my gloves have stopped being heated gloves. So that's not excellent. Could be better. I can only have a decaf coffee if I also make one for Leah. Sounds like a lot of work. We'll see. Yeah, that's not too heavy. That's nice. I don't want a heavy beer when I'm on a walk, you know. Yeah, it is slippery up here on the bridge. These boots are definitely handling it better than other shoes I've had, but not too bad. The question is, do we take the shortcut back down or do we go on the sidewalk? I think we're probably going to take the shortcut. Now, Leo wants hot cocoa. I can probably make hot cocoa happen. That's a little easier. Well, we don't have any milk, so maybe not. My thumb is freezing holding this beer. Better decisions may have been made. Man, what else did I talk about? I talk about the Subaru. The Subaru still needs everything. I guess that's about it. And this bridge is slippery. The Subaru needs its rear differential dropped out and taken apart. Leah's trying to argue we do have milk, but it was almost bad before we left almost a week ago. So, I mean, I can use it, but I don't know if she wants me to. But the Subaru, yeah, still got to take the diff out. I was hoping to maybe do that before we left, but editing videos, that sort of thing. I'm hoping tomorrow to get some progress made on the Volvo, but we'll see. I need to go to the hardware store, to Lowe's, and pick up a 2-inch piece of insulation, the foam insulation with an R value of 10. Need to go pick up another sheet of the plywood I was using. Maybe some drawer. I'll probably go back for some drawer slides once I get all the measurements out and everything. Or maybe I'll order them online. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It's gonna be an experience learning all that stuff to build that camper. Well, I guess I gotta scramble down this cliff here. I feel like going down's worse than going up. Wish me luck. If I tumble, the biggest loss will be my beer. These boots are a little more sturdy. I've always been against hiking boots. Pro tennis shoes on hikes. But maybe I'm getting old now or something and I've changed my mind. Because these are a little nice for a little added stability. Gotta avoid the fence. And behind the dumpsters, and we're back through. It is interesting. I guess I can talk about this a little bit, a little meta. But this live stream, for some reason, the last one I did where I was walking into town, it got a good, I think 80 views while we were walking. This one, I guess, I just don't got as much interesting to say because we've gotten a couple people tuning in. Might as well have done a video called Leah, right? I don't know. Maybe now that we've got the beer, more people will tune in. People like seeing people drink on live. And of course, I'm in Mexico, where it's legal to drink in public, of course. Maybe streaming for an entire hour and 15 minutes was also a mistake. We'll see. We're about to walk back past those Porsches, but I don't have a free hand to flip the camera around. Oh, there's another Boxster I also missed. What is that, a Macan, probably? There's a Macan, I believe, and then the Boxster. And, of course, the 911 Boxster Carrera, I believe, and another 911. Oh, another 911 over here, looks like. And then Macan. I don't know why people park their vehicles over here. Punishment plus beer. I was thinking about that earlier. Punishment is the walk. Beer is just a side effect. Oh man, my thumb is absolutely freezing. Okay, I gotta switch hands. I'll just stop here, set my beer down. Hold the phone in my left hand and the beer in my right. This is the sort of riveting stuff you get when you're joining a Joel Kalich live stream. Man, I don't know, maybe I'll end it early and just take the last part of my walk on my own. Seems that people are pretty much done tuning in. And I've got about, probably looking at the time here, another half hour of walking. Of course, the goal of this is always just to get exercise, and making a daily short or doing a live stream is just a means to an end, gets me motivated. Though I will say I was disappointed. I know no one's watching this right now, but I was disappointed when I missed 3 days in a row. I didn't get a single comment calling me out. You aren't holding me honest. But I think that's just because there's not too many people who are a fan of the short form content like this. I mean, this isn't short form content, it's just vertical content. Even my daily walks aren't really that short. They're like 3 minutes long, every single one of them. which I don't think there's a huge market for that, which is fine. I enjoy making them. They're easy to make. They get me motivated. They give me something to do while I'm on my walk, which is the most important. You just heard an air gun. We'll see. We'll see. My thumb is still freezing, by the way. This one's not. This one's fine. All right. These cars have like diapers on their antennae. Kind of weird. Wonder if that's like a transport thing. It must be. So they don't get really rock chipped. Yeah, I am so warm. I did not expect to be this warm even in this down jacket. This is what I usually wear in this kind of weather, and I'm not sweating. Maybe I do have a slight fever or something, just like a really slight one. I don't know. Now my left arm is getting tired from holding the phone. That's the issue. I think I'm gonna get back to the main road up here, then I'm gonna call it a stream. If nothing else, just so I can set down my beer so I can press the button. But unless some people start tuning in, I think this stream has run its course at a whopping 49 minutes long, nearly an hour by the time I get up to the main road up here. Once I get home, I'm probably gonna put, oh man, freaking, that's something I can talk about. I'll talk about this. So there are a bunch of creators who have taken to a tradition of posting on Christmas Day, because while for me, I've talked about a lot of the gifts that I got for Christmas, and I'm incredibly fortunate to have received those, and to have such a good family, as well as Leah's family is also great. So I like have two families that I could go home to, and but a lot of people don't have that. They don't have one family they can go home to. So a lot of creators have taken to posting on Christmas Day some really special thing for those people who don't have a good Christmas, where the day is a lot more depressing. And so the examples of that would be Mighty Car Mods, Nerd Cubed. I'm sure there are others that have done. I think Technology Connections does it. I thought about doing it myself because I usually upload on Fridays, and I just had to bump it forwards a day. But I do have a really strict upload schedule, so I just decided to stick to that. But additionally to that, so not only do I have those to watch, especially the Mighty Car Mods feature-length film, because on Christmas I'm always busy. I don't have time to watch them, so it's really a shame. I have to wait to watch them later. It's rough for me, not all the people who have no family on Christmas. That's sarcasm, by the way. I gotta switch hands. My left arm's getting tired, but I have those to watch. But I also have a movie by Fort9 to watch where they circumnavigate the world. I think it's on sale for like 10 or 11 bucks. I pre-ordered it, and it just came out, I think today or yesterday. And I am so excited to watch it. I mean, my biggest issue with Fort9's content, they're a motorcycle channel, by the way. My biggest issue with their content was that it wasn't long enough. They make like 10-minute videos. And a lot of it is like equipment reviews. And now I'm going to be able to watch a road trip Top Gear style. We'll see. I don't know. I have it downloaded. Another really cool thing they do is they made it DRM free, downloadable. Freaking amazing. In 4K on whatever server they were using was also great. It downloaded at like my full 400 megabit internet speeds. It was freaking awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping to implement something like that someday on my own for my own website. But I really do think it'll have to be peer-to-peer. So probably a torrent, an official torrent of all my videos, I guess. And that should be really neat for all my viewers, so they can just download it. I'll have to try. I'll also maybe transcode it to different qualities so viewers can download the videos at different qualities. That'll be really cool, but a long time off. Yeah, I have these movies to watch, so maybe I'll rope Leah in and we'll watch the circumnavigation video from Fort9 when we get home. This is the first time she's hearing about it, so I don't know if she's down. What time? I also don't know what time it is. I can't check my watch or else I'll dump my beer out. But I am back to the main road, so I did say I was going to call it quits. Once I got back to the main road, I got to find a place to put my beer down so I can press the button. You know what? I'm not going to. I lied. I'm going to keep going. I found something else to talk about. I got a nice beer to enjoy with y'all. Why not keep going a little longer? Oh man, here's a project I want to do. I now have Starlink, the Starlink Mini, and I would freaking love to do a full camping trip live stream. Now, obviously, the stream stability would be very poor because I'd be having to do it while moving, and we have a lot of woods around here. But I think it would work well enough, probably, to where I could do it. And then, of course, I would also be making a video while I did it, so I'd still have something to do. So you could watch me live, setting up cameras, that sort of thing. Maybe, oh man, this is, let me flip the camera around. Oh, I got my beer in my arm. This is, look at the state of this sidewalk. Let's see, let me try and slide. Oh my, okay, I was saying earlier. So they're not great. They are, I think, better than your average shoe, but they are not great. Let me get across the road here when I get a chance, and we will, I think the other sidewalk's in a little better shape, and I need to be on that side of the road anyways. There we go. But I really want to. I think that's going to be in the distant future because I think I have seen people try to do that before, do the live streaming of a full camping trip, and especially in the trees, Starlink just does not have the capability. I do know that there is a person who does the Baja 500 or the 5,000, 1,000 Baja 1,000. I always forget the number, but they do that race and they live stream the whole thing. I believe they have like 10 Starlink minis mounted to a helicopter chasing the truck, and that's how they live stream it. And I don't have $1,650 per month to spend on Starlink, so I can't really do that. But I think just having the one, it would be stable enough. I might just do the stream like 720p. But I think that'd be really, man, this sidewalk isn't much better. Look at this thing. Let's do a little slide. Oh my God. Oh my God. How did I not notice this when I was walking to town? I walked right along the sidewalk. I guess the boots must be pretty good. I mean, they're not, I can still slide, but I think any boot, unless you have spikes on it, is going to do that. But these ones must have pretty good grip because like just normal walking, normal use, I don't really notice it too bad. Now, because I am in Mexico and drinking in public is completely legal, I assume at least, I will say that I support drinking in public being completely legal. I don't see why it's illegal. I think you should be able to be arrested for public intoxication, being a nuisance. That's the real issue, obviously. I guess, I don't remember what the saying is, attack the symptom, or no, attack the result, not the symptom. I don't know, maybe that's not the right saying, but, and yes, Leah, Spokane, Mexico, the sister city, of course. There's also a tall can, so I cannot hide it in my hand. It looks very much like a beer. Let's hope no cops drive past. What, I keep seeing a Chinese character in chat. First I saw someone else post it, now I'm seeing my partner Leah post it. What the heck is that? Oh, is that a curse word? Is that a curse word being censored? It must be. It must be Leah saying F it. I don't know. This? Yeah, that. That whatever that symbol is. I don't know. That shows up as like a Chinese character or something. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm very uneducated. I'm not culturally educated. Oh, is it like an at? That symbol. That symbol, I don't, yeah, Jocelyn, that symbol. It just shows up as like a character to me. Oh, and there is a message held for review. It says, I don't know why that was held for review. Let me show that. Oh, another moderator just handled it. Nice. Thank you, Leah. But I don't know, maybe it is your profile pic. I cannot see it. It's from a game, okay. Yeah, I cannot see whatever that is on my mobile chat stream here. We're learning stuff here. It's a blue dude. I'll have to check the chat history when I get home and see what it actually looks like. It must just be some character that my phone doesn't know or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a bug in the YouTube mobile app. Interesting stuff. And I love going on a nighttime walk. It's just so peaceful. Oh, we got someone turning. Hopefully they don't hit me. And they didn't. Give them a wave. They definitely know I'm having a beer. I did a little spin out. His name is Shadow Milk Cookie. Rhode Island? No, I am in Spokane, Washington. I mean Spokane, Mexico, because I'm drinking, obviously. There's another. Rhode Island is in the road you drive on. I mean, I am in a very car-centric place, at least. Yeah, Spokane, we're getting a little snow and such. Oh, there's the bus. I could have. No, that was the bus. That's the bus going the other way. I was surprised the buses are running this late on a weekend, honestly. Oh, for some reason YouTube hid your message, Funkadelic. I am not homeless. I'm just on a walk in the winter because it's fun. Hello. I appreciate you saying I have vibes, by the way. That's what I go for. I almost ended the stream actually before a few people started watching, so I appreciate that. Our business run till 11 on Saturday. Oh, your buses. Small text. I'm getting old. I think ours are a little like ours run that late, but I don't think this route does. This route usually, or maybe on weekends it's just every hour instead of every half hour. Walking at night vibes, indeed. I love a night walk. I used to do it. It was about a mile when I lived in Cheney at Eastern Washington University. It was about a mile walk each way to whatchamacallit, to the store. And so I'd do that at night, and whatever amounts of snow on the ground. Sunday it's like 9 to 5. Yeah, see, that's pretty bad. Yeah, oh, that's right. It is worse here as well on Sunday. The buses on Sunday. I don't think this route even runs. I forget that. My Xmas was excellent. This year it was my family's turn to have Leah and I. So on Christmas Eve, we went and had a little Christmas with her family, which was excellent. The food was incredible. I basically got 2 Christmases, one with Leah's family and one with my family. And they were both excellent. The food was great. Got some good gifts, such as my biggest gift was from my parents. It was a vise, like a bench vise. No one's selling those. How was your Christmas, by the way? I'll keep talking, but I can read. So a bench vise, which no one is actually selling. No one is actually selling those used. So it's a brand new one, of course, and if they do sell them used, they're overpriced. But anyways, I saw a message up here I wanted to reply to. Oh yeah, you'll walk for exercise if it's not horrible weather. Well, in 2025, I decided I was going to walk every single day, horrible weather or not. And I did that for the most part. And actually, why I'm doing this live stream right now is because I missed 3 days over Christmas of walking every day, which was incredibly bad. And so today I walked about 5 miles to grab this beer and do this live stream. So that's why you're watching me right now. I'm glad your Christmas was good, Jocelyn. But yeah, I missed 3 days of my walk. So as punishment, I doing this live stream. Actually, I did another one of these a while ago when I missed 1 day, but that day I had no excuse. I just forgot. Oh yeah, see, I do software development, so I don't get any exercise unless I actually go out of my way and do it because, I get up and I even work from home, so my commute's like a walk down the hallway. Pink and blue or light green and orange? Well, first of all, you probably shouldn't listen to some guy on YouTube about what color of braces you should get. I think I'd have to go for the green, yellow and green. I don't think that was an option last I checked. Oh man, there's people here. I'm gonna be quiet for a second. I hate live streaming in public. It looked like they were just getting back from a trip for the holidays, maybe, but they were unloading the truck. But I don't know, man. I just think you shouldn't take my advice on what color you should do your braces. But I don't know. I don't guess I have an opinion. The cop out answer. You don't know how to spell. I don't know how to talk. It's about the same difference. Getting pretty close to home now. I have about what? Probably about another 10 minutes. See, I can't say I'm familiar with your pop culture of TV girl. Pop culture is not my forte. An anime reference. I've watched a few, but again, not very cultured. I just don't watch a lot of TV these days. What is this? This is me punishing myself. I've been trying to walk every day in 2025, and I missed 3 days, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And so I've been doing a live stream here where I walk 5 miles to make up for missing my 15-minute walk every day. So it's what, about an hour and 6 minutes in. We got about 10 minutes till I get back home, and I got to end the stream. Grab myself a little brewski while I was in there at the gas station. Make it 10-minute walk home. You're telling me I should walk faster? You're probably right. Well, I hope you have a good evening. What is it, definite? 10 miles? I mean, I definitely could. That just takes a long time. In 2026, I'm hoping to turn this habit that I've built into a run. And so I'll be doing a 1 mile run every day. The goal of the 15 minutes exercise every day was just to build a habit. And then I'm hoping to transform that habit into something a little more useful. I did ask Leah to moderate the chat while I went on my walk. It's really difficult to do on mobile. And she had a pretty easy about 45, 50 minutes. Now she must be having to pay attention. Yeah, eventually I might do some sort of marathon. But we'll see how it goes. I hear from people who run that the first 3 months is nightmarish. And knowing people who run, it's probably actually the first 4 to 6 months that are awful. But we'll see how it goes. I'm just trying to get out of the house, and actually, even just the daily walk has helped my mental health so much. Just getting out, making sure I get out of the house every day and do something. So, and the real goal was also, I always said I didn't have time to exercise, and so the 15 minutes of walking, I didn't have that excuse, and so I just by doing 15 minutes every day, I didn't have the excuse of not having time, and so I had to get out and I had to get out there, and so I actually was able to for just about every day in 2025. But like I said, 2026 is probably gonna be a little harder. I'm gonna be doing the run. I remember one of the first comments I got on my daily walk series. Of course, like the first probably, like now they get about 100 views a piece, which I'm not going for views. I just do it as something to do. I make the videos as something to do on my walk. I do not have my reflectors on. I am in pure black. But if someone's driving on the sidewalk, I think I have bigger issues. And when I start running, I probably will have to get some reflectors. But oh god, I totally lost my train of thought. Oh well, it couldn't have been that important. Answer the question about what my reflectors? Yeah, no. I actually I haven't worn reflectors, and actually my jacket is black. I've only been almost hit once in 2025, so that's good. I was also standing right under a street light in the suburbs, and he still didn't see me, so yeah, I gotta get some for when I'm running, because when you're walking, I'm keeping an eye out. I can usually jump out of the way. But if you're running, people don't expect you to be moving that fast. Man, they're gonna come after me, Wiz, for my lack of reflectors. I'm getting pretty close to home now, though, so I think I'll probably finish off this beer here and then end the stream. One more gulp and we'll be done. Okay, I lied. It's going to be 2 more. 1 more now. And that's it. All right. Let me not litter. But I need to get a free hand to end the stream here. Thanks so much for joining me. Nice to talk with some random people on the internet always. I guess my sign-off line is usually I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today I'm going to go down to the gas station, grab a brewski, and we'll chat for a bit. Let me get that taken care of. Be right back. All right, 4 choices have been made. I was feeling something a little fruitier tonight, and these things were on sale. Oh, yep, that's alcohol, all right. Well, today, the reason for this celebration is because I just finished the video for the Christmas road trip, and I was actually struggling to get motivated to edit this one. It was just, my main camera was broken, so I used the 360 camera a lot, and editing with that camera is a lot of work. Plus, we were also using phones, so I had more cameras to stitch together, which made it even more tedious, but I got her done, and I think I'm really happy with the result. I think it turned out really good. That'll be out, not this coming Friday, but the week after.
And I also guess I could talk about how I'm going to do the recap of these daily walks. I've been planning this for quite a while now, not since the start, but for probably a good 4-6 months, I don't know, quite a while. And I'm going to do a little recap where I include about, on average, about 5 seconds from the start of each daily walk. And that is going to be up not this Friday, not the Friday after that, but the Friday after that. And I'm really looking forward to that. I think I did a really good job of putting it together. I'm editing it for landscape, which means that the short that you're watching is going to be in the center. The next short is going to be frozen on the right-hand side. And the previous short is going to be continually playing, though darkened and muted on the left-hand side. And I think it ended up looking really good. I'm also going to be putting together a complete compilation, which is going to be over 18, maybe 19 hours. That's going to be going up on my second channel. And it's a complete compilation, including live streams, which I did one yesterday for my complete walk into town, if you missed it. It's, of course, up on the channel. And that was an hour and 15-minute stream, so that's going to bump up the time a little bit. This is the blueberry lemonade flavor. I'm not a huge fan. I also have the blue raspberry, which I'll probably, maybe I'll crack that one when I get home and trade Leah for this one. That's just going to be half used. That's not a very good trade. Man, it is chilly. It's like 25 degrees out right now. I guess that's all I got. I'll see you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Cheers.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and you might notice that there is not one, but 2 tandem bicycles in here. And that's because today we just went and bought another one. We took the Volvo, and it was very icy. We had to go up to a different part of Spokane that's a little higher in elevation, and it was incredibly not easy to test ride this bike. The Volvo's all-wheel drive system and everything did fine, though I was missing winter tires because I did decide to just go with triple peak rated all-terrains. But the Volvo did great. The bike is the reason we have 2 tandems is because we got the white tandem for free from my sister. The frame on that thing is not very stiff. It wobbles quite a lot. It almost feels like the bike has suspension, even though it completely does not. It also, the brakes don't really work very well. I actually paid a bike shop to fix them, and they work a lot better now, but they still don't work great. I also had the bike shop tune in the shifting on the white bike, and the shifting still doesn't work great. So it was well timed for an upgrade. This bike, it only has 2 wheels, but it has 3 brakes. And that's because the people who owned it, who I bought it from, they wanted to ride it down Mount St. Helens. And so they installed a drum brake on the back. And that's just, you can turn it on to a certain degree and it just stays there. Disperses heat, slows you down at a constant rate, so you aren't burning up the disc brakes. Sorry, it's chilly. I should have put on more outerwear, but I just need to walk faster. So it has, you know, the normal rim brakes, and then it has that drum brake in the rear for really long descents. I'm really excited about it. The frame's a lot stiffer. It was a pretty nice tandem when it was new. I think it also will fit Leah and I better. I think it's a large generally. It felt pretty comfortable to me. We weren't, like I said, we weren't really able to test ride it that well. And what did I pay for it? I paid a couple $100. And according to my research, it seemed like it's probably probably in spring or whatever, it'd be worth like maybe $300. So I think we got a pretty good deal on it. And I think it'll serve us a lot better than the other tandem. Man, I am cold. I'm gonna pick up the pace even further once I finish recording this. I need to get started also at some point in the near future on the Volvo XC70 Stage 2 camper build. Really excited about that. But man, it's gonna suck because it's gonna be cold. Anyways, that's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow and again on Friday. Bye-bye.
Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise, and today's another day where I forgot completely about this walk. I got into the shower, I took a shower, I got out of the shower, then I got undressed. No, I was already undressed, but then I remembered I needed to get dressed again and come out here and do this. Today, I recorded a video that took a lot of time, probably because I was stressing unnecessarily about it, but it was the 2025 recap video. I don't know why I just stress about this video every year. Maybe I just shouldn't even make one. But last year, it took me like 3 times to record it. At least I did find a format I liked last year, so I could kind of imitate my own format again. But just actually doing it. And I wanted to, one-up it, of course. I didn't want to do exactly the same thing. And so setting up the whole thing and getting ready for it and filming it all took like, I think I started around like 6 and I didn't finish until like 11. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 5 to 6 hours. It just took forever. And of course I do have to go to work tomorrow. So I just dumped all the footage, or got it started dumping, and then tried to go to bed before remembering I had to do this. At least I do love an evening walk, But also, there's another piece of content that I have in mind for the future. I think it'd be fun to do a, I don't know how long it'd have to be, a 24-hour live stream where I just watch all of my videos from the previous year, or maybe from a couple years ago, straight through. And I think that'd be a fun tradition to start. But the lengths of my videos are kind of long, and like say I average a half hour. A half hour times 52 is 26 hours. And so that would be a long live stream. So that's the biggest issue there, I guess. Well, the other issue is that I don't have that many viewers really. And so I would just be watching my own videos on my own. So that's just an idea for future content if more people ever become a fan of my content and me myself. So I don't know. It's always a little weird reminiscing on old videos, but I think it's good. I mean, that's part of the reason I create them. I create videos so I can remember what I get up to. So I don't know. Look forward to that video coming out. I think it's going to come out not this Friday, not the next Friday, but the one after that. I'm a little ahead right now, which is always a nice feeling. That's all I got for you today. See you again tomorrow. And on Friday, I'm going to go climb into a nice, cozy bed after this. Good night. Welcome to today's 15 minutes exercise. And this is the last day of the year. I just wanted to do this one in the daylight, take a break from work really quick to enjoy this, honestly, quite frankly, beautiful day. And I have also made a decision. I talked a little bit yesterday, I believe, about doing the 2025 recap video. And I need to make the decision of whether I want to do the Volvo camper build next and push the Subaru back further, or get the Subaru fixed so I can use it and then do the camper. And I think I've made up my mind. I just really missed the Subaru while I watched that video. While I watched all my videos from 2025, because at the beginning of 2025 I was using that car quite a bit. And I just haven't been able to drive it much since. So that's my decision. I've ordered a bunch of stuff for the Volvo camper, but that stuff will have to wait. The Subaru's differential needs to come out. And if I get it out, can't figure it out, I can also just remove the entire rear drivetrain and it'll work like a normal front wheel drive car, which I might end up doing until I can get it fixed, because at least then I can use it. But that does obviously kind of defeat a lot of the purpose of the Subaru Loyale, so I'm hoping to not really need to do that. But that is the plan. Going to be working on the Subaru next. But I am also very excited for the Volvo camper, and I'm going to be quite a ways ahead on weekly videos after I finish the daily walk compilation, which this video, of course, is going to go at the end of, as well as once I finish the 2025 recap video. I think I'll have videos through the end of January, which, that means I'm basically a month ahead, which is further ahead than I've ever been. If you want access to those videos early, there is the Patreon, of course, but they'll come out just every Friday. Otherwise, if you're patient, I have been considering, I'm afraid that if I do this, I will still stop making videos. But I have been considering changing my release schedule to be bi-weekly, or even just whenever the video is done. But I'm afraid then I would lose motivation, because sticking to the weekly schedule has been a lot of my motivation. So I don't know. I'm not going to do that anytime soon. And also, everyone says that weekly videos, like a regular schedule, is the way to really keep viewership and such. And I think the only exceptions to that are people who make crazy good videos, make a banger every time. So I don't think I'm gonna do that anytime soon, but I do wonder if I could make better videos if I did. But I guess that's all I got for you today, and that's all I got for you this year. I'll see you again tomorrow in the new year when I've got to start running, and again on Friday. Bye-bye.